Just kill me already. There really is nothing left in my space. To torment me like this, do you still have a shred of humanity? No, don't. Can that really be eaten? I haven't bathed in 3 years. Ow, ow. Amid the heart-rending screams, Lin Feng jolted awake, clutching his crotch, and springing up from the bed. It was the dead of night. Lin Feng looked around in bewilderment. Why did everything before his eyes seem so familiar? Suddenly a thought struck him. Was this not his home from before the apocalypse descended? He reached out and flicked on the light, then hastily lowered his head to check. Phew, thank goodness. Brother, you're still here. Without you, how would I live out the rest of my life? Seeing that his brother was intact, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Remembering that final scene, a cold sweat streamed down his back in fright. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that it would be his very own goddess. She truly showed no trace of affection. This was not merely a blow, it was a fatal strike. Rubbing his temples, Lin Feng began to carefully recall everything. On January 1st, 2050, what should have been a day of nationwide celebration turned into disaster. Solar flares erupted again and again, tearing apart the Earth's ozone layer. This directly led to a global heat wave. In a certain equatorial country famed for its cheat-like fortune, daytime temperatures soared above 80 degrees. Even the sacred waters of their great river were steamed dry, and drinking cow urine was no longer of any use. Not even their gods could save them. The death rate there reached 90%, and the nation was wiped out. Because of the solar radiation and relentless high temperatures, more than 80% of animals and plants perished. Those with money and supplies fled toward the North and South Poles. That year, the overall human mortality rate reached 50%. The following year, a 1-kilometer-wide asteroid crashed into a so-called beautiful country, erasing it from the map. The violent movement of the tectonic plates triggered a frenzy of volcanic eruptions. The island nation of the rising sun was engulfed by its own volcanoes and annihilated as well. Volcanic ash blanketed the stratosphere, blocking direct sunlight. Though the Earth was no longer scorched by the sun's rays, it plunged instead into a new ice age. Global temperatures plummeted to -50 degrees, while at the 2 poles they fell below -100. Those unlucky souls who had fled to the poles to escape the heat were the first to die when the initial cold wave swept through. 90% of them perished. They had brought only supplies for summer heat. Who could have foreseen a glacial onslaught? Russia was wiped out. In contrast, those who had remained in the south survived by a stroke of luck, though their existence was a mere struggle to draw breath. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, the volcanic ash gradually settled. Sunlight returned to the earth, the ice and snow melted, and the world entered an age of great floods. Almost all island nations were swallowed and erased. Everything edible on Earth was essentially consumed, until in the end only humans remained. Perhaps it was life adapting to its environment, or perhaps the result of radiation-induced mutation, but new species appeared on Earth. Plants and animals that could endure extreme cold and heat, all manner of mutant creatures. Humans too began to awaken supernatural abilities. In those years, if one wished to experience the misery of spending the rest of one's life half paralyzed, it was not difficult. One only had to treat mutant boar meat as ordinary pork and eat it. After eating it, some only needed a brief stay in the ICU, while others went to sleep underground for eternity. Those who had never eaten it longed to try, those who had eaten it longed simply to live. Clearly Lin Feng belonged to the former group. He had not yet taken that step. He too had awakened one of the rarest powers, a space-type ability. Yet that was all after the apocalypse, when there was hardly anything left on Earth worth storing. The basic function of a space-type ability was mere storage. As for what advanced forms it might evolve into later, Lin Feng had no idea. Perhaps spatial rifts, spatial slicing, teleportation. Lin Feng had not lived long enough to witness which path it would eventually take. Moreover, his storage space was not large, only a few cubic meters, sufficient to hold only a limited amount. There were countless different abilities, and by then they had become so common, they were practically everywhere. There was no need to hide the fact that one was an ability user. Yet Lin Feng, with his space-type power, was the only one that even dogs turned their noses up at once he revealed it. If you formed a team and brought along a dog, at least when danger came, you could unleash it to bite someone. Dogs weren't hard to keep. Feed them feces, feed them corpses, they weren't picky at all. And when the critical moment came and food ran out, you could always slaughter the dog and eat its meat. But what use was there in adding a space-type user to the team? Just another mouth to feed. In the end, Lin Feng became a porter for a large team simply because goods were safest when he transported them. After all, if others saw you transporting supplies, it would inevitably lead to another bloody battle. After 3 years of constant fighting, everyone was exhausted. No one wished to kill unless driven to absolute desperation. Relying on his role as porter, Lin Feng barely managed to avoid starving to death in the apocalypse, occasionally setting aside some treats for his goddess Feng Qian, just enough to scrape by and remain alive. Such was the daily routine of a simpering devotee in the end times. A single smile from his goddess, a blown kiss, a casual word of concern. Any of these could set his blood boiling. Yet as supplies grew scarcer and Lin Feng had nothing left to store, Feng Qian, that wretched woman, turned on him the moment she stopped receiving goods from his space. Feng Qian had long since latched onto the thigh of the team leader Wang Long. A single expired sausage was enough to buy her favor. In fact, as long as a man could offer her a sausage, she would accept. They could play with her however they pleased. Anything was acceptable. Only Lin Feng had silently provided Feng Qian with supplies for 3 long years, yet she would not allow him so much as a touch of her fingertip. In the end, driven mad by hunger, Feng Qian reported to Wang Long that Lin Feng was secretly hoarding a great store of supplies in his space. After 7 days and nights of torment by the captain and team members, Lin Feng still produced nothing. Bitterness filled Lin Feng's heart. He truly had nothing. Unfortunately, his space could not contain living people, who otherwise he would have dragged them all inside to search for themselves. Wang Long eventually concluded that Lin Feng probably did not have anything. But everyone was already starving, and so the scene at the very beginning unfolded. They decided to eat Lin Feng. Feng Qian, crazed with hunger, even asked Wang Long for Lin Feng's head to boil into soup. But Wang Long knew Lin Feng was Feng Qian's devoted lackey, and out of malicious amusement, decided to toy with them both. He said to Feng Qian, "If you want to eat, you can, but you can only eat that part." In the end, Feng Qian shattered Lin Feng's understanding of the world. Purity severed. Desire extinguished. She tormented him with such cruelty that he died from the pain. Recalling those 3 years, Lin Feng felt as though he had endured an unimaginably long and terrible nightmare. When his mind reached that final scene, a piercing chill swept through his crotch. Have I been reborn? Or am I still trapped in a nightmare? Lin Feng picked up his phone and glanced at the time. December 1st, 2049. There was still 1 month before the apocalypse arrived. I have to confirm whether I've truly been reborn or if it was merely a nightmare. But how am I supposed to prove it? At that thought, his will moved with his heart. A burst of spatial power flared from Lin Feng's eyes, and the massive solid wood bed weighing several hundred Jin before him vanished into his space. Then the nightstand, the wardrobe, everything his gaze swept across was sucked into the space. With another thought, all the items that had entered his space returned restored precisely to their original positions. Hardly daring to believe it, Lin Feng repeated the process several more times. At last he accepted the truth. He had not only been reborn, he had brought his space-type ability back with him. Fortunately, his brother had come back with him as well. Otherwise, this rebirth would have been far too tragic. This time, let's see who dares to say that taking along a space-type ability user is worse than bringing a dog. I really have been reborn, damn it. Feng Qian, you wretched woman, just you wait. And my neighbor, my teammates and captain, my uncle. When the apocalypse descends, not one of you will escape. A clean death would have sufficed, yet they had chosen to toy with him to the very brink. Did they have any humanity left? They had not even spared his Kuan Kuan. His brother had followed him through wind and rain for 20 years. Even if it had no merits, it certainly had its share of hard work. And yet they had ravaged him so. He would make sure to exact vengeance on this pack of beasts. But first he had to guarantee. He glanced at the time, midnight. All drowsiness had vanished. Only 1 month remained to prepare. Within this single month, Lin Feng had to amass all the supplies needed to survive the coming apocalypse. A few cubic meters of storage space. Was that large or small? Could it really be enough? It did not matter. He would first cram it full and worry later. In the next 3 years, there would be a year of scorching heat, a year of brutal ice, and a year drowned in floods. What might come after that, Lin Feng did not know. He had never lived long enough to see it. But if he failed to prepare now, he would still die in the apocalypse. He checked the balance on his bank card. 14 million remained. Lin Feng felt a stab of pain in his chest. His parents had left him an inheritance of over 10 million. There had once been 60% of the shares in Lin Corporation Real Estate, a grand villa, and several sports cars. In the end, after 3 years of groveling over Feng Qian, he was left with only 14 million, a single sports car, and this villa. He had already sold several cars. If the money was not spent on luxury brand bags for Feng Qian, it went to diamond rings, necklaces, high-end dresses, and cosmetics. Lin Feng had even bought her an apartment outright. A sycophant begs and fawns only to end up with nothing. Later, Lin Feng learned that Feng Qian had been Lin Tian's mistress all along. To suppress Lin Feng, Lin Tian had deliberately instructed her to string him along. Only Lin Feng, still a naive college student ignorant of how cruel society could be, kept licking boots like an idiot and learned the truth only moments before his death. In the shadows, Feng Qian had been playing dirty, deceiving his feelings. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had been pulling strings behind the scenes, manipulating matters so that the stock assets left by Lin Feng's parents plummeted in value, diluting the percentage of shares in Lin Feng's hands. Those shares had dwindled from 60% down to 30%. Over the years, his uncle Lin Hao had reported losses in real estate year after year. The shares, once worth 6 billion at 60%, had now become 30% valued at only 2 billion. Lin Hao was no decent man. He had padded the books and siphoned off the money into his own pockets, but in the past Lin Feng had known nothing of it. When the apocalypse descended, Lin Hao had finally laid his cards on the table. Lin Feng's father had died because his dear uncle had hired a killer to tamper with the brakes. The brakes failed, and the car crashed off the highway. 2 lives claimed in a single crash. His parents both perished. Enough, Lin Hao. You've squandered my father's money for so many years. It's time you paid your debt. Having decided what he needed to do in the coming month, he rose and got dressed. Tonight he would start by securing basic food. Once the apocalypse arrived, no amount of money would be enough to buy food. Money only counted as money when someone accepted it. If no one did, it was not even fit to wipe with. Gold bars, antiques, those things would be just as useless. He left the villa and got into the car. That long-lost feeling was hard-won. Only 1 month of good days remained. He would treasure each day as it came. I can finally relax for a month. Time to really have some fun. Lin Feng drove to the night market where the place was bustling, voices roaring and lights blazing. How long had it been since he had seen such a lively down-to-earth scene? In the past, as a rich second-generation Lin Feng would never have come to a night market to eat. Now, however, he had once been so desperate he had resorted to eating human flesh. What food would he possibly turn his nose up at? His first mission tonight was to buy as many street snacks as possible regardless of whether they tasted good or bad. Everything. Handsome guy, what would you like? Our grilled lamb testes are the best you'll ever taste. Want to try a few? Seeing Lin Feng step out of a limited edition sports car, the barbecue stall owner hurried over to greet him. Even if he did not recognize a Lamborghini, he could at least tell it was a sports car. Boss, grill 100 lamb testes for me, 100 large kidneys, 1,000 bull penises, 1,000 ram penises, 1,000 dog penises, and 10,000 oysters. And 10,000 bundles of chives. Lin Feng did not bother to look at the menu, the words rolled off his tongue. The boss began to jot down the order, then his face darkened. You're not here to eat. You're here to cause trouble. You're here to pick a fight, aren't you? Bastard, I'll take your life. Just as the boss raised his kitchen knife, ready to swing, a chime sounded. Ding. Alipay, payment received. 20,000 yuan. The notification blared from the speaker behind him, leaving the stall owner stunned. My God, sir, what are you doing? Lin Feng casually brushed some dust from his clothes and said, I rather like that defiant look you had just now. You don't actually have that much stock, right? Just grill as much as 20,000 can buy. Whatever you have, grill it all. It's on me. If the money's not enough, call me. I'll send more. Lin Feng was truly domineering. He had opened with the 20th Zanduan scan. The space he controlled was frozen in time, whatever went in would never spoil, and whatever temperature it had going in it would have coming out. That was why he had come in person. If he ordered delivery to his home, everything would have gone cold. Noodles and spicy hot pot all clumped together. How could that still be delicious? Better to go through the trouble and buy directly at the stall than store it all in his space. This 20,000 spent on barbecue. 3 months from now, even if you offered 100 million, you could not buy the same meal. Oh, my dear patron, please come inside. We're all family here. Talking about money only hurts feelings. With the payment in hand, the balding boss instantly changed his tune, his wide grin stretching almost to his ears. The sight made Lin Feng jump. Instinctively, he clapped his hands over his crotch. Was this man planning to sink his teeth into his manhood as well? What had happened with Feng Qian had left Lin Feng with a deep psychological scar. After guarding his sword for 20 years, others unsheathed theirs and drew someone else's blood. When his left the scabbard, it was his own blood that flowed. Other men's blades tasted their opponent's blood, his own had drunk only his. In this lifetime, Lin Feng would likely carry that shadow with him, never again daring to let anyone near him with their teeth. I'll pass on sitting down. You just start grilling, and I'll come back to pick it up later. Clutching his crotch, Lin Feng hurried away, leaving the balding boss scratching his head in confusion. The boss checked the supplies in his stall, a freezer full of meat, skewers, squid, assorted seafood, eggplant, chili peppers, greens, and chives. If he grilled everything and sold it normally, it might bring in a little over 20,000. For Lin Feng, he would give a discount. Grill all of it for 20,000. He would still earn 14,000 in net profit. Barbecue really was that lucrative. Honey, wake up, stop sleeping. We've got overtime. Hurry up and thaw the meat and get it on skewers. Take that batch of cheap frozen goods the plan has been sitting on for years and thread it all. Some snack stalls were like this. If you had a conscience and used good meat, you could still make a profit. Without a conscience, the profits were even greater. Lin Feng knew this perfectly well, but he happened to like this kind of food. Besides, with the world about to end, what was there left to be picky about? Soon eating moldy rice would be a blessing, never mind a few years' worth of frozen meat. He had not run away at all. He had simply moved on to the next stop, a burger joint. Fried chicken burgers, chicken wraps, various pizzas. After confirming their stock, he transferred 18,000 in one go. That was how brazen he was. Next came the stewed offal stall, the beef offal shop, the spicy hot pot, placed the crossing, the bridge, rice noodles, the soup, dumpling stand. All the shop owners along this street were dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Did it have to be this outrageous? Yet every time they quoted their stock and price, Lin Feng simply wired the money without a word. Soon an astonishing scene unfolded. The entire street was sold out. Boss, how much for your soup dumplings? Not selling, we're out. Boss, how much is your stinky tofu? Go ask next door, ours is. Everyone was utterly baffled. It was not even 1 in the morning, the night life had barely begun. How could there already be no— Leaning against his Lamborghini, Lin Feng held a skewer of lamb testes in one hand and a box of grilled chives in the other, eating and crying at the same time. Some tears were from excitement. How long had it been since he had eaten something this delicious? Others were from regret. Was he insane? Why had he not left the good food for himself back then to enjoy properly? He had been an utter fool, groveling over Feng Qian. Brother, I've wronged you. Not only did I never let you enjoy any pleasure, I even let someone bite you off. Have a few skewers of lamb testes to make it up to you. A group of passers-by saw Lin Feng completely overcome, eating and cursing himself as an idiot. Were all rich people this dumb? They could not help wondering, what was the real difference between them and this wealthy man? At that moment, a young beauty around 20 years old was strolling through the night market, hugging her best friend. Both of them looked bewildered. Usually at this time, they would be out of school, eager to eat and buy whatever they wanted, but today, everything seemed to be gone. Chow chow, what's going on today? Is the night market being shut down? Inging, I don't know either. Why is there nothing to eat? As the two beauties passed by, they caught the attention of a group of admirers. In December's winter, Chow Chow wore a white legging garment, a white dress, and a white down vest. At 175 centimeters tall with long slender legs, flowing long hair, and a delicate oval face adorned with pink lipstick and subtle makeup, she looked like a fairy descended from the heavens. On the other hand, Li Ying was dressed in all black with heavy makeup. Though her looks were slightly inferior to Chow Chow's, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. The two of them rubbed their stomachs hoping to grab a late-night snack now that school was on winter break, but what was going on? Chow Chow, look, that person over there is eating grilled leeks. Let's go ask him where he got it. Li Ying pointed at Lin Feng in the distance, her eyes filled with desire. They were indeed hungry, but there was nothing to be found. All right, let's go ask. Chow Chow, with her carefree personality, grabbed Li Ying's arm and walked over. Whoa, brother, I'm sorry. After the apocalypse comes, I must make sure you enjoy yourself. Lin Feng cried while eating, leaving Chow Chow and Li Ying a bit confused as they approached. How did your brother die? Is it really necessary to cry like this? Chow Chow, let's not ask him. This person seems strange. What apocalypse? Does he have a mental illness? Li Ying was a bit panicked. Could this person be unstable? Don't be afraid, I'll ask. I've learned Taekwondo and Sanda. Chow Chow, straightforward and unafraid, pulled Li Ying along. Excuse me, I want to ask where you got that. We're hungry and want to buy something to eat. Chow Chow's question brought Lin Feng back to reality. He glanced at Chow Chow and nodded. With that appearance, you're worth 2 hot dogs. Li Ying was even more baffled upon hearing Lin Feng's words. We want to buy food. Hot dogs are so trashy, we want eat that. Lin Feng slightly nodded and then formally said, remember what you said today. With your looks, in a few months you might not even be able to trade for a single hot dog. Chow Chow and Li Ying. As they spoke, Lin Feng handed 2 grilled hot dogs to the 2 girls. Today I'll treat you both to hot dogs for free, but if you want to eat hot dogs again in a month you'll have to pay. Chow Chow and Li Ying were bewildered. Oh, what was going on? Hey, we never said we wouldn't give you money. After saying this, Lin Feng clapped his hands and turned to leave. These 2 girls were quite beautiful, but in a month he could find any kind of girl he wanted. A single hot dog could last a night. Finally, my brother could enjoy life. After awakening such a vast space, shouldn't I enjoy it? At this moment, Li Ying glanced at a Lamborghini supercar and had an idea. Opportunities are fleeting, they don't come twice. Chow Chow, let's follow them. Chow Chow was stunned for a moment before grabbing Li Ying's hand. Ying, why are this is illegal? However, Li Ying was determined. Oh, she wanted to find a wealthy man to marry, and Lin Feng was the richest person she had ever seen. She could not let this opportunity slip away. Chow Chow, your brother works on construction sites all year round to earn a few bucks. That person is worth billions. Don't you want to know how he makes his money? Let's follow him and see what he intends to do with all those things he bought. Maybe an opportunity to get rich is just around the corner. Li Ying rambled, and Chow Chow believed her. I'm also curious about how these rich people make their money. After thinking for a moment, she quietly followed Li Ying. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The long-lost feeling of peace was relaxing, but this good life wouldn't last long. Then Lin Feng entered a barbecue shop with a black bag. Due to stock shortages, there were no customers inside. Seeing that no one was around, Lin Feng went to a corner and directly put the skewers grilled by the boss into the bag, which was actually into his space. Boss, I'm taking this, keep grilling. The boss was busy and didn't pay attention to Lin Feng. Sure, I've put the grilled ones over there. You can come and take them. Then Lin Feng began to go from one shop to another. It was night, the shop was busy and there were no customers inside, so Lin Feng went to the corner to pack and simply placed the items in the bag for the next shop. At the next shop, everyone thought it was an empty bag. This behavior was not unusual. No one noticed that Lin Feng's black bag seemed endless. Having just returned from the apocalypse, Lin Feng was still not accustomed to real life. In those years of the apocalypse, abilities were common, and Lin Feng had always done this to stash things. Only Chow Chow and Li Ying, who were secretly following Lin Feng from a distance, had their mouths agape as they watched him. My God, is he performing magic? Did it disappear into thin air? The 2 girls who were following from a distance were shocked, although they couldn't see where Lin Feng put the items. But it resembled street magic. Lin Feng made a round collecting all the food. He had no choice. This food would be inedible if it got cold, so he had to work a little harder. Moreover, once this village passed, there would be no more stores. His cooking skills simply couldn't compare to those owners who had been doing this for decades. Chow Chow and Li Ying widened their eyes following Lin Feng from a distance. They didn't see where those items went at all. Chow Chow, could it be haunted? Li Ying was a bit scared. This was too bizarre. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be hiding it somewhere we didn't notice. This person is definitely a street magician, and a high-level one at that. Look around. There must be someone filming. The 2 of them finished the grilled sausages they were holding and continued to follow Lin Feng. Sure enough, no one could escape the law of true fragrance. They had just said they wouldn't eat hot dogs, and now they found them irresistible. Lin Feng didn't notice that these 2 girls had been following him all along. With so many people in the night market, he had no idea they were more interested in him than enjoying hot dogs. When Lin Feng turned around, he saw 2 young girls with their mouths wide open staring at him. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a chill down his pants. Why are you 2 following me? Don't think I don't know. You want to eat for free. Let me tell you. Absolutely not. Lin Feng, being the Joker, pointed at them and shouted angrily. You 2 girls have dangerous thoughts. Still want to eat hot? Absolutely not. Xiao Xiao and Li Ying exchanged glances, realizing this guy was definitely not mentally stable. The hot dogs you offered aren't even that good. The taste is just average, as if we were dying to eat them. Are you performing street magic? Or is this a prank? Where's the camera? I've been looking for ages and haven't found it. Xiao Xiao, being cheerful, was curious and asked. Lin Feng realized that he had been too careless. He hadn't thought much of his abilities before, mainly because they had become so common during those years of the apocalypse. There was no need to hide. Now hearing this, he snapped back to reality. He had been too casual, forgetting that the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet. With the apocalypse still a ways off, he indeed had become a bit too relaxed, and he needed to keep his abilities hidden. He had been so focused on enjoying life that he forgot to pay attention to those around him. No choice but to continue hiding. After spending 3 years in the apocalypse, how could he have survived so long without some vigilance? It's staged, and every passerby you see might be filming you. Of course, you two are also in the frame. Your shocked expressions are all recorded. If you don't want to be on camera, you should keep your distance from me. Lin Feng didn't want to stir up trouble too early, and he still had a big game to play, so he couldn't get exposed too soon. Returning to his car, Lin Feng took a look. Once the hot weather arrives, temperatures could routinely reach 50 degrees, occasionally even 70 or 80 degrees. This broken car would surely break down. It's better to find an opportunity to sell it and exchange it for some food. That's the most practical thing. Li Ying followed Lin Feng's gaze towards the limited edition Lamborghini sports car, worth over 30 million. How could it appear in a night market? Handsome, is this car yours? Li Ying's eyes widened as she asked. Their filming team was way too extravagant. It's not mine. You two should hurry and leave. Don't delay our filming progress. Such women. Lin Feng had seen too many after the apocalypse, and he didn't want to engage. Wasting my time. Lin Feng took out several skewers of grilled kidneys from his bag to replenish his vital energy. He was also afraid that the nasty Feng Qian would bite them off, leaving him with potential aftereffects. Li Ying was surprised by Lin Feng's outright rejection. Was she not pretty enough? Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was quick to snatch the black bag from Lin Feng's hands and tipped it upside down. There was nothing inside. Where had all the items gone? While skewers could be hidden easily, how could such a large pile of hamburgers and chicken wraps be concealed? What are you doing? This is robbery. I can call the police on you. This is my food. Lin Feng forcibly snatched it back, needing to convince the two girls that he was a magician. Otherwise, if they recorded a video and posted it online, it would be a disaster. After all, the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, and Lin Feng still wanted to enjoy some free purchases. I'm sorry, I was just curious. It's my first time encountering a magician, so I wanted to know how it works. Xiao Xiao hurriedly returned the bag. Her curiosity was strong, especially since what Lin Feng was doing seemed a bit beyond common sense. She thought that bag might be a magic prop. Xiao Xiao had seen David Copperfield make a train disappear, but that was just a video. There had to be props involved. Yet today this was unfolding right before her eyes. Unable to resist her curiosity, she acted impulsively, and now felt quite sorry. Street magic not to be shared, please leave. No need to send you off. Lin Feng waved his hand in a gesture to dismiss them, which annoyed the two girls. After considering since he wasn't in the wrong, they decided to leave. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. If possible, I can offer you some compensation. Please forgive my clumsiness. Compensation. Upon hearing compensation, Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Xiao's 36D. Compensation is not out of the question. I could indeed learn from you about software hardening engineering, rice irrigation engineering, and pipeline clearing engineering. Xiao Xiao was a bit confused by Lin Feng's words. What did he mean? That has nothing to do with my major at university. I'm in architectural design. Meanwhile, Li Ying understood Lin Feng's implication. She looked at Lin Feng's handsome appearance, and that supercar. I think I can. Let's add each other on WeChat. We can learn gradually from each other in the future. Lin Feng glanced at Li Ying, whose heavy makeup made it hard to tell whether beneath the mask was a person or a ghost. Forget it, I don't have time. Let's hurry up and go before I call the police to arrest you for stealing my things. Lin Feng waved his hand, while Li Ying looked utterly disappointed. Were the tastes of the wealthy always so peculiar? Did he fancy Xiao Xiao, and not her? Well, I can compensate you in other ways. How much do you think is appropriate? Xiao Xiao felt she was indeed at fault, and decided to offer compensation. She initially wanted to say something, but Li Ying didn't want Xiao Xiao to get ahead. Such a high-quality, handsome guy, if she couldn't win him over, she couldn't let Xiao Xiao have him either. Let's go, Xiao Xiao. A car worth tens of millions, we shouldn't embarrass ourselves with our little money. Xiao Xiao glanced at Lin Feng, finding him even more intriguing. Why would someone so wealthy be performing street magic? Alright, let's go. Xiao Xiao and Li Ying left, and Lin Feng didn't mind. Time was tight and tasks were heavy. There would be plenty of women in the future. However, thinking of Xiao Xiao, Lin Feng felt he had seen her somewhere before, but couldn't recall where. Since he couldn't remember, he decided not to think about it. Checking the time, he planned to take a nap in the car before fetching the next batch. It wasn't until 4 in the morning that Lin Feng finished packing all his things. There were still 2 orders left unfulfilled, but he generously decided to let them go. Before leaving, Lin Feng kindly advised them to stock up, mentioning he would return on the night of December 31st and would take as much as they had. This made the group of vendors very happy, as if the god of wealth had descended upon them. Whether Lin Feng would actually go on December 31st was uncertain, but it didn't hurt to tell them to prepare more stock. Even if he didn't come to buy, their supplies could sustain them for several months. Lin Feng had survived for 3 years in the apocalypse and still had a bit of conscience, but not much. After all, he had already figured out that while his neighbors hoarded food, he would hoard guns. His neighbors were his granary. But where could he get guns? Lin Feng had no connections. Returning to the villa, the first wave of supplies was stocked up. 680 worth of various fast food, enough for him to eat for over a decade. Back home, he sent a WeChat message to his uncle Lin Hao. Uncle, this is Lin Feng. I'm a bit tight on cash lately, and I want to cash out my 30 shares. Please give me a price. The apocalypse was just around the corner, and those shares wouldn't even be worth an expired hot dog. He had to take advantage. In his previous life, Lin Hao relied on cash to hoard supplies in the first month of the apocalypse, and raised a group of thugs, becoming quite arrogant in Huanghai City. Moreover, Lin Hao's son, his cousin Lin Tian, later awakened fire abilities, and also thrived. After all, the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet. Lin Hao must have over 2 billion in cash. Lin Feng needed to clean him out. Let's see how he manages to trade stocks and houses for rice later. After sending the WeChat message, Lin Feng took a shower. It had been 3 years since he last bathed, and he had almost forgotten what it felt like. He focused on cleaning himself and checked for any issues to avoid any lasting problems. After washing up, Lin Feng felt relieved. Thankfully, everything seemed fine, and he was just waiting for an opportunity to test it in real combat. Returning to his room, he opened his phone. Did Lin Hao reply? Fenger, are you in such a hurry to cash out? If you need money, just tell uncle. I can lend you a few million to tide you over. Looking at the message on his phone, Lin Feng sneered. Please spare me the fake concern. If I hadn't heard with my own ears how you plotted against my parents, I might have actually believed your nonsense. Then Lin Feng began to type. No need. I've lost some money gambling online, recently sold the family car, and now I'm short on cash. I just need this money to turn things around. He hit send and waited for a response. Oh no, Fenger, you can't get involved with gambling. But if you really need money, I'll give you 800 million for your shares. Tomorrow morning at 8, I'll come to you to sign the contract. Upon seeing Lin Hao's message, Lin Feng instantly felt cheerful. This old man was still so obsessed with Lin's real estate shares, he had to take advantage of him this time. 800 million. Uncle, are you joking? I want one. 7 billion, not a penny less. Otherwise, I'll just hold an auction tomorrow. I could probably get at least one. 5 billion. After all, 30 of Lin's group shares should attract quite a few interested parties, right? He sent the message again, and soon a reply came from the other end. Uncle can offer 5 billion, but I really can't go higher. I don't have that much spare cash right now either. The real estate business has been tough these past few years, you should understand, uncle. Both are old foxes, but what are you trying to sell me with your sweet talk? Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the 5 billion offer. After all, this was cash, and he was taking advantage of Lin Hao. 5 billion was quite a sum. Moreover, auctions would waste time. There were indeed very few people who could take out 5 billion in cash all at once, making it hard to sell. Right now, money was important, but time was even more crucial. I'll draft the contract now. Just bring the money and sign it at 8 tomorrow morning. After sending the message, he tossed his phone onto the bed and went straight to write the share transfer contract. When you find that holding your property certificate and shares won't get you even a bag of rice, you'll realize what a foolish thing you've done. On the other end of the phone, Lin Hao was laughing so hard, he was slapping his thigh. Ha ha. Lin Feng is such a fool. He believes whatever I say. That 30% share is worth at least 2 billion. Although the real estate market has indeed been tough in recent years, what are the building costs? In He City, houses are still profitable at 500 yuan per square meter. The materials are the same, just different land prices. If we build a few more floors, won't that all come back? Lin Feng, you really are a fool. Lin Hao laughed with a pig-like snort, then immediately called to start raising funds. Meanwhile, Lin Feng didn't even check his phone. He knew his shares were certainly worth more than 2 billion, but he was too lazy to check the accounts. After all, 50% of the company's shares are in Lin Tian's hands, and he hasn't been to the company in years. He has no one on his side, so there's no way to check those accounts. 5 billion is more than enough. Lin Feng has already thought about how to squeeze his uncle dry. Once he tricks them out of this 5 billion, he'll think of a way to get the remaining few billion. When the apocalypse comes, and you have not a penny to your name, how will you buy supplies in the first month? How will you still maintain your thugs? How will you continue to be arrogant? Ding dong. Lin Feng was awakened by the doorbell ringing at 8 in the morning. Woof, woof woof. The Tibetan Mastiff in the yard and bay started barking wildly upon hearing the sound. If it hadn't barked, Lin Feng might have almost forgotten he had a dog. In his past life, when the apocalypse arrived, Lin Feng didn't take it seriously, thinking it would pass in a few days. In the previous month, Lin Feng ate whatever the dog ate. For a month, Lin Feng looked at the dog food, helpless and starving. Whatever the dog ate, Lin Feng ate too. Lin Feng ate dog food, then relieved himself for Bei to eat. Lin Feng didn't starve, and Bei didn't starve from eating feces either. In the last month, Lin Feng held his stomach, looking at the dog, tears streaming down from the corners of his mouth. I guess I'll just eat dog food. Without Bei, I wouldn't be where I am today. This is a life-saving dog. Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, vowing to take good care of this life-saving dog. Bei could survive by eating anything, and it truly saved his life at the crucial moment. He got up, dressed, and went outside. Upon opening the door, Lin Hao and Lin Tian joyfully entered the courtyard. Yo, Fenger. Long time no see. You've gained weight. Lin Hao enthusiastically walked over to hug Lin Feng, while Lin Tian looked around the villa with great interest. This villa is situated in the most prestigious villa area of Huanghai City, valued at 850 million. It was built during the peak of Lin Feng's parents' real estate business, worth an astounding amount. Inside, there's not just a swimming pool, but also a game room, a screening room, a bar, a study, an esports room, and a reception room. In front of the villa is a luxury residential area, and behind it is a vast 800-acre private golf course. If he could buy this land and build another villa area, how much profit could that yield? Yet here sits Lin Feng, a fool, begging, while sitting on a gold mine. This brain is definitely beyond saving. Let's talk inside, uncle. As long as you have enough money, we can discuss anything. Lin Feng directly invited the two in waiting to claim their funds. You two can wait a month to see if you have the ability to exchange your houses for food now, eh? Ma Yan often said many things without substance, but Lin Feng agreed wholeheartedly with one thing. In the future, housing prices will soar. This statement is spot on. A single green onion could trade for a house. Lin Feng had indeed done it. He had exchanged his villa, this very one, for a green onion. If it weren't for that green onion, Lin Feng would have starved to death. You definitely brought the money. Let me see the share transfer contract. If there are no issues, just sign it. Lin Hao was impatient. He had waited over 30 years for this day. From now on, Lin Real Estate will finally belong to him. All right, uncle, come inside. I'll get the contract for you now. Lin Feng gestured for the two to enter, then closed the door behind them. Watching their backs, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that they'd end up in jail if he killed them now, Lin Feng would have already had the thought of killing them both. His space can contain anything, just not people. Dead bodies are also out of the question. No need to test this, Lin Feng had tried before. People cannot be stored inside, and mutated flora and fauna can't either. It seems that as long as it's a higher life form, it cannot be contained. Killing people is simple, though dealing with corpses is troublesome. A small lack of patience might ruin a grand plan. You two just go ahead and buy your shares. There'll come a day when you regret it. Entering the room, Lin Hao glanced at the share transfer agreement on the table, his eyes lighting up with joy. It seemed Lin Feng really intended to sell his shares. Lin Feng naturally noticed Lin Hao's gaze and picked up the contract, handing it to him. Uncle, take a look. If there are no issues, just transfer the money to me, and we'll sign and fingerprint the contract to make it valid. All right. Let me see. Lin Hao excitedly put on his glasses, then carefully examined Lin Feng's share transfer. Confirming that Lin Feng hadn't written any traps, Lin Hao took out the ink pad and placed it on the table. Fenger, there's no problem. Let's sign and fingerprint. Lin Feng glanced at Lin Hao, thinking this old fellow seems to want to get something for nothing. 0 yuan purchase. I'm your ancestor. Because Lin Feng already sensed that there were two people in Lin Hao's car. Lin Feng was puzzled as to why he had this sensing ability. Then he expanded his sensing ability, expanding, and expanding again. Holy crap. This rebirth thing can be magnified too. Lin Feng shouted, startling Lin Hao and Lin Tian. Lin Feng was stunned. He realized this wasn't sensing, it was his spatial ability. He had awakened a second skill, spatial perception. He could clearly feel that his space could contain everything within that area. Is this the legendary spatial perception? My superpower has leveled up. In Lin Feng's previous life, his space was only a few square meters. But in this life, his space was actually a radius of 1,000 kilometers. What the hell does that even mean? As long as Lin Feng's space can contain everything within that area, he knows exactly what's inside. It's no different from a radar. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was momentarily dazed. He had a bold idea. He must go to store Lake Baikal in his space. In his past life, Lake Baikal became the largest survival base for the world's wealthy and Russia. Lin Feng had no money and couldn't go to Lake Baikal. At that time, his stocks couldn't be cashed out, and cash was useless. They only accepted gold bricks for entry to Lake Baikal and the Arctic Circle base. This directly made Russia the only superpower in the world. After all, Russia is situated at a high latitude, it's cold, and with Lake Baikal, the water there could supply all 6 billion people on Earth for 50 years. Moreover, there are so many fish in Lake Baikal. They wouldn't lack for food or drink. They just had to wait for the apocalypse to end. When the temperature rises, Russia would unify the Earth. However, their good days lasted only a year. The second year brought a cold wave which froze 90% of them to death. The third year there were floods, and Lake Baikal overflowed, causing Russia to be completely annihilated. I'm going to take Lake Baikal away this time. Let's see what you old Russians can do this time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly felt a tearing pain in his head, and his vision went dark. Lin Feng realized that his mental strength wasn't sufficient to expand his space that large. Just that brief moment had already drained his mental strength. Then Lin Feng held his head, stars dancing in his vision, and sat down on the sofa. It seems that he can't casually expand his spatial ability to the maximum. His mental strength can't handle it, or he will suffer a mental breakdown. Fenger, what's wrong with you? At the sight of Lin Feng suddenly sitting down, Lin Hao grew anxious. The contract hadn't even been signed yet. If he were to faint, couldn't it at least wait until after the signing? I'm fine. I just have low blood sugar. A short walk outside will do me good. Lin Feng lied, effortlessly improvising without hesitation, indifferent to plausibility. As he spoke, Lin Feng rose and stepped into the courtyard, unlocking the dog kennel. And there were 2 men in the car, and they were armed. Meanwhile, his spiritual energy had abruptly depleted, his focus was shattered. Facing 4 adversaries in this state, victory seemed unlikely. Anbei, come out and play. Guests have arrived. Anbei was a purebred Tibetan Mastiff, standing 1 3 meters tall at the shoulder and weighing 180 g 90 kilograms, he had cost Lin Feng over 3 million yuan last year, purchased from a herdsman in the Tibetan plateau. Tibetan Mastiffs are notoriously single-minded, loyal to only one master for life. Otherwise, if left starving, Lin Feng might well have reluctantly eaten him. Fortunately, Anbei had been raised by Lin Feng since puppyhood and understood many of his commands. At a single order, he would bite whomever Lin Feng designated. After all, biting someone to death merely meant paying compensation. Police held no leverage over Lin Feng. And woof, 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 and no sooner had Anbei burst from the kennel than he erupted into furious barking toward the gate, his territorial instincts sharp, already sensing the intruders in the vehicle. Finger, what on earth are you doing? Why let the dog loose like this? And inside the house, Lin Hao and Lin Tian panicked. The foolish hound obeyed only Lin Feng, and feared even wolves. They stood no chance against him. Don't worry, uncle. I assure you Anbei doesn't bite people. He's perfectly gentle. And as he spoke, Lin Feng affectionately rubbed Anbei's massive head, and obediently the mastiff sat. Inside, Lin Hao and Lin Tian each felt a headache bloom. Clearly their attempt at a free ride had ended before it began. Uncle, if everything's settled, please transfer the funds. Once the money arrives, I'll sign the contract immediately. Back indoors, Lin Feng's face lit up with genuine delight. In his past life, his spatial storage had measured only a few cubic meters, hardly enough to hold essential supplies. With such vast spatial capacity in this life, could he possibly die? And if so, he truly deserved it. Very well, I'll wire it now. And Lin Hao had no choice. Paying 1.5 billion yuan for equity wasn't unreasonable, so he pulled out his phone and initiated the transfer. And ding, a minute later, Lin Feng's phone chimed with a bank notification. Lin Feng opened his mobile banking app and counted the zeros trailing behind 15, 3 times, to confirm yes, exactly 1.5 billion yuan. Only then did he set down his phone and stride to the table to sign and affix his fingerprint. Finger, you're refreshingly decisive. Well then, uncle must be off, but tell me, won't Anbei bite me? And having signed, Lin Hao picked up the contract and gestured nervously toward Anbei outside. Such a colossal mastiff was far beyond the reach of his aging limbs. And don't worry, uncle. Anbei never bites people. Feel free to leave in peace. With that, Lin Feng mischievously swung open the door and offered a courteous gesture. And woof, 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 and Anbei remained obediently seated, but upon spotting strangers he barked sharply. Lin Hao and Lin Tian trembled with fear. Couldn't he at least have leashed the beast to release him unchained? Was he truly denying them safe passage? The pair tiptoed past Anbei like thieves, finally reaching the main gate and exhaling in relief. Just as Lin Hao reached for the gate latch, Lin Feng smirked, a moment ripe for collecting interest. Anbei, bite his buttocks. And Lin Feng's voice was soft, but dog's ears were keen. And woof, 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 and instantly Anbei lunged forward, straight for Lin Hao's rear, teeth sinking deep. And Lin Feng, rein in your dog. And startled Lin Tian shoved the gate wide open and dragged Lin Hao outward. The 2 bodyguards in the car rushed out to pull their employer to safety. If something happened to him, who would pay their wages? 3 men tugged Lin Hao outward, while Anbei clung on, jaws locked tight. Lin Feng grinned wickedly, shut the door, and retreated inside, pretending not to see. Tianer, hurry, pull harder. It's got my buttocks. Lin Hao strained to wrench himself free, but every tug sent searing pain through his backside. How could anyone withstand the crushing grip of such a giant mastiff's jaws? To be fair, the 2 bodyguards proved formidable, standing 185 meters tall and weighing over 80 kilograms apiece. Their combined strength wrenched Lin Hao, dog still attached, clear through the gate. Though Anbei fought valiantly, his opponents simply outnumbered him, and with a sharp tearing sound, he ripped Lin Hao's cotton trousers clean apart. For bleeding puncture wounds marred Lin Hao's buttocks, and the flesh around them gaped open. And woof, 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 and flung backward, Anbei scrambled up again, still intent on biting Lin Hao. One more bite, and a chunk of flesh would surely tear away. And quick, shut the gate. Don't let him out. In panicked, Lin Hao fumbled for the car door while the bodyguard slammed the gate shut, blocking Anbei's advance. Woof, 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 and Anbei snarled, straining against the gate, but the 4 men had already piled into the car and sped off into the distance. And damn it, that little bastard did it on purpose. Ow, my buttocks. In the car, Lin Hao dared not sit. He bore 4 raw bleeding wounds. Recovery would take at least a month. Dad, don't panic. I'll drive straight to the infectious diseases hospital. NAS Lin Tian accelerated toward the hospital. Lin Feng sent a WeChat message. Ding, na WeChat transfer 2,000 yuan. Lin Feng, what is this supposed to mean? Why send me 2,000 yuan? Lin Hao angrily fired off a voice message, remarkably restrained considering his fury. Uncle, my deepest apologies. I failed to restrain the dog, and he bit you. Here's 2,000 yuan. Please get a rabies vaccination promptly. Though truthfully, you'll likely be fine. Anbei received his rabies shots. Listening to Lin Feng's calm voice note, Lin Hao clenched his phone until its casing groaned. And who did Lin Feng think he was? Did he imagine Lin Hao needed those 2,000 yuan? Was that bite truly for nothing? Dad, don't get angry. I suspect Lin Feng did this deliberately. Could it be he's uncovered what happened back then? Lin Tian asked while driving. No need to whisper, the bodyguards in the back seat handled all dirty work, including the affair involving Lin Feng's parents. It's possible he's planning to flee. Otherwise, given Lin Feng's nature, why would he hoard so much cash instead of courting his goddess Feng Qian? Could it be the end of the world? Is he stockpiling supplies? And Lin Hao voiced his speculation while gingerly perched on his wounded posterior, and Lin Tian chuckled along. Huh, Lin Feng is an utter fool. He has no idea his goddess Feng Qian is actually my mistress. I instructed her to keep him entangled. He thinks she's divine. I nearly vomit thinking about it. And Lin Tian laughed mockingly. In his eyes, Lin Feng was utterly unworthy of inheriting such wealth. Son, after dropping me at the hospital, call Feng Qian. Ask her to probe Lin Feng discreetly. What truly is he up to? Why the sudden rush for cash? I refuse to believe his claim. 5 billion yuan to recover gambling losses. Who'd swallow that? And Lin Hao winced as he pondered Lin Feng's next move, while Lin Tian wore a sly, knowing grin. Understood, Dad. I'll call Feng Qian right away. After spending so much on her besides being skilled, she ought to earn her keep. And Lin Tian pressed the accelerator, speeding straight toward the hospital. Anbei, you are such a good boy, a fine dog. Here, have a lamb leg. Lin Feng took a frozen lamb leg from the refrigerator for Anbei. His home had 2 large freezers filled entirely with Anbei's chicken, duck, fish, and pork, beef, and lamb. Of course, Lin Feng had dog food, but Anbei didn't really like it, and Lin Feng didn't feed him much. In his past life, it was these meats that helped Lin Feng survive the first month, while the dog food saw him through the second month. However, this life was destined to rewrite the future. Ha ha ha. Anbei licked his tongue, waiting for Lin Feng's reward. In Anbei's eyes, Lin Feng was his deity. Lin Feng tossed the lamb leg into the dog cage, and Anbei happily ran inside. Then Lin Feng secured the cage. He had other matters to attend to, the second task being to apply for visas to Russia and the United States. Fortunately, Lin Feng had a Canadian passport, otherwise it would have been much more troublesome. Now he only needed to handle the visa. Ordinary visas take about 10 to 15 days, but Lin Feng now had cash capabilities and aimed to get it done within 3 days. He had to go to Russia. As long as he could store Baikal Lake in his space, he could say he would have no worries about food and clothing. With enough freshwater and ample seafood, he could eat until the end of time without running out. Moreover, Lin Feng had to acquire some military supplies from Russia. Russian weapons were famously durable, while those from the United States were too delicate, unable to withstand high or low temperatures, often jamming or exploding. If he went to Russia, he should at least gather enough supplies for 100 people, right? He also had to go to the United States. With so many large chain supermarkets and storage centers, if he didn't take advantage of the 0 yuan purchase, Lin Feng would regret it for life. Driving, he headed directly to apply for a tourist visa. The tourist visa was the fastest and easiest to obtain. Lin Feng was not someone who hesitated. He spent 100 yuan to smooth things over. It was just a tourist visa, and 100 was enough. The staff was very pleased and promised to expedite the process, saying it would be ready in 3 days at the earliest and 7 days at the latest. Lin Feng just needed to wait for a call. The second task was completed. Now, it was time for the third task. To take down Lin's real estate, and by the way, to scam a bit. No, to earn some material money. With this in mind, Lin Feng wanted to try the 0 yuan purchase. He parked by the roadside and attempted to open his space to see if he could store the bottled water from the back seat. After trying for half a day and feeling dizzy from the experiments, he found it was impossible. But then he turned and looked at that bottle of water, and without effort he stored it inside. He looked at the water bottle in the distant trash bin. Still not possible. After trying for half a day, Lin Feng roughly confirmed the conditions under which he could store items in his space. 1. It must be an object he can see. 2. It must be within 100 meters of himself. 3. It can be a living creature, but it will die once stored. 4. Humans cannot be stored, nor can objects held by a person, and dead bodies cannot be stored either. It was the same in his past life. Lin Feng himself could not enter the space. With this in mind, Lin Feng confirmed the rules for using the space. It seemed that trying to seize a weapon with empty hands was impossible, but just like in his previous life, he could not store humans or weapons held or worn by people. Anyway, it will be a few days before going to Russia, so there's time to prepare. First, let's start a company. Driving his limited edition Lamborghini worth 30 million, Lin Feng followed his memory to a small real estate agency. Now that the real estate market was not doing well, this agency was barely surviving. They hadn't made a sale in half a month. As soon as Lin Feng got out of the car, a saleswoman in stockings rushed over to open the door and welcome him. If he could afford a 30 million sports car, he could certainly buy a villa worth over 100 million. Sir, are you looking to buy a house? Jiahe Real Estate welcomes you. Lin Feng glanced down at the petite saleswoman, around 1.5 meters tall, approximately 25 years old, with delicate features, a cute face, and wearing glasses. Not bad. If you want a hot dog in the future, come find me. You're worth a hot dog. Lin Feng nodded, giving his assessment, then walked straight to the boss office. She was just a salesperson, and talking to her was pointless. A hot dog? Why would I want a hot dog? Salesgirl Sun Feng scratched her head and quickly led the way. This was a big client and needed to be treated well. Boss, there's a big client. He wants to see you. The owner of Jiahe Real Estate, Wu Yong, was troubled, holding onto a pile of properties with a broken cash flow, unable to sell anything. Seeing the supercar outside, Wu Yong was overjoyed and hurried to welcome him. Hello, sir. I am Wu Yong, the owner of Jiahe Real Estate. What are you looking to buy? Lin Feng did not respond, but instead focused on poking at his phone. After a while he held up the balance from his mobile banking app in front of Wu Yong. Wu Yong glanced at the number displayed and immediately let out a thunderous shout. 5 billion. In cash. Sir, no. Dad. Grandfather. What kind of house do you want to buy? I'll find it for you right away. Lin Feng was very satisfied with Wu Yong's attitude. It seemed there was no need for him to waste words. How much for the entire Jia real estate agency? I want to buy it. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Wu Yong was extremely happy. Finally, there was someone to take over. This was a benefactor. Our Jia real estate agency is just a small company with 46 employees. We have deposits or down payments on 246 properties. Including this office building, how about 50 million for the whole package? Wu Yong asked for a little more as the packaged assets were only worth about 47 million. He feared Lin Feng would check the accounts. If he asked for too much, Lin Feng might run away. This was an asset that Wu Yong bought for 60 million when the housing prices were recovering. He had already accepted the loss and now just hoped to lose a little less. Desperate times call for desperate measures. He was a ruthless person. Write up the contract and come with me to change the company name. Once that's done, I'll transfer the money to you. Hearing this, Wu Yong realized he had encountered a big spender. No bargaining. He had met a benefactor. All right, grandfather. I'll write the contract right now. Wu Yong joyfully went to write the contract while the salesgirl's son Feng Feng was left in a daze. What in the world was happening? Did this guy have money to burn? Why was he buying a nearly bankrupt real estate agency? Grandpa, what do you think of this contract? If it's good, let's sign it and leave our fingerprints, then we can proceed with the transfer of ownership. Wu Yong was very humble. After all, he had to pay compensation and the other party had the means to help him out. No need to transfer the house. Just write down how many units and their value. Change the company's legal representative to me, and I'll hire you as the general manager with a monthly salary of 1 million. The other salespeople have a base salary of 10,000, and they also have a 1% commission on sales. Isn't that too much to ask of you? With a single statement, everyone from the family and real estate sales was stunned. They used to have a base salary of only 2,500. That's a fourfold increase just by changing bosses. I can do it. You're too capable. How could this be a difficulty? Long live the new boss. In an instant, Wu Yong and all the employees cheered joyfully. What kind of boss is this really? Offering such a high salary. Wu Yong was so moved that he almost cried. A monthly salary of 1 million. What level of treatment is this? Boss, I won't be a burden. I guarantee to manage the family and real estate well. I will absolutely not let you down. Wu Yong was sincerely devoted, fully determined to work with Lin Feng to grow stronger and create brilliance again. Let's go change the legal representative. From now on, I'll be the legal representative. You all will do as I say, and I, Lin Feng, will bear all legal responsibilities. Lin Feng signed the contract and took Wu Yong away. Wu Yong definitely wouldn't dare to act without changing the legal representative. As for their salaries, Lin Feng had no intention of paying them. Now Lin Feng could promise them a monthly salary of 10 million, but that was too outrageous for them to believe. Wu Yong got into Lin Feng's car, his hands trembling with excitement. As Lin Feng drove, Wu Yong asked, "Boss, how should I sell houses in the future? The real estate market isn't doing well, and the properties aren't selling well." Lin Feng replied while driving, "In the future, we won't be selling houses, it will be all rental properties. Tenants only need to pay a 50% deposit of the property price and can live for free for as long as they want. Utilities and internet fees will be self-managed. We will cover property management fees, elevator fees, and heating costs. Sign the contract, and if they want to cancel, they can get their deposit back at any time. If we breach the contract, the house will belong to the tenant." Wu Yong was stunned by Lin Feng's words. Is this business? Isn't this charity? What? Boss, are you joking with me? Aren't we going to end up losing everything? No matter what, Wu Yong's monthly salary was 1 million, and he wanted to protect. Shouldn't we consider the company? Even if Lin Feng has 5 billion, he can't sustain such a model, can he? Of course, starting a company is for profit. We will collect 50% of the rent, then take a 20 down payment loan from the bank to buy houses, allowing us to purchase 5 properties. Then we can rent out these 5 units for 50% of the rent, and with that money, we can take out loans to buy 25 more units, continuing the cycle of renting. Do you understand that before long, at least half of the properties in Huanghai City will be under our family and real estate? When that time comes, can't we raise prices at will? Do you know what monopoly means? Lin Feng's words made Wu Yong feel enlightened. Wealthy people really know how to play. Boss, I understand now. Your 5 billion only needs to be paid monthly for the loan. As long as property prices keep rising, we will never lose. Seeing Wu Yong enlightened, Lin Feng nodded, having successfully brainwashed him. Pay back the loan. Lin Feng never intended to. A month later, when it's time to pay back the loan, even the apocalypse could come. Who would pay back a loan then? If this continues in the last few days, Lin Feng would directly use the money to buy supplies. As long as the advertising is done, well, won't there be at least 100 or 80 billion by then? So much material could support dozens of thousands of people until death, right? Let's drive to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to change the legal representative and transfer 50 million to Wu Yong. This time Wu Yong felt much more at ease. With Lin Feng as the legal representative, he would only be responsible for taking out loans to buy houses for rental. Even if Lin Feng lost everything, Wu Yong wouldn't even be recognized. He would just earn his monthly salary of 1 million, and that's it. Here's another 10 million for you. Start advertising now. Family and Real Estate will offer half-price houses to people nationwide. After receiving another 10 million from Lin Feng, Wu Yong nodded. All right, boss. I'm heading to the TV station to advertise now. I will also contact major platform hosts. I guarantee this advertisement will reach the entire nation within a day. You don't need to drive me. I'll take a taxi to the TV station. Wu Yong was full of confidence. If he couldn't sell houses at half price, then he was truly useless. Then Wu Yong would truly be of no use. All right, don't buy any properties from Lin's Real Estate. They are my competitors. If the company is short-handed, just hire more people. New employees will have a base salary of 5,000, and they will receive a 1% commission for each unit rented. All wages will be withheld for a month. Go ahead. Lin Feng waved his hand, giving Wu Yong one final instruction. Got it, boss. Take care. Wu Yong thought nothing of it. Withholding a month's salary was quite normal, as he sometimes withheld 2 months. Then Lin Feng drove away. The rest didn't require Lin Feng's concern. Lin, how didn't you want 80% of Lin's I can cause your market value to plummet by at least half, for just 60 million. And starting now, no properties will sell. I'll make sure you can't survive. Lin Feng drove with a wicked smile. I'll make sure Lin Hao has nothing when the apocalypse arrives. Lin Feng then drove to Hulong Security Company. This Hulong Security Company is also a major force in Huanghai City after the apocalypse. Although they don't have much money, they have many people. Moreover, every one of them is young and strong, equipped with electric batons and riot shields, robbing many people of their supplies, living quite freely. The key point is that the general manager of Hulong Security Company's Huanghai City branch is Wang Long, the leader who killed Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't take the time to deal with Wang Long, then his life would have been wasted. Arriving at Hulong Security Company, Lin Feng parked the car. Hulong Security Company is one of the largest security companies in China, not only taking on various security tasks, but also responsible for building the safest villas for the rich, so they are professionally aligned. Hello, sir. Welcome to Hulong Security Company. How may we assist you today? The receptionist was very pleased to serve Lin Feng, noticing his height of 185 centimeters, handsome appearance, and designer clothes, clearly a rich second generation. I'm looking for your general manager, Wang Long. I have a 3 billion business deal to discuss with him. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the receptionist was stunned. A 3 billion business deal? That's enough to build in a time. Sir, I'll take you to meet our general manager right away. This matter is not something a mere employee like me can decide. Lin Feng followed the beautiful receptionist to the 28th floor. This Hulong Security Company indeed has strength, with its headquarters building standing at 30 stories high. General manager, there's a guest here to discuss a business deal worth 3 billion. The receptionist knocked on the door, and Wang Long, who was smoking a cigar inside, was momentarily stunned. 3 billion. Are we building a rocket launch pad? Or are we constructing a military base? Although Wang Long was momentarily taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. Come in. He put down his cigar, eager to find out more. Lin Feng confidently pushed the door open and saw that it was indeed Wang Long. He smiled slightly, thinking to himself that if he didn't manage to ruin Wang Long financially today, his life would be in vain. Hello, General Manager Wang. I am Lin Feng from Lin Real Estate. Lin Feng introduced himself first, and Wang Long immediately recognized who Lin Feng was. Lin Feng held a 30% stake in Lin Real Estate, valued at 2 billion. When he said he wanted to discuss a 3 billion business deal, there was indeed a possibility. After all, besides his shares, Lin Feng also had cars, villas, and cash. Young Master Lin, what brings you here? Please have a seat. Wang Long quickly got up to welcome him, as Lin Feng truly had the capital to discuss such a large business deal. I don't like to waste words. I want to build a villa covering an area of 1,000 square meters, 3 stories above ground, and 2 below. The entire structure will not use concrete, but will be made entirely of steel, with walls requiring 1 meter thick steel plates and half meter thick titanium alloy on the outside. It will have 10 centimeters of lead lining for radiation protection and half-meter aircraft-grade materials for thermal insulation. I don't need windows that can open, or just embed the glass into the walls so that it lets in light. The glass must be 10 centimeters thick and bulletproof, with a 1 centimeter explosion-proof layer in the middle and UV resistant. In total, the walls will consist of 13 layers 1.5 meters thick and embedded directly into the structure. There will be radiation-proof curtains inside, which must also provide thermal insulation. The main door will be made of titanium alloy, at least 1.5 meters thick, able to withstand even bomb blasts. The roof will be covered with solar panels, ensuring there is no power outage regardless of the weather. A high-voltage electric fence will surround the villa with openings for shooting. The shooting openings must be made of titanium alloy and cannot be easily breached. The entire villa will be on an independent local area network and can be connected to the internet. It will have cooling systems, heating systems, a power generation system, and also a poison spraying system and an air purification system. The entire house will be smart, yet a manual control console will also be available. I want the effect that even if a nuclear bomb explodes in Huanghai City, as long as it doesn't land on top of my villa, it can blow my villa away, but not destroy it. Can you do that? Wang Long. In this day and age, business is indeed not easy to handle. This 3 billion deal seems tough to negotiate. Who the hell has done something like this? Wang Long wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. These demands were absurd. Young Master Lin, are you trying to build an apocalyptic nuclear war villa? These requirements. I seem to have very little profit from this 3 billion, right? Wang Long didn't dare to calculate anymore, besides he couldn't understand who had taken on such a large project. Come let me do the math for you. An area of 1,000 square meters 5 stories high at 15 meters, if solidly made of steel, that would require 1,500 cubic meters of steel. 1 cubic meter of steel weighs 785 tons, and now the price of steel is 300 yuan per ton. Doing the calculations, that's 3.5 billion. I'm building a villa. The middle will be hollow and other materials might be a bit expensive, but titanium alloy is only 100 yuan per ton now. However, you can definitely make a profit from building a villa for 3 billion. Conservatively estimated, you can definitely earn 300 million. Lin Feng took out his phone and began to open the calculator to persuade Wang Long. Wang Long looked at the calculator, thought for a moment, and nodded if it indeed made sense. It's almost 2050 and China's titanium production capacity is surplus. The price of titanium alloy is no longer that high. Wang Long estimated that he should be able to earn about 500 million to 800 million. This deal is worth discussing. Young Master Lin, seeing your serious attitude, it doesn't seem like you were just joking with me, but 3 billion is really not a small amount. How do you plan to pay? Wang Long was intrigued. This was indeed a big business. They'll give you 1 month for the construction. You want need to dig the foundation, they'll have it done for you. After signing the contract, I will pay 30 upfront, 30 upon inspection. Within 3 months, if I confirm that the house has no issues, I will pay you another 30. If there are problems in between, you will need to handle them right. The final 10 will be paid 1 year after acceptance. How does that sound? If it works, let's sign the contract now. Wang Long was quite tempted by these payment terms. 60 of the house payment should be enough for materials, and the remaining 40 would be for labor and profit. 3 months for 30, and the final payment a year later. These terms were indeed very reasonable. However, can such a large villa be built in 1 month? This timeline seems too tight. Young Master Lin, I can indeed accept your payment agreement, but the timeline is too tight. Can I complete it for you in 3 months? Wang Long wanted to sign the contract, but he truly didn't believe that their Hulong security company had the capability to build the house Lin Feng requested in 1 month. You can request support from other Hulong security companies, right? They are just sitting idle. Oh, let's make some money together. I must move in before January 1st, 2050. If your Hulong security can't do it, then I'll find someone else. As he spoke, Lin Feng stood up ready to leave. Don't be hasty, young Master Lin. We can do it. I'll request support from the headquarters. We can definitely make it happen. Requesting support from headquarters would mean sharing some profits, but given the urgency of the situation, Lin Feng's desperation necessitated the request. All right, shall we sign the contract then? You can start the work this afternoon. Lin Feng was quick to set the trap, eagerly waiting for Wang Long to fall into it. Hold on, young Master Lin, that's a 3 billion deal. My upfront investment is too high. Oh, can you provide some collateral? When doing business, we must be clear about the ugly truths up front. If I complete this, and you don't want it, collecting 30 of the house payment won't even cover the material costs. I'd be at a loss. Wang Long was indeed shrewd, and wouldn't agree to incur losses. All right, here's the land deed for the Shishan Villa area, covering 800 acres. It's worth quite a lot, and you don't need me to tell you how much it's worth, do you, eh? Once you finish building, even if I don't want it, you can tear it down and sell it for scrap metal without losing money. Saying this, Lin Feng took out the prepared land deed from his pocket. Wang Long's eyes widened. Oh, everyone in Huanghai City knew about this land, which was a private golf course. It was valued at over 850 million. If all the buildings were completed, including shopping areas, schools, and hospitals, how much profit would that generate? Lin Feng must be a fool. He took out all his assets just to build an apocalyptic villa. Could it really be the end of the world? Young Master Lin, you're indeed straightforward. Let's sign the contract right now. Confirming that the land deed was real, Wang Long took the bait. Lin Feng smiled slightly, thinking he could give away this land for free. If the apocalypse comes, he could build whatever he wanted. He just feared they couldn't afford to build it. The two signed the contract, directly signing their names and fingerprints. Lin Feng immediately transferred 30 of the down payment, which amounted to 900 million. He was completely unruffled. Even if the apocalypse didn't come, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he could declare bankruptcy, having spent 3 billion to protect global citizens, which would be a great merit. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? All right, General Manager Wang, this afternoon, send someone to the Shishan Villa area for construction, make calls to arrange manpower, materials, and construction equipment. Also quickly produce the house design plans. I want a square of 100 meters by 100 meters with 4 doors. Lin Feng and Wang Long shook hands, amicably urging him to build, as completing it would trap Wang Long. After all, once this villa was completed, it would either be his or Wang Long's end. One of them was bound to perish. All right, young Master Lin, I will contact the headquarters for support. I'll have someone design the blueprints right away and prepare the materials immediately, working around the clock to ensure it's completed within a month. I'll make sure you move in before the new year. Wang Long was equally delighted. This was a 3 billion project. If he successfully completed it, it would earn him a few small targets. Leaving the long protection security company, Lin Feng let out a deep sigh. When the apocalypse comes, I shall become a god. If it doesn't come, I will be at a loss. Moreover, I am the legal representative of both the family and the real estate agency. What if the apocalypse doesn't happen and I just rent out everything? It's essentially no different from a Ponzi scheme. In the latter half of my life, I might just end up working at a sewing machine factory. Lin Feng scratched his head. It would be a lie to say he wasn't a little anxious. But once the arrow is loose, there's no turning back. One must just go for it. What kind of scenes had Lin Feng not witnessed? He had seen his brother bitten down by Feng Qian. Oh, such things didn't shake Lin Feng's resolve. Driving back to the villa, he dug a pit 110 meters long, 110 meters wide, and 8 meters deep, right beside his original villa, using spatial manipulation. He dug a bit more to leave some construction space for them. This was why Lin Feng required a land area of 10,000 square meters. His space could apparently hold such large items, but he wasn't entirely sure. He would have to wait until he tested it in Russia. In any case, this piece of land belonged entirely to Lin Feng. He could build wherever he wanted. Lin Feng knew that the walls of his old dilapidated villa were made of lightweight bricks. Even an 80-year-old child could smash them down with a hammer. They had no renovation value and were better off being replaced with something new. Those who claimed to have rebuilt houses and villas in 30 days after the apocalypse were simply talking nonsense. They had no common sense. Nowadays, buildings are constructed using framework structures, pouring concrete for load-bearing beams, and then filling in lightweight bricks. Do you think you can add steel plates? Where do you plan to add them? Can the beams handle that? So Lin Feng decided to start anew, and Wang Long indeed had the capability to finish it within a month. Lin Feng's shelter was essentially a pile of steel welded together. It was as simple as stacking building blocks. With sufficient materials, he could stack layer upon layer and weld them securely. After a few minutes of digging the foundation, Lin Feng glanced at his phone. He still had over 540 million in his account. He needed to get 2 specially modified vehicles. Otherwise, could he really stay cooped up at home for the rest of his life? That would be too boring, right? Driving directly to the largest special vehicle manufacturing factory in Huanghai City, his good friend Zhao Jun was the factory manager there. Zhao Jun was also a fan of modified vehicles and was a close friend of Lin Feng. However, during the last apocalypse, he had no idea how Zhao Jun fared. These 2 modified vehicles would be enough to earn Zhao Jun a substantial profit, and he would ensure to stockpile more supplies. As for bringing Zhao Jun into the shelter, Lin Feng hadn't thought of that. They were just good friends, not brothers. Lin Feng had witnessed too much of humanity's ugliness after the apocalypse, even seeing people eat their own children. Could he sleep soundly knowing Zhao Jun was in the shelter? What if Zhao Jun, overwhelmed by compassion while he slept, opened the door to others? So at most he would remind Zhao Jun to stockpile some supplies. As for whether Zhao Jun would stockpile or not, that was something Lin Feng would consider once the apocalypse arrived. He drove to the special vehicle manufacturing factory in Huanghai City and went straight to find Zhao Jun. Hey, isn't this young Master Lin? What wind blew you here? Zhao Jun, knowing Lin Feng was wealthy, welcomed him with great joy. I have a great job for you. I need 2 specially modified vehicles made. Hearing Lin Feng wanted to build vehicles, Zhao Jun became even happier. 2 vehicles meant a big business. Young Master Lin, state your requirements. I will definitely get it done for you. Zhao Jun patted his chest in assurance. He was an expert in modified vehicles. What unexpected requests could Lin Feng possibly have? The first vehicle must withstand high temperatures of 70 degrees Celsius with at least 10 wheels, 4 in front and 6 in the back, all needing to be high-temperature-resistant explosion-proof tires. It should have dual-engine drive with 1 engine as a backup to prevent overheating. It must include a water-cooled engine radiator to ensure the engine doesn't overheat. The body must be made from 12 centimeter thick titanium alloy plates with the front reinforced with thick titanium alloy, at least 10 centimeters thick. Even at 180 km/h, crashing into a wall should not damage the vehicle. Use explosion-proof and bulletproof glass. The vehicle's underside must withstand anti-tank mines without being penetrated. It must have air conditioning and include heat-resistant insulating materials. The second vehicle should be a snow vehicle with tracks, also with dual engines. However, this time it requires insulating materials that can handle temperatures as low as -70 degrees. It must be able to ignite in low temperatures. You can use a super high-capacity battery and install several batteries as backups. The bottom must have skis to increase contact area with the snow, preventing sinking into snow pits. The glass must withstand low temperatures, be bulletproof and explosion-proof, and the vehicle body should also be titanium alloy. Even if it crashes into a wall, the vehicle should not be damaged. Prepare over 10 sets of spare parts for both vehicles, and at least 100 or 1,000 commonly used parts. Can you finish these 2 vehicles within a month? That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Zhao Jun. After hearing Lin Feng's requirements, Zhao Jun was left speechless. If you can make these, how much will that cost? Aren't you making it too difficult for me? Can you do it or not? Speak up, or I will find someone else. Lin Feng was pressed for time. He had many other things to attend to. I can do it. Even if I have to work my workers double shifts day and night, I will get it done. But young Master Lin, with these requirements, I conservatively estimate it will cost at least 200 million. I can't dare quote a price as I have never built such vehicles before. Ding. Payment received via Alipay. 300 million. Just then Zhao Jun's phone received a notification, and upon seeing the message his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Young Master Lin. 300 million. You're not joking, are you? You're serious. I don't have time to joke with you. Get them done within a month, or I will sue you for breach of contract. Don't skimp on materials, use the sturdiest. If you run short on funds, call me, and I will transfer more. Lin Feng's commanding voice made Zhao Jun feel as if he were seeing a deity. How much profit will he make from these 2 vehicles? At least 30 million, right? earning 30 million in a month. Where can such a good deal be found? All right, young Master Lin. I will push all orders in the factory aside. I will prioritize your vehicles. Young Master Lin, rest assured. If I don't deliver the 2 vehicles to your home within a month, I will deliver my head to you. Zhao Jun's solemn guarantee reassured Lin Feng significantly. Zhao Jun had good character. He just wasn't sure if his trustworthiness would hold after the apocalypse. I'm off. Deliver the vehicles and parts to the Xishan Villa district within a month. Hurry up and get to work. Young Master Lin, take care. Zhao Jun excitedly kissed his phone, 300 million. Plus, he would be modifying the 2 most powerful vehicles in the world with his own hands. This was realizing dreams while making money. Lin Feng glanced at his remaining balance on his phone. Money really didn't last long. In just one day, he had gone from 1.5 billion down to 240 million. With the house and vehicles sorted, the next priority was medical supplies. The balance on his phone was just a string of numbers. Since the apocalypse was approaching, it had to be spent now. Otherwise, when the apocalypse arrives, many wealthy people would realize the greatest tragedy in the world is dying without having spent their money. Millions upon millions, and one cannot even buy a single hot dog. They can only look at their past glory in mobile banking before starving to death. Lin Feng secured his phone. He was a bit hungry. After a busy day, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Getting into the car, he took out 2 hamburgers and a bottle of milk tea to fill his stomach. The war was not over yet, and the future tasks were arduous. Driving to the First People's Hospital of Huanghai City, Lin Feng went directly to the director's office and pushed the door open. Director Li Yuan was about to pack up and leave for the day when he saw Lin Feng and paused for a moment. Hello, how may I assist you? Director Li Yuan asked, friendly, unsure if Lin Feng was there for treatment or for another reason. Lin Feng did not beat around the bush and spoke directly. I want to order a batch of medical equipment and various medications according to your third-class hospital standards. Bring me 10 sets of all the medical equipment in your hospital. Can you calculate how much that would cost? Li Yuan. Li Yuan was at a loss for words, picked up the phone, and directly called the director of the psychiatric department. This kid must be insane. He needs to be treated soon. Hello, is this Director Zhao of the psychiatric department? Can you bring 2 nurses to my office? A mental patient has come running into my office, and we need to contact his family for hospitalization. Lin Feng. Perhaps he was too anxious. Director Li Yuan thought he was a mental patient. Lin Feng took out his phone, opened the mobile banking app, and held it in front of Li Yuan. I'm not joking you, I want to establish a third-class private hospital in the Xishan Villa district. Give me a quote, and I will send you a deposit. Seeing Lin Feng's balance, Li Yuan was still a bit skeptical. He took the phone, closed the app, and reopened it, confirming that the balance wasn't a screenshot. Only then did he believe Lin Feng. Young man, according to our hospital standards, a complete set costs over 100 million. 10 sets of equipment would exceed 1 billion. Do you have that much money? Hearing Li Yuan's words, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. After accounting for various medications, the over 200 million deposit he had wasn't enough. Then I'll take 5 sets and, according to your pharmacy standards, prepare 500 million worth of medications focusing on bandages, gauze, hemostatic drugs, anti-inflammatory drugs, sunburn ointment, and medicines for infections and frostbite. In total, that's 1 billion. I'll give you a deposit of 200 million now. Have everything ready within a month. The balance will be paid upon delivery. Let's sign the contract and transfer the money. Hearing that, Lin Feng was serious. A smile spread across Li Yuan's face. This was money arriving at their doorstep. The profits on medications and medical equipment were over 90. This means that even if Lin Feng pays the deposit and doesn't pay the balance, Li Yuan could still pocket 1 billion. Sign the contract. Transfer the money. Li Yuan was overjoyed. Let's sign the contract immediately. After leaving the hospital and paying a deposit of 200 million for medical supplies, Lin Feng now had only 42.3 million left in his account. He took a deep breath, relieved that the most crucial items, shelter, vehicles, medicine, and medical equipment, were all secured. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry for food. If the apocalypse came, he could simply drive and grab guns to loot from his neighbors. If his neighbors stockpiled grain, then he would stockpile guns. His neighbors would become his granary. The zero-cost purchases during those 3 years had made Lin Feng incredibly skilled. He couldn't even remember how many medicines were even more precious than food, whether it was high-temperature antibiotics or low-temperature frostbite treatments. These were invaluable during those years, tradable for food alone. In the face of the apocalypse, even a slight headache could cost you your life. This was not mere talk. One of Lin Feng's good friends stepped on a nail in a high-temperature environment, resulting in an infected wound that led to septicemia. He was gone within 2 days, and there was nothing anyone could do. Thus, Lin Feng had to spend money to ensure the director stocked a variety of medicines. Otherwise, when the end came, where could he find so many ready medical supplies and medicines? Even if he looted all the hospitals in the Imperial Sea City, those stockpiled medicines would still not be enough. He had to prepare more in advance. Plus, with a month to go, he had already planned for food, intending to do zero-cost shopping at the storage centers in the Beautiful Nation. The Beautiful Nation was notoriously wealthy. Their storage centers had everything, supplying several large supermarkets, making them the quickest target for looting. Driving back to the villa, Lin Feng noticed a figure standing in the distance at the entrance. As the headlights illuminated her face, a chill ran down his spine. Wasn't that Feng Qian, the sharp-tongued and picky eater? Normally, as long as he didn't provoke her, she never spoke up. So what brought her here today? Lin Feng got out of the car still feeling that chill and couldn't help but think that the shadow in his heart might never be erased in this lifetime. Lin Feng, what a coincidence. I was just passing by and didn't expect to run into you. Feng Qian smiled, sweetly tossing her hair back to reveal her stunning face. Feng Qian had heard Lin Tian say that Lin Feng had cashed out 1.5 billion today. Could she get this loyal dog to buy her a few bags? Perhaps this dog could even buy her a villa. Indeed, what a coincidence. What brings you here? Looking at Feng Qian's face, Lin Feng was well aware of her scheming intentions. Wasn't this just a ploy to make him suddenly feel moved and then become her loyal dog? However, from today onwards, she shouldn't call him Lin Feng the dog anymore. Please call me Werewolf. He glanced around and saw no one. Should he take her out now? After thinking it over, he decided if Feng Qian suddenly went missing, Lin Tian would definitely report it. His space couldn't hold living people or corpses. Killing Feng Qian would surely lead to exposure. It was almost 2050, and one shouldn't underestimate the police's capabilities. Better to be cautious and wait until the apocalypse arrives. Killing her now would only be a waste of time. Besides, wouldn't killing Feng Qian be too easy on her? This green tea girl loved to find men, didn't she? In the end, he could find 10,000 men to toy with her, and whoever had her just once would earn a sausage as a reward. He wanted Feng Qian to suffer a fate where she couldn't live and couldn't die. He must make her regret coming into this world and experience the despair of the apocalypse. Yet he wouldn't kill her. I won't let you die. Feng Qian seemed to notice the coldness in Lin Feng's tone, realizing that his gaze was no longer the foolishly clear admiration of a loyal dog. Feng Qian thought for a moment and understood. Lin Feng had money now, 1.5 billion. What kind of woman? Indeed, money changed men. Her loyal dog had turned bad with that fortune. Oh, it's been so long since we've met. Can't I accompany you for a stroll? Where are you headed? I have time. Feng Qian, eager for that 1.5 billion, her villa, luxury cars, handbags, diamond rings, and necklaces, suddenly wrapped her arm around Lin Feng's. Lin Feng felt a wave of disgust. Had he not witnessed how fiercely Feng Qian could bite, nearly sending him to the afterlife, he might have almost believed this green tea act. Lin Feng had no doubt that if the apocalypse returned, Feng Qian would report him again just to eat his sausage. Although he felt no affection for her now, it wasn't the right time to deal with her. After some thought, with Abe's meat running low today, Lin Feng decided to tire out this green tea girl, Feng Qian. I'm going to the mall to buy some meat. There's plenty of supplies. Do you want to come along? Lin Feng didn't have much to buy you. Everything essential was already ordered. However, since he planned to care for Abe, he needed to buy some food for him. After all, he couldn't let Abe eat feces every day, could he? That was his life-saving dog. He couldn't be so inhumane. All right, I'll go with you. Feng Qian still hadn't realized the severity of the situation. She clung to Lin Feng's arm even after having gone through a bloody battle with Lin Tian, and waiting for Lin Feng all afternoon. She was exhausted, but insisted on staying by his side. Perfect timing. I also need to buy some things, so let's go to the mall, it's on the way. Lin Feng directly got in the car, while Feng Qian, confused, thought, you're only buying some meat. How much can you buy? Once you buy the meat, won't it be my turn to buy a bag? Driving straight to Walmart. Lin Feng said nothing during the drive, while Feng Qian pondered how to lure him into the luxury bag section. With 1.5 billion, how many bags could she get? As soon as Lin Feng entered the supermarket, he grabbed 2 shopping carts and pushed them right in front of Feng Qian, giving her no chance to buy anything else. Feng Qian glared at Lin Feng, annoyed. Why was he so unromantic? Even when Lin Tian asked her for help, he'd done so with reason and emotion. First buy the bags, then talk about feelings. Now that you have 1.5 billion, it wouldn't hurt to deepen our connection. I only want a villa, which is only a few tens of millions. Is that too much to ask? Lin Feng had no interest in Feng Qian at all. If she was hungry, she would eat anything. This shadow would take Lin Feng a lifetime to heal. He went straight to the fresh produce section, ignoring pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese, grabbing whatever he could and stuffing it into Feng Qian's shopping cart. Before long, Feng Qian's cart was overflowing. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Are you expecting guests at home? Feng Qian struggled to push the cart. It was heavy, filled to the brim, and must have weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. Feed the dog. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, and he wasn't wrong. Abe's 2 large freezers were already nearly empty, and they indeed needed replenishing. Feng Qian was puzzled. She knew Lin Feng had a dog, but was it really necessary to buy so much? One dog could eat a lot, but even if it ate 5 pounds a day, that would only amount to 150 pounds a month. It wasn't necessary to buy this much at once, was it? Lin Feng ignored Feng Qian, noticing that her cart was full to the brim. He then started filling his own cart, stacking it up until there was no space left. Lin Feng and Feng Qian pushed a shopping cart towards the checkout, attracting the attention of all the shoppers along the way. They had seen people buy before, but never someone who could buy so much. Those 2 shopping carts were stacked with meat weighing over 500 gene combined. A normal person wouldn't finish this much in 3 years. Are you planning to wait to eat zombie meat with all this? Feng Qian had intended to lead Lin Feng to the imported handbag section, but pushing a cart full of meat had already drained 80 of her energy. How could she push this cart to the handbag area? She was willing but powerless. Helpless, Feng Qian sweated profusely and cursed inwardly, following Lin Feng. Hello sir, your total is 23382 yuan. Do you have a membership? The cashier smiled sweetly, while Lin Feng directly took out his phone and let her scan for payment. Payment successful, enjoy your shopping. With her signature smile, Lin Feng pushed the cart to the parking area. Upon opening the back door, the over 500 gene of meat would surely fill it to the brim. I'll smoke a cigarette, you can start loading the car first. Lin Feng didn't care opening the backseat for Feng Qian to unload, using a limited edition Lamborghini to haul meat. This operation seemed crazy, yet it was perfectly fine. After the apocalypse, the streets were filled with unwanted cars. Anyone who pried one open could take it, while Lamborghini wouldn't even be worth a single gene of meat. Meat can be eaten, but cars cannot. Lin Feng pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and stepped aside to smoke. Feng Qian was furious. After being a mistress for so many years, this was the first time she encountered such a fool. When a woman offers herself, you don't take it, but make me move the goods. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. Helpless for Lin Feng's 1.5 billion for the villa for the bag, Lin Feng seemed like a heavy smoker, smoking endlessly and showing no intention of helping Feng Qian with the load. It wasn't until 20 minutes later, when Feng Qian was exhausted from moving all the meat to the car, that Lin Feng finally returned with a cigarette in his mouth. Lin Feng, after all this work today, shouldn't you treat me to a meal as a gesture? Feng Qian sat panting on a stone stump at the supermarket entrance. She was truly exhausted, far more than after a vigorous session in bed. The handsome Kuan was tired, and the beautiful Feng Qian was suffering even more. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never experienced such hardship. I've already eaten today, and I need to go on a business trip to Russia soon. When I come back, I'll treat you to dinner at Tianhai Hotel, and I'll make an appointment with you then. Lin Feng gave a vague promise, and by the time he returned from Russia, it was uncertain whether Tianhai Hotel would still exist. Feng Qian wiped the sweat from her forehead, finally receiving some useful information. She had heard from Lin Tian that Lin Feng might be fleeing, so he was really going to Russia. It seemed to be true. All right, then I'll wait for your good news. Feng Qian nodded in agreement without revealing her thoughts. However, she couldn't understand why Lin Feng, if he was about to flee, would buy so much meat. Could it really be to feed dogs? Get in the car, we're going back. Lin Feng threw his cigarette, but away, then got into the car, not giving Feng Qian a chance to ask to buy a bag. Feng Qian took a deep breath. The December weather was so cold, yet she was sweating profusely. Perhaps in the near future, Feng Qian would truly be drenched in sweat. The Shishan Villa area was vast, divided into 3 parts: a regular residential area, a high-end residential area, and a villa area. Lin Feng lived in the villa area, while Feng Qian resided in the high-end residential area. Of course, Feng Qian's house was bought by Lin Feng, the devoted dog, and it was under Feng Qian's name. Even if they went to court, she wouldn't get it back within a month. The regular residential area costs about 100 yuan per square meter, the high-end residential area around 300 yuan per square meter, while the villa area can cost tens of thousands per square meter, showing a significant difference. Shishan Villa is the largest community in Huanghai City, with the villa area, high-end residential area, and regular residential area combined housing over 100,000 people. Driving into Shishan Villa, Lin Feng directly parked in front of his own house. He would never behave like a devoted dog and take Feng Qian home. He got out of the car, opened the big gate, and entered the villa, immediately opening the 2 large freezers. Lin Feng pulled out another pack of cigarettes and started smoking. Feng Qian glanced at Lin Feng, wondering how he could afford so many cigarettes with such a small pocket. I'm too tired from driving, just smoke a cigarette. You can put the meat from the car into the freezer. Without waiting for Feng Qian to refuse, Lin Feng took a drag from his cigarette and stepped aside to smoke again. This infuriated Feng Qian. Do you not know your surname? Because you have a bit of money. However, thinking of the 1.5 billion, Feng Qian rolled up her sleeves and began to move the meat. Who could go against money? Lin Feng sneaked off to the side to smoke, while Feng Qian huffed and puffed as she moved the meat. Over 500 gene of meat was a lot to carry, especially across the 50-meter distance from the yard to the villa. After a long time, Aunt Yu Jing from next door walked past Lin Feng's house with her little dog and arrogantly lifted a leg to urinate right at Lin Feng's gate. Yu Jing was already lacking in manners. Her son was involved in violent demolitions, and within a few years he had used the down payment to buy a villa in Huanghai City, thus becoming Lin Feng's neighbor. Oh, Lin Feng bought so much meat. If you can't finish it, it will go bad. Auntie can help you divide it up. Seeing the meat in the yard, Yu Jing boldly entered Lin Feng's yard and picked up several vacuum-packed pieces of cold fresh beef, wanting to stuff them into her arms. Yu Jing was inherently immoral, taking advantage of others without any decency, and let her dog urinate around. Many times, she would even let it pee on Lin Feng's car tires. Lin Feng was originally a devoted dog, soft-hearted, and very afraid of Yu Jing's son Zheng Dehai, who was known for his violent demolitions, so he didn't dare to speak much. Moreover, the meat Lin Feng had stored was enough for him and in Bei to eat for over 3 months. But since Yu Jing's family had run out of food and her son Zheng Dehai repeatedly came to rob them with a samurai sword, they were left with nothing within a month. Later, when Lin Feng had no meat left to give them, Yu Jing's son Zheng Dehai brought a few people to smash down his front door, breaking in to rob all of Lin Feng's food, leaving him with only dog food. In other words, without Yu Jing and Zheng Dehai, and Bei might not have died. Thinking back on the past made Lin Feng furious. He threw away his cigarette, but he then quickly walked over. Put that down. That's for feeding my dog. Do you have the face to fight with a dog for food? Lin Feng snatched the beef and threw it directly into Bei's cage. He hadn't fed Bei yet that night, so it was just in time. You? What do you mean by that? Who are you calling a dog? Yu Jing was furious. When did that coward dare to insult her? I never insult anyone. Whoever fights with my dog for food is a dog. Since the apocalypse is fast approaching, Lin Feng was too lazy to keep enduring Yu Jing's nonsense. Can your son, Zheng Dehai, return? I am no longer the same as before. Shall we have a private duel, Zheng Dehai? Unknown or a gang fight? It's up to you. Big Yellow, fight him for me. Yu Jing was furious, pulling her dog to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Big. Is this it? A small mutt weighing less than 50 pounds. I don't even need to get my hands dirty. It's too dirty for me. Woof, woof. Seeing Big Yellow pounce, Lin Feng turned around and casually used space to retrieve the dog cage. Then at the moment when Big Yellow was about to bite Lin Feng, the dog cage opened. Woof! Just one word from Bei, and Big Yellow wilted. This 180-pound Tibetan Mastiff was not something a small mutt could defeat. Then Bei charged towards Big Yellow like the wind. One bite. It clamped down on its neck. A woo! A woo! A woo! A sorrowful howl echoed through the villa area as Bei bit Big Yellow's neck and gave it a violent shake. Bei, weighing over 180 pounds, was like an adult beating a baby against the less than 50-pound Big Yellow. Lin Feng, you need to control your dog. If anything happens to Big Yellow, I will not let this go. Yu Jing didn't expect Bei to suddenly spring out, and hearing Big Yellow's miserable cries made her heart bleed. Big Yellow was 8 years old this year, having guarded the door for Yu Jing for 8 years. Aside from her son, Yu Jing was closest to Big Yellow. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, hearing the pitiful dog howls, took out a cigarette and lit one. His house had surveillance. Even if Bei killed Big Yellow, Lin Feng wouldn't have to pay a penny. After all, you barged into my home, stole my things, and let your dog attack me. You really spoiled them with bad habits. A woo, a woo, a woo. Big Yellow's howls grew weaker, gradually losing its breath. However, Bei, as if finding a toy, continued to tear at Big Yellow, shaking its head fiercely. In a moment of carelessness, it directly pulled off a large chunk of flesh, causing dog blood to splatter all over Yu Jing's face. Yu Jing was splattered with dog blood, stunned for a few seconds before pulling out her phone and angrily shouting at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I'm going to call the police. Your dog killed my Big Yellow. This matter will definitely not end without 100 or 80,000. But Lin Feng ignored Yu Jing. He kicked her out directly. Get out and make your call. This is my house. Did I let you in? Bang. Yu Jing crashed into the flower bed at the door, falling in a heap, sitting right on the spot where Big Yellow had just urinated, soaking her pants. Then Lin Feng picked up the lifeless Big Yellow and threw it directly onto Yu Jing, shutting the door behind him. Fang Qian, hiding in the house, didn't dare to go out, terrified by the blood-soaked Bei. This dog is too fierce. Killing her is just a matter of one bite. Let's go back, Bei. You did well in protecting your master. Extra chicken legs tonight. Bei swaggered back to the cage. Who dares to touch my master? You have to go through me and Bei first. Big Yellow. Big Yellow. How will I live without you, Big Yellow? Outside the villa, Yu Jing held the lifeless Big Yellow, crying inconsolably as if she had lost her son. TCH, so fake and hypocritical. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Yu Jing, fully aware that her family was low on rations, and on the second day of running out of food, she had her son Zheng Dehai strangle Big Yellow to eat dog meat. Yu Jing was the first in the entire neighborhood to lead the way in eating pets. Moreover, after eating dog meat, Yu Jing even posted photos in the owner group, sharing how to boil water to remove dog hair and how delicious dog meat was. This directly made all the owners in Shishan Villa start having ideas about their own or others' pets, and no pet in the entire neighborhood was spared except for Bei. Cats, hamsters, lizards, snakes. Whatever pet they raised, they would eat if they were starving. It's not that no one had thoughts about Bei, it's just that Bei was too fierce for anyone to dare to target it. After all, even if you were given a butcher's knife, would you dare to take action against a 180-pound Tibetan Mastiff? Lin Feng later ate Bei because of Yu Jing's influence. He was utterly disgusted by that old hag Yu Jing. Hello? Is this 110? I want to report a crime. Someone is committing murder. Villa 108 in Shishan Villa. Hurry up and come. Someone is letting dogs kill me. They already killed my dog. I'm next. At this moment, outside the door, Yu Jing was covered in dog blood, calling the police, while Fang Qian, seeing that Bei had returned to the cage, hurriedly slipped away. Lin Feng, there's not much left. Can you move it yourself? I remember I left my electric blanket on at home. I need to go back and turn it off. Oh, what if there's a fire? Seeing Fang Qian wanting to leave, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with this green tea BTCH. You run away whenever there's a problem, huh? You can't even stay to be my witness. Lin Feng said nothing, directly opening the big door. There was no need to waste words with this kind of woman. Fang Qian ran back home after exiting the door. She didn't want to cause trouble since the police would be arriving soon. Lin Feng closed the door and, noticing there was still some meat left in the car, took out 2 chicken legs and threw them into Bei's cage, saying that rewards must be given for good work. As for the remaining meat, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to store it in space, lifting it up to put in the fridge for Bei to eat this month. Bei was very obedient in the cage, finishing the 2 chicken legs before starting to tear at the packaging of the beef. I have to say, Bei is really stupid. One package was covered in teeth marks, and it just couldn't be torn open. Alright, Bei, I'll tear it open for you. Lin Feng, unable to watch any longer, while holding a cigarette, took each package, tore it open, and fed it to Bei. Lin Feng, you still have the mood to feed the dog. You wait. The police will be here soon. Even if you don't die, I want your dog to pay for Big Yellow's life. Outside the door, Yu Jing was still shouting. Did she really think she was in the right? If it weren't for the fact that my space couldn't hold a corpse, Lin Feng would have wanted to turn off the surveillance and deal with Yu Jing right now. Just bear with it for a month. Lin Feng ignored Yu Jing quietly sitting on the steps at the door, taking out his phone and starting to adjust the surveillance. He paused it at the minute Yu Dama entered his yard. Lighting a cigarette, he quietly waited for the police to arrive. Less than 10 minutes later, a police car arrived at Lin Feng's door with sirens blaring. Seeing the police arrive, Yu Dama perked up again. Did she think she was in the right just because her dog died? Ma'am, did you call the police? Is the injury serious? Do you need to call 120? As soon as the police got out of the car, they saw Yu Dama covered in blood, nervously half-squatting, raising their guns in caution, thinking they had encountered violent criminals. Seeing the handgun, Lin Feng was tempted. Russian firearms seemed too far off. Getting a few handguns for self-defense would work too. But the space wouldn't open for handguns, rendering it useless. His space couldn't take in people or their clothing. This meant Lin Feng couldn't snatch a weapon barehanded, nor strip anyone naked with the space open. Officer, you must take my side. The person inside is Lin Feng. He let his dog bite my dog. Look, my Big Yellow is so well behaved. He actually let his dog kill Big Yellow. Saying this, Yu Dama picked up Big Yellow's corpse, crying bitterly. The four-armed police felt relieved upon hearing this. So it turned out to be a dog fight. A dog biting another dog, a small matter. Four police officers stood up, secured their guns, then pointed at Lin Feng and said, Comrade Lin Feng, open the door, we need to check the situation. What exactly happened? The four police officers noticed Lin Feng calmly smoking in the yard and glanced at Bei, who was gnawing on some beef, wanting to inquire about the situation. They were professional police officers, and not everyone who reported a case was necessarily right. Lin Feng tossed aside his cigarette, but got up, opened the door, and handed his phone to the police, saying nonchalantly, This old hag broke into my house, stole my things, and let her dog attack. This is self-defense, you can see for yourselves. One policeman took the phone while 3 others leaned in to watch the surveillance footage. Lin Feng's home was equipped with top-notch cameras that not only had night vision, but also recorded sound, making it clear what transpired. The footage showed Yu Jing walking her dog and urinating at Lin Feng's door, then seeing Feng Qian moving meat. Yu Jing attempted to take the meat, but was denied by Lin Feng, leading her to unleash her dog to attack. Then somehow Bai's dog crate might not have been secured properly. Suddenly, Bei rushed out, biting and tearing until the dog was dead, and Lin Feng kicked Yu Jing out of the yard, leaving no words unspoken. From start to finish, the 4 police officers saw everything clearly. Lin Feng did nothing wrong, and this was Lin Feng's yard. How could someone break in to steal and set their dog on others and still have a leg to stand on? This is too brutal. Look, police. Look at my dog Dahuang. How tragically it died. Lin Feng should be sentenced to death. I want Lin Feng to pay for my Dahuang's life. Yu Jing also saw the footage, and hearing Dahuang's heartbreaking barks couldn't help but cry again. The 4 police officers looked speechlessly at Yu Jing, who had caused trouble from the beginning to the end. It's not just that Lin Feng's dog killed yours. Even if it had killed you, Lin Feng wouldn't be breaking the law. This is called self-defense. Lin Feng, is this a large and fierce dog you're raising? Pets are not allowed in residence. The lead officer did not return the phone to Lin Feng. Instead, he pulled out his own phone, opened Lin Feng's screen recording, and transferred the surveillance footage to his device via Bluetooth. Officer, I have 800 acres of land behind my house, so this isn't a residential area. I have a dog-keeping license that's quite reasonable, isn't it? As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled out his dog-keeping permit, which he had actually retrieved from his spatial storage. The officer took the dog-keeping permit, glanced at it, and confirmed it was indeed for this Tibetan Mastiff. The other 3 officers looked up at the 800-acre golf course behind Lin Feng's house, feeling a surge of frustration. You really are an extravagant person without any humanity. I worked my fingers to the bone to buy a small house. And your backyard is over 800 acres. Being born into wealth is quite the skill. People surpassing others. It's infuriating. Here you go, Comrade Lin Feng. We have understood the situation. You acted in self-defense, and Ms. Yu Jing is fully responsible. As for her stealing your beef, do you need to pursue liability? If you wish to pursue it, please take out those pieces of beef. We need to determine the actual value of the stolen goods. Lin Feng did not expect this and turned to look at Bei, who was finishing the last bite of beef. The 4 police officers also turned to look at Bei, then exchanged a silent glance. The surveillance footage was too distant. Although it was unclear what kind of beef it was evident from the packaging that it was quite valuable. The 4 police officers felt an immense frustration. We work hard for the country and the people, yet we eat less than their dog. Where can we seek justice for this? Forget about the theft. Just give her a warning to not trespass into my house again. If she gets bitten, I can afford it, but her life is not something I can bear to lose. Lin Feng did not want to pursue liability. The criminal evidence had been eaten by Bei, and dealing with it would surely be troublesome. Moreover, his time was valuable. He had no time to accompany Yu Jing to court. Instead of that, he would rather save more meat. Ms. Yu Jing, you were at fault first. Since Mr. Lin Feng does not wish to pursue liability, we ask that you refrain from harassing Mr. Lin Feng from now on. The officer formally addressed Yu Jing, who immediately became unhappy. Dahuang, how can I live without you? Since you died so tragically and no one cares, I might as well die with you. Yu Jing hugged Dahuang's corpse and sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. A group of neighbors had already gathered to watch the excitement when the police arrived. Some even took out their phones to record the incident and shared it in the homeowners group. The homeowners group was flooded with likes. Oh, Lin Feng handled this matter splendidly. De Huang, that local dog, had no dog morals, urinating on others' car tires. They dared not confront Zheng Dehai, only able to feel anger silently. Moreover, De Huang also defecated everywhere, particularly liking to do so at the entrance of the apartment building, causing many to step in it. Today, the vicious dog finally died. Officer, she accused me of wanting to kill her. Does that count as a false report? Moreover, she was making a scene at my door. Can I report her for provoking trouble? Lin Feng stroked his chin and asked the 4 police officers. This posed a dilemma for the officers, who aimed to minimize issues and resolve matters privately whenever possible. How come Yu Jing is still not satisfied despite not pursuing her for breaking into my house, stealing things, and letting her dog attack? Don't think I, an old lady, am afraid of you. Do you know who my son is? My son is Zheng Dehai. Try making a move against me, and if my son finds out, he will deal with you. Police are so impressive, huh? Can police do whatever they want? My son will still take care of you if he knows. I must say, Yu Jing is truly a person without manners and education. No matter how impressive your son Zheng Dehai is, it's just a comparison to ordinary people. These are police officers, and do you think they fear you? It's almost 2050. Who knows, your son might end up in jail. You dare threaten the safety of police officers? Cuff her. The 4 officers were not lenient with Yu Jing, pulling out handcuffs and restraining her. They then shoved her into the police car. Good. That was brilliant. The vicious dog is dead and the wicked person is in custody. Isn't your son so impressive? Let's see how he gets you out this time. A group of neighbors clapped and cheered, finally feeling relieved. Mr. Lin Feng, do you wish to press charges against? If not, then there's no need to go to the police station to provide a statement. I have already transferred the surveillance footage to my phone. This evidence is sufficient. The officer finally asked Lin Feng, who shook his head. Lin Feng valued his time. He had no time to sue you. Moreover, if Yu Jing truly went to jail during the impending apocalypse, she might very well be taken into an official shelter, making it even harder to deal with her. No need to just detain her for 15 days to let her cool off. Officer, let's add each other on WeChat. If she finds trouble again after being released, he'll contact you directly. Lin Feng pulled out his phone, and the officer did not refuse. Alright, I've never met someone so magnanimous. If everyone were as wealthy and generous as you, we would save so much trouble. My name is Dong Wei. Just contact me directly if there's anything you need. Dong Wei took out his phone, and the two exchanged. Lin Feng's addition of Dong Wei was certainly not without reason. If he went to Russia and couldn't acquire weapons and ammunition, he would have to go to the arms depot at the Huanghai City Public Security Bureau upon returning. In the face of impending disaster, who wouldn't leave themselves a way out? This is called being prepared and not caught off guard. Officer, please go safely. Lin Feng waved goodbye as Dong Wei and his team tossed the dead dog Huang into the trunk and escorted Yu Jing back to the police station. They weren't after dog meat. It was evidence and had to be seized. Once the officers departed, the crowd gradually. Yu Jing had long committed countless evils. Her arrest was met with universal applause. Lin Feng closed the gate behind him and walked toward the construction site beside his villa. He needed to inspect the progress firsthand. Dozens of workers had already arrived along with heavy equipment, including 2 excavators. Yet the excavators stood idle, bewildered. Whose craftsmanship could possibly rival this? How astonishingly precise. A foundation measuring precisely 110 meters square and 8 meters deep. Cleanage geometrically flawless, not a centimeter off. Clearly the excavators could head home. Their services were no longer required here. Are you young Master Lin? I'm Xiao Feng, the site foreman. All equipment has been delivered. We'll begin construction tomorrow morning once materials arrive. As Lin Feng approached, a young man in his mid-20s hurried over to greet him. Have the villa blueprints been finalized? I'd like to review them. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Feng. Was this fellow perhaps Duan Yu's elder brother? Apologies, young Master Lin. The blueprints weren't commissioned until this morning, so they're still underway. But they'll be ready soon. My sister is working on them urgently. She's a professional architectural designer, far more skilled than I am. She's especially passionate about post-apocalyptic bunker design and has researched extensively. That's why I entrusted her with this project. If anyone asks what's being built, don't mention a survival shelter. Say it's a private Class 3 hospital. Lin Feng's instruction left Xiao Feng momentarily stunned. Why a Class 3 hospital? What difference did it make? Understood, young Master Lin. The workers are still unaware of the project's nature. I'll brief them at the start of construction. We're building a Class 3 hospital. Xiao Feng dared not slacken. This was a 3 billion yuan project. Upon completion, he stood to earn several million yuan, within just 1 month, equivalent to an entire year's income. How could he afford anything less than utmost diligence? As for the laborers, still paid 200 yuan per day, 3 shifts, daily meals not included. Did the boss's profits concern them at all? Brother, I'm here. I've finished the design. Exhausted me completely. Why is the construction site right in our neighbor? At that moment, a tall, graceful young woman skipped over from afar, around 20 years old, seemingly still in uniform. Lin Feng turned and froze. Then both burst out simultaneously. You. Xiangchong. Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng stared blankly. Xiangchong. How did they share such uncanny synchronicity? As an intensely protective older brother, his gaze toward Lin Feng sharpened with unmistakable menace. That look held murderous intent. Lin Feng was obscenely wealthy. How could such a man possibly remain faithful? Standing 185 centimeters tall, strikingly handsome, worth several billion yuan. What woman could resist him? What if he seduced his sister then discarded her? What if she fell pregnant only to be abandoned and driven to despair? Or worse, suicide? What if he infected her with a sexually transmitted disease, ruining her life forever? So many terrifying possibilities flooded Xiao Feng's mind. He immediately pulled his sister Xiao Xiao behind him, shielding her protectively. How many women in this world could possibly resist a 185-centimeter-tall, orphan billionaire who was also devastatingly handsome? Xiao Feng came from the working class. He'd built countless villas and seen too many wealthy men's residences, each overflowing with hidden mistresses. He refused to let Lin Feng ruin his sister. Workers' daughters didn't marry into elite families. That was pure fantasy. Indeed, Xiao Feng possessed rare clarity about reality. Brother, what's wrong? Here's the blueprint. Xiao Xiao, baffled, handed over a stack of drawings. Why had her brother reacted so strongly all of a sudden? Lin Feng paid Xiao Xiao little mind. They'd met only once, leaving no impression beyond the trivial memory of 2 sausages. He accepted the blueprints and scanned them, well executed. Not only did they include floor plans for every level, but also wall section diagrams specifying thicknesses, material distribution, and window placements, all meticulously annotated. Each floor and room was assigned a precise function, thoughtfully and logically arranged. Only one detail displeased Lin Feng. Xiao Xiao had added an attic on the rooftop. Perhaps it saved space, but Lin Feng's requirement was 10,000 square meters across 5 floors, 50,000 square meters total. Space was already ample. In the event of an apocalypse, the attic would need to be densely packed with insulation, cold-resistant, heat-resistant, and fireproof. Otherwise, under direct sunlight, that metal structure would turn the attic into an inferno. Remove the attic entirely. Fill that space with cold, heat, and fire-resistant insulation. Proceed with all other specifications as drawn. I'll supervise closely. Lin Feng handed the blueprints back to Xiao Feng, who nodded and jotted down the revision with his pen. Young Master Lin, barring further instructions, shall we commence construction tomorrow morning upon material delivery? Xiao Feng asked deferentially. Lin Feng gave a curt nod. Completion must occur within 30 days, as stipulated in the contract. Should you fail, I'll withhold the remaining 70% entirely. Xiao Feng wiped sweat from his brow. Was this the sheer aura of immense wealth? 30 days, exactly. Unfathomably extravagant. Lin Feng turned and walked away. He had pressing matters. Time was precious. He couldn't afford a single wasted second. Then I'll take my leave, brother. Xiao Xiao watched Lin Feng disappear down the road, eyes gleaming with intrigue. Fine, go ahead, Xiao Xiao. Stay far away from Lin Feng. He's clearly unbalanced, spending 3 billion yuan on this. It's nearly 2050. Does he truly believe in apocalyptic collapse? Xiao Feng cautioned his sister before turning back to the blueprints. Time was short, the stakes enormous. Over the next month, he'd likely sleep no more than 3 hours per day. With a 3 billion yuan project, even a single misstep would bankrupt him. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao tiptoed after Lin Feng. No wonder he'd driven a supercar worth over 30 million yuan that morning. He was genuinely wealthy. Xiao Xiao wasn't drawn by his fortune. Her brother earned millions annually, and her own funds sufficed. She simply burned with curiosity. How had Lin Feng accomplished that this morning? Or had all those items vanished? Could a 3 billion yuan heir perform magic? And, most puzzling, what possible purpose could such a structure serve? Xiao Xiao crept silently behind Lin Feng, heedless that curiosity kills cats. Lin Feng, meanwhile, kept his head bowed, absorbed in his phone, frantically ordering takeout. Starving, he scrolled through every restaurant listed on the food delivery app, regardless of cuisine or reputation, blindly ordering 50 portions of every dish before proceeding to the next. He restrained himself from larger orders only to avoid overwhelming vendors and triggering refund calls, a tedious hassle. With over 1,000 restaurants in Huanghai City, random selection posed no problem. Lin Feng returned to his courtyard, didn't enter the house, lit a cigarette, and sat on the front steps, furiously tapping away at his phone, placing endless takeout orders. 4 million yuan remained. How many deliveries would that yield? Xiao Xiao crouched in the shadows, observing Lin Feng intently. Was he playing a game? So utterly focused. About 10 minutes later, Lin Feng's first delivery arrived. Is this Villa No. 108 in the Shishan courtyard? How could you have ordered 50 portions of sausage rice? The Blue Knight truly lives up to his name as the god of vehicles. He managed to deliver 50 portions of sausage rice on his electric bike. He was quite pleased as he earned 100 from this order with a delivery fee of 2 yuan per portion. The delivery fee rules for a You Hungry had changed long ago. In 2050. The fees were charged per portion, and takeout boxes were also charged by the portion. After all, Are You Hungry had become the sole giant in the market. If you have the ability, then don't order takeout. There's construction next door, and there are many workers. Just leave it here. Lin Feng casually pointed towards next door, where indeed there were quite a few people. The Blue Knight didn't think much of it, dropped off the delivery, and rode off to prepare for the next order. As the Blue Knight rode away, Lin Feng opened his storage space, intending to put the food inside, but suddenly froze. According to the spatial power, there was someone nearby. Lin Feng turned his head and caught a glimpse of the sneaky Xiao Xiao peeking out. She quickly withdrew her head, perhaps hoping Lin Feng hadn't seen her. This girl doesn't seem like a good person, does she? Is she eyeing my sausages? Should I give her a knife? Thankfully, the space could sense everything that could be stored, otherwise his secret would surely be exposed today. Now that Lin Feng didn't even have firearms and the apocalypse hadn't arrived, yet what if this secret got exposed and led to the government capturing him for research? After pondering, Lin Feng sighed. He felt the 50 portions of sausage rice had been wasted. Carrying the 50 portions of sausage rice towards the construction site, Xiao hurriedly hid behind the villa, continuing to observe Lin Feng. Upon arriving at the construction site, Lin Feng set down the food and called out to everyone, "It's time to eat. Each person gets one portion." A group of workers felt immensely touched upon witnessing this scene. "This boss is so considerate, he even ordered us takeout. If we don't do a good job on this work, do we deserve to eat this takeout? With such a wonderful boss, he has money, and we're not envious." Xiao Feng was also stunned, then waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Eat. Finish eating before continuing work." Although he didn't know why Lin Feng was delivering food, Xiao Feng felt a wave of gratitude. After working on so many projects, which boss ever delivered food to the workers? Not deducting wages for trivial complaints is already quite generous. Xiao was even more astonished. This guy is so kind-hearted. He even delivers food to the workers. Moreover, he gave her sausages to eat on their first meeting. Could this guy be a philanthropist? The workers happily accepted the sausage rice and began their dinner, while Lin Feng walked over to Xiao Feng and whispered, "Xiao Feng, does your sister have a problem?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's mind instantly short-circuited. Is it my sister's inability to conceive? Or has she secretly fallen ill? What happened to my sister? Who can tell me? Young Master Lin, which aspect are you referring to? Xiao Feng was genuinely panicking. Could it be that my sister has already been involved with you? For a brother who was obsessed with his sister, this was a fatal blow. Look over there. Lin Feng pointed, and Xiao Feng turned to see. His sister Xiao was peeking at Lin Feng, and upon noticing her brother's gaze, she quickly retracted her head. If she doesn't have a problem, why is she always following me? Although I, Lin Feng, am handsome and charming, captivating millions of girls, I am not the kind of man that she can just have. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. After the apocalypse, many women voluntarily offered themselves to Lin Feng, but he had turned. After all, with the apocalypse arriving, it became commonplace for people to indulge freely. Whoever they fancied could simply sleep with them. However, Lin Feng couldn't get past that mental barrier. He was psychologically clean and found them dirty, thus he always refused. At this moment, Xiao resembled the little admirer who had chased after him back then. I understand, young Master Lin, I will handle this. I absolutely won't disturb your normal life or the progress of construction. Xiao Feng was furious. He took out his phone and directly called Xiao. Xiao looked at her phone ringing and vibrating, not wanting to answer. However, ignoring it was impossible. She was clearly exposed. Hello, brother. What's the matter? Get back home. You're not allowed to come to the construction site. You're not allowed to follow young Master Lin anymore. I mean it. Right now. Xiao Feng was genuinely angry. As a brother obsessed with his sister, he could tolerate if Lin Feng pursued Xiao. However, it was evident that Lin Feng ignored Xiao, yet his sister was chasing after him. What brother could tolerate that? Oh, I understand. I will head back now. Xiao replied helplessly. It seemed that she wouldn't find out Lin Feng's secret today. She just wanted to know how those things disappeared and who was pursuing him. After hanging up, Xiao reluctantly got up, and with her parents dying early, all of her tuition and living expenses were provided by her brother. Her brother was like a parent to her. Xiao cared deeply for him and would definitely listen to his words. However, Xiao was genuinely curious. This wealthy Lin Feng could perform magic and spent 3 billion to build such a thing. What was he after? Could it be? Could the apocalypse really be coming? Curiosity is a good thing, but curiosity can also kill the cat. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The troublesome person had been dealt with. After eating, let's work well, balance work and rest, and don't tire yourselves out. Lin Feng's words warmed the hearts of the hardworking people. No one is lacking in food. What we want is your attitude. This project must be completed with quality and quantity. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng had no idea that because of a takeout meal, the overall quality of his safe house had elevated to a whole new level. Looking in the direction Xiao left, Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Oh, no wonder this looks so familiar. Isn't this the beautiful woman across from my house who was pierced by a wall spear and cooked? That video even circulated in the community owners group. So she lives right across from me. Isn't that just a few dozen? Lin Feng finally remembered who Xiao was. After all, that was 3 years ago, and he had only a vague impression. This Xiao was perfect in both appearance and figure. After the apocalypse, they could develop a trading relationship. After all, finding a pure girl who hadn't been touched since the apocalypse was far more difficult than finding unlimited storage, not to mention someone as exquisite as Xiao. These scum leave no one out, from an 8-year-old girl to an 80-year-old woman. Silently watching Xiao return to building 1, it turned out she lived on the 2nd floor. At such a close distance, one could see her with the naked eye. Lin Feng wasn't in a rush. Oh, what if one day she couldn't hold on any longer? Wouldn't that be a deal? Xiao went home, and Lin Feng confirmed that she did not continue peeking from the 2nd floor. As the takeout deliveries kept coming, Lin Feng instructed them to deliver everything directly into the villa. Lin Feng closed the doors and windows, pulled the curtains tightly, and only then did he store the outside into his space. Sitting inside, he continued to frantically order more takeout, for once this village passes, there will be no more of these stores. This must be sheared from beginning to end. Finally, Lin Feng ordered from every takeout in the entire Huanghai city 50 portions of each type. This half a night of takeout cost over 3,800. Just these takeouts would be enough for Lin Feng to eat for 20 years. At midnight the time was now December 2nd, 2049. Lin Feng was still unwilling to give up. He opened CC to buy groceries, starting from the beginning to the end. No matter what it was, as long as you sell it, I dare to buy. Order today, delivered tomorrow. Place orders before 6 p.m., delivered on time between 8 and 10. Lin Feng spent another 5,000 on groceries, buying as much as he could from the start to finish. Finally at 3 in the morning Lin Feng couldn't buy anymore. Holding his phone he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning at 8 a.m. Lin Feng woke up. The delivery truck had arrived and was unloading an entire truckload of groceries into the yard. He had forgotten to lock the main door while sleeping yesterday. Lin Feng didn't care. He got up to receive the delivery. The deliveries continued until 10 o'clock. Now with all these takeouts and everything bought from CC, Lin Feng had enough supplies to survive comfortably. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt much more at ease. After all, going to Russia to collect materials from Lake Baikal and going to the beautiful country to gather supplies from storage centers was full of uncertainty. It's much more reliable to buy things with his own money. After finishing shopping at CC, Lin Feng formulated his next plan. Without enough fuel, how would he survive the harsh winter of the following year? With 41 million in his account, Lin Feng decided to buy a few gas stations. A $0 purchase seemed like a safer goal, but what if he couldn't buy them? He couldn't just wait to die, could he? Lin Feng had survived for 3 years in the apocalypse, and he didn't want to make any mistakes. After lunch, he headed directly to a first-class gas station in Huanghai City and bought it outright. A first-class gas station had about 300 cubic meters of fuel, and with the equipment and building the cost was less. 300 cubic meters of fuel was clearly not enough for Lin Feng. In one day, he bought 8 gas stations outright, accumulating 2,400 cubic meters of fuel, leaving 1 million in his account. He didn't buy fuel directly, because with such a large amount, filling it up 1 liter at a time would take forever. Could he do this without? How fast was it to acquire space by buying gas stations? But he was out of money. He still needed to go to Russia and the beautiful country, so he couldn't leave a single cent behind. However, having bought 8 first-class gas stations and only receiving 2,400 cubic meters of fuel was simply not enough. Lin Feng had no choice. The fuel was gone, and he put up a sign to close the station. He filled the fuel tanks with tap water to maintain pressure and hung a banner for renovations announcing a temporary closure. With so many gas stations in Huanghai City, losing these 8 wouldn't matter much. Besides, Lin Feng was out of money, so this would have to do. 2,400 cubic meters of fuel would last Lin Feng a long time, especially since the extreme cold would only last a year. It should be enough. However, just as he was about to leave, a new idea struck him. Lin Feng directly approached a loan shark using the 8 gas stations as collateral for a loan of 30 million. He also mortgaged his car for another 20 million. The loan shark charged a 3% interest rate with a high upfront fee requiring repayment in 3 months. Then Lin Feng took out various loans from online lending platforms, borrowing 50 million. Being a wealthy individual with high creditworthiness, Lin Feng's online loan applications were processed swiftly. He even maxed out his credit card, cashing out 20 million to gather enough. With 120 million, he placed an order with an oil company for 4,000 cubic meters of gasoline and 3,000 cubic meters of diesel, which would arrive tomorrow. Including his 2,400 cubic meters of fuel, he would have a total of 9,400 cubic meters, which should be sufficient. His visa hadn't been approved yet, so Lin Feng, the cautious survivor, had to be prudent. What if the $0 purchase abroad failed? Lin Feng didn't want to take that risk. Buying it himself was the safest option. If the apocalypse didn't happen, he would truly be in trouble, and with the loan sharks after him, he could be dismantled for parts. On December 3rd, 2049, Lin Feng lay idle at home, having no money on his phone. That night, he went to the gas station to collect the gasoline and diesel. The day passed just like that. Lin Feng had completely exhausted everything he could leverage: his house, his car, loan sharks, online loans, credit cards. Everything was mortgaged, and he had nothing left. Meanwhile, the Lin Group was bustling with activity. Lin Tian had already received news from Fang Qian, knowing that Lin Feng was likely to abscond to Russia with 1.5 billion. However, Lin Tian had no time to deal with Lin Feng. The advertisement for renting out all properties was nationwide. With half the price, anyone could buy a house, and the temptation was too great. Just pay half of the property's market value as a deposit for a free stay. No maintenance fees, heating fees, or elevator fees. Stay as long as you want. If you want to withdraw, you can get your deposit back. Plus, you sign a contract. If you breach the contract, the house belongs to the tenant. Some people were skeptical about this good deal, while others began to take action. Initially, a dozen people came to Lin's Realty to view houses, pay deposits, and sign contracts. To keep evidence, they filmed the entire process to prevent being scammed. Then when they signed the contract and received the keys, they were stunned. Was there really free housing at half price? After these videos were posted online, many people came to Lin's Realty to rent houses just to give it a try. In just 3 days, Lin's Realty had rented out over 200 houses. Wu Yong took this money and under Lin Feng's name bought 500 houses with a 20 down payment and a loan. After all, Lin Feng would still repay the loan. What was Wu Yong afraid of? This matter went viral across the internet. Lin's Realty hadn't closed a single deal in 3 days. It's worth noting that Lin's Realty was a company valued at nearly 8 billion. Lin Tian and Lin Hao stared at the stock prices on their computers, their brows furrowed, completely uninterested in whether Lin Feng would run away. In 3 days, Lin's Realty's stock price plummeted from 8 billion to 6 billion. Lin Hao's heart bled. That was a loss of 2 billion. Just like that, it evaporated. Moreover, the stock price showed no signs of recovery. Suddenly, the headlines all across the internet changed to the future. Housing prices plummeted. Lin Hao stood in front of his computer looking at the news headlines. His rear hurt, and his heart hurt even more. Lin Tian, did you find out what's going on? What exactly does Lin's Realty want? Who is their boss? Lin Hao was so furious he nearly had a heart attack. If it weren't illegal to kill, he would have been ready to stab the boss of Lin's Realty. Father, the legal representative of Lin's Realty is Lin Feng. No wonder he sold shares at such a low price. He must know that we were responsible for his parents' deaths. He wants to take us down with him. In the past few days, Lin Tian had uncovered the truth behind Lin's Realty. Lin Feng's move was too cunning. Now housing prices in Huanghai City were dropping, having fallen by 10 in just 3 days. The price drop is one thing, but houses aren't selling. Everyone with money who wants to buy or rent a house is going for half-price rentals. No maintenance fees, heating fees, or elevator fees. How could Lin's Realty be so powerful? Lin Feng, is he mad? What good does a declining real estate market do him? Doesn't he have properties too? Isn't he losing money? Lin Hao clutched his chest, almost in cardiac arrest. He thought he would make a fortune buying Lin Feng's shares for 1.5 billion, but now he was close to ruin. Father, think positively. We only lost 2 billion, Big Guiyuan, and Feng Hao lost even more. Big Guiyuan lost 15 billion, and Feng Hao lost 13 billion. We're actually doing better than them. Lin Tian patted Lin Hao on the back, and there was nothing more he could do. This was the only consolation available. After all, there were others worse off than Lin's Realty. He wasn't the only one suffering. Lin Tian, is there any good way out? We can't keep losing. Once the stock price has well be bankrupt. Lin Hao wanted to sit down and rest, but his rear hurt too much to sit. Father, I believe we don't need to worry. Lin's Realty is indeed the best in Huanghai City, but this situation has affected the entire country. Will Big Guiyuan and Feng Hao Realty sit idle? I think Lin Feng is playing with fire. He's definitely provoking everyone's interests. He won't survive these 2 days. Once he's gone, his assets will become ours. Lin Feng has no other relatives, right? So, I think you don't need to worry. The ones who should be anxious are Big Guiyuan and Feng Hao. Lin Hao nodded at Lin Tian. This son is really clever indeed compared to those giants. Lin's Realty is nothing. You're right, Tianer. Lin Feng has 1.5 billion in cash, a supercar, and 800 acres of land, valued at 2.4 billion. We have lost 2 billion, but once Lin Feng is gone, we could profit by 400 million. Lin Hao felt much more at ease, but he had not accounted for one crucial point. Lin Feng's debt situation was enough to make Lin Hao's scalp tingle. Lin Feng currently had only 1 million in his account with debts everywhere. Who would want Lin Feng's inheritance? They would first need to clear Lin Feng's debts. Lin Feng wasn't a billionaire, he was a billionaire in debt. Right now, Lin Feng was approaching the due date for his loans next month. If that happened, Lin Feng would definitely face spending restrictions. He wouldn't even be able to take the high-speed train. How could he repay the loans? Currently, if Lin Feng claimed to be the biggest debtor in the country, no one would dare to claim otherwise. Moreover, as Wu Yong continued to lease properties, Lin Feng's debts would only increase, and an explosion was imminent within 2 months. After all, there were still 30 days until the loan default. Lin Hao and Lin Tian were still dreaming in the office, dreaming of inheriting Lin Feng's fortune, while Lin Feng lay on a bench in the yard, enjoying roasted lamb eggs and sipping on a small beer. Although he was a billionaire in debt, Lin Feng was in no hurry. After all, he had space and resources. Even if he ended up in jail, he could just dig a tunnel and escape to Myanmar. Moreover, as a solitary person with no worries about food and drink, why wouldn't he enjoy life wherever he went? Lin Feng, get out here. How dare you send my mother to jail? If I hadn't come home today, I wouldn't have known about this. At that moment, Yu Jing's son Zheng Dehai appeared with several people blocking Lin Feng's front door. Zheng Dehai was bald with a scar on his head, standing at 180 centimeters tall, broad-shouldered and heavy-set, with a general's belly weighing around 200 pounds, and his fierce demeanor made him look intimidating. His followers were all carrying baseball bats. If they encountered the police on the way, it would be reasonable for them to play baseball together, right? Get lost. Lin Feng took a sip of beer and casually uttered a word. His arrogant attitude infuriated Zheng Dehai and his group, who numbered 8. You're too arrogant. Brothers, smash the door. Break his legs. If anything happens, he'll take the responsibility. With Zheng Dehai's command, his gang began to smash the door with their baseball bats. Lin Feng calmly picked up the intercom and said, Xiao Feng, bring me 50 workers over. Someone is smashing my... On the other side, Xiao Feng, who was working on site, heard the intercom and quickly directed the workers to go over. Lin Feng had been treating them to take out every day, so this little matter was nothing. Now over 300 workers were at the construction site, all young and strong, heading towards Lin Feng's front door, which was not far, just nearby. Seeing the wave of workers in uniforms approaching, Zheng Dehai and his gang hesitated to continue smashing the door. They were known for demolition and understood that they couldn't provoke construction workers by affecting their work would jeopardize their livelihood. If someone were to be killed, they could be buried in the foundation pit, and you'd never find the body. Xiao Feng, just break their legs. Acting in self-defense, Lin Feng pointed at the surveillance camera, indicating to Xiao Feng not to cause any fatalities. Upon seeing this, Zheng Dehai also felt intimidated. The premise for avenging his mother was that he had the capability to do so. 8 against 50. Moreover, there were still over 200 workers on the site. Wasn't this like an egg hitting a rock? Damn it. Lin Feng, just wait. I don't believe this construction will never end. If you have the ability, don't move. Zheng Dehai was the first to run, and his gang quickly followed. If they didn't run now, they would truly be in danger of having their legs broken. Young Master Lin, should we pursue them? Xiao Feng asked, and Lin Feng shook his head. Just a bothersome fly of scaring them off is enough. Let's return and not affect the construction progress. If anyone causes trouble, just break their legs. The medical expenses are on me, I'll reimburse you. Right now the construction was the priority. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with Zheng Dehai, since he wasn't moving anyway, and they could deal with it slowly after a month. Alright, young Master Lin, just call me if you need anything. Xiao Feng waved his hand, and the workers returned to their work. Lin Feng, on the other hand, continued to lie there without moving an inch. Enjoying his barbecue and sipping his beer, life was getting better. Buzz buzzed. Just then Lin Feng's phone rang. Looking at it, it was an unfamiliar number, so he picked it up and answered. Hello? Who is this? Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Feng? Your visa has been processed. Please come to collect your passport tomorrow. Okay, got it, thank you. Lin Feng hung up the phone and sat up. He now had less than $1 million left in his account, but it was enough. Start buying plane tickets. I'm heading to Lake Baikal tomorrow. Lin Feng opened his phone to book a flight. He needed to drive to the capital first, taking a flight from the capital airport to Irkutsk, Russia, with a 3 p.m. flight that would arrive at 8 p.m., costing 830 yuan for economy class. With just 1 million left, Lin Feng had to be frugal. After all, the arrival time would be the same. He paid directly, without hesitation. He got up, opened the door, and drove off. Since he was going to Lake Baikal to collect water, he had to prepare. Diving suit, oxygen tank, climbing ropes, snowmobiles, down jackets, and so on. It must be said that these items were for the wealthy. Lin Feng spent over 1/8 yuan. Luckily, Huanghai City was by the sea and was a northern city, so he could buy diving suits and snowmobiles. After shopping, he went home and had a good sleep. Starting tomorrow night, it wouldn't be so easy to sleep. Early the next morning, after feeding and bathing, Lin Feng thought about finding someone to help feed the dog. He didn't know how many days he would be gone once he left, and the best candidate was Xiao Feng. Lin Feng didn't have a nanny. He only hired cleaning services once a month for convenience. He took out the intercom and directly called Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, I'm going on a business trip to Russia for a while. Please help me feed the dog. There's meat in the fridge, and the water is automatic. When I come back, I'll treat you to a meal. No problem, young Master Lin. Leave it to me. Xiao Feng didn't find it difficult. It was so close that feeding the dog would take no time at all. Lin Feng filled the gas tank, and then drove to collect his passport and visa. Collecting the passport and visa was not troublesome. He just had to give his name. After picking up the passport, he drove directly to the capital airport, which would take about 4 hours. Upon arriving at the capital airport, Lin Feng parked in a corner without surveillance, got out, and directly stored the car in his space. Then he passed through security, entered the waiting room, and waited for the 2 p.m. flight to take off. Because Lin Feng had only brought documents and nothing else, the check was particularly quick even for an international flight. Once on the plane, he took a nap, and when he opened his eyes, Lin Feng looked out the window and instantly lost the desire to sleep. From a distance, Lake Baikal glimmered like a crescent moon under the moonlight. And now Lin Feng had only one thought in his mind. Oh my, it's all mine. After a whole afternoon of sleep, Lin Feng was ready to take action tonight. If you miss this village, there won't be this shop. Lin Feng disembarked from the plane, and it was already night. Russia, located in a high-latitude region, was deep in winter now, with temperatures plummeting to -35 degrees. As soon as he got off the plane, Lin Feng shivered. No wonder the extreme heat in the apocalypse made Huanghai City reach temperatures of 60 or 70 degrees. There were still so many humans surviving at Lake Baikal. It seemed that the temperature here would be around 50 degrees. Although it was still high, it wouldn't be enough to kill that many people. The people traveling with him were all wearing thick cotton jackets, looking at Lin Feng with a silly expression. You flew to Russia in the middle of winter without even bringing luggage. Just wearing a thin cotton jacket. Do you think you're in Kyoto? Do you think it's 0 degrees here? What a silly person. How did you not freeze to death? Lin Feng shivered, but didn't mind them. Although the temperature was cold, he could still adapt. During the extreme cold of the following year, the outdoor temperature reached -60 or 70 degrees. This was just the indoor temperature. Lin Feng had long gotten used to it. This was nothing. Whoever survives until next year will regret staying here. All around were tall Russian flight attendants with blonde hair and blue eyes. It must be said that they had fantastic figures. However, he heard that the food had a strong taste, and Lin Feng wasn't here to taste foreign goods. Besides, he had no money, and they wouldn't look at him anyway, so he didn't waste time. Finding a deserted corner, Lin Feng took out his down jacket and down pants from his space, and put them on to warm up his body. He took out his car, removed the license plate, and then started the car. Before long, the temperature inside the car rose. As for not having a license plate, so what? This isn't Huashiao, this is Siberia, a completely uninhabited area. Who cares if you have a license plate? Sitting in the car, he took out 2 legs of roasted chicken and a cup of milk tea, and Lin Feng directly started his dinner. He had missed the plain meal because he had been sleeping, but Lin Feng wasn't short on that one meal. After finishing dinner, Lin Feng drove south along the road from Irkutsk International Airport, knowing that Lake Baikal Passing an intersection, Lin Feng saw a broken-down car. Getting out to take a look, there was nobody in the car, so it seemed it had been abandoned. Lin Feng removed the license plate and attached it to his car. It's just a stolen license plate, you don't need to report it, right? Besides, reporting it would be useless, whether I'm in Russia or not is a different matter. With a license plate, he got back in the car and continued south towards Lake Baikal. It was winter and the temperature was low, so there weren't many cars on the road. However, this old car wouldn't go fast, only around 100 kilometers per hour. Along the way, he occasionally encountered a few cars, he could count them on one hand. This was Siberia, nearly deserted. Halfway through, he stopped to refuel and drove for another half hour. The road ahead had come to an end. Lin Feng scratched his head, parked the car, took out a snowmobile, and was glad he was well prepared. He headed straight for Lake Baikal, arriving around midnight. By this time, the temperature had dropped to -40 degrees, freezing Lin Feng so much that his hands turned purple. The down jacket from Huaxia couldn't withstand the cold wind of Siberia. Lin Feng regretted not buying a couple more. Riding the snowmobile was incredibly cold. Lin Feng never wanted to ride it again in his life. Finding a sturdy tree, he tied on climbing rope. Lin Feng bought 2,000 meters of climbing rope, not just for this time, who knows if he'll need it in the future. Lin Feng endured the -40-degree temperature to put on a wetsuit. Once in the water, it would be fine as the water was just around 0 degrees, not any colder. Then he tied the rope around his waist, took an oxygen tank, opened his space, and began to collect the ice from the surface of the lake. Splashed. The 5-meter thick ice was removed, and Lin Feng fell directly into the water, feeling considerably warmer. Then Lin Feng activated his space with all his strength. A whirlpool with a diameter of 100 meters. Like a giant pump, it began to suck up water wildly. The speed of the water extraction was extraordinarily fast. With the flow of water surging, a massive water vortex was born in the center of Lake Baikal. All kinds of aquatic creatures caught in the vortex were pulled into the space and died instantly, but Lin Feng didn't care. After all, an apocalypse was coming, and they would die anyway, whether sooner or later. I, Lin Feng, do not produce water. I am merely a mover of nature. Boom. With the water level dropping, a loud noise erupted. The ice on Lake Baikal collapsed. This 5-meter thick ice seemed solid. But don't you see how vast Lake Baikal is? This loud noise shocked the residents around Lake Baikal. Could it be an earthquake? Why did the ground shake? Lin Feng also cursed inwardly. He quickly increased his speed. Although he wasn't afraid of being discovered, it was better if nobody found out. The huge ice blocks also began to be drawn into the space with the flow of water. Various items were stored separately. Although people couldn't enter Lin Feng's space, it had an automatic sorting function. The giant whirlpool in the center of Lake Baikal was madly sucking up water. The water level of Lake Baikal was visibly dropping. Luckily, it was midnight. Outside, it was more than -40 degrees. There were almost no people around Lake Baikal. Of course, there were a few Russians who had drunk too much at midnight and witnessed this scene. Where did the water from Lake Baikal go? He shook his head, feeling that he must be hallucinating due to drunkenness. Better to go home and sleep. Could Lake Baikal dry up? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is fundamentally an impossible thing. Even if all the water in the world dried up, Lake Baikal would not. At this time, alcoholics wouldn't be out, which gave Lin Feng the advantage of time, place, and people. Lin Feng, with the climbing rope tied around his waist, swam deeper into Lake Baikal. Every living creature he encountered had no chance of survival. All were drawn into the space for separate storage, just waiting for Lin Feng to eat them later. Feeling everything in the space, Lin Feng was quite satisfied. These fish and shrimp, this water, even if he lived for 10,000 years, he couldn't finish it all. Indeed, hoarding food was the right choice. Until 3 in the morning, Lin Feng arrived at a depth of 1,000 meters in Lake Baikal. Above 1,000 meters, there was no water or life. But Lin Feng had come all this way, how could he leave something for the Russians? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Feng continued to swim deeper. The water Lin Feng had collected was already enough. He could supply the entire population of Huaxia with water for 100 years. The remaining water continued to be collected. Lin Feng was purely harming others without benefiting himself. At this depth, there were no fish or shrimp left. There were only a few low-level aquatic creatures, and they were extreme. Lin Feng still didn't give up, continuing to dive and collect until 4 in the morning. Lin Feng finally reached the deepest point. He could find 1,300 meters. The deepest part of Lake Baikal should be 1,600 meters, but here the maximum depth was only 1,300 meters. Sai, I'll leave you 300 meters. The sky is about to brighten, and I don't have time to collect any further. It wasn't that Lin Feng lacked the ability, it was just that Lake Baikal was too vast, and he couldn't consume it all by himself, so he had to leave some for the Russians. That deepest point of 1,600 meters, Lin Feng might not even find it in 10 days or half a month. How could he waste time here? It was much warmer at the bottom of the lake as cold winds couldn't get in. Lin Feng took off the wetsuit, changed into the down jacket, and began to store the climbing rope in his space. As the climbing rope was retracted into the space Lin Feng was pulled upwards, he didn't dare to retract it too quickly. What if he collided with a rock and died? At 1,300 meters, it took Lin Feng half an hour to climb up, untie the other end, store the climbing rope, and take out the snowmobile. He twisted the throttle and took off. 0 cost, and he finished off Lake Baikal and ran away. So exhilarating. The next day, the residents along the shores of Lake Baikal were in an uproar. Had Lake Baikal leaked? In just one night, it was gone. Countless journalists received calls and rushed to report. This matter is simply unfathomable. They believed that the beautiful nation had suddenly launched nuclear weapons at Russia. They also couldn't believe that Lake Baikal could be drained overnight. At this moment, the culprit Lin Feng had already returned to the city looking for a hotel to warm himself up. Turning on the television, all Russian channels were broadcasting news about the disappearance of Lake Baikal overnight. This event was simply too significant. Lin Feng took out his phone and opened the translation app. It was almost 2050, and there was no need to carry a translator when going abroad. Having a phone was enough. Hello, sir. I heard you witnessed the disappearance of Lake Baikal last night. Can you please elaborate on what happened yesterday? A tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Russian female reporter dressed in winter gear was interviewing a somewhat tired Russian man who clearly hadn't fully sobered up. Last night I was on my way home after drinking with friends when I passed by Lake Baikal and heard a loud boom. The ground was shaking. It knocked me over. I thought there was an earthquake. When I got up and walked to the lake's edge, I saw what looked like a huge vortex in the center of the water. At that time I was drunk and thought I was hallucinating, so I didn't dwell on it and went home to sleep. Then this morning my wife woke me up, and when I came over I saw that Lake Baikal was indeed dry. I suspect it must be tectonic movement. All the water must have flowed deep into the crust. Otherwise, how could this be possible? You might doubt whether Russia would be bombed by the beautiful nation's nuclear weapons. But you can never doubt how much water Lake Baikal actually has. The man said this very excitedly. As a native near Lake Baikal, he could hardly believe that the lake would dry up. Lin Feng smiled slightly. It seemed his plan to acquire Lake Baikal for zero cost was quite successful. This group of Russian experts would never dream that this was all done by me, Lin Feng. Turning off the television, Lin Feng curled up in bed under an electric blanket to warm himself. The entire night from yesterday had left him frozen. He wouldn't recover in less than 2 days. However, Lin Feng couldn't afford to be idle. He had only completed 1/3 of his mission in Russia. Water was secured, aquatic products were obtained, but the weapons were still not in hand. No matter how sensational this matter was in Russia and the world, Lin Feng directly opened the space, pushing it to the maximum. Lin Feng wasn't planning to fit the entire city into the space. There were people in the city, and it couldn't be done. With a radius of 1,000 kilometers, Lin Feng began searching for Russian military bases. He felt his head was about to explode, but for the sake of the weapons he endured it. Found it. Right here. Lin Feng confirmed the location and quickly closed the space. This Russian military base turned out to be a missile launch site. Lin Feng only confirmed the location, but had no idea how many soldiers were inside, how many people there were, or the level of defense. It would be best if there were nuclear bombs there. Lin Feng rubbed his head. His head was hurting a lot. You see, Russia has over 5,000 nuclear bombs scattered across the country, and no one knows exactly where they are. If he could find a few, forget about biological mutations. Even if aliens invaded, Lin Feng would not be afraid. Lin Feng took a sip of hot vodka to warm himself. Then he opened the map app on his phone to confirm the location of that military base. It was 800 kilometers to the northwest. He definitely couldn't drive there, and the map showed there was no airport there either. It seemed to be a secret military base in a wild and desolate area. The nearest city was over 100 kilometers away. Such a secret military base would surely be discovered if approached by land. And what if there were minefields? Lin Feng looked at the map, pondering. This could only be done with intelligence, not brute force. If military bases were so easy to infiltrate, then what would be the point of calling them military bases? If he approached on a snowmobile, the alarm would likely go off, and he would be greeted with a hail of gunfire. This can only be done with intelligence, not force. Lin Feng set down his phone and drank a cup of hot vodka. He decided to deal with it tomorrow. He needed to rest for a day, both mentally and physically. I must say this vodka is really strong. Before long the effects kicked in and Lin Feng, wrapped in his quilt, dozed off. After sleeping all day, Lin Feng finally woke up on the morning of December 6th. And his body had also recovered. He went downstairs and bought dozens of Russian winter coats, mainly because he didn't dare to acquire them for zero cost. If dozens of coats suddenly disappeared and attracted military attention, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Russian prices are very cheap. Dozens of coats cost only 600 rubles. One must admit the strength of the Huaxia nation. Now one can even use Alipay abroad. After securing the coats, he bought a train ticket to the next city. He enjoyed an authentic Russian meal. This trip wasn't in vain after all, since he was here for tourism. The rye bread was hard and not tasty, and the borscht was both sour and sweet, which Lin Feng didn't like, but their smoked meat sausage tasted really good. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng cleared out the smoked meat sausage from the shop, spending 200 rubles, which made the shop owner extremely happy. Indeed, tourists from Huaxia are the wealthiest. At 9 in the morning, he checked out of the hotel and took the train straight to the next city. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the leisurely Siberian green train finally arrived. Lin Feng took a taxi and headed north. The driver was a bit confused. Why go north in such freezing weather? This was going to leave the city. Where exactly are you going? Opening the map app, Lin Feng confirmed a village and gestured for the driver to stop. He wanted to go to this village. The driver nodded, his doubts dispelled. It turned out to be a tourist coming to see the village. Such tourists do exist, but after paying the fare using the translation app and seeing the driver leave, Lin Feng walked into the depths of the forest, ensuring no one was around. He used the space to dig a 5-meter wide hole. Taking out the Lamborghini, Lin Feng continued driving north through the hole. Since the land route was definitely impassable, he chose to take the unconventional path. Lin Feng had space. Directly collecting soil into the space. I will drill directly into your military base from underground. The reason he didn't start digging right after getting off the train was that one, he was too tired, and two, Lin Feng wasn't sure if this method would actually work. Now let's give it a try. It really works. The space is vast, and Lin Feng drove at a speed of 70, feeling free and unrestrained, heading straight towards the Russian military base underground. Even if you have mines buried underground, I'm not afraid. I'll just collect them all into the space. After more than an hour of driving, Lin Feng confirmed the location of the base, parked the car, and took a rest. This base had approximately 300 personnel and was indeed a missile launch facility. Lin Feng was uncertain if there were nuclear bombs, as he didn't recognize what they looked like. He decided to take action at 3 in the morning when people would be the most tired and drowsy. After having a bowl of spicy hot pot, Lin Feng set an alarm and began to sleep. At 2:30 in the morning, the alarm rang, and Lin Feng got up to get to work. The space unfolded, and Lin Feng had a clear view of the missile base. He first identified the location of the surveillance room, as he couldn't leave any evidence for such a significant operation. Inside the surveillance room, 2 Russian soldiers were eating pickles and drinking vodka, completely unaware of the potential danger lurking below. After all, it had been years since a war had occurred. Moreover, Russian soldiers couldn't function without alcohol. If they didn't drink, they might refuse to work or even go on strike. To drink, they turned off the surveillance cameras monitoring the surveillance room. This way the officer wouldn't be able to catch them red-handed drinking. Perhaps this is what they call darkness under the light. The officer was certainly aware of the situation and turned a blind eye. There was no choice. Russian soldiers were like this. Before a battle, they had to down a bottle of vodka and shout "Yura" before charging. Lin Feng felt a bit nervous as he reached a depth of 1 meter beneath the 2 soldiers. These were real guns and ammunition, and since he couldn't fit anyone in his space, how could Lin Feng not be anxious? Lin Feng used his space to dig a pit 100 meters deep. No one would survive that height. Then Lin Feng sidestepped, avoiding being directly beneath them, and used his space to remove the floor beneath their seats. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 shadows flew past Lin Feng, and there was no sound as they fell. They simply went silent. They could never have imagined that someone would ambush them beneath their seats, digging a pit 100 meters deep. Their deaths were utterly unjust. Who would have thought they would die this way? Lin Feng then filled the pit with soil, burying them 100 meters below. At that depth, surely no one would discover them. Entering the surveillance room, Lin Feng immediately collected everything inside. Now it was time to start playing. This would definitely turn into a supernatural event. He crawled back into the hole and replaced the floor as it was, then began digging towards the armory from below. Arriving beneath the armory, Lin Feng unfolded his space, confirmed that no one was inside the iron door, and then dug through the floor to climb up. This time I'm going to strike it rich. Even if the apocalypse doesn't come and I end up in prison, I can still break out violent. Lin Feng turned on his flashlight and began collecting weapons: pistols, submachine guns, rocket launchers, RPGs. Everything illuminated by the flashlight was stored in his space. This was indeed a Russian missile launch base. The armory also contained vehicle-mounted missiles, tanks, armed helicopters, and even 2 fighter jets. Lin Feng was thrilled. These items were not something one could casually buy even before the apocalypse. He didn't dare make too much noise and spend an hour emptying the place. In the dead of night, it was unlikely anyone would suddenly come to retrieve weapons. Besides, Lin Feng had his space watching. He would sense anyone approaching. After collecting everything, he crawled into the hole, replaced the floor, and then filled in the soil. This was perfection. However, Lin Feng was not satisfied because he sensed through his space that there were 5 missile launch vehicles outside. After some thought, Lin Feng decided to go big. If he didn't take this back home, it would be a wasted trip to Russia. He dug from underground to beneath the missile launch vehicles, ensured the area was clear, and then directly ascended, sweeping his gaze, collecting those 5 missile launch vehicles. These were the daggers of the land. Anyone who saw them would tremble. After collecting them, he jumped back into the hole and filled in the soil exactly as it was. Then Lin Feng took off running. While running, he filled in the soil behind him. It was all about the adrenaline rush. As for passing by the largest intercontinental ballistic missile, Lin Feng certainly couldn't miss that. He directly collected the missile silo along with a backup missile, then buried it with soil. Driving his Lamborghini, he raced back the same way he came. He also filled in all the soil. I dug 50 kilometers to get here. If you have the guts, come dig 50 kilometers. When the missile silo disappeared, the guard soldiers immediately woke up. Then they looked in disbelief at everything before them. It was one thing for Lake Baikal to be lost a few days ago, but this. How could something like this go missing? This was absurd. They knew this missile could not be lost. This missile was called the SS-18 Sarmat intercontinental missile, nicknamed Satan. It had a range of 1800 kilometers and could strike anywhere in the world. Moreover, this Satan was equipped with 10 nuclear warheads. It was stationed here to guard against the increasingly powerful. If this missile couldn't be retrieved, the entire world would face potential annihilation. I can't believe it. I didn't believe Lake Baikal was lost a few days ago. I thought it was just media hype. But today Satan actually went missing right under my nose. In a moment of panic, the Russian soldier even blurted out Huaxia language. There was no helping it, as the entire world was now speaking Huaxia. Whoa! The soldier directly triggered the air defense alarm, and within 5 minutes, all the soldiers in the base assembled. At the moment they saw the missile silo, everyone was dumbfounded. Satan was gone. And then 5 missile launch vehicles were also missing. And then all the weapons in the armory were gone. And then the backup Satan beside the silo was also gone. Was this really happening? What kind of useless surveillance room was this? How could Satan go missing and there was no alarm raised? The commander of the missile launch brigade was so infuriated he nearly passed out. It was utterly incomprehensible. Arriving at the surveillance room, unsurprisingly, it too had vanished. The base was left with only those lonely cameras which were hastily he called to report to his superiors regardless of what time it was. If Satan exploded, the Earth would soon face annihilation. And there were 2 Satan's 20 nuclear warheads, 1 missile silo, and 5 missile launch vehicles. If this matter got to the beautiful country, they would surely engage in a nuclear war with Russia. Wasn't this a joke? Hearing this news in the middle of the night, the superior was frightened into aging decades. Because he was scared out of his wits. A few days ago, he didn't believe Lake Baikal was lost. But now Satan was missing. This news terrified him into a quick report to his superiors. In a single night, thanks to Lin Feng, all the Russian high-ranking officials appeared to have aged decades. This missile launch base was something the beautiful country would never know about. Who exactly did this? Meanwhile, Lin Feng was back to his original spot, burying the soil with a cigarette in his mouth, unaware that the 2 missiles were Satan. He simply couldn't let this trip to Russia be in vain. Upon hearing the news, President Jingpu of Russia immediately imposed a strict news blackout. He then took a special flight to the missile launch base to assess the situation. This was simply unfathomable. The loss of Lake Baikal could be attributed to tectonic movements, but how could one explain the complete disappearance of the Satan missiles along with their silos? This incident was too significant. The military enforced a strict news blackout, leaving other missile bases unaware of what had transpired here. Consequently, this provided Lin Feng with an opportunity to take bold action. Lin Feng drove the latest limited edition Lamborghini supercar at a speed of 380 kilometers per hour, racing from underground to the next missile launch base. For the first time, Lin Feng realized how a supercar was meant to be used. The road ahead was straight and his fuel was plentiful. He pressed the accelerator to the floor. Just do it. For the first time, Lin Feng felt that his 30 million supercar was worth every penny. It seemed this car was indeed necessary to keep. Isn't this just a small underground airplane? After all, I'm traveling underground. Let's see who can discover that Lin is back. By midnight the next day, Lin Feng had stolen another missile launch base. When Jingpu received this news, he was utterly stunned. Arriving at the missile base, he found everything unchanged, except this time, it wasn't 2 people who had disappeared, but 8. No bodies, no signs of life. It seemed Lin Feng's audacity was growing. Jingpu wasn't foolish. He realized this fellow was aiming directly at the missile launch bases. Jingpu promptly stopped concealing the news, notifying all missile launch bases to operate around the clock. Anyone who dared to lose another missile would face execution. Forgiving you is a matter for God. What I, Jingpu, must do is send you to meet God. However, 2 days later, another dire report came. This time, it wasn't a missile launch base that was lost, but one that had been submerged. How absurd. It's currently minus 40 degrees in Siberia. Where on earth did all this water come from? Over 3,000 personnel at a missile base, not a single survivor in freezing temperatures. How could they get wet? Who could survive? When Jingpu arrived in his private jet, he looked like he had aged decades. It seemed as if he were a 200-year-old man. Having fought on the battlefield his entire life, what has Jingpu not witnessed? Yet he had never encountered such outrageous events. The entire base's personnel were dead, and missiles, weapons, tanks, planes, and supplies were all gone. Jingpu felt a deep sense of despair. Was this heaven's will to destroy Russia? If this continued, Russia would be in peril. After stealing 3 missile launch bases, Lin Feng decided to refrain from further actions. Mainly because the 3rd missile launch base was too difficult to steal. There were over 1,000 personnel patrolling at night. They were equipped with night vision goggles and submachine guns, always on alert. Lin Feng spent the entire night underground, unable to figure out how to stealthily take the missiles. There was no other choice but to release a bit of water from Lake Baikal to directly flood the base. Right now, all he had was plenty of water. After flooding, Lin Feng began to clean up the battlefield, which was quite troublesome. Various weapons had been washed everywhere. He wasn't even sure if the missile silos that had been submerged could still be used. However, the weapons and ammunition should be fine, as the Russian military's equipment is famously durable. A few fighter jets were also submerged, and it was uncertain if they could still function. Lin Feng felt a bit regretful. Why hadn't he taken out the Russian military's granaries the first time? They contained so many valuable items: winter clothing, frozen goods, military rations, fuel, everything. He had practically missed out on billions. However, Lin Feng didn't let the 2nd and 3rd chances slip by. Although the 3rd warehouse was flooded, soon the weather would be warm, and whatever he took out would dry in a day. Passing by an oil field, Lin Feng didn't let it go either. There were no heavy weapons there. With missiles of his own, what was there to fear? He directly seized all their gasoline, diesel, and natural gas reserves. How much was this? Lin Feng could hardly keep up. There was also underground oil and gas. Now he never had to worry about running out of fuel again. He also made sure to seize the oil refining equipment, oil storage facilities, and natural gas pressure storage tanks. In case the stored oil ran out, he could always start an oil refinery. Along the way, he also dug out 2 coal mines, so he wouldn't have to worry about not having coal to burn when the cold wave arrived. On December 14th, Lin Feng arrived at Moscow International Airport. No longer wanting to linger in Russia, he aimed ahead to Washington. Russia was already in chaos. Although the ordinary citizens were unaware that 3 missile launch bases had been lost, they knew that Lake Baikal was gone and the oil fields had been lost. They were still unaware of the coal mines as Lin Feng had dug them underground. It would be months before they realized the mines were empty, or perhaps they would never know. Jingpu had begun to feel numb. Rather than the loss of the oil fields and Lake Baikal, he now wanted to investigate how the 3 missile launch bases had been discovered. Could there be a traitor among us? This matter must not be publicized, or we cannot admit to losing them. If the beautiful country finds out, they would certainly initiate a nuclear war. At that point, everyone would be done for. Could this be the beautiful country's hex technology? But that wouldn't make sense either. Besides, if your hex technology can steal my Satan missiles, I can understand. If you steal my oil fields, it might be for money, but why steal my Lake Baikal? Aren't the 5 Great Lakes of the beautiful country enough for you to drink? Jingpu had fought all his life and still couldn't figure out what was going on. However, fortunately, after losing an oil field, no further military bases were lost. That could be considered a stroke of luck. Lin Feng was nearly ready with supplies to withstand the extreme cold and should get 2 aircraft carriers to deal with the impending downpour. Russia only had 1 aircraft carrier, and it was old and decrepit. Lin Feng didn't even know where it was, and with Russia being so vast, where could he find it? Besides, Lin Feng had grown picky and didn't want it. However, the beautiful country had plenty of aircraft carriers. Lin Feng wanted 2, wasn't that too much to ask? This time, security checks at Moscow International Airport were very strict, with armed police everywhere, fully equipped and carrying real guns. Even though no one knew what was happening, a sense of foreboding filled Russia. Ordinary Russians began stockpiling guns, food, and supplies, thinking that Russia was about to go to war again. However, Lin Feng's security check was quick because he only carried his identification and phone with no luggage. Who would suspect that it was Lin Feng who stole the missile bases? Boarding the plane, it was another 10-hour flight. Lin Feng was exhausted and fell asleep immediately. Upon landing, Washington was much warmer than Siberia in Russia, and it was dozens of times more prosperous, filled with skyscrapers and bustling crowds. Unlike the situation in Russia, the beautiful country was unaware that the Satan missiles had been lost. They only heard the news about Lake Baikal drying up and the oil fields being depleted. The beautiful country didn't take it seriously. How Russia lacked neither water nor oil, and depletion was even better. If Russia was unhappy, then the beautiful country would be happy. Thus, the beautiful country had no defenses. Who would dare to set their sights on the beautiful country? Did they want to face economic sanctions? Or were they looking for carpet bombing? Lin Feng found a hotel and requested a room on the first floor, standard room. He only had 500 left in his pocket, so he had to be frugal. Moreover, being on the first floor was convenient for Lin Feng to take action. Lin Feng's primary goal is to steal an aircraft carrier. He has already prepared most of the supplies. Even if there isn't much food, there are plenty of fish in Lake Baikal that he cannot finish. With spatial perception activated, he directly sought out the aircraft carrier base of the beautiful country, heading east. After a few minutes, Lin Feng confirmed his target. As we approach 2050, the world has enjoyed peace for too long. The aircraft carriers of the beautiful country no longer roam the globe. It costs too much fuel. It's better to stay by the doorstep of Washington, guarding the capital. To the east of Washington, there happens to be a naval base of the beautiful country, which houses not only 2 aircraft carriers, but also over a dozen destroyers and dozens of supply ships. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. It felt like a grand opening event, with everything at 0 cost. Buy one, get one free. Lin Feng immediately gathered all the items in the house, and then began to dig, moving at a speed of 380. His mood was carefree. In less than half an hour, Lin Feng arrived at the site. He dug right beneath the naval base, changed into a diving suit, opened up his space, and confirmed a deserted coastline emerging from the water. He sealed the hole and jumped directly into the sea. First, he would collect the aircraft carrier, then the other ships. Whatever he could get, he would take, and if discovered, he would run. Lin Feng plunged into the water, and one cannot deny that the geographical environment of the beautiful country is excellent. There are ice-free ports all around. He swam to the underside of the largest aircraft carrier with an oxygen tank, then activated his space. Whooshed. With a swift motion, an aircraft carrier worth billions of dollars vanished into thin air. Splash, splash, splash. At the same time, several individuals fell into the water like dumplings. It seemed that someone was keeping watch on the carrier's deck. Lin Feng had really taken a big risk this time. They had people on board. Fortunately, only the deck had personnel. If there were people inside the carrier, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to collect it. Lin Feng was decisive, quickly attempting to gather the second one while they were still reacting. They didn't bring oxygen tanks. In the pitch darkness underwater, who could see themselves? Sure enough, those soldiers from the beautiful country swam upward immediately after entering the water. Losing the aircraft carrier was irrelevant to them. In our beautiful country, human rights are paramount. Freedom in America. Gunfire every day. Lin Feng hurried to collect the second aircraft carrier, but it couldn't be gathered. It seemed there were people inside. He turned towards a nearby supply ship and proceeded to gather it, luckily finding it unguarded. Woo, woo, woo. At that moment, the naval base of the beautiful country sounded the air defense alarm. They had already noticed that an aircraft carrier had suddenly disappeared. Countless floodlights began to shine everywhere, searching for a possible enemy attack. But where were the enemies? Activating the radar within a radius of 1,000 miles, there were no enemy signals. Lin Feng knew that this opportunity was only available today. The security at the military base of the Russian army was getting tighter with each passing day. Fortune favors the bold. Starvation befalls the timid. I have 200 trillion tons of water from Lake Baikal in my space. If necessary, I can flood the base. Lin Feng, emboldened by the abundance of water in his space, didn't run when the air defense alarm sounded. Instead, he continued to steal their escort ships, destroyers, supply ships. The commander at the naval base of the beautiful country was left dumbfounded at this scene. An aircraft carrier starts at a weight of 100,000 tons. A destroyer starts at 30,000 tons. Just like that, it's gone. Is there something in the water? Quick, dive. We must find that aircraft carrier. We must see the ship alive. If dead, we must see the wreckage. The commander of this naval base was still thinking. There couldn't possibly be an issue on land. It must be a problem in the water. A group of soldiers from the beautiful country hurried to grab diving suits, preparing to dive. If they couldn't locate the aircraft carrier today, they would all face consequences. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already collected half the ships, but the other half he couldn't gather due to personnel presence, turning his attention to a nearby nuclear submarine. Fortune favors the bold. Starvation befalls the timid. I want that aircraft carrier. I also want that nuclear submarine. He decisively swam over to gather the nuclear submarine. To his surprise, there were actually 8 nuclear submarines. Over a dozen submarines. The space opened. He collected. He gathered 3 nuclear submarines and 8 submarines. The remaining ones had personnel inside. He couldn't gather them. Fortunately, the beautiful country hadn't engaged in war for decades. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to collect anything today. Splash, splash, splash. Soldiers from the beautiful country began jumping into the water like dumplings. And each one was armed with a submachine gun. Lin Feng knew he was in big trouble. Once they discovered him, they would definitely turn him into a sieve. Just him alone could not match the thousands of people at a name. It seemed that today Lin Feng could only afford to let a little bit of water out. Whooshed. As Lin Feng activated his space, a massive wave surged, sweeping the group of soldiers from the beautiful country back. Those soldiers who were about to enter the water were directly thrown dozens of meters away by the huge wave. Their fates were unknown. Even the commander of the naval base was stunned by the wave. How could such a large wave suddenly appear? Then Lin Feng's cunning maneuver came into play. Taking advantage of the fact that the shore was unguarded after the wave passed, he climbed ashore. He immediately began to dig. While digging, he blocked the rear. He took a vehicle from his space and pressed the accelerator, charging toward the base's supply station. Now that the soldiers from the beautiful country were all on the shore looking for the aircraft carrier, Lin Feng felt it would be a disservice not to steal from them. Moreover, the heavy oil inside the destroyer was enough to last for several days. Would someone as cautious as Lin Feng not hoard a little bit of supplies? Arriving at the supply station, he found it was indeed empty. Everyone had gone to search for the aircraft carrier. Heavy oil, aviation gasoline, aviation fuel. This place had everything. Opening his space, Lin Feng collected it all. He also took out the arms depot of the base. This was the last chance for a zero-cost arms acquisition. Hurry up, grab quickly. If he didn't act now, he might miss out. After taking the arms depot of the naval base of the beautiful country, he could not let the logistics supply depot slip away either. I must say the food quality of the military of the beautiful country is much better than that of the Russian army. But from now on, it would all belong to Lin Feng. Various military rations, winter supplies, frozen fruits, and meats, canned goods. After collecting everything, he dug his way back home. When the commander heard from his subordinates that the supply station and arms depot were gone, he was completely stunned. I haven't even found the aircraft carrier yet. Something else has gone missing. He hurried to the monitoring room to check the surveillance, though under the monitoring of the beautiful country, he saw a hole suddenly appearing underground, and then a man in a diving suit crawled out of the hole. This man seemed to possess superhuman abilities. Wherever he went, nothing was left behind. Wang Defa. The commander had already made the connection. The disappearance of the aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines was undoubtedly connected to this person. This time Lin Feng did not take the monitoring room of the beautiful country, as the circumstances were different. The aircraft carriers were in the sea, while the monitoring room was on land too far apart, and the soldiers of the beautiful country didn't drink much. If Lin Feng had taken the monitoring room first, the naval base of the beautiful country would have been on high alert, and he might not have had the chance to steal the aircraft carriers at all. So Lin Feng chose to steal the aircraft carriers first. What good would filming them do? After all, in half a month, it would all be the end of the world. The beautiful country couldn't even handle its own affairs, let alone mine in Huaxia. Lin Feng returned to the hotel and began to inspect the spoils of the night. I must say the beautiful country really is wealthy. An aircraft carrier carries 62 aircraft, and each one is fully fueled. Just launching one would be enough for 2 months. This is so exhilarating. Lin Feng sealed the cave, placed the floor back in its original position, and returned everything in the room to its proper place. The time had passed midnight, and it was now December 15th. There are still half a month until the end of the world. This feeling of abundance in supplies is delightful. He took out a bottle of vodka along with dozens of warm grilled oysters to warm himself up, and enjoyed a simple midnight snack. Tomorrow the beautiful nation will surely be in an uproar, but in this vast sea of people, with such a large beautiful nation, who can find him? Moreover, he was wearing goggles to cover his face. Everyone is human, all with 2 shoulders and 1 head. Who would know it was Lin Feng who did it? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he had a wonderful sleep. Lin Feng fell asleep, while the high-ranking officials of the beautiful nation were destined to have a sleepless night. They didn't bother calculating the other losses. That aircraft carrier along with its carrier-based aircraft was worth over 3 trillion Huaxia coins. Moreover, there were strategic nuclear missiles on board. If Russia finds out, wouldn't they try to start a nuclear war with him? The beautiful nation is so wealthy, living such a good life. Who would want to pick a fight with a broke person? All the top officials looked at the surveillance footage in disbelief, watching a person in a diving suit crawl out of the cave. Were all their weapons and supplies vanishing into thin air? They zoomed in on the surveillance video over and over again. Looking at this person with a masked face wearing diving goggles, they gathered the following information. The footage indicated that this person appeared to be human. They couldn't see any other useful information. Wang Defa. Pu Chuan slammed the table, cursing loudly. According to their statistics, in just one night, they had lost at least tens of trillions of Huaxia coins in weapons, equipment, and supplies. Almost the year 2050, the Huaxia coin had already become an international currency. The whole world was settling transactions in Huaxia coins, and the beautiful nation was no exception. Beautiful nation. From now on, seal the borders. Prohibit anyone from entering or exiting. Any aircraft entering or exiting the airspace. Shoot down and sink all ships entering the territorial waters. All bases must be on standby 24 hours a day. Special forces search each and every individual. We must find that aircraft carrier. Pu Chuan slammed the table in the Pentagon, immediately issuing a presidential order. It wasn't that Pu Chuan was overreacting, but because the person who stole the aircraft carrier was utterly inhumane. They had just stolen a Navy base that was supposed to defend Washington. Who knows if this person would attack other bases? Lin Feng was incredibly lucky. If he hadn't flown to Washington, he wouldn't have found the Navy base defending it. After all, Lin Feng could only locate things within a 1,000-kilometer radius. With the Pentagon's security, the beautiful nation began to mobilize nationwide. This person must be eliminated. It would be a great disaster otherwise. Some were happy, some were worried, some were unlucky, and some were pleased. Jing Pu suddenly received a phone call. In the middle of the night, Jing Pu was startled. Could it be that another missile base was lost? Upon answering the phone, Jing Pu was overjoyed. It turned out that a spy placed by Jing Pu in the Pentagon sent news that the beautiful nation had lost one aircraft carrier and half an aircraft carrier fleet's equipment, with direct losses exceeding tens of trillions of Huaxia coins. You did well. Continue monitoring. I will commend you for your contributions. Jing Pu hung up the phone, feeling relaxed. This mysterious person had finally stopped messing with Russia and turned to target the beautiful nation. However, the joy lasted only a few minutes before Jing Pu's expression turned sour again. Losing 3 missile launch bases and letting the person run away to Russia. Who on earth is this person? Jing Pu picked up the phone and called the Defense Bureau, requesting an investigation into all personnel lists that had flown to the beautiful nation in the past 3 days, as each one of them could potentially be the one who stole the beautiful nation's aircraft carrier. This person must be found. The items he stole were enough to arm a country. It must be said that Jing Pu's confidentiality work was indeed stronger than Pu Chuan's. Jing Pu lost 3 missile launch bases and no one knew, while Pu Chuan lost 1 Navy base, and it would not be long before everyone on Earth knew. Jing Pu made up his mind. This person must be brought into Russia. Let him become the next president of Russia. This person is definitely a genius. Just in time, Jing Pu had no successor. No one could refuse the generous offer of becoming the president of Russia. After all, Russia is currently the largest country in the world by area, the 3rd strongest military power. With this person aiding Russia, how could they not unify the earth? Meanwhile, Lin Feng was sleeping soundly, as if nothing had happened. Early in the morning, as soon as he stepped out, he saw a group of fully armed soldiers from the beautiful nation. It seemed he wouldn't have the chance to steal from the U.S. military base again. Lin Feng didn't want to escalate the situation, so he decided to hurry back to his safe house. Next year, an asteroid would collide with the beautiful nation, a 1,000-meter-wide asteroid. It would directly obliterate the beautiful nation. Living here wouldn't withstand even a titanium alloy safe house. Even if the house could withstand it, could Lin Feng's mortal body handle it? Huaxia is much safer. He should return and hide for 2 years before anything else. He took a taxi to the airport, bought a ticket back to his country. With such tight security in the beautiful nation, it would be better not to steal from their storage centers. Oh, wouldn't that just add fuel to the fire and be self-defeating? The fish in Lake Baikal were enough to eat. He didn't need this little bit. Lin Feng had already decided to return home, but when he arrived at the airport, he was dumbfounded. The beautiful nation had sealed its borders. It was fine when he arrived. Now he couldn't go back. Lin Feng anxiously scratched his head at the airport. There were only half a month left until the end of the world, and he didn't even have a house here. His account had less than 500. What could he do? He couldn't even buy a shabby house. It wasn't that Lin Feng didn't want to rob the beautiful nation's bank vault. There was so much money. Still cash. No serial numbers. Gold bars all had codes. Stealing tens of trillions and then spending it. How foolish would one have to be to steal cash to spend? Suddenly stealing $100 billion to buy things. Even a fool would know that this money was stolen by Lin Feng. Gold is the same. Oh, wasn't it known that 1,000 tons of gold were lost just moments before he spent it? Even a fool would know to check where my gold came from. Besides, the beautiful nation doesn't forbid guns. Once the end of the world arrives without a fixed abode, he might not be able to sleep well, and who knows what day he might die on the streets. Lin Feng hadn't anticipated such a huge reaction from the beautiful nation. Hadn't he just stolen a little bit of supplies and an aircraft carrier? Was it necessary to seal the borders? As Lin Feng exited the airport, it was impossible not to feel anxious. Firstly, he couldn't fly a plane, operate a ship, or pilot a submarine. Secondly, Lin Feng didn't dare to take them out now. These were all stolen, the apocalypse hadn't even arrived yet. And if he was discovered, wouldn't Russia and the beautiful nation bombard him with missiles? Lastly, it was 1200 kilometers to Kyoto. Even if he dug a tunnel underground and drove back, it wouldn't be possible to return within 15 days. There was still half the Earth and an entire Pacific Ocean between them. Plus there are trenches, underwater volcanoes, thousands of meters of water pressure. Digging into one would mean certain death. The unknown risks were too great. After thinking about it, Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of insight. The beautiful nation had sealed its borders. Canada had not. It was only 800 kilometers away from Ottawa. Fortunately, Lin Feng had obtained his passport while applying for a trip to Canada. His passport could still be used there. Alright, beautiful nation, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. If I, Lin Feng, want to leave and you won't let me, then everyone can have a good time. You forced me to steal from your storage center. With his strategy set, Lin Feng left the airport, took a taxi to the suburbs, and began his hunt. In just 8 days, Lin Feng stole from various supermarkets and storage centers, starting from Washington, making his way north, taking whatever he could. If Lin Feng found anything useful, he would steal it without hesitation. Passing by Liberty Island in New York, he even managed to steal the Statue of Liberty. This was a monumental event. For the beautiful country, it was no less severe than draining Lake Baikal for Russia. The Statue of Liberty was a symbol of the beautiful country. Instantly, the citizens of the beautiful country were outraged. Their national symbol was gone. This was a slap in the face to President Trump. His approval ratings plummeted. New Yorkers took to the streets in mass protests, opposing isolationism. Return the Statue of Liberty. President Trump was under immense pressure lately. He had no idea what that mysterious person was up to. From aircraft carriers to major supermarkets, even the TT factory's equipment could be lost. The northeastern states were losing everything. Only the banks remained intact. Not a single penny was lost. That was a silver lining in this misfortune. But why would you steal my Statue of Liberty? It's not something you can eat or drink. Would you even dare display it at home? You probably don't know how fierce the militias of my beautiful country can be. Right now, no one in the beautiful country can figure out the route of that mysterious person's movements. Sometimes he goes to Washington, sometimes to New York, and other times to Boston, just running around without a trace. According to President Trump's rough statistics, the northeastern states have lost military supplies and civilian goods exceeding $1 trillion. That's $1 trillion worth of goods. What does that even mean? Now several states in the northeast are facing famine. Fortunately, the western states are fine. As for the northeastern states, Trump still doesn't believe that with the technology level of the beautiful country in 2050, they can't catch him. On December 24, 2049, Lin Feng stole a small amount of supplies and dug his way to Ottawa International Airport. Since arriving in Canada, Lin Feng had been more cautious. After all, he couldn't make things too big and cause Canada to close its borders. How would he get home then? With no immigration records, Lin Feng directly used the remaining money to buy a plane ticket flying straight to Kyoto. While the beautiful country was in chaos, Canada didn't care about the beautiful country's affairs, as it was part of the Eagle Federation and hadn't lost anything, so they were reluctant to interfere. Moreover, the beautiful country is always causing trouble. Who knows if what they say is true? You claim that the TT factory in several northeastern states has been raided. How much TT is that? Isn't that just ridiculous? $1 trillion worth of goods. Even if you let people take whatever they want, it wouldn't all be gone in just a few days. Lin Feng boarded the plane, and in 14 hours, he would finally return to his much-desired safe haven. These 8 days had been exhausting for Lin Feng. Every night, he dug holes and set out, leaving no trace behind. It was time for him to catch up on some sleep. As the plane took off, Lin Feng headed straight for Kyoto. He slept soundly during the flight. The checks in Kyoto weren't strict at all since China had lost nothing. Lin Feng stroked his chin, realizing that this couldn't go on like this. As he was about to acquire the medical equipment and supplies he had ordered for free, if he suddenly appeared in Huanghai City, wouldn't that reveal to the world that he was in China's Huanghai City? Thus, Lin Feng decided to create confusion and disrupt the situation in China as well. He took a taxi to the suburbs, continuing to dig holes like a diligent groundhog. This time it seemed that what Lin Feng was stealing wasn't so important anymore. He targeted tobacco factories, distilleries, logistics centers, breweries, drone factories, and warehouses for mobile phones and computers. Survival supplies were already sufficient. It was time to gather some non-essential goods. In just one night, China had cleared out several factories all around the capital. However, this issue was neither too big nor too small. These were all civilian supplies and didn't need to escalate to an international level. The staff merely began checking whether various factories had offended someone, if there were enemies, if there was any possibility of insider theft, or if it was a collective hype to trend on social media, thus forming a task force to conduct a scientific analysis. Some staff in China, as you know, consider anything that doesn't result in fatalities to be a minor issue. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already returned to Huanghai City, swapped back his Russian license plate, and drove home. He glanced at Bei, who seemed to have gained weight. It appeared that Xiao Feng had been feeding him meat during this time. Taking out a pile of takeout, he went to the construction site to treat the workers to a meal while also checking on the construction progress. Lin Feng was very satisfied the project was about to be completed. Xiao Feng had distributed workers in several groups working together on the interior and exterior, ensuring it would be ready for use by the end of the month. While Lin Feng was pleased he still owed 900 million. If he didn't pay up would Wang Long let him move in? Lin Feng wasn't afraid of Wang Long, he could just blow up Wang Long's building with a missile. Instead he was being cautious, he didn't want to reveal his cards too soon as the apocalypse hadn't come yet. Russia and the beautiful country were searching for him everywhere, he couldn't let them find any incriminating evidence. Lin Feng thought for a moment, picked up the phone, and called Wu Yong as he should have some money after all these days. Hello? Is this Wu Yong? I'm Lin Feng. I need 900 million, do you have any money on hand? Lin Feng got straight to the point. Yes boss. You're amazing. All the rental properties are selling like hotcakes. During this time I've sold over 3,000 apartments. We're going to make a fortune. Lin Feng was taken aback. If each apartment was worth 2 million, half price would be 1 million. After deducting 4,000 for the down payment, heating, property, and elevator fees, each apartment would leave about 5,000. 5,000 multiplied by 3,000 means Wu Yong currently has around 15 billion. Alright Wu Yong, transfer all the after-tax money in your account to me, let's sell the remaining rental properties in these last 3 days until they're gone. Wu Yong paused, surprised at how such a good deal could just be dropped. Boss, now a quarter of Huanghai City's properties are ours. Do you have another big project in mind? Wu Yong was still somewhat self-aware. He had 50 million on hand and wanted to take a slice of the pie. Let's stockpile some food and drink supplies. You've seen the news, things are definitely not peaceful lately, and hoarding supplies will surely profit. Lin Feng spoke honestly, and Wu Yong naturally knew about the recent headlines regarding Russia and the beautiful country, nodding vigorously. I understand, boss. The money will be in your account by tomorrow morning. Meeting you, boss, is something I'd die without regrets for. After hearing Wu Yong's response, Lin Feng hung up the phone. 150 billion after tax, 120 billion. In these last 5 days, he could stockpile a massive amount of supplies. Given the circumstances, there was no turning back. Worst case, he could just escape from prison. If there was nowhere to go, he could head to Myanmar. With his weapons and ammunition, he could easily arm a country and establish. If the apocalypse doesn't come, Lin Feng would just change the script, first becoming a warlord, then unifying Myanmar, supplying weapons to the underground forces in Southeast Asia, and seizing the opportunity to unify Laos, Vietnam, Thailand, and Cambodia. Then he would grow strong and create glory, unifying the earth. If there are no weapons, he could just steal them. After all, in this 1,000 kilometer space, he could find whatever you hide underground. What do you have to fight against, Lin Feng? Having thought through the scenario where the apocalypse doesn't come, Lin Feng felt more at ease and began checking prices, ready to take a final gamble. With 120 billion, pork is now 3,000 per ton, which amounts to 4,000 tons. Of course, he couldn't just stockpile pork. He also needed sunburn ointments, frostbite ointments, oxygen tanks, machetes, mobile phones, computers, and various construction materials. Ding! Just then Lin Feng received a bank card notification on his phone. Although Wu Yong was called Wu Yong, he was still quite useful. 120 billion, it arrived so quickly. Upon receiving the money, Lin Feng frantically contacted various suppliers. If he didn't buy now, he wouldn't be able to later. Online shopping is just convenient. 120 billion can be spent in no time. Mainly purchasing various food items like ham, sausages, weapons, sunburn, and frostbite ointments, as these are crucial for offense defense and survival. Lin Feng returned home and lay on the bed placing orders with 120 billion until his fingers were sore, leaving him with only 50 billion. After all, he still needed to reserve money for the shelter's final payment and the 1 billion worth of medical equipment he had ordered. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. To his surprise, it was Zhao Jun, and he answered directly. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, we've gone over budget. We can build the car for 300 million, but we simply can't gather the 1,000 sets of parts you wanted. Hearing Zhao Jun's voice, Lin Feng naturally understood the situation. He had been too overzealous. 1,000 sets of parts were indeed a tall order. Has the car been built? How much more do the parts cost? Lin Feng asked directly about the car's progress. The car will be finished tomorrow. I've tested it, and there are no issues. I can deliver it to you. But you want 1,000 sets of parts. I thought for a moment, the glass, the car body, and the engine. Don't we need to keep some spare parts? At least 10 sets, right? Mass production is cheaper, just give me another 1 billion. I guarantee it will be delivered to you by the end of the month. Hearing Zhao Jun's voice, Lin Feng's heart felt much lighter. Indeed, the first set always costs the most. Mass production would lower the price. I understand, Zhao Jun. I'm sending you the money now. In the last 5 days before the end of the month, you must deliver on time. With that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. He opened his mobile banking app and directly transferred 1 billion to Zhao Jun. Having money is truly extravagant. After transferring the money, Lin Feng began to worry about his safe house. It seemed secure, but what if something went wrong? How would he fix it? After thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone and called Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was a decent person, or at least he had kept in bed. Hello, Lin Xiao? It's so late, is there something you need? Xiao Feng was surprised that Lin Feng was calling him at this hour, especially after just reviewing the construction progress. My safe house needs some parts titanium alloy steel lead plates, explosion-proof glass, aviation-grade materials, plus the replacement of the equipment inside. I want it to last 100 years without failure. Considering the external structure might get damaged 3 times, how much do you think it will cost? Xiao Feng was momentarily stunned. This client was simply being overly cautious. A nearly tumtor-thick steel fortress. Wasn't that safe enough? Lin Xiao, you know labor isn't expensive. What costs a lot are the materials. Given your additional requirements, this will cost at least 3 billion, right? Xiao Feng had been working for nearly a month, so he was well aware of the material costs and had a rough estimate in mind. Can you gather this 3 billion worth of materials within 5 days? If you can, I'll send you the money right now. With time running out, Lin Feng looked at the remaining 4 billion in his account. If I can do it. Lin Xiao, your requests are my mission. Just say the word, and I'll ensure it gets done. Xiao Feng wasn't foolish. He knew how much he could earn from these materials. Great. I've recorded this. I'm transferring the money to you now. If you can't gather it, I'll sue you for breach of contract. With that, Lin Feng hung up. He then transferred 3 billion to Xiao Feng. There was no time to sign contracts. Whoever seemed reliable would do. After all, once the apocalypse hit, the money in his account would just be numbers. Transferring it to them didn't matter. Finally, for the last 1 billion, he gave 900 million to Wang Long, leaving 100 million for emergencies. He had to set aside the final payment for medical supplies. What if the zero-cost purchase failed? After transferring the money, Lin Feng put down his phone and prepared to get a good night's sleep. He hadn't slept properly in bed for days. It would be fine once he moved into the safe house. Just as Lin Feng was about to close his eyes, he opened his space to check on his supplies and felt someone sneaking toward the villa. First, the person threw a bottle of sleeping gas into the yard, knocking out An Bei. Then that person wearing a gas mask and carrying a bag jumped into the yard. Lin Feng immediately woke up. Who was this person? From Russia? Or from the beautiful country? Had he even returned home? How could someone still be trying to assassinate him? Had Lin Feng's identity been exposed? He jumped out of bed and hurried downstairs. He saw the man pressing a few buttons on his bag, and then a timer bomb started counting down. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Watching the man run away, he quickly stored the bomb in his space. As long as it was in the space, the countdown would stop. The man climbed over the wall, and Lin Feng followed closely behind. Who wanted his life? He had to find out. Lin Feng took out a handgun from his space, attached a silencer, and closely pursued. The man took several twists and turns, entering an alley, then covered his ears. Piayup. Seeing him stop, Lin Feng decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through his shoulder. The man paused for a moment, silent and cautiously scanning his surroundings, unaware of what had just happened. This alley had no surveillance, so Lin Feng wasn't afraid of being exposed. He walked over and pointed his gun at the man's head. Who sent you to kill me? Speak honestly. I'll spare your life. The man was taken aback. How could there be guns in Huaxia? And a silencer too. Although surprised, he didn't believe Lin Feng would actually shoot. A rich second generation, would you dare to kill someone in Huaxia? Would you be willing to give up your good life? If you have guts, just kill me. I won't say a word. Just as he was about to act tough, Lin Feng covered his mouth with one hand and grabbed his vital weakness with the other. In an instant, the man was in so much pain, he nearly flew away. Kunkin egg strike. What man could endure such suffering? Speak, or I'll crush it. I'll make you the last eunuch in Huaxia. Lin Feng had to get the answer. And here there were no surveillance cameras. There was no need to hold back. Big brother, I was wrong. I'll tell you. I was paid $1 million by Feng Hao Real Estate to come. You weren't home. I've been waiting here the whole time. I really don't know the specifics of why. The man lost his initial bravado and began to speak the truth. Lin Feng also released his grip, shaking off the hairs from his hand. Feng Hao Real Estate. He hadn't offended them. Why did they want to kill him? After some thought, Lin Feng understood he had stumbled upon their cake. $1 million. You've been watching me for so long, you must know how valuable my life is, right? I'm offering you $5 million. Not only will I spare your life, but if you take out the person who hired you to kill me, I'll give you another $5 million. Lin Feng didn't have time to argue with Feng Hao Real Estate. The apocalypse was about to arrive, and it was faster to solve problems with money. Are you serious? The assassin, one hand covering his wound, and the other on his shoulder, had a face full of disbelief. Get your phone. He'll send you the money. With that, Lin Feng took out his phone, looking serious. The assassin hesitated, released his grip on his wound, took out his phone, and opened his WeChat payment code. WeChat payment received. $5 million. A notification made the assassin's eyes widen. Truly, the wealthy were terrifying. They were heartless. Get lost. After you deal with that person, come find me. He'll give you another $5 million. Lin Feng waved his hand and turned to leave. The assassin, fueled by the allure of cash, instantly betrayed. Killing Lin Feng earned him $1 million. Killing his employer earned him $5 million. Plus, there was a $5 million startup fund. Even a fool would know how to choose. With $5 million, he also had guns and ammunition. He believed he could easily take out his original employer. Boss, I guarantee he'll complete the task. Once you become an assassin who has any bottom line, as long as you offer enough, I can change my bottom line freely. Covering his shoulder, the assassin vanished into the night. Someone who could casually transfer $5 million wouldn't care about the other $5 million, right? Meanwhile, Lin Feng yawned, put away his handgun, and returned home. A killer without even a handgun, wasn't that a bit of a failure? He'll give you $5 million to buy equipment, come find me again. Back at home, Lin Feng still didn't dare to sleep. After some thought, he directly used his space to gather soil 100 meters deep and then sealed the entrance. With this depth, even bombs wouldn't reach me right. He placed a bed down and Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep in the underground hideout. On December 26th, Lin Feng got out of bed feeling refreshed. He stepped out of the cave filled in the dirt and then went to the yard to feed in Bei. However, as soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the yard, he was taken aback. Chow Chow was letting in Bei out of the dog cage playing with it using 2 chicken legs. And this lecherous dog in Bei was completely taken with the opposite sex. And Bei was drooling everywhere. It had betrayed him. Lin Feng was furious. I wondered why Bei looked fatter. It turns out it was all because of you little girl. And Bei, get back in your cage. Lin Feng's words made Bei hesitate as it glanced at Chow Chow, its big dog eyes filled with reluctance. This only made Lin Feng angrier. It seems your dog life is in jeopardy. You actually betrayed me. Oh, Lin Feng, don't you have a heart? It's so pitiful to keep it in a cage every day. Can't you give it some freedom in this big yard? It's a life too. Chow Chow held in Bai's neck, unafraid of Lin Feng, clearly a dog lover, otherwise how would she dare to let Bei out? It's lucky to be alive. And Bei, this is your last chance. Get back in the cage, or else you'll die. Lin Feng had already decided that if Bei didn't obey, he would have dog meat hot pot tonight. I want a dog that listens to me. If you don't obey, why should I keep you? And Bei understood. Lin Feng broke free from Chow Chow, decisively returned to the cage, and even closed the cage door behind itself. This infuriated Chow Chow. Lin Feng, you have no humanity. The dog you raised, doesn't it have feelings? You actually want to kill it. Lin Feng, I thought you were a conscientious capitalist for delivering meals to workers. I didn't expect you to be so cold-blooded. What did you actually want to kill it? Chow Chow pointed angrily at Lin Feng's nose, but Lin Feng ignored her, picking up the walkie-talkie to call Chow Feng. Chow Feng, do you still want to do that 3 billion material deal from last night? Your sister came over to my house again. If you don't resolve this matter, then there's no need to continue this verbal contract. As soon as Chow Feng heard the walkie-talkie, he was stunned. He had already secured a 3 billion material contract last night, with a deposit of 1 billion paid, and the remaining 2 billion to be paid upon delivery. The manufacturer had agreed to give Chow Feng a 200 million rebate for such a large contract. And if Lin Feng cancelled it now, that 200 million would be wasted. Received, young Master Lin. I'm on my way. He'll resolve it immediately. Chow Feng ran to the villa like a frightened child without saying a word, directly pulling Chow Chow's hand and heading outside. Young Master Lin, I apologize. My sister loves dogs very much, and yours is quite rare. She comes to see it occasionally during her winter break. I assure you, from now on, she won't appear in front of you again. After saying this, Chow Feng pulled Chow Chow away. Lin Feng was just scaring Chow Feng. He wanted that 3 billion worth of materials no matter what. He just found Chow Chow annoying and overly sentimental. You can love your own dog however you want to. I won't interfere. But I, Lin Feng, only raise dogs that listen to me. There's no need to keep those that don't obey. No wonder you were first fried and then killed in your past life. A person like you. You won't survive 3 days after the apocalypse. Lin Feng secured the dog cage and took out a large lock to secure it. And Bei must be starved for 3 days. How long have I been away from home? You actually got involved with someone else. 3 days of fasting is just a punishment. Next time it will be dog meat hot pot. And Bei lay in the cage looking pitifully at Lin Feng. It felt it had done wrong, yet it didn't know what it was. It's best not to anger Lin Feng, otherwise its dog life would be in jeopardy. Brother, why are you pulling me? I have to teach him a lesson today. That's a life. How can he just decide to kill it? Chow Chow was still unconvinced. It's truly a harmonious society that saved her. If the apocalypse came and Lin Feng saw her let his dog out, he would definitely kill her. Chow Chow, he has money. What does it matter how he raises his dog? Go home. You're not allowed to come to the villa again. Do you know that young Master Lin customized a 3 billion material order for me last night? The manufacturer agreed to give me a 200 million rebate. Wang Long and the others don't know about this. If they find out, Wang Long will definitely find someone to kill me. Do you know how cruel the world of the wealthy is? Your brother climbed from being a construction worker to today with great difficulty. It's not easy. I'm risking my life on this deal. Once I finish this deal, I can start my own construction company. Is my life more important, or is it more important than Lin Feng? As Chow Feng spoke, tears streamed down his face. That was 200 million. He worked hard for a year to earn just a few 100,000. He might never earn that 200 million in his lifetime. Would he regret losing a 200 million deal over a dog? Chow Feng regretted letting Chow Chow feed the dog. He thought it was no big deal since Lin Feng wasn't home, but unexpectedly Chow Chow had formed an attachment. Brother, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I won't go looking for Lin Feng again. Please don't cry. I was just curious, how does he make his money? We earn so little in a year. How can he earn so much? Why can't we earn that much? I feel like I can earn more money and you won't have to work so hard in the wind and sun every day on the construction site anymore. Chow Chow was still in college. How could she know how hard it is to work? Missing out on Lin Feng's order, Chow Feng feared he would never encounter another opportunity like it in his life. Enough, Chow Chow. The world of the wealthy is different from ours. They make money by making money. Everything they do earns. We don't have the fortune of being billionaires. If I can earn a 200 million rebate this time, I can step into the world of the wealthy. Our parents died early. As long as you are well, I can rest easy. I've inquired. Young Master Lin's dog costs 3 million. If you like it, I can buy you one. I'm not short on money for a dog. In the future, tell me what you like and I'll buy it for you, but stay away from that group of rich people. Their circle is not as simple. Once my construction company is established, when you graduate, come work for me, and I'll show you the lifestyle of the rich. You'll slowly understand. Xiao Feng's tears fell as he thought about his sister. He was both a father and a mother to her, and worried endlessly. He took out his phone and transferred 20 million to Xiao Xiao's account, ensuring she had some money. Xiao Xiao was not a frivolous spender, but she shouldn't be so easily swayed by a few tens of thousands to buy a diamond ring, and then pledge her life to someone and go to a small hotel, right? Brother, I don't want this money. I still have tens of thousands left. It's enough for school. Xiao Xiao wanted to refuse if she didn't want to exhaust her brother too much. Just take it. If I run out of money, I'll ask you for more. Remember what I said, stay away from that group of wealthy people. Oh, I want harm. Xiao Feng turned and returned to the construction site where the project was about to be completed and inspected. He could finally realize his dream. Xiao Xiao looked at the balance in her account, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. This was 20 million. She had never seen so much money before. How do rich people earn their money? Lin Feng spent 30 billion to build a villa and 30 billion to buy materials. Does his family run a banknote printing factory? Xiao Xiao decided. She also wanted to venture into business. She must turn this 20 million into 200 million, 2 billion, 20 billion. Xiao Xiao was just young and inexperienced. She wasn't foolish. Anyway, she had the starting capital. Whatever Lin Feng did, she would do too. Xiao Xiao may not have experience in business, but can I learn? What if I don't go to the villa? It's not far anyway. Can I learn from you? Xiao Xiao purchased a night vision telescope and hid in a corner, secretly observing Lin Feng's every move throughout the day. How exactly had he amassed such staggering wealth? After all, they lived directly across the hallway, just dozens of meters apart, making everything clearly visible. After an entire day of surveillance with no notable activity, Xiao Xiao grew hungry and pulled out a pre-packed loaf of bread, nibbling while maintaining her watch. I must master the wealth-building methods of the affluent. I'm still a university student. I have zero experience earning money, and I'm certainly not foolish. Whatever you do, I'll do the same. If I can't even copy homework correctly, then I truly am incompetent. All day long, Lin Feng simply lounged in his courtyard, basking in the sun, sipping beer, grilling skewers, and scrolling idly through his phone. At such close range, mere dozens of meters, no telescope was even needed. Then several vehicles arrived. As soon as they pulled up, Lin Feng pointed toward the backyard golf course, and a crew of workers disembarked to begin assembling a corrugated metal structure. The metal shed was erected swiftly, completed within a single afternoon. Vast in scale, yet astonishingly inexpensive. Looks like a warehouse, she murmured. What on earth could Lin Feng possibly need a warehouse for on a pristine golf course? Was he abandoning it entirely? Xiao Xiao frowned, watching with dismay as the once immaculate fairways were crushed and trampled by heavy vehicles. Such a magnificent course, meticulously tended by others, now treated with such reckless disregard. That evening, more vehicles arrived, unmistakably bearing the emblem of Shuanghui Group. Lin Feng gestured toward the newly built warehouse, and one by one the trucks rolled inside to unload their cargo. Peering intently through her telescope, Xiao Xiao gasped. Sausages. Heavens above. Has Lin Feng lost his mind? He's just unloaded 10 full truckloads of sausages. How long would it take to consume that much? Speechless, Xiao Xiao nevertheless jotted it down in her notebook. Shuanghui sausages. 1 truck. She made up her mind, though Lin Feng might be cold and unfeeling, he was undeniably profitable. Whatever he hoarded, she would hoard too, and when he sold, she'd sell alongside him. Surely he wouldn't knowingly suffer losses. Once the sausages were fully unloaded, Lin Feng rose, walked briefly into the warehouse, then returned to recline again in his courtyard, resuming his beer. Shortly afterward, 10 more trucks arrived, this time unmistakably carrying bottled water. The open-top trailers bore the unmistakable logo of Binglu, a brand Xiao Xiao recognized instantly. She added another entry to her notebook: Binglu mineral water, 1 truck. Xiao Xiao resolved to ask her elder brother to boldly inquire where Lin Feng planned to sell his goods. Surely if Lin Feng could offload such vast quantities, the buyers wouldn't balk at acquiring a modest additional batch from her. By midnight, her notebook was densely filled, page after page listing Lin Feng's purchases, predominantly foodstuffs, canned goods, snacks, dried squid, beef jerky, mineral water, and self-heating hot pots. Because these items were already stockpiled in factories around Huanghai City, and Lin Feng hadn't stolen them, logistics moved swiftly. With 100 billion yuan deployed, he nearly emptied the city's entire inventory of consumables. At midnight, Lin Feng retired indoors to sleep. When the lights in his home flickered off, Xiao Xiao gathered her notebook and headed home. Her family lived on the 2nd floor. The ground floor housed a building materials warehouse purchased by her brother Xiao Feng, a convenient vertical arrangement. She unlocked the warehouse beneath her apartment. The interior was cavernous, its original stock nearly depleted by Xiao Feng's construction projects. As a contractor, Xiao Feng naturally maintained reserves of building materials, but Lin Feng's order had been so colossal that it wiped out his entire inventory. Though the structural frame employed steel and titanium alloy, interior finishes still required sand, cement, tiles, and flooring. Surely one couldn't construct an entire dwelling solely from metal. Spotting ample storage space, Xiao Xiao opened her laptop and began methodically searching online for factory contact numbers. If he hoarded, she would hoard too, and she refused to believe Xiao Xiao couldn't make money. After finalizing her orders, her initial 20 million yuan dwindled to just 600,000. Some of Lin Feng's snacks were astonishingly expensive. A single pack of beef jerky cost 40 or 50 yuan, a full truckload therefore represented a fortune. Xiao Xiao processed online payments, urging vendors to expedite delivery. Most promised arrival within 3 days. Given Huanghai City's proximity to the capital's logistics hub, transportation remained exceptionally efficient. Back home, Xiao Xiao reflected upon Anbei. She too wished for a dog. With only 600,000 yuan remaining, would it be enough? She opened a pet app and searched for Tibetan Mastiffs. Non-pedigree specimens cost several thousand yuan. Purebreds range from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Not everyone, after all, was Lin Feng, spending 3 million yuan on a single dog. She found one remarkably similar to Anbei and clicked the link, only to see the price 18,800 yuan. Non-negotiable. Cash pickup only. 18,800 yuan. Serious inquiries only. The puppy was undeniably beautiful, roughly 3 months old. Xiao Xiao bookmarked the listing, noted the address, and resolved to visit the next day. After all, her supplies wouldn't arrive until then. December 28, 2049. 3 days remained before the apocalypse. While Lin Feng waited patiently at home for deliveries, Xiao Xiao set off to acquire her dog. She took a ride-hailing service over 300 kilometers to a suburban villa on the outskirts of the capital. Upon stating her purpose, she was introduced to the dogs. There were 2, male and female, both over 3 months old and unmistakably purebred. Delighted, Xiao Xiao paid immediately and selected the female. Returning home via ride-hailing by afternoon, she brought the puppy straight to her apartment, then dialed the local meat processing plant to order 50,000 yuan worth of assorted meats. Lin Feng fed his dog meat, so hers would eat nothing less. Tomorrow's shipment would arrive, and she impulsively purchased 5 large industrial freezers, not for practicality but sheer defiance. Perhaps I cannot rival Lin Feng in every way, but my meat supply will exceed his, and my freezers will outnumber his. We are both human beings. He succeeds, and so shall I. Women hold up half the sky. My only limitation is capital, but I will surpass this heartless merchant. I will emulate Lin Feng. Become Lin Feng, then transcend him. First, a modest goal: grow 2 million yuan into 100 million. Having arranged everything, Xiao Xiao bathed the puppy and named her Fengzi. Xiao Xiao mirrored Lin Feng's every action, determined to outperform him, while Wu Yong, the famed strategist, had likewise become Lin Feng's devoted acolyte. Lin Feng's audacious strategy, leasing every available property, had netted him 12 billion yuan. Wu Yong had never laid eyes on such a sum in his entire life, and to claim he felt no temptation would be a lie. Fortunately, he remained Lin Feng's foremost lieutenant. If Lin Feng deployed 12 billion yuan to stockpile supplies, then surely Wu Yong's own 5 million yuan would suffice. Wu Yong also knew Lin Feng had spent 3 billion yuan constructing residences, and leveraging his official position, Wu Yong secured himself a villa of his own. Where else would such an extraordinary opportunity arise? How could Wu Yong possibly miss it? Lin Feng had never forbidden him from leasing properties himself. To avoid scrutiny, he limited himself to a single villa, registered under the company's books, reasoning that if Lin Feng discovered it, he'd simply purchase it outright. Wu Yong spent several million yuan reinforcing the villa in Lin Feng style, allocating the remaining 4+ million yuan entirely to water and essential supplies. He'd missed one golden opportunity. This time he would not falter. If Lin Feng remained unruffled while hoarding 12 billion yuan, why should Wu Yong fear investing a few million? When Lin Feng began selling, surely his own stock would ride along effortlessly. After all, his boss executed such dazzling maneuvers constantly. Why not simply follow closely behind? If even copying homework proved beyond his ability, then Wu Yong truly was worthless. Buoyed by confidence, Wu Yong calculated that his formal Yonyuan investment would yield at least several hundred thousand in profit, especially considering his boss had earned 12 billion yuan in under a month. Compared to those astronomical sums, a few million yuan was negligible. Moreover, once the properties were leased out, rental income alone would approach 7 or 8 million yuan. Wu Yong resolved, on behalf of his boss, to allocate all remaining funds to supplies. Surely such a minor decision, mere millions, shouldn't require troubling his boss. What then was the very purpose of Wu Yong's existence? Some rejoice while others despair, some imitate while others lose everything, leaving them with barely a pair of pants. The Lin Group's market value has dwindled to only 3 billion due to the all-rental housing scheme, but fortunately for reasons unknown, the all-rental housing will end in 3 days. Otherwise, the stock price would continue to plummet. Dad, I have good news. The owner of Baikal jumped off a building this morning. The owner of Fanghao Real Estate seems to have offended someone and is constantly being assassinated. He no longer dares to go out, and his high consumption is restricted. He cannot take high-speed trains or leave the country. Lin Tian handed his phone to Lin Hao. Although they lost 5 billion, they managed to stabilize themselves with the cash flow. As a result, they are now left with only a few million, but compared to Baikal and Fanghao Real Estate, they have weathered this real. Finally, it's over. The owner of Baikal can't handle the pressure, can he? With Lin Feng's reckless behavior, it's impossible for him to last long. Just wait. Within a month, Lin Feng will be bankrupt and liquidated. We should take the opportunity to acquire those foreclosed properties at a low price. There are more than 300 properties in Huanghai City, and at this price, a mere 30 increase will do. Then our 5 billion evaporated this month would come back. Lin Hao finally saw good news after so many days. Once the two real estate giants fall, Lin Group will take half of Huanghai City's properties. We could become the largest real estate group in Huaxia. I think so too. This month has been exhausting. I haven't even dared to eat at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Lin Feng's good days are numbered. This is a classic Ponzi scheme. I have received news that the higher-ups have already started investigating Lin Feng. If Lin Feng can't repay his loans next month, he might never get out of jail. Lin Tian also saw the dawn of victory. Lin Feng's all-rental housing scheme swindled over 10 billion. Life is starting to feel like a trial. New Year's Day is coming soon. You go to Tianhai Hotel to book a table and order good food. Let's celebrate. Lin Hao felt somewhat relieved. After all, it wasn't him who got cheated. Those fools who rented Lin Feng's all-rental houses will have their day to cry. Okay, Dad'll go book it right away. I wonder what Lin Feng is thinking. He clearly ran off to Russia. If I were him, I wouldn't come back. This time he's doomed. Lin Tian happily went to book the table, while Wang Long looked at the bill with a troubled expression. He had already invested 1.8 billion in materials to build a safe house for Lin Feng. Lin Feng had burned through nearly 900 million in less than 10 days. Now the funds of Hulong Security Company have already run dry. Damn it. This is a loss. If I finish this contract, I can only earn 300 million, and I won't receive it until next year. Lin Feng, you really calculated this well. You told me to earn 300 million, and that's exactly what I'm going to earn. Not a penny more. Wang Long tore the bill into shreds. He was about to invest 1.8 billion. How could he own? There's no choice. The contract is signed, and the land deed is in Wang Long's hands. He has to finish the project with gritted teeth. He can't afford to default. Fortunately, the inspection is coming up soon, and he can receive 900 million then. In 3 months, he can receive another 900 million. If it takes a year to earn that 300 million, then so be it. With this thought, Wang Long's expression improved slightly. At that moment, Xiao Feng was smiling as he called Lin Feng. Young Master Lin, the materials worth 3 billion you requested have just arrived. Where should we put them? Lin Feng sat up from his chair and replied to Xiao Feng, just unload them in the warehouse. After hanging up, Lin Feng looked at the spare materials to see if they were worth 3 billion. Looking at the trucks full of steel plates, titanium alloy plates, specialized glass plates, and aviation materials, Lin Feng was very satisfied. Even if they aren't worth 3 billion, they should be worth more than 2.5 billion. Can't we let Xiao Feng earn a little? Is there any middleman who doesn't make a profit? Unload the goods, and once you're done, just close the door. Lin Feng waved his hand to direct them to unload, and Lin Feng didn't know that Xiao Feng was a straightforward person. The market price of these materials was indeed worth 3 billion. The 200 million Xiao Feng earned wasn't a markup, but a referral fee. After all, when buying so much, wouldn't the manufacturer give some discounts below market price? Who can buy this much at once? Having experienced the apocalypse, Lin Feng thought too poorly of people. In Lin Feng's eyes, there were no good people left, not knowing that there were still quite a few principled individuals. Xiao Feng smiled as he looked at the 180 million balance on his phone. Finally, I can set up my own construction company. Xiao Feng grinned as he drove to register the company. After all, it was almost completed, so it didn't matter whether he watched or not. Xiao Feng had his eye on a piece of land for a long time. It was originally valued at 330 million, but due to Lin Feng's actions this month, it had drastically dropped in value. Now he could secure it for just 170 million. Xiao Feng hurried to sign the contract. From his years of experience acquiring it now, even if nothing was built, just leaving it there for half a year, he could easily sell it for over 200 million. Hurry and buy the land. What if tomorrow is the apocalypse? Will this land continue to drop in value? Will it rot in my hands? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The all-rental housing scheme is no longer selling. Land prices will definitely rise. Xiao Feng excitedly signed the contract and transferred the money. This piece of land will belong to me, Xiao Feng. From now on, I, Xiao Feng, am also a boss. I'm going to make a fortune. I'm about to get rich. On the warehouse side, after they finished unloading the goods, Lin Feng saw that everyone had left, so he directly entered the warehouse, stored the items into space, then came out and closed the door. Building this warehouse is to throw off suspicion. After all, having so many things without a place to put them seems too unreasonable. Buzz buzz. At that moment, Zhao Jun drove a 10-wheeled truck with a temporary license plate over 2 meters high to Lin Feng's doorstep. The first glance at this truck, Lin Feng fell in love with it. The 300 million spent was worth every penny. Zhao Jun, you truly are my good brother. Get out. Let me try it. Lin Feng waved his hand, and Zhao Jun's eyes shone with excitement. This is simply a work of art. And I, Zhao Jun, made it. This is undoubtedly my highest achievement in life. Looking at Zhao Jun's reddened eyes, Lin Feng felt a twinge of reluctance. It seems that this month Zhao Jun has hardly slept a few hours, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to produce these 2 vehicles. Zhao Jun, do you trust me? Patting Zhao Jun's shoulder, Lin Feng decided to remind him. I trust you. Young Master Lin, I believe everything you say. The snow vehicles and parts will arrive shortly. You should finish your inspection, and then I need to go home for 3 days and nights of sleep. I'm so exhausted. I almost worked myself to death. If you trust me, work 2 more days. I have a feeling that water, rice, white flour, salt, instant noodles, ham, and various canned fruits and meats will rise in price soon. I don't care how much you earn from me. If you trust me, take all your savings and stock up right away. You can also mortgage your factory to stock up after all. Your modification factory has a warehouse in space. If you believe in me, this is your last chance to get rich in your life. Zhao Jun was stunned for a moment. He felt Lin Feng's words were somewhat absurd. What age are we in? It's almost 2050, we're no longer in an era of scarcity. Unless there's a war, how could there be shortages of food and drink? Alright, young Master Lin, once you finish testing the vehicle, I'll go back and prepare. Zhao Jun nodded, somewhat skeptical of Lin Feng's words. You don't need to keep an eye on me, just take a taxi to Walmart to place an order. Whether you believe me is up to you. Lin Feng put his arm around Zhao Jun's shoulder and started to push him away. If he told Zhao Jun that the apocalypse was coming in a few days, he would definitely think he was crazy. If Zhao Jun doesn't stock up on supplies after what I said, then it's not Lin Feng's responsibility. Zhao Jun left the villa area with a mix of skepticism and belief, intending to take a taxi to Walmart. With the few cars and the parts Lin Feng wanted, Zhao Jun earned 50 million. Zhao Jun had little savings, the modification shop was costly and various equipment was expensive. The money he earned over the years had all turned into equipment for the shop. Seeing Zhao Jun leaving, Lin Feng also got in the car and began to test how it felt to drive. He started the engine and pressed the accelerator to the floor. He charged straight toward his old villa. Boom. A loud crash echoed as the front of the car smashed directly into the villa, startling Zhao Jun, who had just walked away. Lin Feng, are you out of your mind? Even if you have a new house, the old one is worth tens of millions. You can't just... Lin Feng stepped on the reverse pedal. The car had plenty of power and backed out effortlessly. Lin Feng got out to assess the situation. The glass was intact, but the paint on the front of the car was scratched, revealing the titanium alloy underneath along with some scratches. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Zhao Jun's craftsmanship was impressive. He drove around the 800-acre golf course at full speed, completely ruining the course without a hint of regret. Crazy. Lin Xiao is truly insane. Zhao Jun watched Lin Feng race away, completely dumbfounded. How could someone so wealthy just go crazy like that? Zhao Jun shook his head and decided to leave. They were good friends, but this matter was beyond his control, and he had no authority over it. He would wait a few days for Lin Feng to come to his senses, and then try to persuade him to visit a mental hospital. How could someone so young suddenly go insane? This condition needs to be treated early, it can still be cured. Lin Feng tested the car's top speed, but due to its weight, the maximum speed was only 200 kilometers per hour. However, Lin Feng was already quite satisfied. That was sufficient. Just then a truck loaded with parts arrived at the villa area. Lin Feng drove over to greet them, pointing to the warehouse as they began unloading. After a quick count, it was evident that Zhao Jun was indeed reliable. He had already reminded Zhao Jun about stockpiling supplies. The rest was up to Zhao Jun. After unloading, Lin Feng started the snow vehicle to test it. Since it wasn't snow but grass, and the snow vehicle had tracks, the moment it moved, the grass flew up, completely destroying them. After making 2 laps, the speed was very slow, only 60 kilometers per hour. If it were snow, it would probably take off. Lin Feng was pleased, drove the vehicle into the warehouse, closed the door, and stored it. Now he had everything ready, only lacking a safe house. Speaking of which, the safe house had arrived. Wang Long came with the key and called Lin Feng. Seeing it was Wang Long, Lin Feng didn't answer and directly went to the safe house. Lin Xiao, it's completed. Come and take a look. Wang Long looked at the wrecked golf course and the wall of the villa that had been crashed and feeling a bit confused. However, that was not his concern. He was there to collect the 900 million. Thinking that in 3 months, he would collect 900 million and break, even Wang Long felt much better. Alright, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Feng followed Wang Long inside to inspect each room. Sure enough, Xiao Feng was reliable. The quality was absolutely fine. Ding! Wang Long glanced at his phone and then checked the messages. Seeing the 900 million had arrived, Wang Long beamed and handed the key to Lin Feng. Lin Xiao, you really are straightforward. You can stay here for the next 3 months. If there are any issues, call me. I'll send someone to take care of it immediately. Lin Feng took the key, nodding. 3 months. Wang Long, you're heavily in debt. Whether you can survive for 3 months remains to be seen. Alright, then I won't treat you to a meal. I'll first test the experience of this house. Alright, Lin Xiao, I'll let the workers... Wang Long was satisfied as long as he received the money. Anyway, the land deed was still in his hands. Whether Lin Feng paid the final payment or not, Wang Long was no longer at a loss. Wang Long left with his men, while Lin Feng took out his phone and directly dialed the number for Tianhai Hotel. With 95 million left in his account, Lin Feng itched to spend it. Lin Feng immediately ordered 1,500 tables of top-tier banquets. They would start delivering tomorrow morning. 500 tables in the morning. 500 tables at noon. 500 tables in the evening. Delivered to Villa No. 108 in the Shishan Bun Villa area. The manager was dumbfounded. Each top-tier feast cost 300. 1,500 tables amounted to 450 million. This could practically buy their hotel. Ding! Alipay payment received. 45 million. Suddenly the payment notification sounded, and the manager quickly asked the boss if the 45 million had arrived. The boss nodded. The manager readily agreed. Okay, Lin Zong. I'll start preparing right now. I guarantee it will be delivered on time. The manager immediately agreed, while Lin Feng hung up and dialed 110. Lin Feng reported to the police that materials worth 10 billion had disappeared from his warehouse, which shocked them. Just a few days ago, incidents of items disappearing occurred in Kyoto. Was it now happening in my Huanghai city? Lin Feng's clever move of crying thief, while being the thief, was brilliant. As long as I lose something, no one will think it was me who stole it from now on. No one would come to ask me for charity or supplies anymore. He opened the warehouse door for the police. After all, there was nothing left inside. After 10 minutes, several police cars arrived with sirens blaring to investigate the situation. Initially, the police didn't believe Lin Feng had 10 billion worth of materials, but Lin Feng produced purchase records and vehicle entry and exit logs convincing them. Lin Feng, doesn't your warehouse with 10 billion worth of materials have any surveillance cameras? The police were a bit skeptical. The entrance camera could see vehicles bringing in materials, but why was there no one inside monitoring and no cameras set up? I did install surveillance, but it got stolen too. The police didn't find any fault with Lin Feng's explanation, i.e. losing 10 billion worth of materials made losing a camera seem reasonable. Alright, Lin Feng will open a case and investigate in the coming days. Do you have any recent enemies? If you could name them, it might provide us with some leads. While the police took notes, they asked Lin Feng about enemies. Lin Feng thought for a moment and decisively mentioned Lin Hao. Officer, I suspect Lin Hao is behind this. I proposed the full rental plan to create benefits for the people, relieving them of mortgage pressure. However, it caused Lin's real estate stock to plummet. This must have been orchestrated by Lin Hao. But officer, I'm merely providing a clue. You must not disclose it. You must protect my personal safety. This month, I've already paid 3 billion in taxes. I am a conscientious entrepreneur. Lin Feng played his cards while not only clearing his own suspicions, but also placing the blame on Lin Hao's shoulders. Even though the apocalypse was approaching, Lin Feng was amused to add extra difficulty to Lin Hao's game. Don't worry, Mr. Lin Feng, we will keep it confidential. We will investigate the Lin Group and Lin Hao immediately. Please keep your phone on and try not to leave Huanghai City. Once we have news about your supplies, we will notify you. The police officer reminded Lin Feng a few things, and Lin Feng nodded. There's no way I can leave Huanghai City. Thank you, officer. Please contact me once you find it. Otherwise, my cash flow will be cut off, and I won't be able to repay the loan next month. The police officer rolled his eyes at Lin Feng. That's not a valid reason for not repaying a loan. However, he didn't say anything. Lin Feng's loan repayment was none of his concern, and he was just responsible for investigating the bizarre disappearance of billions in supplies. A group of police officers began searching for footprints, hair, and various suspicious clues with the most advanced equipment. Lin Feng, however, couldn't care less about them. They could search all night, and he would be gone by tomorrow. Losing things is not the end of the world in Huaxiao. As long as no one dies, it's all minor issues. Lin Feng returned to his original villa, ensuring no one was watching from behind the house. He directly opened the space and stored the damaged wall inside, then brought it back out to seal the hole. Of course, he just put the bricks back in place, and the wall was still broken. This villa was of no use now. Sealing the wall was merely to block others' view. Then he dug a pit beneath the villa as he was going to retrieve medical supplies. This time, it wasn't a zero-cost acquisition. Lin Feng had paid a deposit of 200 million. Taking advantage of the night, Lin Feng directly found the surveillance room of the first hospital. An old man was dozing off in the surveillance room, and Lin Feng didn't wake him. He just took the surveillance host. Then he headed to the warehouse of the first hospital. Lin Feng took a glance and realized he had struck gold again. Not only were there supplies worth 1 billion he had ordered, but also many new devices and medicines ordered by the first hospital along with the hospital's original stock. Lin Feng had struck it rich. It seems that Dean Li Yuan had benefited from the 200 million he received and was updating equipment and replacing medicines. Taking it all would mean this batch of medical supplies could be sold for over 1.5 billion in the market. Leaving it for you would be looking down on you. After gathering everything and returning home an hour later, the police received another report. The hospital warehouse had lost 1.5 billion worth of medical supplies, and the surveillance footage had also been lost. The police were already used to it. Lin Feng had lost 10 billion worth of supplies. Losing 1.5 billion wasn't unreasonable, was it? Lin Feng returned home and entered the safe house. He took out a dozen phones and set up 10 computers. It was the last day. He needed to download games, TV shows, and various. When the solar flare erupts, damaging a third of the satellites, the internet speed will drop from 6G back to the 3G era. At that time, downloading things and going online will be even slower. That night, Lin Feng transformed into a diligent little bee, downloading everything to pass the boring time before the end of the world arrives. Until the early hours of the morning, Lin Feng fell into a deep sleep, holding several phones until he was awakened by the ring. Mr. Lin, we are from the Tianhai Hotel. We will arrive at your home in 10 minutes. Are you available to receive the delivery now? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes and replied, yes, I'm at home. After hanging up, he glanced at the time. It was already 7:30 in the morning. He got up, left the safe house, and opened. After 10 minutes, 5 vehicles slowly drove up and entered the warehouse. Please place it in the warehouse. Oh, I will arrange for someone to pick it up. Lin Feng stood up to make way while the manager of Tianhai Hotel pulled out a piece of paper, preparing to have Lin Feng sign it. 500 tables of dishes, 6,000 plates, along with some red wine and other items. Although it was takeout, the presentation was still exquisite. They had provided Lin Feng with the plates and utensils. Those plates were worth only a few bucks. 6,000 plates of dishes were individually packed and secured with wooden frames neatly arranged in rows. Lin Feng took a look, and one wooden frame contained exactly 12 dishes and 2 bottles of red wine, enough for a table. It was easy to check. There were a total of 500 wooden frames. Mr. Lin, if everything is in order, could you please sign for receipt? It would help me in my report back. This 500 tables cost 15 million. How could she not take it seriously? Lin Feng took the paper and pen signed directly, but was pondering in his heart what to buy with the remaining 50 million. Your dishes are of good quality. I am moving into a new house and want to host a flowing banquet for 2 days. Tomorrow I need another 1,500 tables, 3 meals a day. I will transfer the money to you now, so please notify your boss to prepare quickly. Saying this, Lin Feng transferred another 45 million over. This money felt too hot to handle. Not spending it felt uncomfortable. All right, Mr. Lin, we will get ready immediately. We absolutely won't delay your order. The manager was very happy. Another 45 million big order. Besides the base salary, the manager also earned commissions from her job at the hotel. 1%, 90 million would yield a commission of 9,000. Lin Feng could have her come warm his bed tonight. Go now, don't delay my dinner invitation. Lin Feng waved his hand, thinking about the remaining 5 million. What should he buy? Today is December 31st, and tomorrow the end of the world will arrive. However, on the first day of the apocalypse, apart from satellites being damaged and temperatures rising, there were no significant natural disasters. Lin Feng remembered that the temperature in Huanghai City reached 30 degrees in January on the first day. Of course, it would get hotter day by day. In the early stages, the authorities could still manage it, but later they wouldn't be able to control it at all. How could they support ordinary people when they themselves didn't have enough supplies? So Lin Feng placed another order for the next day. They could still deliver tomorrow, but the day after might be pushing it. The manager and her team left while Lin Feng closed the warehouse door and directly stored 500 tables of dishes and wine. 3,000 tables should be enough for him to eat for several decades, right? It was just average. It didn't have as many fish and shrimp as Lake Baikal. Back home, Lin Feng took out 2 deep-fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk from the space and continued downloading learning materials. European and American, Japanese and Korean and domestic. He couldn't miss various artillery loading techniques, rice hybridization techniques, and postnatal care for sows. In the future, he could only rely on single-player games to learn. On this day, whenever food arrived, Lin Feng would go to receive it. When he returned, dozens of phones and computers were downloading learning materials together. The internet speed in the 6G era was indeed fast. Lin Feng put anti-radiation films on all the glass, 1 layer inside, 1 layer outside. This glass itself was made to be explosion-proof and anti-radiation, and it was 1.5 meters thick. Yet Lin Feng still felt it was not safe, so he added 2 more layers. Lin Feng was being overly cautious. His current supplies and weapons could start a rebellion, but he was still very afraid of dying. In the middle of the night, he went to the night market and cleared out their inventory, spending 3 million. A man's word must be kept. I said I would come on the night of December 31st, and I, Lin Feng, will definitely come. This day was busy yet fulfilling. On January 1st, 2050, at 2 a.m., Lin Feng packed all his belongings from the old villa, leaving no pot, pan, or piece of furniture behind, completely clearing it out. He buried a small amount of explosives in the basement of the old villa, just to be safe. Lin Feng opened the cage of Anbei, who had been starving for several days, looking weak and listless. After bringing Anbei into the safe house, he tossed it a leg of lamb, causing Anbei to wag its tail. Lin Feng locked the titanium alloy door, which required not only a key but also a password, and would only open with successful facial recognition. Once this door was closed, no one could open it except Lin Feng. Want to force your way in? Feel free to try. Lin Feng sat by the window, pouring himself a glass of red wine, quietly sipping it. Lin Feng had to confirm whether the apocalypse would truly come, and he needed to see it with his own eyes. If the apocalypse did not come, Lin Feng would have to flee to Myanmar quickly. He owed a substantial amount of money, and once captured and imprisoned, it would be impossible to hide the fact that he had stolen things. To escape prison, he would have to use spatial abilities, which would definitely expose him. At that point, it would not just be a matter of being a fraud. The authorities might end up dissecting him for research, and even the Russians might launch atomic bombs to obliterate him. If the apocalypse did not come, he would just change scripts in Myanmar, establish a warlord regime, have a harem of 3,000 beauties, cut out kidneys, dig out hearts, claim mountains as his own, and being a local emperor would also be a good option. With Lin Feng's current arsenal, defeating the Myanmar government would be a piece of cake, not to mention taking on a few warlords. If he had even bigger ambitions, he could unify Southeast Asia and strive for global domination. If he had no weapons or supplies, he could just smuggle himself over. Unifying the world would merely be a matter of time. After contemplating his backup plan, Lin Feng sat by the window, sipping red wine and anxiously staring outside. It was impossible not to feel nervous. Lin Feng both anticipated and feared the arrival of the apocalypse. This world is so beautiful, yet once the apocalypse arrives, it will turn into a hell on earth. Even with endless resources, it cannot change the ugliness of human nature. There are 2 things in the apocalypse that cannot be faced directly. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. Lin Feng knew this all too well. At 2:30 a.m., Lin Feng widened his eyes, staring at the pitch-black sky outside. Suddenly, a blinding white light illuminated the entire night sky, casting the entire solar system in daylight. It's here. The solar flare has erupted. Zzz. In an instant, all the phones and computer screens on Lin Feng's bed started to flicker with static, and all electronic devices became useless. This is the terror of solar flares and magnetic storms. Lin Feng understood that from this moment on human technology would regress by a century. The solar flare and magnetic storm destroyed 1/3 of the satellites and signals would be severely disrupted. Even satellite phones would be affected. Moreover, from now on the situation would only worsen. No country would have the capability to manufacture new satellites after the apocalypse. Not only were the satellites affected, but the magnetic storms caused by the solar flares had also begun to damage the Earth's ozone layer. Fortunately, the ozone layer was only damaged, not completely destroyed. Starting from tomorrow's sunrise, the sun's energy would shine down on the Earth without restraint. The lethality of ultraviolet rays would make it impossible for all living beings to face the sunlight during the day. From now on, sunlight would be deadly for humanity. Lin Feng drank a glass of red wine, filled with anticipation for this impending apocalypse. Tomorrow there would still be one last feast. Once people realized the terror of the sunlight, no one would dare to go out during the day. About a minute later, the bright light in the sky disappeared. This is how terrifying the sun is. In just that minute, countless lives on the other side of the Earth must have perished. Many people in Huanghai City saw that bright light akin to daylight. Although they did not know what was happening, they did not think much. The vast majority were unaware that at 2:30 a.m., most people were deep in slumber. Fortunately, the country had managed to block the first wave. Meanwhile, the beautiful country on the other side of the Earth was thrown into chaos. That minute caused global electronic devices to fail completely, and countless vehicles collided uncontrollably. Power outages, internet disconnections, explosions, fires, screams, cries, moans, calls for help. The other side of the Earth had already turned into an apocalyptic scene. Pu Chuan had yet to locate the missing aircraft carrier and looked older by decades at the sight before him, resembling a 200-year-old man. Is the heavens trying to destroy my America? What on earth is happening? The high-level officials of the beautiful country watched the chaos unfold on the streets. In just that minute, the losses to the beautiful country were beyond calculation. This is why Lin Feng must return to Huaxia. He cannot stay in Russia either. There will be extreme cold next year. Finally, after a frantic hour of repairs in the beautiful country, the communication systems began to recover one by one. The police, fire department, and hospitals were bombarded with calls from citizens. Everywhere there were vehicle collisions, injuries, and fires, and the entire beautiful country was thrown into chaos. Huaxia was certainly affected as well, with many vehicles losing control and crashing off elevated highways, resulting in numerous casualties. However, at 3 a.m., it was not the busiest time for traffic, and with communication interrupted, many people were completely unaware of what was happening in the world. After finishing his red wine, Lin Feng felt a lot more at ease. With Huaxia's repair, speed communications should be restored before 6 in the morning, right? However, from now on it would be farewell to the 6G era. Having 3G network would be considered good. Seeing the apocalypse arrive as expected, Lin Feng felt a weight lift off his shoulders. There would be no need to flee to Myanmar to build an armed uprising. He could just stay at home and lie low. There was no rush to repay the loans owed to the bank, and as for the high-interest loans, if you have the life to come and ask me for it, I will definitely return it to you. Lin Feng had worked hard all day. After finishing his drink, he lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Staying in this safe house made Lin Feng feel much more secure. He slept soundly while the network in Huaxia began to gradually recover. Now Huaxia had become an exclusive network, severely damaging satellites, making it impossible to contact foreign countries. Even the authorities did not know what was happening on the other side of the Earth, and satellite phones were currently unreachable. What happened at 2:30 a.m.? For that moment it felt like I saw my great-grandmother waving at me. Did the sun explode? Otherwise, how could there be a power outage and internet disconnection? I saw that strong light. It was the end of the world. I don't know if the sun exploded. I just know that the gas station outside my neighborhood exploded. It shattered my windows. 119 is unreachable. The fire burned all night before stopping. Thankfully, it was night. Otherwise many people would have died in the explosion. Can someone save me? I'm under the bridge, 35 kilometers from Huanghai City, on the highway. I've been stuck here for several hours. The emergency calls are completely unreachable. Many vehicles lost control and crashed off the highway. My leg is broken, trapped in the car. Whoever comes to rescue me, I will give them $1 million. Various discussions and rescue requests flooded the internet. There were too many traffic accidents, and the police force in Huanghai City was completely overwhelmed. Not only was the police force in Huanghai City insufficient, but the entire Huaxia was the same, with out-of-control vehicles crashing everywhere. For those with bad luck, closing their eyes and reopening them meant a night had passed. For those with good luck, closing their eyes and not reopening them could mean a lifetime gone. Why did those who did not open their eyes become the lucky ones? The survivors regretted not having driven on the highway that night. Now with the network down, there was no way to call for help. The only help they could rely on was the powerful netizens. Lin Feng slept soundly until dawn and opened his phone, finding that the network had indeed been restored. From 2G, it reverted back to 3G, enough to watch a live stream and make a video call. He took out a dozen beers and some grilled kidneys from the space, checked Weibo and various forums, which were nearly overwhelmed by last night's events. Soon almost all social media platforms issued an announcement. The official response from the Huaxia nation was always swift, but Lin Feng knew that no one could save this world from the catastrophic disaster. Attention citizens of Huaxia at 2:30 a.m. on January 1, 2050, due to a solar flare, global communication devices malfunctioned, and the authorities are working tirelessly to rescue those affected by the incidents. From January 1 to January 4, 2050, all citizens of Huaxia will have a collective holiday for 3 days. Travel is discouraged unless absolutely necessary to avoid interfering with rescue operations. To ensure normal living conditions for residents, all food sales locations, including large supermarkets, grocery stores, restaurants, hotels, and water stations, will remain open without unauthorized price increases. Violations will be prosecuted. Gathering is discouraged unless necessary to prevent crowding and secondary harm. The authorities will work diligently to restore water, electricity, gas, and communication systems, ensuring normal living conditions for residents. Due to the severity of the disaster, please refrain from reporting non-essential incidents to prevent wasting police resources on rescue efforts. The Huaxia National Disaster Command issued this statement at 6 a.m. on January 1, 2050. After reading, Lin Feng shook his head. The Huaxia government's response to the earthquake and disaster relief was indeed swift, but they still underestimated the impact of this catastrophe. 3 days off. Just wait until then, and see things are not as simple as you think. Scrolling through the forum, it was bustling with activity at that moment. Oh, a holiday. 3 days off. I can play games again. Who's going to stop me this time? The person above must be an idiot with a 2G network. Play games. You'd probably lag out even trying to play Candy Crush. No, wait, it seems to have returned to 3G. Is the government really that quick? A holiday? How can there be a holiday? My mortgage, car loan, and online loans are all waiting for repayment. What am I supposed to eat during the holiday? Shouldn't the government provide some relief supplies and compensation for halted work? Gambling addicts deserve no sympathy. It's just in time for the Lunar New Year. My family has prepared plenty of food and drinks. We can have a great gathering. Wah! Who can save me? My parents are truck drivers and haven't come back all night. I'm so scared at home all alone. You people are just gluttons for punishment. I'm a taxi driver. Did you check the highways and overpasses? Electronic devices malfunctioned last night. Who knows how many people died? I curse you to meet a worse fate than them. Don't listen to his nonsense. How does a malfunctioning electronic device relate to cars? Did you crash on the highway due to poor driving skills? Don't blame gravity. The person above is obviously a dumb female driver. It's 2050. Nowadays most cars are electronically controlled. Do you think your tractor can start with a crank? Are you really that skilled? Why didn't you get on the highway last night? Lin Feng scrolled for quite a while, witnessing both the cheers for the holiday and the incessant curses. Sipping on a beer, he thought this might be one of his ways to pass the time. It was only the first day. Soon you will know what despair truly means. Buzz. Just then Lin Feng's phone. He swiped up to answer the call. It was the manager of Tianhai Hotel. Mr. Lin, can we still deliver food to you today? We've already prepared it here. The communication failure isn't related to our hotel kitchen, but you saw the announcement, right? Please refrain from going out unless necessary. The manager's voice was filled with regret. She had no idea how to resolve such a huge issue. This was a 45 million deal, and she could only call to check the situation. Just deliver it. We don't have many disaster victims here. You must trust the government. This was basically Lin Feng's last supply. He couldn't refuse it. In the future, if he wanted to eat, he would have to cook for himself. Don't say it's 3000 for a table now. In the future, even 300 million for a table will have buyers. Before dying, who wouldn't want to enjoy a good meal? Understood, Mr. Lin, we will deliver it within 30 minutes, as long as everything goes smoothly on the road. Hearing the manager's words, Lin Feng shook his head. These folks really were working hard for their money. Do you know how terrifying the UV radiation is after the ozone layer is damaged? You don't need me to remind you. By tomorrow morning, all of Huaxia will know. Lin Feng took out a bottle of sunscreen from the space and applied it to his exposed skin on his face and head. Don't underestimate this small bottle of sunscreen. It could save lives in times to come. The lethality of UV rays. Beyond your imagination. After applying the sunscreen, Lin Feng prepared a sunshade and sunglasses. He didn't want to die young and had to be fully prepared. When visiting the beautiful country, Lin Feng particularly took care of sunscreen from cosmetic factories. Compared to domestic products, the sunscreen from the beautiful country was obviously of superior quality. Lin Feng stood by the window and looked outside. Your good days are now coming to an end. And my good days are just beginning. Lin Feng stood by the window gazing at the world outside, reminiscent of ancient emperors overlooking their kingdoms. He didn't care if the ants below could see him. He was already invincible. Why fear anything? As long as Lin Feng wanted, he could easily wipe out everyone in the entire Huanghai city. Unifying the earth would just be It all depends on whether Lin Feng want it. I am invincible in this world. Why fight against the heavens or anyone else? To be invincible is such a lonely feeling. One should have a grand vision. Being invincible, why bother with closing the curtains? In this lifetime, I will sit at home and control the world. I see the world as a chessboard and the people as chess pieces. I'm going to play a grand game. Is my thought too ridiculously juvenile? Even a brainless author wouldn't come up with such a silly phrase, right? Lin Feng shook his head at this thought. To be honest, it's just boredom at home looking for something to do. There aren't that many juvenile lines to say. Close the curtains. I'm already invincible. Why would I fear being seen? How would you recognize if Lin Feng was dead at home? I'm waiting for someone to break into my house. Otherwise, being alone at home is so boring. Meanwhile, across the street from Lin Feng's home, Xiao Xiao was lying on her balcony, using a high-powered telescope to due to the thick glass of Lin Feng's house, even from a distance of several dozen meters, everything appeared blurry. However, relying on her intuition as a woman, Xiao Xiao guessed what Lin Feng was holding. Sunscreen, sunglasses, sunshade. It's January. What is Lin Feng preparing these for? Xiao Xiao put down the telescope, feeling a bit confused. Could it be that Lin Feng was also a sunburn-phobic boy? Doesn't seem like it. Xiao Xiao, what are you looking at? It's a holiday now, let's go to the beach. Just then, Xiao Xiao's friend and classmate Li Ying walked over. She had come to Xiao Xiao's house to celebrate the new year, but unexpectedly encountered such an event. What beach during a disaster? Haven't you heard the official announcement? Don't go out unless necessary. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at Li Ying, wondering how she could not grasp the severity of the situation. Let's go. It's not far to the beach. Just a few dozen kilometers. We don't even need to go on the highway. We can take a taxi. Li Ying began to act cute with Xiao Xiao, while Xiao Xiao felt quite helpless. Li Ying was beautiful and kind-hearted with no ill intentions, but her mind was a bit slower than others. How could she think of going to the beach when so many people had been affected by the disaster? Anyway, the winter break isn't over, it lasts until March 1st. Once things return to normal, I'll go with you. For now, you have to accompany me to the supermarket. I need to buy some things. Alright, you said it, but you have to promise me. Make sure to bring your brother along. Xiao Xiao pinched Li Ying's nose and said with a smile, I knew you had feelings for my brother. Unfortunately, he has. This made Li Ying angry, and she playfully punched Xiao Xiao's chest with her tiny fists. Xiao Xiao's family genes were good. She was 175 centimeters tall, and her brother Xiao Feng was 190 centimeters. Moreover, Xiao Feng had a good job earning millions every year. If Li Ying didn't have any feelings, that would be abnormal. It must be said that Li Ying was quite materialistic. She recognized Lin Feng's supercar at a glance when she saw it. But being materialistic isn't necessarily wrong, is it? Who doesn't want to find a handsome and wealthy partner? Li Ying wasn't wrong, as she simply wanted to find a good match. Xiao Xiao rummaged through her belongings, pulling out her summer sunshade, sunscreen, and sunglasses. Then Xiao Xiao began to apply sunscreen, planning to spend all her remaining money on sunscreen, sunglasses, and a sun. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing with these things in the middle of winter? Li Ying stood nearby, her eyes filled with doubt. I'm not sure, should I apply some on you too? Xiao Xiao handed the sunscreen to Li Ying, but Li Ying shook her head. I won't apply it, it would ruin my makeup if it smudges. Not thinking much of it, Xiao Xiao took back the sunscreen, put on her sunglasses, grabbed the sunshade, and linked arms with Li Ying as they headed out. Let's go, I'll accompany me to buy some things. The two beauties walked out of the building, and as soon as they stepped outside, they were stunned. It was January. Why was it so hot? The outside temperature was at least 20 degrees. Wearing winter clothes felt a bit warm. Of course, there were still many elderly folks enthusiastic about dancing in the square. How could they miss such good weather? There was also a walking group taking to the streets, with hardly any cars around, if not now, when. In the past, no one dared to bother the dancers, or the group. Now heaven itself was keeping watch. The two reached the largest supermarket outside the community, and Xiao Xiao headed straight for the sunscreen counter. With 300 left. Following Lin Feng's lead. Betting big. It's a form of wisdom. After all, her brother had 180 million. 300 was hardly a concern. Li Ying watched in disbelief as Xiao Xiao made her purchases. Xiao Xiao bought 1600 worth of sunscreen, 200 for sunglasses, and 200 for a sunshade. Are you buying so much that you want to use it all in your lifetime? Pay up, leave your address, and have them deliver it to your door. Xiao Xiao thought for a moment, as she wouldn't keep the remaining 100, but would buy some snacks and supplies instead. She spent another 9800 on supplies again in bulk, leaving her address for delivery. Li Ying was bewildered, asking Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Can you really eat and use that much? Li Ying patted Xiao Xiao's head, unaware that Xiao Xiao was now a wealthy woman. Her brother Xiao Feng had 200 million. This is an investment. Do you understand investments? This will make money. Don't you have any money? Come invest with me, we will definitely earn. Xiao Xiao firmly believed in one principle: follow the flies to the toilet, follow the bees to the flowers. Although Lin Feng wasn't the best person, he sure knew how to make money. Xiao Xiao wasn't sure how much Lin Feng made from his rentals, but she knew that his vehicles were loaded with hundreds of billions worth of supplies. Those 30 billion materials were all earned by Lin Feng in a month. Anyway, whatever Lin Feng did, she would follow. Sooner or later, Xiao Xiao would surpass him. No investment carries risks. One must be cautious with investments. Li Ying shook her head. She still had 3800 in her account, but she didn't want to take risks with Xiao Xiao. Li Ying wanted to save her money for imported cosmetics, bags, dresses, and high heels. Shouldn't a woman use her money to beautify herself? Earning money herself. It was much quicker to find a wealthy partner. Xiao Xiao didn't push her, as she wasn't sure about gains or losses, but she felt confident knowing her brother had won 8 billion. Even if I lost all 20 million, I could still afford it. Business. What business doesn't carry risks? This little risk Xiao Xiao could still handle. Xiao Xiao and Li Ying exited the supermarket. Was it only 8 o'clock? The temperature had risen again. The outdoor temperature was clearly at 25 degrees now, and wearing a down jacket was truly hot. The two wanted to take off their down jackets, but underneath they were wearing ladies' cotton jackets. Although the streets were empty, there were surveillance cameras everywhere, so they couldn't take them off. Sweating lightly, they returned home. As soon as they got home, they stripped off all their clothes. With the heating still on inside, it felt even hotter. They pulled the curtains, fearing someone might peek like Xiao Xiao had, and only when Xiao Xiao took off her clothes did they realize her figure was truly remarkable. Standing at 175 centimeters with a 36D figure, she didn't wear heavy makeup, but looked pure and ethereal. Li Ying wasn't bad, either, standing at 165 centimeters with a 66C figure. Though a bit insecure with her heavy makeup, she was still a top beauty. The two sighed in relief after taking off their down jackets. Oh, what was wrong with the weather? Why was it so hot in January? Looking at the time they planned to cook and eat, wondering where Xiao Feng had gone. He hadn't returned all night. Couldn't even get through on the phone. Was he not coming home for the holiday? Xiao Xiao's family was preparing for the holiday meal, and other families were similar. After all, it was New Year's Day. Who didn't prepare some food and drinks? The vast majority of people weren't lacking food and drink, and since the authorities had issued a notice prohibiting price hikes, everyone was too lazy to hoard supplies. If they ran out, they would just buy more. Lin Feng held a sunshade and wore sunglasses as he stepped out to pick up the food and drinks, leaving the manager of Tianhai momentarily stunned. Although the weather was a bit hot, wasn't he being overly cautious? You are a man. I didn't even mention using an umbrella for shade. Lin Feng completely ignored her. He was just being cautious, not allowing any mistakes. With so many supplies, if Lin Feng were to die, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Signing for the delivery, there would be 500 tables for lunch and another 500 for dinner. This was the last of the supplies. Returning to the safe house, Lin Feng opened his phone. He still had 2.7 million left. Was he going to let this money just sit there forever, turning into a string of numbers? After thinking, Lin Feng's mischievous side surfaced. Going out for a zero-cost purchase would definitely attract the authorities' attention, and every supermarket had personnel on duty, making it easy to expose himself. Besides, he didn't lack food. He had swept through dozens of storage centers and hundreds of large supermarkets in the beautiful country, buying nearly 100 billion worth of supplies. It was more than enough. Why not use money to tease these group friends? However, it wasn't the right time, yet the authorities stabilized prices, and if he sent them supplies now, they could still buy things. He would wait until the authorities could no longer control prices before taking action. With that thought, Lin Feng happily returned home, signing for 500 tables at noon and another 500 at night. This could be considered the last feast. After finishing up, he browsed through forums. There was nothing new. Many people were showing off their lavish New Year's dinners, while others lamented that their family members had experienced mishaps this morning, turning the holiday into a sad occasion. Not much different from last life. Oh, wait a couple of days, and you will know what true despair is. Wow. On the morning of January 2nd, at Xiao Xiao's home, she was startled awake early in the morning. A sudden scream jolted Xiao Xiao from her dreams. As soon as Xiao Xiao opened her eyes, she saw Li Ying yelling in front of the mirror. Rubbing her eyes, Xiao Xiao got up to see what was going on and was shocked by the sight. Li Ying's face, neck, and hands were covered in red spots, and at that moment, she looked terrifyingly distorted. Did you have an allergic reaction to something? Xiao Xiao quickly asked, not knowing what was wrong. I don't know. I felt very itchy yesterday. I didn't think much of it. I woke up like this. Xiao Xiao, you have to take me to the hospital. What if my face gets ruined? How am I supposed to get married in the future? Li Ying was genuinely panicking. She didn't want to earn her own money. She just wanted to marry a rich man. If this situation worsens, how could she get married? Not to mention, if a rich man would look at her, even ordinary people would probably turn away. Don't panic. The hospitals are definitely overcrowded right now. They'll check online. Maybe applying some anti-allergy ointment will help. Xiao Xiao remained rational, pulling out her phone and seeing the system notifications. Clicking to look, she found various photos on forums and apps showing cases similar to Li Ying's. Some people's faces were even completely rotten. Pus and blood all over their faces. This disgusted Xiao Xiao. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed that this was a case of ultraviolet burn. All those who experienced this had gone out for square dancing or other outdoor activities yesterday when the weather was nice. Those who were aiding disaster relief, and people who went out for supplies, as well as delivery and takeaway workers. Those lazy people lying at home playing games or binge-watching dramas were basically fine. Xiao Xiao, startled, touched her own face. No girl wants to look unappealing. After looking in the mirror and finding her own face unharmed, Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she hadn't listened to Li Ying and gone to the beach to sunbathe in a swimsuit all day. That would have been disastrous. My goodness. Is it really that serious? How did that scammer know about the excessive ultraviolet radiation without official notice? Xiao Xiao thought of Lin Feng. If it weren't for studying him, she would definitely be in the same situation as Li Ying right now. Xiao Xiao, did you find anything? What on earth is going on? My face won't get ruined, right? Li Ying asked Xiao Xiao in horror as she stood up, fearing her face might be destroyed. It's okay. I found out. It's ultraviolet burn. I have some sunburn ointment at home. Let me find it. Xiao Xiao rummaged through drawers for the sunburn ointment, as Xiao Feng often got sunburned on construction sites, so the family had plenty of ointment. She took out a bottle and handed it to Li Ying, who quickly applied it to her face, neck, and hands. After applying the ointment, a refreshing sensation spread, and the itching gradually subsided. Feeling some relief, Li Ying sighed. As long as her face was safe, everything else could be discussed. Xiao Xiao, is there something you haven't told me? How did you know about applying sunscreen, and wearing sunglasses, and carrying an umbrella? If I get disfigured, you'll be fully responsible. Li Ying was furious, standing up to blame Xiao Qiao. And Xiao Qiao didn't expect Li Ying to be so unreasonable. Yesterday, she had suggested applying sunscreen. It was Li Ying who said she was afraid of ruining her makeup and didn't apply it. Thinking it over, this was her childhood friend, she was just anxious and there was no need to argue with her. I just thought the weather was changing a lot, so it wouldn't hurt to take some protective measures. Xiao Qiao didn't speak the truth. She vaguely felt that Li Ying was untrustworthy. It wasn't a false friendship, but Xiao Qiao was a doomsday enthusiast, often watching post-apocalyptic movies and reading novels. With a character like Li Ying who stands on a moral high ground to criticize others, such people usually don't last more than 3 episodes. In a doomsday scenario, one must eliminate such naive individuals first. Xiao Qiao understood this principle. Thinking about it, she recalled Lin Feng as well. Cold-blooded and ruthless, hoarding supplies and building shelters. Isn't this a classic doomsday male protagonist? Could it be? Is the end of the world really coming? Shaking her head vigorously at this thought, Xiao Qiao wondered if the apocalypse was indeed upon them. This is too ridiculous, right? Meanwhile, Li Ying nodded in agreement with Xiao Qiao's explanation. It made sense, as Xiao Qiao had always been a suspicious person and having some preparation was normal. Thank goodness you hoarded so much sunscreen we could use it for a lifetime. Alright, we're sisters. I won't hold this against you this time, but if there's a next time I will be really angry. Li Ying still thought she was right. You didn't pay when I asked you to. I bought it, and now you want to use it for free. Xiao Qiao felt quite displeased, as she absolutely couldn't let Li Ying know that she had 19 million worth of supplies stored in the warehouse downstairs. You think you can just take the goods I bought for 3,000 for free? If you knew I had 19 million worth of supplies, would you try to kill me in my sleep? Xiao Qiao's mind raced. This friend was a good companion in normal times, enjoying meals, chatting, singing, and shopping together. But what if the apocalypse truly arrived? This friend was definitely a ticking time bomb. With that thought, Xiao Qiao opened WeChat, asking, Xiao Feng, where on earth have you gone? Why haven't I been able to contact you for 2 days? Opening WeChat, she was relieved to find a voice message sent by Xiao Feng late last night. But she didn't know if it was due to a poor network or if she had fallen asleep and missed it. Her phone hadn't rung. Xiao Qiao, just stay home and don't go out. I don't know why, but the ultraviolet radiation is extremely high during the daytime right now. Yesterday, over 10 workers at the construction site had their faces burned. You absolutely need to stay safe at home. Xiao Qiao sighed in relief upon seeing this message. Her brother was busy with another project, so it seemed he was not in danger. Got it, brother. Do you still have money? Quickly stock up on more water and food. Ooh, I have a bad feeling about this. She clicked send. After a while, I have money, don't worry, take care of yourself. It's not safe for girls at home. Upon seeing Xiao Feng's message, Xiao Qiao felt a sense of relief. If you are well, it's a sunny day. Thinking about it, Xiao Qiao noticed Li Ying was checking her face at the vanity, then she took out binoculars to see what Lin Feng was up to. Xiao Qiao felt that following Lin Feng was definitely the right choice. At that moment, Lin Feng was at home with nothing to do, drinking beer and grilling skewers. With the ultraviolet radiation being excessive outside, there was no shortage of food or clothing, and today the temperature was expected to rise to 40 degrees. Tomorrow it would be 50 degrees. The day after tomorrow, 60 degrees. In the future, it would be commonly 60 degrees. Occasionally 70 or 80 degrees. This isn't Lin Feng talking nonsense. After all, he had experienced it before. In a few days, there would be blackout and water cutoffs with only an hour of electricity and water supply each day. Is this a joke? An hour of water supply drip drip. It would be a miracle if anyone could take a drink. The high-rise buildings would directly cut off water supply. So last night, the crafty Lin Feng stole 8 wind turbines in the dead of night. Better safe than sorry. The solar power generated during the cold wave wouldn't be enough. My backyard is 800 acres. Shouldn't it be developed properly? I, Lin Feng, have a large generator, but don't generators require fuel? Stealing 8 big fans is a more stable choice. Of course, apart from the crafty Lin Feng, Xiao knew nothing of this. After all, Lin Feng always went out at night. Who could watch him 24 hours a day? Now, with the natural disaster looming, the minor issue of losing 8 wind turbines can hardly make it to trending topics, as human lives are the most important. On January 2nd, the most unfortunate are the official grassroots workers, as yesterday, in their efforts to rescue and aid disaster relief, 90 of them went out without any sun protection. Who would have thought that in 30-degree weather the sun could cause such severe sunburn? This directly led to 90 of the official workers involved in disaster relief suffering from severe sunburn, with 80 losing their ability to work. The hospitals are overcrowded with official workers severely sunburned. There is a severe shortage of sunburn treatment medicine, especially since it is winter. Which hospital would stockpile sunburn ointments? Besides, sunburn ointment is not a common medicine. The Huanghai City Hospital is in a worse situation, as everything was stolen by Lin Feng. The injured can only wait for death upon arrival, with no anti-inflammatory drugs available. Lin Feng knows this is the main reason for the subsequent loss of control by the authorities. These official workers are the unluckiest, with 80 losing their ability to work, and later, due to delayed treatment, 30 of them died from infections. Do not underestimate sunburn. In 60-degree weather, it can be fatal. Delayed treatment can lead to severe disfigurement or, at worst, death. Of course, those elderly folks doing square dancing along with the reckless groups out on the streets are now lying at home near. You want to dance? You want to roam the streets? No one will care now. The heavens will take you. Lin Feng scrolled through his phone, and the community group was bustling. Who has sunburn ointment? My son went out to play yesterday, and today his whole face is badly sunburned. I took a taxi to the hospital last night. The hospital is full of police and firefighters. There are no medicines for my son. Can someone give me a tube of sunburn ointment? I'm willing to pay 10,000 for one. What are you panicking about? It's just sunburn. It's not a big deal. It'll heal in a few days. Shut up. Why don't you go out for 2 hours in the sun, and then, my mom was out dancing yesterday. She can't take it anymore. Who has sunburn ointment? I'll pay 20,000 for one. Dancing is really asking for it. Dancing all day and night. And what about those reckless groups? Why aren't they out anymore? May the sun scorch you all. I dare anyone to disturb my sleep. Where do you live, which building, which unit? Dare you give an address? If anything happens to my mom, you won't be spared. Seeing this, the group fell silent. 9 out of 10 families have no sunburn ointment. Even if they do, it's only a half tube. Now everyone knows the importance of sunburn ointment, and many have family members suffering from sunburn, so no one is willing to sell. Moreover, it is clear that this person is in a furious state, and no one wants to provoke him. The authorities are in a semi-paralyzed state. If something happens, calling the police will be useless. Seeing the group quiet down, Lin Feng took out his binoculars to look towards the entrance of the community. Indeed, there are quite a few people being smart, holding umbrellas or rain umbrellas, going to the community's comprehensive supermarket to buy food and sunscreen. Due to Chow Chow stockpile yesterday, the sunscreen has sold out. Even without sunscreen, they are not going empty-handed, braving the 40-degree heat to buy rice noodles, fruit, and vegetables. After all the years of the pandemic left a severe shadow on Huaxia. After a major disaster, there is bound to be a major epidemic. It is always better to stock up than to be caught empty-handed later. This group of people is generally in their 50s and 60s, elderly people who have experienced months of lockdown during the pandemic, and they have gained experience. Fortunately, due to government price control policies, and since this is only the second day of the natural disaster, the prices of goods have risen somewhat, but they are still within an acceptable range. Everyone is buying in bulk. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. You do have foresight, but all you have done is prolong your lives a little longer. In the end, the results will be the same. This natural disaster far exceeds your imagination. What you should stock up on is not supplies but weapons. At your age, when those young ones get desperate, no amount of supplies will be enough to fend them off. Putting down the binoculars, there was no new message in the group. The internet is filled with pleas for help from families suffering from sunburn, along with some unscrupulous bloggers posting ridiculous sun protection tips for clicks. Lin Feng had no interest in their tips. The best approach is to stay indoors during the day and try to move to a lower floor that is shaded, while also drinking the tap water provided by the authorities for a few more months to survive longer. As for a few months later, the authorities will be unable to manage everything, and everyone will have to fend for themselves. He turned on the air conditioning and took a sip of the chilled beer. It is currently 40 degrees outside, yet inside it is only 23 degrees, very refreshing. How pleasant. As for the weather above 50 degrees, Lin Feng has his own methods. There is still 300 square kilometers of Baikal Lake with ice 5 meters thick. Just take a piece and put it in the house to cool down. This safe house is insulated against cold and heat like a thermos. Lin Feng could never use up so much ice to cool down in several lifetimes. Buzz. Just then Lin Feng's phone rang. Upon opening it, it was Aunt Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee. All members. Everyone, don't panic. You must believe in the government's capability. It is winter now. Experts have said that this natural disaster will pass and temperatures will drop in just a few days. I've noticed some oblivious elderly people are hoarding supplies. It is unnecessary. It's 2050. We are not in the era of scarcity anymore. Buying so much is a waste of money that you can't even consume. It will also put pressure on government rescue efforts. Please trust the government. Trust the neighborhood committee. Only go out if necessary. Don't create trouble for the authorities. Seeing Aunt Wang Guifan's foolish words, Lin Feng smiled. This woman is not a good person. In his past life, she hoarded a lot of the aid materials allocated by the government, directly causing many deaths. Moreover, now on the second day of the apocalypse, being able to buy supplies means you can still spend money. Tomorrow it will be 50 degrees, the day after 60 degrees. When you want to buy again, will there be anyone selling? You have money, but is there anyone willing to sell? No one is foolish. When it comes to money versus life, life is still more important. In this extreme heat, even the air conditioning may fail, and nothing is faster than water and fans. Do you know how many people will die from heat stroke? Lin Feng remained silent, quietly watching. It won't be long before Wang Guifan becomes the target of everyone's anger in the community. When you didn't let everyone buy supplies while they could just wait and see if these people will break in at night and tear you apart. Sister Wang, we are all post-90s. Didn't you experience the pandemic years? What if we run out of food at home without stockpiling anything? Exactly. In this scorching weather, with UV radiation, it's exhausting just to step outside. My family is out of food. If I don't stock up, will I survive on the north wind? Even if I could drink the north wind, is it unreasonable for me to go out and buy a few barrels of water? It's already 40 degrees. Don't I need to drink water? Experts. What the experts say is all nonsense. If you can trust what experts say, you might as well believe pigs can climb trees. Have you seen that so-and-so on the agricultural channel? Not allowing straw burning, polluting the environment. Look at the rampant pests in recent years. Lin Feng looked at the messages in the group and didn't want to say anything. First, bacteria and viruses will not die out as long as there is shade and some living organisms. Their vitality is multiple times stronger than that of humans and will adapt to various environments first. If humans haven't died out, do you expect bacteria and viruses to? There are various microorganisms thriving in our stomachs. When humans are gone, bacteria and viruses won't perish. Second, while high temperatures do accelerate the spoilage of cooked food and various meats and vegetables, food, like instant noodles, rice noodles, rice and flour, will only have their shelf life extended. Although the taste may become subpar, who cares as long as it's edible? Third, food, medicine, and water are indeed necessities, but you should be stocking up on weapons. Compound bows, machetes, watermelon knives. If you don't by now, you might as well wait to die. This is all Lin Feng's experience, but he didn't want to share it. Do as you please, it has nothing to do with me. Even if I have the world's reserves of grain, can I feed everyone for years? Extreme UV rays will not only kill animals, but are also lethal to plants. From now on, this planet will be unable to produce grain. So you feel the despair. When Wang Guifan tagged all members, the group exploded. Isn't this just causing trouble for the authorities and our neighborhood committee? With the way you all are acting, within 3 days the prices will definitely spiral out of control. At that time, no one will have anything to eat. I, Wang Guifan, on behalf of the neighborhood committee, am stating this here. Right now, I'm going to the entrance to take names. Whoever hoards supplies, I will record their names. Once the disaster is over, I will definitely report you for disturbing public. Listening to Wang Guifan, Lin Feng gave her a thumbs up. Wang Guifan, you are indeed brave. This banner you are raising is impressive. With just 3 sentences from Wang Guifan, the group fell silent again. Although the Shishan Villa area is a high-end residential area adjacent to ordinary neighborhoods, housing tens of thousands of residents, no one can bear that big hat. In a lawful society, no one wants to be the scapegoat. Offending Wang Guifan is not worth it. At that moment, a homeowner sent a video. Lin Feng opened it and saw an old man drenched in sweat moving things onto a tricycle in the shadow of a supermarket, filling it to the brim. Wang Guifan, isn't that your old man Li Dagua? You can't even control your own old man, yet you're here nagging us. In an instant, the group exploded again. Goodness, I carry stuff back by hand, and you call that hoarding? Yet he outright uses a vehicle. You are allowing the officials to start fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. Wang Guifan, say something. Weren't you just so arrogant? Now you can't even let out a sound. All right, Wang Guifan, just wait for complaints to come your way. The complaint hotline is currently unreachable. Otherwise, I would be the first to complain. Wang Guifan looked at the messages in the group without saying a word. She just wanted to stock up on supplies before prices increase. Ordinary people don't know that the authorities have already issued a notice that the disaster is severe, and to alleviate pressure on the authorities, there will be water and electricity restrictions within 3 days. So Wang Guifan hurriedly sent Li Dagua to buy water and food. It would be too late once everyone found out. Just as Wang Guifan was panicking, her daughter-in-law Zheng Shuya pushed the door open and entered. Mom, you should shift the focus of the conflict. Buying these few tricycles is not hoarding. Didn't you see how many supply trucks came into Lin Feng's villa area a few days ago? That businessman is the real hoarder. Hurry up and tell the homeowners. With so many people in our community, we can drown him with a spit each. Zheng Shuya's words enlightened Wang Guifan. Is it really excessive for me to use a tricycle? It's Lin Feng who is excessive. He uses trucks to haul supplies home. That is what hoarding looks like. Everyone quiet down. My old man is buying supplies to ensure that if any family has difficulties, we can help those in need through tough times. It's Lin Feng from our villa area. He is the real hoarder. I saw him unloading trucks of goods from his warehouse a few days ago. Lin Feng. Now the homeowners in the community are all struggling. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. I, Wang Guifan, am buying supplies to help my neighbors in need. Lin Feng, now that a disaster has struck, shouldn't you also help the neighbors through tough times? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled. Goodness, you are really shameless. You can't even clean your own backside, yet you are throwing dirt on me. Bored at home, Lin Feng decided to tease Wang Guifan. And while my family is so hungry that we can't open the pot, and your old man bought so many supplies, could you spare me some? I will return tenfold after the disaster ends. I am currently a family in need, requesting the neighborhood committee support. Wang Guifan and Zheng Shuya were stunned upon hearing this. You have so many things in your warehouse, and you say you are a family in need. Need support. Your difficulties. Is there anyone in the world who isn't in need? Then Lin Feng sent a video showing his warehouse completely empty. Next came a report of a lost property case. It stated that Lin Feng had lost supplies worth 10 billion, and an investigation is underway. The homeowners seeing this scene felt much better. Their own homes might be running out of food, but that ruthless businessman Lin Feng actually lost 10 billion worth of supply. We are already out of food at home. Heaven, earth, which angelic sister helped me vent this anger? Bah, scoundrel. Xiao Xiao peered through the binoculars and amidst the haziness seemed to catch a glimpse of something she shouldn't see a few dozen meters away. Is this the live broadcast of If You Are the One? She hastily put down the binoculars, her face flushed. This is certainly not a program for girls to watch. Even though they live across from each other, it's only a few dozen meters apart. She lived on the second floor of her house, while Lin Feng's home was on the first floor of the opposite villa area, merely a few dozen meters away. If it weren't for the thick glass of Lin Feng's house, she would have seen more clearly. Through the window of Lin Feng's first floor, the glass was so thick that it wasn't very clear. Yet it was like being blurred. No matter how much you tried to obscure it, the true content remained undeniable. Do men only think about that sort of thing? With a net worth of over 100 billion, what kind of woman could he not find? Why is he watching study materials alone at home? Xiao Qiao dared not look any longer. She had never even held a boy's hand, and had lived under her brother's protection all these years. Must I learn this too? Am I really that perverted? I can't be like Lin Feng, spiraling deeper into perversion. My goal is to surpass Lin Feng and earn more money, not to become a pervert like him. Xiao Qiao thought for a moment as she needed to prepare. Although the warehouse downstairs had a security door, that thing can deter petty thieves, but not robbers. I must reinforce it. And no one can know. Not even Li Ying. Ying, I heard that drinking can promote blood circulation. Let's have some alcohol for breakfast. Your face will heal faster. Xiao Qiao took out the wine stored at home, several boxes of it, all for Xiao Feng's socializing needs. Great, Xiao Qiao. After all, we have a 3-day holiday. Perfect, let's drink and have fun. Li Ying felt much better with the ointment on her face and relaxed her mind immediately. Xiao Qiao prepared the food. Oh, she had made a lot yesterday, and since Xiao Feng didn't come back to eat, it was easy to heat it up this morning. The two clinked glasses, and before long Li Ying was tipsy. Xiao Qiao helped Li Ying to bed, watching her fall asleep, then took out the keys, went downstairs, and arrived at the warehouse. This warehouse was part of the West Mountain Villa, close to the villa area and situated right below her home. Moreover, there were renovation banners and phone numbers hanging above. Anyone with normal reasoning wouldn't think there was food inside, so Xiao Qiao felt quite at ease. Upon entering the warehouse, she took out the welding machine and various steel bars, all tools used by Xiao Feng for construction, and they were quite complete. Xiao Qiao decided it was better to reinforce it, better safe than sorry. Even if the apocalypse doesn't come, there are still 19 million worth of supplies inside. It's wise to protect them. After all, Xiao Qiao came from a poor background. She knew how to use a welding machine, and the steel bars were leftover materials from the warehouse. If her brother comes back and dislikes it, it won't be much trouble to cut them. After spending a day completely welding the warehouse door shut, Xiao Qiao let out a sigh of relief. Although she didn't understand why Lin Feng was studying materials at home, she felt that this was quite strange. Since the first day she met Lin Feng a month ago, had he been hoarding supplies? He also mentioned that the apocalypse was coming, and he said he was worth 2 sausages. Li Ying is worth 1. Is she thinking of finding him for sausages? I, Xiao Qiao, now have a warehouse of food. Why would I care about your 2 sausages? Having simply reinforced the warehouse and added the exterior renovation banners, it should be fine for a while. Wiping the sweat off her brow, she returned home. Li Ying was still asleep, but looking at her complexion, the ultraviolet burn had indeed improved a lot. Sitting aside, Xiao Qiao began to ponder. Today the outdoor temperature had reached 40 degrees. This was no longer surprising. In Huanghai City for the past 10,000 years, January had never seen such high temperatures. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something strange. As an apocalypse enthusiast, Xiao Qiao personally designed Lin Feng's safe house, so it was impossible for her not to worry about the impending apocalypse. Tonight, I must send Li Ying home. With her here, I'd rather be alone at home. Xiao Qiao firmly decided to kick. There are still 2,000 yuan in my card, and Li Ying's home isn't far. Tonight, even if it costs a fortune to take a taxi, I must send her home. Moi. Xiao Qiao, did I sleep for a day? How's the situation today? Li Ying stretched lazily, and then asked Xiao Qiao. In Li Ying's eyes, this disaster could be resolved in just a few days. The authorities wouldn't ignore them. The situation is much better today, Ying. Let's have a meal. After we eat, I'll take a taxi to send you back. Xiao Qiao already had a plan in mind. It was time to execute it. Sure, I've been here for several days. My parents must be worried about me. Li Ying didn't think much and nodded in agreement. Xiao Qiao went to cook while Li Ying sat on the bed playing with her phone. When she opened her phone, there was a message from Li Ying's mother. Ying, I couldn't get through when I called. Are you okay? Mom is worried. Is it safe there? Is there food? If it's safe, don't come home. Our neighborhood is a low-income area with many people and low quality. Now the supermarkets have been looted. The little food at home is only enough for me and your dad for 2 or 3 days. Your classmate's family is quite wealthy, right? Hurry and ask her to buy more. It will be too late once your big supermarket is looted. You can come back after the disaster is over. Seeing her mother's message, Li Ying frowned. Had the situation already changed this much? The main reason for the severe shortage of supplies in Huanghai City was Lin Feng. He bought so many things, spending over 100 billion, and 8 out of 10 warehouses around Huanghai City were empty. This is the terror of financial power. Moreover, the expressways are still closed and rescue vehicles from other provinces cannot enter directly, causing Huanghai City to become a severely resource-poor disaster area, with Lin Feng being the culprit. Lin Feng still had a bit of conscience. After all, he could have robbed directly, but he still paid for it. Mom, it's fine. I'll take a taxi back after dinner. I still have 3000 on my card. I'll stop by the big supermarket to bring some food home. This disaster will pass in a few days. Li Ying clicked send, and after a while her mother replied. Ying, listen to Mom. Whatever happens, don't come back. Even if you bring things back, you can't get into the community. A group of thugs are blocking the gate, robbing anyone who carries something. Calling the police is useless. For some reason, the police station's phone is completely unreachable. Your dad and I are fine, and we can hold out for 10 days or 8 days without a problem. If you have money, hurry and go to the supermarket to buy food. Don't worry about the money. If it's not enough, your dad and I will earn more for you. Li Ying looked at her mother's message thoughtfully. It was hard-earned savings of 300, and saving up another 200 would be just enough for a new bag. Use this money to buy food. Then wouldn't I have saved for nothing? After all, Chow Chow bought so much food. Even if she eats alone, she can't finish it all, so I might as well help her eat some. I understand, Mom. You stay safe. I'll stay at Chow Chow's house for a few days, and I'll go back when the disaster is over. After a while, a message came through. Ing. Believe, Mom. I don't know how much money you have, but money is only money when you can spend it. I have 2000 here. I'll transfer it to you now. Listen to Mom. Go buy food right now. No matter how expensive it is. Even if it's stinky tofu, you must buy it back. Be good. Trust Mom. Ding. Then a transfer of 2000 yuan was sent directly to Li Ying's phone. Really nagging. Still the same as before, so long-winded. Huh. Another 200 in hand. Now I can buy a new bag. Li Ying happily clicked to receive the money, knowing she had to wait a while for Chow Chow to finish cooking, but it was already evening, and she didn't have to worry about sunburn. Her spirits lifted. Chow Chow, you keep cooking. I'll go downstairs to buy some things, and we'll be back soon. Chow Chow didn't refuse. Li Ying was going home, and wanted to buy something to take back. Right. Go ahead. I still have to wait a while to cook. Then Li Ying opened the door and went downstairs. Li Ying descended the stairs in a super short skirt and black stockings. Although she had been sunburned, she still cared about. Everyone had a hurried expression, carrying large and small bags mostly filled with food, drinks, bottled water, and some clever individuals had also bought cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and antibiotics, all rushing home. A bunch of idiots. Isn't it just a hot weather? Can they finish all that food? Li Ying scoffed, swaying her hips. No one paid attention to Li Ying. Upon returning home, she dropped her things and decisively went back downstairs to. The owners of the small supermarkets in the neighborhood were overjoyed, having sold out all their long-term stock. Even expired canned food, ham, and instant noodles were bought at high prices. They made a fortune. Meanwhile, the large comprehensive supermarket outside the neighborhood was also in a frenzy. The food section, the fresh produce section, the grain and oil section. It was packed with people. Even though the official order prohibited price increases, businesses still found a way. Shopping bags cost 100 each. 1 bag per item. Even if you buy a head of garlic, you still need a separate shopping bag. I'm not raising prices on the products, charging reasonably for shopping bags isn't that fair. Such incidents occurred continuously in heavily affected areas of Huaxiao, with many streamers and bloggers live streaming to attract attention. However, no one was in charge. Reporting to the police was useless. 80% of the police involved in rescue efforts were severely sunburned, with a third of them still lying in the ICU. Many with poor health had already succumbed. The police system in Huaxiao had collapsed. They couldn't even manage to rescue people, let alone enforce the sale of shopping bags. Many people lay on the highway, some under the overpass. Those lucky enough felt no pain and were directly buried. The unlucky ones were stuck in their cars sunbathing for 2 days before passing away. The even unluckier ones got stuck in their cars, fell into bushes, didn't die, yet couldn't get out, usually ending up dying from thirst or heat. Huaxiao began recruiting volunteers as the number of affected individuals was too high and the police system had collapsed, only able to enlist volunteers for rescue work. As long as you volunteer, you get 3 meals a day and priority for future recruitment. Those with criminal records need not apply. Rest during the day and do rescue work at night. Many young people eagerly signed up for disaster relief. It was time to protect their homeland. Similarly, many who couldn't afford food had no choice but to enlist. However, this group was accustomed to laziness, lacking organization and discipline. Their progress in rescue efforts was exceedingly slow. They were just there to eat and waste time on what could be expected of them. Li Ying swayed her hips as she arrived at the comprehensive supermarket. She didn't go to buy food, but headed for the section of imported handbags. The food section was nearly bursting with people, while the imported handbag section was cold and quiet, with only one sales clerk present. Miss, what would you like to buy? Would you like to take a look inside? The sales clerk was very enthusiastic upon seeing someone come in. After all, it had been a whole day, and only one person had come in. How could they not treat her well? I want this brand of bag, wrap it up for me. Li Ying had long had her eye on that limited edition bag, so she made her choice quickly. All right, miss, this limited edition bag is priced at 58,000 nationwide. Will that be cash or card? The person in the bag section had been transferred to the food section, so there was no cashier. She was now both a sales clerk and a cashier. WeChat Pay, you can scan me. As she spoke, Li Ying raised her chin, revealing her payment code. Payment successful. Here's your receipt. 7-day Norwegian return policy. Please keep it safe. The sales clerk happily wrapped the bag for Li Ying and handed her the receipt. No need for the receipt. Oh, I want return the bag. Li Ying tore up the receipt, slung the bag over her shoulder, feeling incredibly confident. Then she swayed her hips back to Chow Chow's house, proudly carrying her bag. That's how confident she was. Upon returning to the entrance of the neighborhood, the situation was even more chaotic. At first, when things were available for purchase, everyone maintained some order. Later, when everyone realized the prices were skyrocketing, they began to panic. The more the prices rose, the more they bought. Now, even with money, they couldn't buy anything. Those without money had no choice but to start robbing. I'm nearly starving. I can't repay my loan. Why should I care about anything else? In an instant, the entrance of the neighborhood became chaotic, with many people having their goods snatched before they could carry them home. Fortunately, this group only stole items without harming people. Although the police system had collapsed, they still maintained some rationality. This was why Li Ying's mother urged her to buy food quickly. This situation had long occurred in those urban renewal districts and impoverished areas. Li Ying nervously clutched her newly bought bag, feeling that no one looked like a good person. My bag is so valuable, surely no one would be tempted by it. Whoosh! A man suddenly dashed over his target clear. He grabbed Li Ying's bag and ran away. He stole my bag. Why aren't you doing anything about it? Li Ying pointed at the man and yelled at the security guard. I paid 58,000 for this bag. It hasn't even warmed up yet. It was just taken away like that. What do you want me to do? I see you wearing such a flashy outfit, I thought you were just a fake being robbed. Weren't you always looking down on me, the gatekeeper? You can come find me when the gate is lost. The security guard, having been oppressed for too long, had completely given up. Li Ying not only wanted to marry into a wealthy family, but had never had a good attitude towards those low-level security workers. The guard immediately recognized Li Ying, who often scolded him for being a gatekeeper. He shot back. The police are already ignoring everything. I'm just a gatekeeper. My monthly salary is 2,500. Why should I risk my life for this? You? Come back. Give me back my bag. Seeing the security guards in action, Li Ying hurriedly chased after her bag. The 58,000 bag. That was her lifeline. It couldn't be stolen. After chasing for dozens of meters, the man who stole her bag, Song Chao, opened the bag and found nothing inside. Damn it. What kind of fool hides nothing so tightly? Isn't this wasting my time? As a thug, Song Chao didn't recognize any luxury brand bags. He spat inside the bag and threw it into the trash can. And given the current situation, not just a luxury bag, but any bag that couldn't be eaten or drank was of no use. How can you be like this? You robbed my bag and now you throw it in the trash. Li Ying chased after him, heartbroken over. Song Chao was also angry. You're chasing after an empty bag. Are you crazy? Smack. He slapped Li Ying hard across the face, knocking her down. Then came a flurry of kicks. Song Chao was a thug with no savings. With food prices so high, how could he survive without stealing? Damn it. I'm wasting my time. There's not even food. Lawyer Zhang since said. It's not illegal for me to eat a junk. This is called emergency avoidance. While kicking, Song Chao cursed. Meanwhile, Li Ying, in pain from the beating, quickly pleaded for mercy. Do you want food? I have plenty of food at home. Just stop hitting me. I can give it to you. Upon hearing Li Ying's words, Song Chao paused. For him, nothing was more important than food at that moment. Where do you live? Take me there. If you don't feed me, I'll kill you. Song Chao felt no attraction toward Li Ying at that moment. Her face was covered in red blotches, making her appear almost repulsive. Abundance breeds desire, hunger, and cold awaken the urge to steal. Song Chao hadn't eaten in days. He had no appetite for anything but food. Fine, I'll take you there. I'll give you a carton of instant noodles. Just don't hit me, and I won't call the police. Is that fair, big brother? Li Ying rose slowly, rubbing her stomach. After the beating, she'd grown markedly subdued. Calling the police would accomplish nothing now. A resignation was her only recourse. A carton of instant noodles. Are you treating me like a beggar? You'll add a carton of luncheon meat. Or else. Song Chao raised his hand as if to strike again. Li Ying instantly covered her face and nodded frantically in surrender. Don't hit me. I'll give it. I'll give it. Seeing how compliant she was, Song Chao lowered his hand. Lead the way. Li Ying reluctantly nodded and began walking. Passing a trash bin, she even paused to retrieve her L-brand handbag, her heart aching over its loss. How much could a carton of instant noodles possibly cost? This bag costs 58,000 yuan. It's a limited edition. If you'd only asked for noodles earlier, would you really have kicked me like that? Li Ying clutched the bag tightly while tears streamed down her cheeks. As an only child, she'd been doted on since birth. Never in her life had she endured such humiliation. Arriving at Xiao Xiao's door, Li Ying murmured plaintively, I told him you're my friend. There's someone else inside, so I'd feel too embarrassed letting him take things directly. Fine, no more stalling. Say I'm your father if it helps. Just get the food out, fast. I only want provisions, not blood. This is emergency self-preservation. Song Chao continued, justifying himself. After all, I'm only taking one carton of noodles and one of luncheon meat, enough to last me 10 days at home. I never wanted to rob anyone, but starvation left me no choice. He still retained a sliver of humanity. This was merely desperation. Even if Li Ying reported it later, officers wouldn't bother investigating. Cases under 2,000 yuan weren't filed. Xiao, open up, it's me. Coming. Li Ying knocked, and Xiao hurried to answer. The moment the door opened, she saw Li Ying, her face flushed, eyes swollen with tears. Behind her stood an unfamiliar man. Xiao tensed instinctively. What on earth had happened? Xiao, this is my friend. His family has run out of food. I'm borrowing one carton of instant noodles and one of luncheon meat to tide him over. Li Ying spoke weakly while Song Chao awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He was stunned by Xiao's beauty and mortified by his own conduct. In the past, I'd have seized any chance to approach a woman this lovely, but now I'm here to steal luncheon meat. How utterly humiliating. Xiao studied the pair warily at her threshold. Yet she paused. This was the year 2050. Even if solar flares disrupted global communications, surely the world hadn't collapsed overnight. Could it be, did I somehow kill them both within 2 days? That would be outright madness, paranoid delusions, or schizophrenia. Xiao shook her head, banishing the thought. Such impulses were dangerously reckless. If acted upon, she'd spend the rest of her life behind bars, perhaps even facing execution. After all, neighbors borrow small things all the time. Would I really murder my best friend and neighbor over a few groceries? Would Lin Feng even do that? All right, I'll get them for you. Though reluctant, Xiao Xiao couldn't refuse her lifelong confidant. Not when the request was so modest. She retreated into the apartment, returned moments later carrying 1 carton of instant noodles and 1 of luncheon meat. Song Chao's face lit up. Eagerly he snatched them from her hands. Thank you, beautiful lady. When this crisis ends, Song Chao will repay you double. Xiao Xiao remained silent as he happily cradled his spoils and hurried home. Song Chao lived alone. No dependents, no obligations. If the crisis lasted 10 days, surely the authorities would have resolved it by then, or they'd be utterly incompetent. Li Ying bowed her head and whispered, Xiao Xiao, was it wrong of me to bring a friend to borrow food? How much do I owe you? I'll reimburse you. Xiao Xiao glanced at Li Ying. Her resolve hardened. She must leave tonight. Yet her expression betrayed nothing. It's nothing, barely worth mentioning. Come in and eat. What did you buy today? She invited Li Ying inside. Oh, Li Ying entered with her head bowed, too ashamed to mention the handbag. The supermarket was completely empty. I bought nothing. Xiao Xiao, my mom called saying things are difficult at home. Could I stay with you for a few days? We've been inseparable friends for years, and you've already bought so much. Surely a few days' stay won't burden you. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's brow furrowed. Something felt deeply off. This scenario grows eerily reminiscent of the apocalyptic novels I've read. Her reason screamed Li Ying cannot, yet her heart countered we've shared decades of friendship. How can I abandon her in hardship? If I refused her, what would separate me from Lin Feng, the ruthless capitalist? You're speaking as if we're strangers. Stay until school resumes. I insist. Xiao Xiao shook her head, dispelling irrational fears. Surely the crisis won't spiral out of control. She wasn't Lin Feng, cold, calculating, unfeeling. A friend in need deserved help. Besides, it was only January 2nd. Even if the apocalypse truly began, society wouldn't collapse overnight. Didn't every household keep at least 3 to 5 days' rations? Xiao Xiao had calculated everything. Except one variable. Lin Feng's rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect. He'd spent billions to hoard food supplies across Huanghai City weeks ahead of schedule. Though Lin Feng hadn't resorted to violence, his actions were indistinguishable from plunder. That's why Song Chao and others resorted to highway robbery for mere sustenance. They were genuinely starving. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. I'll clean, cook, and do laundry while I'm here. I won't freeload. Li Ying beamed and eager. Enough talk. Let's eat before the dishes go cold. The meal was simple: stir-fried green peppers with pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Vegetables spoiled quickly, best consumed first. They shared a modest bottle of wine. Li Ying, unaccustomed to alcohol, soon grew tipsy under Xiao Xiao's gentle persuasion. Once Li Ying fell asleep, Xiao Xiao picked up her handbag. She'd never seen it before despite Li Ying staying several days. Luxury brands meant little to her. She snapped a photo and searched online. Her eyes widened in disbelief. L handbag. Limited edition. Nationwide retail price 58,000 yuan. She set the bag down stunned. Li Ying must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Li Ying came from an ordinary family. Her father drove a ride-hailing car earning 6,000 yuan monthly. Her mother worked part-time at a restaurant for 3,000. That bag cost nearly half a year's combined income. If you were Lin Feng, spending 58,000 on dinner might make sense, but buying a handbag, don't your parents deserve? Still purchasing luxury goods was Li Ying's right. Xiao Xiao wasn't her parent, nor her guardian. Sigh, I fear keeping you here may prove the gravest mistake I've ever made. She gazed at Li Ying sleeping peacefully on the bed and sighed again. Surely the apocalypse won't truly descend. That would be absurd. She retrieved her night vision monocular. Time to see what that unscrupulous merchant Lin Feng was doing at home. If he began selling supplies, she'd follow suit. Better to profit than let stock rot. She peered outside and recoiled in shock. The neighborhood entrance had descended into chaos. People fought violently, and one lay motionless in a pool of blood. The streets grew increasingly lawless. Desperate looters now wielded weapons. Heavens above, what has become? Has everyone lost their minds? Xiao Xiao recoiled. Her apartment was on the 2nd floor, directly above the storage unit. Not only was the height insecure, but if intruders discovered the warehouse below, the consequences would be catastrophic. She dared not dwell on it further. Why did I choose the 2nd floor for convenience during blackouts, instead of a high-rise? Regret flooded her. On a top floor, thieves couldn't scale the walls. She had no time for sleep. I must reinforce the apartment, immediately. There may be no time left. Xiao Xiao abandoned thoughts of Lin Feng, rushed downstairs, entered the storage unit, and began hauling equipment upward. Welding machine, steel rebar, power drill. All were dragged inside one by one. The tools and materials were moved upstairs, and first the door needed reinforcement. Although the security door was of decent quality, it still wasn't secure enough. An additional layer of iron bars had to be added inside. It's not that Xiao Xiao didn't want to add it outside, but if she did, wouldn't others notice her door was different? Wouldn't that reveal that there were supplies inside her house? Isn't this just burying one's head in the sand? Quickly she began welding a layer of iron bars on the door. No matter how it looked, safety was the priority. After 2 hours the door was finished, and Xiao Xiao started welding the security window. Her good friend Li Ying was sleeping like a dead pig, unable to do anything but act cute. Xiao Xiao toiled through the night, finally reinforcing all the doors and windows. Fortunately, she was majoring in architecture and knew how to use tools, plus her brother was in construction, so they had all the materials. On the morning of January 3rd at 7 a.m., after a long night of work, Xiao Xiao finally finished. She picked up her binoculars to see what Lin Feng was doing. It was no longer about copying homework and hoarding supplies to sell for profit. It was a matter of life and death. Lin Feng was playing on his phone having breakfast and drinking red wine. Looking at Lin Feng's blurry dining table, Xiao Xiao swallowed hard. An Alaska king crab, over a meter long. Although it was blurry, she could still see. Indeed, the breakfast of the wealthy was so lavish. Lin Feng took a few bites and tossed the rest to Bei, without even lifting his head, eating with such indulgence. How infuriating. I've never even eaten king crab. He actually fed it to a dog. She turned her head to glance at the sleeping Feng Zi. Shaking her head, it seemed that in this lifetime, she'd never have a meal as good as in Bai's. Why was there such a disparity? Not looking anymore, it was time for breakfast. The weather was so hot the vegetables she'd bought days ago were almost rotten. Today she would have vegetable salad and cold dishes. At this moment Li Ying rubbed her eyes and got out of bed. Xiao Xiao, is there still that much meat in the fridge? Why are we eating so vegetarian every day? Hearing Li Ying's words, Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes. So many people are out of food. You're lucky to even have something to eat. Why are you being picky? Do you think you're Lin Feng? Go find Lin Feng to eat king crab. But thinking of Lin Feng, Xiao Xiao was curious. Wasn't he saying in the group that he lost 10 billion worth of supplies? How is he still leisurely eating king crab? He certainly didn't seem like someone who had lost supplies. Xiao Xiao was also a resident of the community. Of course, there was a community group. She just observed and kept silent. It seemed that the massive steel fortress covering an area of 10,000 square meters was probably filled with supplies. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiao wondered if her little storehouse was a bit too shabby. There's no helping it, this was just the starting phase of her venture. Once order was restored and she sold her supplies, she would definitely make a substantial profit. Lin Feng's vision was indeed sharp. Following Lin Feng's lead, she certainly avoided detours. With that thought, Xiao Xiao felt a bit worried about Xiao Feng. With such chaos in the community, how was the construction site faring? She placed the cold dishes on the dining table, too lazy to bother with Li Ying. If she wanted to eat, fine, she wasn't going to serve her. She picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Xiao Feng. Brother, you have 8 billion, you must have more supplies than I do. Bro, how's it going? The community is in chaos. There were even deaths during the supply looting yesterday. You have 8 billion, how much supplies did you buy? Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, with dried blood on his face, was sitting in the shade of an unfinished building holding a bowl of. Not far in front of Xiao Feng lay the bodies of a dozen people, while a group of workers sat around a large pot, eating instant noodles, their eyes filled with fierce determination. I'm fine, I've hoarded a lot of supplies. 8 billion is enough for me to eat for a lifetime. What about you? Did you manage to buy food? Is your home safe? If it's not tonight, it'll take you to the construction site. Xiao Feng didn't want to bring Xiao Xiao to the construction site because he had spent 10 million at an exorbitant price buying supplies at 10 times the market rate, and the neighboring construction team had seen it. The neighboring construction team ran out of supplies, and thus they attempted to seize theirs. The fight was fierce and many from both sides had died before it finally stopped. Fortunately, Xiao Feng's side had more people and managed to drive the others back, but he was also worried about Xiao Xiao being in danger at home, while doubting if the construction site was even more dangerous. It felt like overnight. There was no safe place left on this earth. Hearing her brother had bought 8 billion worth of supplies, Xiao Xiao felt relieved. Compared to 8 billion worth of supplies, her 20 million was not even worth mentioning. Shed wait until Lin Feng sold his supplies, and then tell her brother to sell together. This wave, definitely going to make a big profit. Brothers 8 billion. I have 20 million. Surely we can make 5 small targets. Indeed. Copying the path of the wealthy. It's the fastest shortcut. In an instant, Xiao Xiao felt much happier. The worries about Li Ying staying in her home dissipated significantly. Brother with 8 billion in supplies. Xiao Xiao with 20 million in supplies. Isn't this the rhythm of getting rich? Plus, with so many people at Xiao Feng's construction site and supplies, he should be safe, right? Xiao Xiao had no idea that her brother, this fool, had spent 7 billion on land. The 10 million worth of supplies he bought at 10 times the market price had hardly any quantity. If he really had 8 billion worth of supplies, Xiao Feng would have taken Xiao Xiao away long ago. Would he still be boasting online? There's nothing wrong at home, bro. The money you gave me, I didn't waste. I bought supplies. I saved 5 freezers full of meat and snacks worth several thousand. I have plenty of supplies. If you lack food, just let me know, you'll definitely have enough when you come home. Seeing Xiao Xiao's message, Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his sister was eating better than he was. That was fine. With so many brothers around him, now he truly couldn't go home. That little bit of meat and snacks wouldn't last a few days for him. Xiao Feng had also climbed from a construction worker to a contractor, fully aware of the difficulties faced by workers. They were all brothers, and he couldn't bear to abandon them. The most crucial point was, we couldn't go back. This was a road of no return. There was no way to take his sister along. Xiao Xiao, start storing water immediately. Fill all containers like bathtubs and buckets to the brim. From today onwards, we will have intermittent water supply. Don't let anyone see the food at home. If anyone asks you for food, just say you're out. Listen to your brother, I won't harm you. If there's any danger, quickly call your brother. I'll bring people to get you to the construction site. Xiao Feng had killed someone last night, so he truly didn't want to bring Xiao Xiao over unless absolutely necessary. In this lifetime, Xiao Feng knew he was finished. Once order was restored, he would undoubtedly end up in prison. This was why he didn't want to contact Xiao Xiao unless it was absolutely necessary. He didn't want to drag his sister down. Xiao Xiao was still in college with a bright future ahead. Being with a bunch of murderers would ruin her life, wouldn't it? Okay, I got it. Bro, if you lack food, send me a message. The supplies at home are definitely enough, so don't worry. Bro has 1.8 billion in supplies. What are you comparing with me? Store water well, and call me if anything happens. Even in this situation, Xiao Feng was still acting tough. There was no helping it. As a doting brother, even if he died, he had to keep up the act. Xiao Gu. The brothers have already stained their hands with blood. What are we going to do in the future? After finishing the instant noodles, the soup was all gone, and a worker asked Xiao Feng with a face full of despair, let's just take it one day at a time. Wash all the iron barrels on the construction site, store water, and put them in dark corners. If they come to rob us, we'll be the first to act. We have the law on our side. Bring the drilling rig over. Everyone needs to take sun protection measures. If you feel like you can't hold out in this heat, hurry, and go inside to rest. How long will this natural disaster last? We must dig out 10 wells before the water runs out. Otherwise, we won't be able to avoid prison time. We'll all die of thirst. Xiao Feng put down his bowl. He still had a lot of resolve. If Lin Feng saw this, he would definitely praise Xiao Feng. There was nothing wrong with what Xiao Feng did. The most important thing now is water. Whether to kill or not is a minor issue. After a while, if you don't have dozens of lives on your hands, you wouldn't even dare to say you were out there. Fortunately, Xiao Feng's engineering team was well equipped. The workers took their sun protection and brought in the drilling rig to start drilling wells. They were quite experienced with sun protection. Using water and yellow mud, they smeared it on their faces, necks, and exposed skin. Although this stuff was dirty, it was better than sunscreen. Fortunately, Xiao Feng had all the necessary equipment. Without the drilling rig, it wouldn't be easy to get 10 wells dug. Although the water from these wells would be dirty and muddy, it was still better than having no water. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Xiao Feng's hands were already stained with blood, and there was no way to go. The disaster in Huanghai City was so severe this time that Lin Feng played an indispensable role. He basically bought out all the edible supplies surrounding Huanghai City, otherwise such a situation wouldn't have unfolded so quickly. Li Ying, the pampered princess, was extremely dissatisfied with the cold dishes prepared by Xiao Xiao for breakfast today. After only a few bites, she angrily dropped her chopsticks and refused to eat. Xiao Xiao frowned tightly, but did not speak. It seemed Li Ying still couldn't see the current situation clearly. Silently, Xiao Xiao finished her meal, even eating the half bowl of rice that Li Ying left behind without complaint. After finishing the meal and tidying up the dishes, Xiao Xiao recalled her brother's words and filled every water container in the house, including the bathtub. There was still a truckload of bottled water in the storeroom, but Xiao Xiao did not plan to use it unless absolutely necessary. Back in the room, Li Ying was holding her phone surrounded by open snack packages that she had only taken a few bites from. Ying, aren't you wasting food? If you want to eat, I don't mind, but you can't just open them like this. Xiao Xiao was genuinely angry. Now people could fight over a packet of instant noodles, yet when I asked you to stock up supplies you didn't, but you spent 58,000 on a bag. And then you waste my supplies like this. Xiao Xiao began to regret why she had kept Li Ying around yesterday. She wasn't a princess, yet she acted like one. Xiao Xiao's brother earned millions a year. Xiao Xiao didn't buy many cosmetics or brand name bags. She knew how hard it was for Xiao Feng to make money. Not everyone is like Lin Feng, who can earn money without effort. Saving and being frugal is how she managed to buy this house and the warehouse downstairs outright after several years. Li Ying, how much do your parents earn every month? How did they raise you to be like this? It's not delicious. I want to eat it. Xiao Xiao, you've changed. You used to never care about me. Li Ying began to act cute and spoiled, clinging to Xiao Xiao's arm and rubbing against. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath. If it weren't for their long-standing friendship, having gone to university together, she would have kicked Li Ying out by now. To be able to raise a dog like Lin Feng does is incredibly difficult. Moreover, even if the apocalypse arrives, the authorities won't be able to manage everyone. Surely they wouldn't just neglect to notify anyone. The authorities are always the fastest to release notifications. It can't be that serious, right? With that thought, Xiao Xiao decided to endure. If she can endure for a few days, perhaps it will pass. Li Ying, from now on, if you want to stay here, I'll lay down 3 rules. First, you can eat whatever you want, but you cannot waste anything. If you don't finish one item, you cannot eat the next. Second, no wasting a single drop of water. Drink as much as you pour out. Third, you are not allowed to bring any friends home to take food. What happened yesterday was the first and the last time. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's furious shout, Li Ying was stunned. Then her eyes filled with tears. After so many years of friendship, did it mean less than a few bags of snacks? This was because of the disaster. She had nothing to eat. If it were any other time, she wouldn't eat for free. Whoa, Xiao Xiao, you're yelling at me. Is it just because I took a few bags of snacks? If you can't stand me, I'll just go home now. Let the sun roast me to death. Li Ying cried while packing her bags, clearly still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Although Xiao Xiao was about to lose her temper and explode, she couldn't just watch Li Ying go to her doom. The temperature outside had already reached 50 degrees Celsius today. If it weren't for the air conditioning at home, people could die from the heat. If Li Ying stepped outside now, it would be certain death. After so many years of friendship, can't you just listen a bit? Am I someone who would harm you? Xiao Xiao shouted at Li Ying, then remembered Lin Feng. Lin Feng treated in Bei with the same attitude, either obey or perish. Having experienced it firsthand, Xiao Qiao seemed to begin to understand Lin Feng. If you don't listen to me, what am I keeping you? Are you just asking for trouble? From belittling Lin Feng to questioning him to understanding him to becoming him and surpassing him. This requires some time to adapt. Xiao Qiao had already progressed from belittling Lin Feng and questioning him to now understanding him. What remained was to become Lin Feng and surpass him. Li Ying, this is your last chance. As soon as the authorities announce the apocalypse, you must get out. There's no choice. The apocalypse will last 3 days and all of China will be on holiday. Everyone holds on to a sliver of hope in their hearts. Okay, they'll listen to you. But I have one condition: there must be meat in every meal. You have hoarded so much meat. If it's frozen too long, it will spoil. Li Ying was just pretending if she didn't want to leave. Her mother had already said that their food supply was running low, and with so much food at Xiao Qiao's, what would she eat if she really went home? All right. Xiao Qiao waved her hand. This is my last concession to you. Just agree for now. Xiao Qiao needed some time to become as cold-blooded and ruthless as Lin Feng. After raising a dog for so many years, there is an emotional bond. How could she treat Li Ying, a living person, any differently? Xiao Qiao, you're still the best. Seeing Xiao Qiao relent, Li Ying quickly embraced her. As long as she had meat in every meal, it wouldn't be a big problem. Ding! At that moment, Xiao Qiao's phone rang. Upon opening it, she saw someone tagging all members. Family members of the Shishan courtyard. My father passed away last night. I can't reach the crematorium, and the hospital's phone is also unreachable. What should I do? Once it cools down, slice and serve cold. What the hell? My dad is dead. Do you think I'm joking with you? Where do you live? Which building, which unit? I'll go right now to help you slice and serve it cold. Then the person who mentioned the cold dish also sent a photo along with a message. I'm not joking, and my mom passed away the night before last. I don't know what to do now. This hot weather will make it smell bad if I leave it at home for a few more days. What should I do? A few minutes passed, and no one in the group responded. It seemed that many families had lost loved ones, creating a very bleak atmosphere in the group. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, seeing no one speaking, planned to give them a good suggestion. Put them on the rooftop to dry as a precaution for emergencies. This was a common practice encountered after the apocalypse when dealing with the deceased. In 60-degree weather with intense ultraviolet radiation, 1 day could cook a corpse, and 3 days could turn it into jerky. When real food runs out, these mummy slices can be taken out and roasted over fire. The taste is similar to ham, just a bit sour, but it can sustain you for a while. This was an unavoidable solution. After all, one can't just wait to starve to death. Lin Feng pondered, and then clicked delete. You can do whatever you want to. King Lin Feng have no obligation to consider your lives. If it stinks and causes a disease outbreak in this hot weather, then you will know how to deal with it. I suggest that family members of those who have passed away should not be too sad. After all, when a natural disaster strikes, no one can do anything. The top floor of each building is vacant. Family members should place their deceased loved ones on the top floor. The intense ultraviolet rays can kill all bacteria. Once order is restored, family members can retrieve the bodies to be cremated for peace. If left unattended at home, the bodies will rot and breed bacteria within a few days, easily leading to a new epidemic. The speaker was a person named Liang Qiyu. Lin Feng opened the profile to take a look. It turned out she was a doctor. Lin Feng nodded at her professionalism. This was indeed the best way to handle corpses now. And in case of food shortages, it could serve as an emergency measure. Should I just dig a hole and bury my father? Is what I'm doing too disrespectful to him? This isn't forcing him to die without peace, right? The man whose father had passed away was also a filial son. He couldn't just watch his father rot at home, so he had no choice but to bury him. Liang Qiyu. At this moment, Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee spoke up. This is a residential area and not your home. Are you planning to bury it in the flower bed or in the green belt? Do you want everyone to dance on your father's grave after the disaster is over? This is harming others and yourself, unfilial and unjust. After a long absence, Wang Guifan was back in full force, directly entering invincible mode from the moral high ground. The homeowners wanted to curse Wang Guifan for preventing them from stockpiling supplies, and now that they wanted to stock up, the supermarket had been emptied. Now that they had money, they couldn't spend it. Why hadn't this old hag died earlier? Unfortunately, the topic was too heavy. Many had lost loved ones, and cursing Wang Guifan at this moment would be disrespectful to the deceased. The deceased come first, they would curse her another day. This homeowner, I completely understand your feelings, but I am also following the medical advice given. Burying the deceased in the community affects the normal lives of all homeowners. This is neither reasonable nor legal. Moreover, the land area in the community is limited. If every homeowner buries the deceased, there won't be enough land, which will breed a lot of bacteria and could easily lead to an epidemic. Listen to my advice. It's better to keep them on the rooftop, record their identity information, time of death and cause of death, and once order is restored, take them to the crematorium for cremation. Dr. Liang Qiyu was still patiently advising those who had lost loved ones in the group, but most people still disagreed with Liang Qiyu's approach. Although Liang Qiyu's arguments were logical and convincing, who could bear to expose their own deceased loved ones to the sun on the rooftop? The atmosphere in the group plummeted to freezing point in an instant with no one speaking. The atmosphere was so eerie. Xiao Qiao put down her phone, glanced at Li Ying, and then added her to the homeowners group. Just look at the current situation outside and you'll understand why I laid down the law for you. Li Ying looked at her phone and then scrolled through the chat history. In an instant, Li Ying's eyes widened. Is there really no place to bury the dead now? What on earth is the government doing? Can we even keep going? If not, we need to change the leadership quickly. At that moment, Lin Feng smiled slightly and sent 2 exclusive red envelopes in the group to the 2 homeowners who had lost their fathers and mothers. One for 10,000 yuan. Although I, Lin Feng, won't attend your funeral, I want to give you a bit of psychological comfort. May you find solace. This is my small gesture. Please accept it. After a while, the 2 accepted the red envelopes and saw 10,000 yuan. This Lin Feng is indeed wealthy. 10,000 yuan is enough for a full funeral service. Thank you, General Lin, for your concern. My father will surely know of your kindness and spirit. Young Master Lin, everyone says you are rich but unkind, but from your actions I can see you are definitely a conscientious businessman, no merchant. I feel your goodwill. Just look at Wang Guifin from the neighborhood committee, acting all high and mighty, pretending to be dead when there's a problem and popping up when there's none. Why is there such injustice in the world? Why hasn't this old hag's family gone first? Wang Guifin, hurry up, aren't you representing the government? Come out and say something. The group was suddenly praising Lin Feng for his generosity and wisdom because of his 20,000 yuan condolence red envelopes. They also started to criticize Wang Guifin for being inhumane. Many people sent photos. They had deceased family members too, asking for General Lin's comfort. Lin Feng, feeling bored, thought about sending a 10,000 yuan red envelope to anyone who sent a photo of a deceased family member. After all, the balance in his card was just a string of numbers, and it wouldn't be long before 10,000 yuan wouldn't even buy a hot dog. Lin Feng was frantically sending condolence red envelopes in the group, just for fun, which infuriated Wang Guifin. Those who received the red envelopes were thanking Lin Feng for his generosity. At the same time, they were cursing Wang Guifin's neighborhood committee for being useless. This Lin Feng, are you looking for trouble with me? Just because you have money you think you're impressive? Do you think having money means you can do whatever you want? Wang Guifin angrily turned off her phone, not wanting to see others curse her. Meanwhile, Zheng Shuya frowned slightly and said to Wang Guifin, Mom, why are you so angry? Our family has stockpiled 3 truckloads of supplies, enough for the 4 of us to last 2 months. Lin Feng may be rich, but he has no instant noodles at home. In a few days he'll starve. When he comes to the group for help, we'll teach him a lesson. Hearing her daughter-in-law's words, Wang Guifin nodded. It is indeed reasonable. A small tolerance leads to great plans. I wonder how long Lin Feng can be arrogant. You have no idea what's happening outside. The price of a hot dog has now skyrocketed to 100 yuan. It's gone up 100 times. And it's not even available. You're still showering money in the group. You're really a big spender. Alright, I won't argue with him. I'm going to boil some noodles for breakfast. We can afford it. Add sausage and eggs. Wang Guifin found her confidence while Zheng Shuya smiled as she looked at her phone. Zheng Shuya, 28, a model of superior looks and figure. She married Li Wu, 33, 3 years ago, and no longer modeled due to age, now being a full-time housewife. Li Wu is a notorious gangster in Huanghai City, involved in both the underworld and legitimate business. Zheng Shuya, a mediocre model, couldn't withstand Li Wu's financial pressure and married him. Watching Lin Feng shower money in the group, Zheng Shuya's eyes were filled with disdain. These wealthy people love to flaunt their abilities in times like this, taking screenshots as evidence to post online to boost their popularity, but do you know no one will remember you? Soon you will run out of supplies. When you're close to starving, let's see who among those who received your red envelopes can help you. Zheng Shuya put down her phone, ignoring Lin Feng's extravagant spending. Meanwhile, everyone was oblivious to the reason and happily accepted Lin Feng's 10,000 yuan red envelope, while also cursing Wang Guifin a bit. Lin Feng had been showering money for a while now, and his card still had 1.06 million left. Had no one sent photos of deceased family members? This was Lin Feng's dark humor. After all, since you all have money, you basically can't spend it now, so why not have some fun? It's definitely more enjoyable than playing Candy Crush. Lin Feng picked up a king crab leg and took a bite, feeling genuinely full this time. He tossed the rest to A, being the standing by the window. He glanced at the opposite building. How long could Chow Chow hold on? Would she be boiled and eaten in 3 days? After thinking about it, he didn't care. The West Mountain Villa was so big, there were plenty of women. Losing one Chow Chow wasn't a big deal. Lin Feng was unaware that as he looked towards the opposite building, Chow Chow was using binoculars to look at his vague silhouette through the window. She was looking at her phone while also peering through the binoculars. Was Lin Feng's money too hot to handle? In just a short while, he had sent out over 150,000 yuan. What was he trying to achieve? Chow Chow scratched her head. Ooh, she wanted to learn from Lin Feng and send red envelopes in the group too. Unfortunately, her card had a balance of only 2,000 yuan. With over 150 people, should she send 10 yuan each? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Not even enough to cover her shame. Anyway, whatever Lin Feng did, she would follow, but she just couldn't understand what Lin Feng's actions were all about. Chow Chow gave up sending red envelopes as she had no money and no ability. Instead, she decided to continue learning from Lin Feng. Following him had been right all along. Indeed, the perspective of wealthy people is different from that of ordinary people. When are you going to sell supplies? On the day you sell them, I will too. I still don't believe I can't make money. Ding. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone chimed. He opened it. Another stranger requesting to add him as a friend. Young Master Lin. Do you remember me? We've met before, I'm Ying. Before Lin Feng could reply, a message from Li Ying appeared in the chat window. Lin Feng scratched his head. Ying. Vaguely familiar, but not quite. Who are you? He typed just 2 characters. Though the apocalypse had only just begun, he still observed basic courtesy. Her profile picture was striking shoulder-length black hair, a short skirt, and sheer stockings. Exactly the kind of woman he'd long idealized. At least a 9 out of 10. Young Master Lin, you truly have the memory of a nobleman. A month ago, at the night market, sausages. Li Ying quickly dropped these keywords, and suddenly clarity struck Lin Feng. That girl, 165 centimeters tall, 66 bust, extravagantly made up, who devoured his grilled sausage at the night market. Lin Feng paused, then shrugged. Meh. Her makeup was so heavy, who knew what lay beneath that porcelain facade? Human or specter? If she were a ghost, his sausage would be a tragic loss. Are you a virgin? 1 sausage, and you spend the night with me. My word is law. Li Ying stared blankly at the message. Is this really the world of the wealthy? You flood group chats with million-yuan red envelopes, yet offer me a Am I insane? Or are you? This isn't negotiation, it's an insult. You should at least bid 10 million. You've already tossed over 1 million in red envelopes. What's one more 10 million to you? 10 million for 1 night. That could buy me mountains of cosmetics, dozens of handbags, even a second-hand car complete with registration and depreciation. And yet, you'd reduce a living, breathing woman to second-hand goods. Li Ying pouted furiously at her phone, convinced her beauty warranted worship. She'd even begun imagining marriage, after seeing your lavish red envelopes. And now a sausage. Enraged, she nearly typed, you pervert. But just before hitting send, she deleted it. Wealthy people often harbor peculiar preferences. It's perfectly normal. I won't take offense. I am a virgin, but young Master Lin, 1 sausage is far too little. I watched you distribute red envelopes by the million in group chats. Spending 1 night with me would ruin my entire life. Surely you can offer a fair price. Li Ying truly was a virgin, not from lack of desire but from lack of a suitable buyer. Now that she'd found a wealthy one, she had no choice but to set her price 10 million yuan. Just give me 10 million, and I won't care how many people come tonight or whether they're even human. Lin Feng tapped her profile, then browsed her moments feed. Photos flooded the feed: fishnet stockings, cosplay, seaside getaways, desert landscapes. Undeniably provocative. Li Ying's feed had without question ignited Lin Feng's interest. Lin Feng had lived 2 lifetimes. Like a true gentleman, he kept his talents concealed until the right moment arose. Still a virgin himself, he demanded his first partner be both beautiful and untouched. Was that unreasonable? He possessed a profound spiritual fastidiousness. Secondhand was simply too unclean. He refused it outright. And after the apocalypse began, venereal diseases spread like wildfire. 9 out of 10 people carried them. Without a pristine, untouched partner, he couldn't bring himself to act. Lin Feng, the ultimate survivor, had hoarded so much. To die of disease. What a pitiful end. He exited her moments and typed a message. 2 sausages. Li Ying. Staring at those 2 words, she reeled. Hadn't he said sausage a month ago? Was he still stuck on sausage? Does your mind hold nothing else? I have over 100,000 snacks at home, none of which taste worse than sausage. Young Master Lin, stop teasing me. You live in a mansion worth hundreds of millions. You drive a 30 million supercar, and you offer me 2 sausages. Isn't that excessive? Li Ying was genuinely furious. 2 sausages wouldn't even fill 1 meal. This was pure humiliation. Lin Feng read her message, then glanced again at her moments feed. Truth be told, he deeply yearned for his own first time. The purity of that moment held rare, irreplaceable beauty. And Li Ying was no plain sight. In just a few months, finding an unviolated virgin would prove harder than locating an unlooted warehouse. Any woman with even modest allure would be seized. They wouldn't spare even 80-year-old girls. Lin Feng hesitated, then relented slightly. After all, Li Ying's virginity wouldn't remain intact forever. If she fell ill, he'd lose his chance entirely. Would he then forfeit another opportunity? Must Lin Feng, the ultimate survivor, spend decades studying theory, never applying it? Make your choice, now? 1 box of sausages. Yes or no? Refuse and keep your virginity, until hunger breaks you and you beg me to reconsider. Though anxious, Lin Feng held firm. 1 box. No more. Otherwise, every virgin would start haggling with him. How many encounters could his hoard of sausages possibly finance? Click, click, click. Li Ying snapped photos, sunscreen stacked like dunes, mountains of snacks, 5 freezers packed with frozen meat, and sent them all to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced, and instantly seethed. You're not starving, why at me? Are you mocking me? Send me your address. I'll storm your door this instant. He was truly enraged. That stockpile could sustain 1 person for years. She added him, yet rejected his sausages. Was she deliberately taunting him? He'd barely begun to feel intrigued, and she'd squandered it. Li Ying stared at his message, bewildered, uncertain where she'd gone wrong. Tears welled in her eyes, suddenly fragile, heartbreakingly vulnerable. I only wanted to tell you, I don't need food. I don't want sausages. Yesterday I gave away an entire box of sausages and instant noodles to someone else. What use do I have for them? She rubbed her eyes. This was her first contact with such wealth, and all she felt was sorrow. You scatter million-yuan red envelopes across group chats, yet offer me only a box of sausages. Are all the wealthy this volatile? Why are you shouting at me? I don't want sausages, I want money. Give me 10 million, and I'll spend the night with you. It's my— Seeing her message, Lin Feng's vision dimmed. He was utterly speechless. What utter fool was this? The apocalypse had lasted 3 days, and she still demanded currency. He almost blocked and deleted her, then paused. Better to keep her. A virgin who approached him voluntarily was rare indeed, perhaps useful later. Keeping her at home as a companion wouldn't be so bad either. It would certainly beat enduring solitude and relying solely on the fifth sister. He opened his mobile banking app. Balance 1.06 million yuan. After brief reflection, he messaged her. 1.06 million. That's all I have. Spend the night with me, and it's yours. Tears streamed down Li Ying's face as she stared at the screen, then shook her head violently. My entire life hinges on this one night, and you slashed 10 million to 1.06 million. That discount is brutally steep. 8 million. One price, no less. This is my only chance in life. You cannot drive the price down to nothing. Reading Li Ying's message, Lin Feng felt his scalp prickle at her outrageous theatrics. The girl was fairly pretty but utterly lacking in sense, putting money above her own life. High-interest online loans had already bled Lin Feng dry. 8 million was simply unattainable now. Otherwise, he would not have minded spending that sum to study the engineering of human tissue hardening. From now on, money was no more than dung. Too coarse even to bother with. Yet fate had placed him before such an oddball, money-crazed and reckless with her life. 1.60 million, no more. Villa no. 108, Shishan Bun. If you can come, if not stay, and wait to be picked over by others. Having sent the reply, Lin Feng tossed his phone aside. He could not be bothered with Li Ying any longer. Give you a whole box of sausages, and you still refuse. Wait until others take advantage of you. Then you'll regret it. Recalling those suggestive photos, a wicked heat kindled in his lower belly. Any normal man would have had thoughts. Only a fool would not. He activated the 3D projector and decided to study some Western reference materials. Let Li Ying come if she will, if not, so be it. After all, I still have my fifth girl to tend to. One must not let one's craft lapse, though safety must always come first. Play the rogue in the apocalypse. The consequences would be unthinkable. If anyone fancies tempting fate, be my guest. Do you not know syphilis and AIDS? Lin Feng went off to study his ancestral craft, while Li Ying curled around her phone and wept bitterly in her room. What was the matter with rich people? They casually sent red envelopes in the group, starting at millions, yet to my unmarried virtuous daughter, you only offer 1.6 million. It was outrageous. Li Ying flung her phone aside and refused to reply to Lin Feng. It felt like a personal insult. Xiao Xiao, having been busy day and night, was half asleep in her room. Daytime being the only time she could rest since going out was forbidden. Hearing the commotion in Li Ying's room, she rose to see what had happened. She found Li Ying burying her face in the quilt and sobbing. Xiao Xiao had no idea why. Ying, why are you crying? What happened? She asked. Though annoyed, Xiao Xiao's heart softened. She went over to comfort her dear friend. Li Ying flung herself into Xiao Xiao's arms and wept as if her tears would drown her. Xiao Xiao, inexperienced in matters of love, patted her head, uncertainly unsure how to console her. Seeing Li Ying so heartbroken, Xiao Xiao carried her to the bed and kept patting her shoulders. After a while, fatigue overcame Xiao Xiao. She had worked through the night and needed sleep. Li Ying cursed Lin Feng in her heart as a wealthy man, without compassion, and lamented the unfairness of fate. Why had she not been born into a prosperous family? If her parents had been rich, would she have had to bargain away her dignity for a first time? Li Ying sobbed and wiped her eyes, baffled that Lin Feng would refuse her 8 million. Once in a lifetime. She would never consent to anything less. Boring, mediocre. After studying the Western materials for a while, Lin Feng switched off the projector. He opened the homeowners' chat, skimming residents' profiles to see which friends were attractive. If any were virgins, there might be business to be made later. About 80% of the homeowners were over 30. The houses in Shishan Bun were hardly cheap, and villas, even. Only the doctor named Liang Xiaoyu looked presentable. He could not tell whether her photos used filters, but she appeared to be in her 20s. A doctor. That could be useful. When people fall ill, there may be no hospital to go to. I'll add her. If she declines, so be it. Lin Feng clicked to add her, and a few minutes later Liang Xiaoyu accepted. Hello, I am Liang Xiaoyu, a surgeon at Huanghaisher Second People's Hospital. How can I assist you? Lin Feng noted that many patients seemed to have added her. Did she copy and paste that reply? Lin Feng thought for a moment. There was little point asking if she wanted sausages or wished to learn human tissue hardening engineering. After all, the apocalypse had been only 3 days. He replied, Lin Feng. You seem to be working hard. If you ever need assistance, feel free to contact me. Then he began to inspect Liang Qia's moments, primarily to see whether she had a boyfriend and to check her male friends' photos. He scrolled for a long time. Liang Qia's moments were clean and orderly. Records from middle school to university graduation to work updates every couple of weeks. No fishnet stockings or flirtatious poses. Just simple chronicles of life, completely unlike Li Ying. Li Ying was clearly fishing for rich fools, whereas Liang truly documented her days. Mr. Lin, do you have any sunburn ointment? Burn ointment would do too. I have a severely sunburned patient asking for medicine, but I have none at home. I can pay. Name your price. Seeing Liang Qia's message, Lin Feng stroked his chin. Indeed, he ought to probe further. Business sometimes came from such openings. Dr. Liang, I do have sunburn and burn ointments, but first answer me one question. Are you a virgin? The question stunned Liang on the other end. How could a patient ask a doctor such a thing? She paused to consider. Ointments were in desperate short supply. Her boyfriend, now a transport escort after leaving the service, had been severely sunburned while coordinating relief, but with hospitals out of stock, she needed medicine urgently. Mr. Lin, I do have a boyfriend. He is a transport escort. On the first day of relief, he was badly sunburned. Name your price. Selling me 1 tube of ointment would count as contributing to the official relief effort. At those words, Lin Feng's interest evaporated. Of course, she was a doctor 24 with a partner, nothing unusual. These days some girls were already running around at 14 or 15. A woman her age having someone was perfectly natural. Disinterested Lin Feng ceased replying. The world was overflowing with sunburned patients. Even if he donated every tube he owned, there would not be enough. Better to keep them for himself. Liang Qiuyu waited anxiously with her phone for half an hour. Lin Feng did not reply. She grew desperate. Her boyfriend's burns were severe, and without treatment the wounds might fester and become fatal. Liang Qiuyu is a doctor. Although she is on leave at home, she is most aware of the situation in the hospital. 1/3 of the official disaster relief personnel have already died. Otherwise, why would the emergency calls be unreachable and access to the hospital be denied? What the hospital is lacking now is not doctors, but medicine. Hence Liang Qi's desire to return to the hospital was rejected, and she was told to remain on standby at home. Because the patients in the hospital have nothing to eat, they can only wait for higher authorities to provide support. The higher authorities have no way to provide support. The entire Huaxia is affected by disaster. Apart from the sparsely populated areas in the northern high latitudes that can still sustain themselves, the southern regions are suffering even more severely. Temperatures have already reached 60 degrees. Vegetables, fruit trees, all plants including wild grass have been scorched. Livestock, farm animals, most of them have now turned into dried meat. The high temperatures have also caused occasional wildfires. Now people cannot save them and can only wait for the fires to extinguish naturally. The mortality rate in the low-latitude areas of the south is even higher. These matters have not been publicly announced. They fear causing panic among the northern populace. As an official, Liang Qiuyu certainly understands these circumstances, which is why she must obtain the sunburn ointment from Lin Feng. This concerns her boyfriend's life. Mr. Lin Feng, I don't know why you're asking this question, but I am a maiden. How can I buy your sunburn ointment? I really need a tube. Liang Qiuyu felt she had no choice. If she didn't ask, her boyfriend would soon be in dire straits. Even if healing would likely leave scars, Liang Qiuyu is not a woman who cares about appearances. The scars on her face are badges of honor. How could Liang Qiuyu despise him? Lin Feng, upon seeing the news, was filled with joy. Indeed, there are women who can uphold their principles before marriage. If you spend the night with me, I will give you a tube of sunburn ointment. This is a transaction, and you can choose to refuse. You can contact me anytime once you've made your decision. Liang Qiuyu was taken aback upon receiving this message. Lin Feng, are you even human? This is simply taking advantage of the situation. This infuriated Liang Qiuyu. Lin Feng could demand anything from her, and she wouldn't hesitate. What is a house compared to life? Yet this lunatic Lin Feng wants her first time. Liang Qiuyu is a woman with principles. Furious, she picked up her phone and was about to block Lin Feng. But just as she was about to do it, Liang Qiuyu hesitated. Right now, only Lin Feng has the sunburn ointment. Blocking him might mean no more chances. At that moment, the community group chat was in chaos. Damn, it's 50 degrees outside. How can there be a water and power outage? Damn, I wondered why it was so hot at home. Isn't this going to kill us? How can we survive without water and electricity in such hot weather? I heard the news. Due to the heat, the pressure on water and electricity supply is enormous. Starting today, there will be irregular outages. Water and electricity will be supplied from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. daily. Until the disaster is over. Damn it. 50 degrees and no electricity. And we can't go out. Are they trying to kill us? I can't survive. The temperature in my house has already reached 45 degrees. I live on the top floor. I'm almost cooked. Now I can only sit in the hallway with the windows open to catch some breeze. Liang Qiuyu watched the messages in the group, knowing that what happened in the south was gradually spreading north. It wouldn't be long before the disaster in the north spiraled out of control. The internal staff are well aware that the magnetic storm caused by the solar flares has damaged the ozone layer. Without the protection of the ozone layer, this Earth will become uninhabitable for humanity. Moreover, this is just the beginning. The recovery of the ozone layer is extremely slow, possibly taking years, even hundreds of years, and no one can be certain. To prevent greater panic, the authorities dare not disclose this information. Only internal personnel are aware. However, it has become irrelevant whether the authorities release the news or not. People are not foolish and can guess, so it cannot be concealed. Liang Qiuyu became even more anxious. Wasn't her boyfriend doomed? She returned to her room, found the property deed, and took a photo. One was sent to the group, and one sent to Lin Feng. Does anyone have sunburn or burn ointment? I urgently need it. I am willing to exchange my apartment for it. My apartment is 80 square meters on the 3rd floor. I bought it for 3,000 per square meter in full payment. I spent 2,000 on renovations. It's worth 2.6 million. I only want a tube of sunburn ointment. As soon as this message came out, the group went even crazier. No one responded to Liang Qiuyu. Everyone knew that once sunburn, the ointment is a lifesaver. When money and life are compared, no one would choose money. Whoosh. At that moment, Lin Feng sent a WeChat transfer in the group, astonishingly transferring 1 million to Liang Qiuyu. Dr. Liang is in trouble, and I am willing to lend a hand. This is my last million, and I am willing to donate it all to Dr. Liang. Instantly the group erupted. Although they knew that donating money now was futile, they still felt reluctant to part with their donations. After all, it was hard-earned money, and what if the disaster ended? How would they survive without money? Master Lin is so righteous. No wonder Master Lin can earn so much money. Unlike that Wong, someone from the neighborhood committee. Not even as good as a dog. What are you comparing Wong with dogs for? Isn't that insulting to dogs? Wong, say something. The supplies you've hoarded should be distributed to those in need, right? Are you just going to sit there and do nothing? In an instant, all the criticism fell upon Wang Guifan, which infuriated her. She was about to bite her gums in frustration. Lin Feng, are you not done with me? Just wait until you run out of supplies. I want you to kneel at my door and lick my shoes. Wang Guifan is truly shameless. Lin Feng hasn't done anything wrong, yet she blames everything on him. Liang Qiuyu accepted Lin Feng's 1 million and continued to raise the price. 1 apartment plus 1 million. I only want a tube of sunburn ointment. It's not that Liang Qiuyu loves money, she accepts this money solely to save her boyfriend. However, it was useless. Sunburn ointment is scarce, and not many people hoard it. Half an hour later, Liang Qiuyu, with tears streaming down her face, looked at her phone with red eyes. At this moment, a voice message came through her phone from her boyfriend Zhou Kaiwa. Qiuyu, I feel like I'm not going to make it. From now on, you must live well by yourself. During the day, make sure to protect yourself from the sun before going out. At 30 degrees, I could be seriously injured from the sun. Now it's 50 degrees outside, and just a few minutes can be fatal. Live well, and if there is a next life, I will definitely marry you. I'm sorry I can't accompany you for the rest of your life. I will bless you from above. Wah wah wah. Hearing this voice message, Liang Qiuyu collapsed on the table, crying inconsolably. On one side is her lover's life, and on the other is Lin Feng, this lunatic who wants her to spend the night with him to get medicine. If I were about to die, would you have me sleep with someone before helping me? What was once a playful question between lovers has now turned into a harsh reality. After crying for a long time, Liang Qiuyu made her decision. Although the first time is important, her lover's life is even more crucial. If giving away my first time could save your life, Lin Feng, send me a photo of that sunburn ointment, right now. If you have it, I'm coming over immediately. No time to waste. Liang Qiuyu sent the message. Lin Feng promptly replied with a photo of an imported sunburn ointment. Though the packaging was entirely in foreign script, as a physician, Liang Qiuyu instantly recognized it as the most effective formulation available. Lin Feng actually had it. Villa No. 108, Shishan Bun Residential Estate. Go to the square-shaped 3-story building beside it. Come now and I'll hand it over in person. Lin Feng sat back, legs crossed, heart swelling with delight. My brothers and I have endured so much hardship together. Now at last our time of prosperity has arrived. A new era has begun. Fine. I'm leaving right away. Keep that ointment for me. Liang Qiuyu sprang to her feet, swiftly applied sunscreen, grabbed her parasol and sunglasses, and hurried out the door to find Lin Feng. For her boyfriend's life, she would endure anything. Outside, the temperature soared to 50 degrees Celsius. Instantly, a scorching wave of heat struck Liang Qiuyu, making her dizzy and disoriented. Not a single soul wandered the streets. Everyone had retreated into shade to escape the merciless sun. To avoid sunburn, she wore full-length trousers, mesh shoes, and lace gloves. With her face shielded beneath the parasol, she believed she'd be safe. Yet by the time she reached Lin Feng's villa gate, drenched in fragrant perspiration, she felt nearly roasted alive. Seeing Lin Feng's villa, Liang Qiuyu froze in disbelief. Do the homes of the ultra-wealthy truly defy all reason? How many fortunes must one spend to build something like this? No wonder he'd shown zero interest in her modest apartment. Beside this mansion, hers looked like little more than a crumbling shack. Spotting the doorbell beside the iron gate, she pressed it firmly. Ding dong. Hearing the chime, Lin Feng rose and glanced at the security monitor, immediately spotting Liang Qiuyu. Though she wore sunglasses, her fair, delicate oval face unmistakably belonged to a beauty, proving the photos from her social media feed were unedited and genuine. She was slender, almost ethereal, standing at 160 centimeters tall, yet weighing barely 50 kilograms. Overjoyed, Lin Feng rubbed his hands together and hurried downstairs to open the door. Today marks the dawn of my brother's golden age. Liang Qiuyu stood outside, curiously tapping the iron gate with her finger. Solid, dense, impossibly heavy. This isn't ordinary iron. Is it titanium alloy? Her astonishment deepened. Titanium alloy gates. Was this extravagance even real? Just then her phone chimed. She opened it to find a friend request and froze upon reading the message. It read, I have sunburn ointment. Does your offer in the group chat still stand? Without hesitation, she accepted. The profile picture showed a young woman. A woman, after all, wouldn't demand her first time, would she? The moment she confirmed the request, the woman sent a photo of the ointment. Not just one tube, but an entire pack. 10 tubes in total, 1 already used, 9 remaining. Then came another message. I'll sell you 1 tube, but only under contract. You'll sign with fingerprint hand over your property deed and pay me 1 million yuan. No backing out. Tears welled in Liang Qiuyu's eyes. There truly were kind souls left in this world. Agreed. I'll rush home for the deed and draft the contract right now. Where do you live? I'm coming immediately. Please hold 1 tube for me. Her family background was solid, money could always be earned again, and her career was stable. Her boyfriend Zhou Kaihua worked as an armored vehicle escort, an official position guaranteed by the state. When crisis struck, the authorities would never abandon him. I live at Unit 2, Building 1, Apartment 201. Bring the deed contract and seal paste. Seeing the address, Liang Qiuyu felt hope blaze within her. Truly a savior had appeared. I'm on my way. Without another glance, she turned and strode off, leaving Lin Feng's ointment to gather dust. Lin Feng swung the door open, only to see her retreating figure vanish down the road. Hey, door's open. Come on in. Lin Feng beamed inwardly. After all, this was a transaction, mutually agreed upon. And wasn't pleasure meant to be shared? Wasn't joy by its very nature reciprocal? At the sound of his voice, Liang Qiuyu spun around and strode forward, then delivered a thunderous slap across his face. She spat directly onto his cheek. You despicable wretch. Keep your ointment, for dogs. Scum. Utterly vile. How does someone like you even exist in this world? You make me physically ill. Stunned by the blow, Lin Feng staggered. Had she braved this infernal heat just to strike him? Have you nothing better to do? In this furnace-like heat you risked your life just to slap me. Even if business fails, Curtis, must you push Lin Feng to the absolute brink? Rage surged. He lunged to drag her inside, pin her against the wall, and bind her there as his captive. The apocalypse loomed near, yet such humiliation demanded retribution. At 160 centimeters and under 50 kilograms, Liang Qiuyu would be effortless to subdue. But as he lifted his foot, Lin Feng paused. Cold reason returned. He hadn't applied sunscreen, he held no parasol. One step into that ultraviolet inferno, and he'd suffer third-degree burns. Or worse. Damn it. I was practically undressed. And you think a slap settles everything? He dared not chase her. The moment those rays touched his skin, his face would be ruined forever. Lin Feng refused to let his appearance be destroyed. Watching Liang Qiuyu recede into the distance, his fury burned hotter than ever. Never, not once, has Lin Feng suffered such disgrace. Do you have any idea what psychological devastation that single slap inflicted upon a 21-year-old like me? Yeah. He retrieved a drone from his spatial storage and launched it in pursuit. So, you reject fair trade. Fine. Don't think I won't learn your address. Tonight you'll learn exactly what Walpin. Guiding the drone silently behind her, Lin Feng shut the door. The heat was unbearable. Leaving it open would render the air conditioning useless. Power had failed citywide, yet his residence remained uninterrupted. Back inside, he pulled out a chilled bottle of vodka and drank deeply. The more he reflected, the angrier he grew. How had negotiations collapsed so abruptly? Why shift gears so violently? If you refused, why come at all? I never forced your hand. Lin Feng retained slivers of humanity, but only slivers. Where commerce thrived, he preferred negotiation. Deep, mutually satisfying exchanges that spared everyone trouble. Yet anyone who sabotaged a deal deserved severe punishment. That slap struck not his flesh, but his dignity. Tenfold repayment was non-negotiable. Did Lin Feng possess no pride whatsoever? Piloting the drone from afar, hovering just above her, he knew she'd never look up. To do so would mean sacrificing her face to the sun. After trailing her for several minutes, she entered Building 3, Unit 3. With her approximate location confirmed, Lin Feng guided the drone into the stairwell, searching for her exact floor. Tonight, Liang Qiuyu, you'll understand precisely how deep that slap cut into Lin Feng's honor. He maneuvered the drone to the 4th floor. The window there stood wide open. Power outage meant no elevator. She'd ascend by stairs. Lin Feng settled impatient as a hunter awaiting prey. 3 minutes passed, still no sign. Could she possibly live on the 3rd floor, or lower? He directed the drone downward, and watched satisfied as the door of apartment 303 clicked shut. Confirmed, Liang Qiuyu resided at Building 3, Unit 3, Apartment 303. You cunning Liang Qiuyu. You'll wait until sunset. If Lin Feng doesn't teach you the meaning of cruelty, you'll never grasp true suffering. Another gulp of vodka only intensified his wrath. Walpin was beyond his moral threshold. He wasn't that twisted. But that slap had landed squarely upon his honor. He would repay it, twice tenfold, with a sharp stinging echo of his own. Controlling the drone to return, although Lin Feng did not lack this one drone, it is better to save it, as he won't be able to buy it again in the future. Lin Feng controlled the drone to head home. After a while, the drone spotted someone coming out of the building again. Driven by curiosity, Lin Feng flew the drone back. Is it Liang Qiuyu again? However, this time, Liang Qiuyu had a red book in her hand. Lin Feng zoomed in on the screen. Property certificate. What is she doing with that? Lin Feng controlled the drone to follow, only to see Liang Qiuyu take the property certificate to Building 1, Unit 2. Filming from the stairway, Liang Qiuyu came to the 2nd floor and gently knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened, and a woman in black stockings with red spots on her face seemed familiar. This distance can be seen without the drone, since Building 1 is right across from Lin Feng's home. Taking out binoculars, it seems to be Li Ying. Liang Qiuyu handed the property certificate to Li Ying, then signed the contract and took out her phone to scan a code. It looked like she was transferring money. Then Li Ying handed over a tube of sunburn cream to Liang Qiuyu, who was crying while thanking Li Ying with bows. Damn it. Li Ying isn't just foolish. She's a simpleton. Is she really selling sunburn cream for money? Lin Feng was furious. The deal that was in his hands was ruined by you. Remember the location of Li Ying's home, Unit 2, 201 in Building 1. These two women are waiting for my revenge. Tonight I'll take them home and tie them up as cannon fodder. Retrieving the drone, Lin Feng was already furious. This time, he wasn't angry at Liang Qiuyu, but at Li Ying. Without Li Ying's interference, this deal wouldn't have fallen through. Alright, you have plenty of supplies, don't you? You like selling, right? They'll help you promote it. Lin Feng took out another phone, logged into a secondary account to ensure safety, and applied to join the homeowners group. King Lin Feng wouldn't let anyone know he was behind this. This is just finding trouble for no reason. Once the application for the homeowners group is submitted, it can join automatically, and only inappropriate comments would get you kicked out. Joining is quite convenient. Lin Feng picked up his phone, opened the group chat, and directly screenshot the photo to send to the group along with the supply photos Li Ying had taken herself to show Lin Feng. Unit 201 in Building 1. I saw her selling sunburn cream, and she has a pile of supplies at home. If anyone in your family needs supplies, go ask. Is this real? The owner of Unit 201. My son has severe sunburn. I urgently need sunburn cream to save him. How much for one? Please sell me one. He'll buy one too. Just tell me the price. My God, so much food. Can you sell me a box of ham sausage? A single ham sausage is $100 outside. A box of 50 is $5,000. They'll give you 1,000 for a box. Li Ying happily looked at the millions in her account after receiving the exchanging one tube of sunburn cream for so many things. Where can I find such a good deal? With 10 tubes of sunburn cream, Li Ying used one tube, sold one to Liang Qiuyu, leaving 8 tubes. If all of these are sold, it could be several million. Lin Feng, weren't you supposed to give me 8 million? I sold one tube of sunburn cream for over 3 million. Selling sunburn cream makes money faster than selling myself. I can only sell myself once. Sunburn cream I can sell 9 times. Xiao Qiao was exhausted after working all night and was still sleeping in the room. The bedroom door was closed and the second floor wasn't too hot, so Xiao Qiao didn't even know the power and water had been cut off. Li Ying opened the homeowners group and it was now filled with buying requests. It might be because of Liang Qiu's mention. However, Li Ying didn't care as this was helping her advertise, which is a good thing. I still have 8 tubes of sunburn cream. 3 million each. Use 3 million cash. Or trade with the property certificate. A sports car will do too. But a contract must be signed and fingerprints are required. First come, first served. Limited quantity. Other supplies are for sale too. 2,000 for a box of ham sausages. 2,000 for a box of instant noodles. Li Ying's announcement caused the group to explode. I'm going now? Save some for me. Damn. I can't miss. I have an extra sports car worth 3 million. I have an empty villa worth 10 million. Save me 2 tubes of... The Shishan Villa district has plenty of rich people. Seeing this situation, some hurriedly applied sunscreen and took umbrellas to head out. Money can be earned again if lost. If life is lost, money is useless. My life is precious. Seeing the sales booming, Li Ying quickly messaged in the group. Each person line up. No shouting. No loud noise. If anyone makes a loud sound, I won't sell anymore. Okay. They'll transfer the money directly. Absolutely no noise. As long as you sell, I will even kneel and call you grandmother. I promise not to make a sound. In this day and age, being able to sell is already a good person. A good person will have peace all their life. How could I trouble a good person? Goddess, you are here to save us, goddess. The homeowners quickly agreed, and Li Ying had already opened 2 large doors. This is what they call guarding against thieves. It's hard to guard against family thieves. Xiao Qiao's hard work welding the iron door was of no use. As soon as she fell asleep, it was opened by Li Ying. Before long, the first rich person appeared. He directly transferred 10 million to Li Ying, buying 2 tubes of sunburn cream and some supplies before leaving. The second rich person also appeared. A sports car worth 3 million with keys and contracts. 2 million in cash. 1 tube of burn cream and 2 million in supplies. The third was a mother who took out her property certificate at home to exchange for a tube of sunburn cream. She couldn't afford supplies as she was the mother of the son who was sunburned. Truly pitiful is the heart of every parent. To save a child's life, she even gave up her house. Don't worry about whether the price is high or low now. The problem is you can't buy it with money. Lin Feng watched with binoculars, laughing uproariously. Holy shit. I'm dying of laughter. This woman is ruthless. She's really selling. This woman is so ruthless, she would even sell herself. Go ahead and sell. I'll see how much you can sell yourself for in the end. The first few people had money and houses and their transactions were relatively honest. But the people behind those without money weren't so compliant. Those who don't want to die get away. We only want food and won't harm anyone. I'm on the verge of starving to death. I'm in emergency evasion mode. Emergency evader Song Chao is back. Last time he got a box of ham sausages and a box of instant noodles from Li Ying, and he finished them all. No particular reason. Originally, Song Chao alone had enough to eat for several days, but after telling his friends he had food, all his friends showed up. 13 people. And they're all brothers. How could Song Chao not let them eat? Could that little bit of food feed so many people? After eating, Song Chao was thinking of ways to get food, only to find out from the group that Li Ying's house had so much food. Song Chao directly called his 12 little brothers armed with kitchen knives and watermelon knives, masked, and rushed over. They, the 13 Taibaos of Shishan district, are not just for show. You, why are you back again? Didn't I already give you sausages and instant noodles? Li Ying trembled with fear upon seeing Song Chao and his gang brandishing watermelon's knives. After all, Song Chao's infamous slap still burned fiercely on her cheek. Slap. As expected, Song Chao struck her again, hard across the face. You dare give me this little when your house is overflowing with food? Are you treating me like a beggar? You deserve another beating. Li Ying collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming silently down her face, while the wealthy bystanders instinctively covered their heads. Their lives were far too precious. Brother, we've got nothing. Please don't cause a fatality. Let us leave. Can't. The affluent woman leading the group panicked as she stared at Song Chao's armed entourage. Her own life was priceless. She'd rather forfeit the goods than lose it. Get out, all of you. This is emergency self-preservation. No robbery, no murder. Lawyer Zhang San himself confirmed it. Even if I hunted and ate a northeast tiger right now, it wouldn't be illegal. Brother Song Chao, the emergency evader, remained principled to the end, ordering them to disperse immediately. The wealthy fled in terror, vowing never again to shop in public groups. Only private transfers henceforth. Such bold, coordinated shopping sprees were thrilling. This was hard-won experience. Brothers, load up. Take the refrigerators too, just the food. No one gets hurt. We're exercising emergency self-preservation, not committing robbery. The 13 tyrants of Xishan district upheld strict discipline. No smashing, no violence, just swift, efficient removal. Below, 2 battered light trucks sat idling. Their shattered windows spoke volumes to those who understood. Though swift, the 13 tyrants clattering refrigerator hall awakened Xiao Xiao. Rubbing her eyes, she opened her door and froze in disbelief. Have I somehow crossed over into another world? Is this even my home? How did you get in here? This is my house. Xiao Xiao seethed with fury, but rage alone changed nothing. Even her training in Taekwondo and Sanda offered little comfort now. Little beauty, I advise you to behave. Go straight back to your room. We're conducting emergency self-preservation, but with so many brothers present, none would object to paying for you just once. Xiao Xiao stared, speechless. Could robbery and assault truly be justified with such brazen, unblinking audacity? Facing 13 armed men, she chose restraint. She retreated, shut the door, and locked it tight, then retrieved 2 sharpened katana swords from beneath her drawer. Illegal, forbidden weapons. Her brother's legacy. She wasn't planning suicide. This haul was worth only hundreds of thousands, not worth dying for. Once they finished looting, they'd depart. But surely she deserved the right to defend herself. If they truly intended assault, she'd fight to the death, not let them succeed. Rage boiled within her. How did these lunatics even know about her supplies? And if they'd broken in, there should have been noise. Had her reinforced steel door been welded for nothing? With her bedroom door securely locked, any forced entry would require kicks and commotion. She grabbed her phone to ask Li Ying what had happened, since she'd merely slept through it all. Opening WeChat, she found 999 unread messages in the residential group chat. Scrolling to the first unread, Xiao nearly exploded with fury. Photos of Li Ying selling goods, photos of the supplies inside her own home. The angle made it unmistakably clear Li Ying had taken them herself and sent them to others. Li Ying, I trusted you as my closest friend, and you sought my death. Xiao was utterly incensed, suddenly understanding why Lin Feng had executed Abe. Disobedient people and dogs should never be kept. After roughly an hour, silence fell outside. Waiting 5 more minutes to confirm no movement remained, Xiao unlocked her door, convinced they'd truly completed their emergency self-preservation, and departed. At that moment, every edible item in the apartment had vanished, so thoroughly that even rats would have wept and fled. Xiao, I'm so sorry. I never imagined it would turn out like this. With prices soaring, I just wanted to earn some money selling things. Didn't you buy all this for 30,000? I'll repay you in full. I'll transfer you 1 million. Sobbing uncontrollably, Li Ying pulled out her phone and initiated the transfer. Ding. Xiao checked. Yes, 1 million yuan had truly arrived. But in the group chat, she'd seen Li Ying sell 1 sunburn ointment for 3 million and 9 tubes for 27 million. 1 million. Was she being mocked? Li Ying, from this moment, leave my home. Our friendship ends here. From now on, keep your distance. Never approach me. My temper permits only one such betrayal. Next time I see you, I may not hold back. Without accepting the money, Xiao blocked Li Ying outright. Li Ying, tear-streaked and pleading, rushed forward. Xiao, don't be angry. Didn't you stockpile supplies precisely to profit? You've profited now. Our decade-long bond means more than mere possessions. Besides, I did send you 1 million. You've lost nothing. It wasn't me who robbed you, it was them. Nothing to do with me. Clinging desperately to Xiao's leg, Li Ying received no mercy this time. Xiao kicked her hard, sending her sprawling backward. Get out, or I will cut you down. I'd rather not kill, but don't force my hand. Brandishing the katana, she terrified Li Ying into scrambling away, clutching her bag and fleeing the apartment. Bang! The door slammed shut with a thunderous crash, severing ties forever, each walking separate paths. Xiao surveyed her ravaged home, fury churning in her chest. Tears fell freely. After all, she was a woman facing a situation she'd never imagined. To claim she felt no fear would be a lie. 13 men armed with cleavers stood ready to violate her very existence. What future could remain if they succeeded? Fortunately, it was only day 3 of the apocalypse. Their remaining humanity still held. But how long before the living room kitchen, every crumb of food gone. Not a grain of rice remained. 5 freezers full of frozen meat, and the freezers themselves had vanished. Wah. Helpless Xiao collapsed onto the floor, wailing uncontrollably. finally grasping why Lin Feng at their first meeting had offered her sausages and declared her worth 2 sausages. Because if violence sufficed, not even 1 sausage need be offered. After a while she rose and returned to her. Thankfully the sunscreen had nowhere else to go. 3 boxes remained safely stashed in her bedroom along with snacks she loved, enough to last several days. The basement storage must remain untouched unless absolutely necessary. If discovered, could she ever defend it again? Her hatred for Liang now ran bone deep. I treated you as family. How could you betray me so? Had she not followed Lin Feng's lead in stockpiling, she knew she'd likely already be dead, violated beyond recovery. She picked up her binoculars. Time to see what Lin Feng was doing. Following Lin Feng was without question the wisest choice. Xiao Xiao picked up the telescope and coincidentally locked eyes with Lin Feng. Confirm the gaze, you are the right person. Xiao Xiao felt quite awkward. Why is Lin Feng spying on her? Has he discovered her imitation? Lin Feng felt even more embarrassed, thinking, does this little girl want the sausage I bought? Why are you peeping at me for no reason? Is being handsome also a crime? With this thought, Lin Feng glanced at his pants, realizing the breeze was making him feel cool down there. Lin Feng shook his head, not daring to think further, fearing he might wilt if he did. For this matter, I can only give you 3 stars. That Liang is obviously a white lotus who cares more about money than her life. Now no one cares about murder. Are you keeping her around for the new year? Although Lin Feng had set up a trap for Liang, he still felt it wasn't satisfying enough. However, after some thought, Lin Feng felt much better. That white lotus Liang had no food now and had been kicked out of her home. Her outcome would only be worse than death. Besides, my fault. If it weren't for me having bought almost all the food around Huanghai City, this disaster wouldn't have caused such severe damage to the city. In my past life, I could still buy grain with money after a month. Did it advance this time? But it doesn't really concern me. This is a transaction. It's mutually agreeable. One is willing to buy and the other is willing to sell. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Feng still had some conscience, but not much. He could have robbed, yet he still chose to pay. Just then Lin Feng's phone rang. Picking it up, he saw a friend request, instantly recognizing it was Xiao Xiao. After all, the previous eye contact was quite awkward, but Lin Feng had a thick skin and directly accepted it. Are you craving sausages? I can give you 2. Lin Feng even sent 3 smirking emojis, which infuriated Xiao Xiao. Who wants your stuff? I'd rather starve. He'll just jump down from here. I absolutely won't eat your food. Xiao Xiao also sent 3 angry emojis, but Lin Feng wasn't angry at all. This doesn't need to be asked. Just by looking it's clear Xiao Xiao is a naive girl and a hot-tempered virgin. It would be quite an achievement to tame a fierce wild horse. Don't reply so quickly. Who can escape the law of true fragrance? Your home must have been robbed clean, right? Feel free to contact me anytime when you want to eat. I will save some for you. Saying this, Lin Feng actually sent a photo of a box of sausages along with 2 boxes of marinated eggs. Sometimes 1 + 2 equals. Bastard. Shameless merchant. Rogue. Scoundrel. Taking advantage of the chaos to tease me. I'll break your legs. Xiao Xiao was furious and directly threw down a harsh word. This made Lin Feng feel a chill down there and reopened a past wound. This little wild horse has a stubborn temper. It seems difficult to tame her. Not replying anymore, he decided not to provoke her. What if she pretended to come to an agreement? And what if she learned from Feng Qian? After all, Lin Feng had just taken a big hit and still had some memory. It's better to wait until she is willing. Starving her for a few days would make her willing. When a person gets too hungry, they will eat anything. Feng Qian has the most say in this matter. Lin Feng put down his phone and stopped replying while Xiao Xiao angrily squeezed her phone, not planning to compromise. Xiao Xiao actually wanted to ask Lin Feng if she could exchange supplies for a room in his safe house. Even Lin Feng couldn't refuse nearly 20 million in supplies, right? It's really unsafe for a girl to live alone, and once this batch of supplies is exposed, she would be doomed. Clearly Lin Feng didn't want her to go in, blocking Xiao Xiao with just a few words. Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth in hatred. Don't you feel lonely living in such a big safe house by yourself? No wonder you always study alone. After thinking about it, Xiao Xiao's face turned red again. If she moved in, would Lin Feng being so lecherous make a move on her? Xiao Xiao had great confidence in her figure and appearance. She didn't think Lin Feng the lecher would have no thoughts about her. It seems living in the safe house isn't the safest option. Lin Feng is the biggest danger. Women, you still have to rely on yourself. Xiao Xiao made up her mind. Just rely on herself. Indeed, the intelligence of people varies. Xiao Xiao decisively realized Lin Feng was completely unreliable. Xiao Xiao picked up the electric pick, returned to her room, locked the door, and planned to dig a hole from here into the warehouse. She pulled the curtains. She couldn't let Lin Feng see. Pushing the bed aside, turning on the electric pick. Is there a power outage? It really was a power outage, but since Xiao Xiao lived on the 2nd floor, it was quite cool, so she didn't feel too hot. Now the top floor is not much different from the outdoor temperature, just with more shade and a draft. Xiao Xiao rubbed her chin, deciding to wait until the power returned to dig this hole. If she went downstairs to get supplies and move them upstairs, she would definitely be discovered over time. She needed to break through the warehouse and the 2nd floor to ensure her safety. Fortunately, she didn't tell that white lotus Liang that she still had nearly 20 million in supplies. Otherwise today, she would definitely have nothing left. Xiao Xiao was preparing to break through the floor to retrieve her backup supplies at home, while Liang was sitting in the 1st floor corridor, overjoyed as she checked her phone balance. 18 million. I actually sold for so much. And I still have a villa. 2 sports cars, 3 houses. Am now a multi-millionaire. The sun hadn't set yet, and Li Ying couldn't go out through the unit door. Xiao Qiao was really lucky this time. If Li Ying had heard the noise from the electric pick, what good would that be? Maybe Xiao Qiao is the chosen one, her luck is unparalleled. Xiao Qiao, you really have no brains. With prices so high now you blame me for not selling the stuff. Once this village is gone there will be no more shops. You want to sever ties with me? Now that I'm a multi-millionaire, I can't even be bothered with you. And that Lin Feng. I asked you for 8 million and you didn't give it to me. What can a few stinky coins do? This time I even raised the price. Without a billion no one can touch me. Li Ying played with the keys in her hand. Oh, what can you do if you don't let me live in your house? Now I have a villa. I can't even be bothered to live in your house. What's so good about a broken high-rise? A successful woman. Of course she should carry a designer bag. Driving a luxury car. Living in a villa. I, Li Ying, am now the most successful woman. I have everything. After a while it got dark and Li Ying called to ask where the car was that she was selling. After confirming, she drove the car to the villa. Although Li Ying didn't have a driver's license, the community wasn't far, so looking at the 2 sports cars and the villa behind, Li Ying felt her life was worth it. I now also have millions in saved. A wealthy woman with luxury cars and villas. Upon entering the villa, it was particularly stuffy. Plus she hadn't had water all afternoon, and Li Ying was extremely thirsty. Arriving at the kitchen, she turned on the faucet, but no water. Opened the fridge. No food. Then turned on the air conditioning. No electricity. Li Ying began to panic. When she was at Xiao Qiao's house, she didn't worry about food and drink. Now living in a villa with a car and savings, but without food or drink and feeling so hot, what should she do? Li Ying decided to go to the supermarket outside the community to buy some food. I now have 18 million in savings, awaken. Li Ying got up and ventured outside the community at night. The path was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight and a few solar-powered streetlights. The street was eerily silent, devoid of any sounds, not even the chirping of insects or the croaking of frogs. The deathly quiet sent chills down one's spine. Many car windows along the roadside were shattered and occasional glimpses of blood could be seen. Li Ying even spotted a sun-scorched corpse. Wow! Li Ying screamed in terror and fled. Having been spoiled since childhood, she had never encountered any. What are the authorities doing? Can't they take action? If they can't, they should quickly replace the leadership. As she ran, Li Ying complained, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. It was a bad habit cultivated by Xiao Qiao and Li Ying's parents. She had no princess destiny, but was full of princess syndrome. According to Lin Feng, the harmonious society saved her. Otherwise, a person like her wouldn't last 3 days. Turning a corner, Li Ying saw a large travel bag. Driven by curiosity, she decided to take a look. This travel bag appeared to be a high-end item. It might contain valuable belongings. Upon opening it, Li Ying was stunned. Seeing the contents of the bag made her vomit. Those who enjoy killing know that if you encounter such a bag by the roadside, be cautious, for it contains either cash or bodies. Li Ying looked at the decaying limbs and intestines, retched twice, then got up and ran. After a difficult run to the supermarket, she found the main entrance shattered, the inside dark as night, making it even Gulyalu. After not eating or drinking all afternoon and just vomiting, Li Ying's stomach protested. Turning on her phone's flashlight, she decided to enter and see if there were any staff selling food. It wasn't like this the last time she came. Ugh, what is that smell? As she entered the supermarket, a wave of foul. Li Ying glanced over and was instantly horrified, sitting down in shock. Many people had died inside, sprawled in every direction due to the hot weather. They had begun to rot and emit a strong stench. What is happening? Is this really the end of the world? Although fear gripped her heart, Li Ying was still hungry and thirsty. Summoning her courage, she dodged the corpses and made her way to the food section, where there was nothing but empty shelves. After circling around, she found no one at all, let alone any salespeople. Li Ying felt a bit regretful. Had she made a mistake by trying to sell food? Wandering over to the imported handbag section, she could clearly see there were no signs of looting. High heels worth hundreds of thousands and bags worth millions were left there collecting dust, completely unattended. Seeing these shoes and bags, greed sparkled in Li Ying's eyes. At this moment, there was no one and no surveillance. If I take them, they are mine. With this thought, Li Ying found a fire axe and began smashing the glass display. Crash! With the sound of shattering glass, Li Ying felt elated. Oh my, it's all mine. Li Ying finally experienced the joy of a $0 purchase. Instantly, her hunger and thirst vanished. She found a woven bag and began to fill it with the handbags, high heels, cosmetics, various brand clothes, skirts, and stockings she could never afford before. No one was watching or managing her. If I take them, they are mine. Li Ying stuffed the bag full. It was easily over 100 kilograms. Yet Li Ying managed to carry it. This is what they call a weak woman. I can't carry 100 kilograms of rice. But you let me carry 100 kilograms of gold bricks. Not only can I carry it, but I can also run. Li Ying left the supermarket with the heavy bag, thinking that once she got home, these items would belong to her. As soon as she stepped out, she encountered a man wearing a camera on his head, holding a Alright, tonight's first order in my live stream from Shishan is here. What luck, I didn't expect it to be a young lady. Let's go with some small gifts. If you want to see me live stream robbing her, hit 666. If you want to point out where to rob, hit a little heart. If you want me to kill first and rob later, send a rocket. You can bet she has a lot of good stuff in that big bag. Free small gifts. Let's get it rolling. I must say this guy understands. In an instant the live stream was flooded with viewers. After all, everyone was cooped up at home with nothing to do. Let's go with some small gifts. Millions of viewers poured into my live stream from Shishan. After all, I'm the first person in Huaxiao to openly live stream this. Brother, I didn't provoke you, did I? If you want high heels, there are plenty inside. What are you planning to do? Li Ying felt a surge of panic. How could she not be afraid facing a man with a camera on his head and a watermelon knife? Don't be nervous, little sister. Millions of viewers are watching. If you cooperate, I won't have to be so cruel. Let me just... After all, killing a corpse is a bit too extreme. I can't bring myself to do it. Viewers, don't rush. After all, I wasn't a weirdo before. As suddenly turning weird is a bit hard for me to accept. As he spoke, the live streamer approached Li Ying with the watermelon knife, causing her legs to weaken in fear. She felt. At that moment, Lin Feng, who was bored at home scrolling through his phone, also tuned into the live stream. Seeing the supermarket entrance, he recognized that the woman was none other than Li Ying. Instantly, Lin Feng's mischievous side kicked in, and he sent 10 rockets, each worth $10,000 just like that. Go for it, brothers. If the live stream is good, I'll send rockets. Lin Feng typed with a sly smile. Not that I did anything, I'm just here for the fun. What's wrong with that? Is it my fault that you can't stay at home at night and wander around? Don't you know that after the apocalypse, as long as you avoid people, you've avoided over 90% of the danger? Alright, big brother at the top of the leaderboard. I'll satisfy you. I can't let the top viewers send rockets for free. Go for it, brothers. Saying this, the live streamer walked up to Li Ying, pressed the knife against her neck, and then took off his pants. Don't be nervous, little sister. It's everyone's first time. I'm live streaming, and as long as you meet the requirements of the top viewer in the live stream, I won't kill you tonight. Li Ying looked at this scene, her face filled with resistance, tears streaming down her cheeks. Big brother, I was wrong. How much do you want? Isn't it enough if I give you what you want? Li Ying realized he was clearly live streaming, or wasn't he just asking for money and gifts? If she just gave him what he wanted, wouldn't he let her go? I have 18 million now. Little sister, it seems you still don't understand the situation. If I kill you, wouldn't your money all belong to me? Besides, I do live streaming mainly for the thrill. Money doesn't mean much to me since I can't buy anything now. Just cooperate. Don't make me kill you. I've only been live streaming for 2 days. I don't want to play at that extreme yet. Saying this, he pressed the knife firmly against Li Ying's neck. This frightened Li Ying, making her vow never to go out at night again. No wonder there was no one on the road. Have the streamers become so extreme? Is there still any law? Is there still any justice? Li Ying nodded with tears in her eyes, finally conceding. Sigh. Yes. That's it. Cooperate a bit. Otherwise I will kill you. Li Ying had no choice but had come to this, and she could only comply. She felt utterly hopeless. Li Ying believed she had become completely unclean. Lin Feng's wicked humor struck. He sent 10 more rockets. The number one brother sent me 10 rockets. Li Ying had no choice but to follow orders. She truly regretted it. Why did she have to encounter such a situation? What did I do wrong? Who did I provoke? Lin Feng saw this and sent 10 more rockets. Then he typed, you two watch this novel and cooperate with each other. Seeing the request from the number one brother, I, at Shishan Piao Duan Jiao, scratched my head in confusion and asked, number one brother, your words are quite profound. At this moment, a knowledgeable friend began to explain. Seeing the bullet screen, I also understood. Wow. So that's what reading a novel means. I thought I was already crazy enough. It seems I'm still not crazy enough. I actually felt out of place because I wasn't crazy enough. Soon enough, I will definitely be able to get along with you all because I am crazy enough. Let's send some small gifts. Let's read the novel together. Let's go. Instantly, the heat in the live stream room soared to unprecedented heights. Free gifts were flying in. After all, they were just there to watch the excitement. Oh, what did it matter to them if something really happened? Now, is there any supervisor in the live stream room? Who knows if the supervisor is even alive? Who cares what they are streaming? Saying this, I at Shishan Piao Duan Jiao once again threatened fiercely. Speak up. It's just watching a novel. Don't force me to stab you. Li Ying cried, but crying was useless now, as she could only cooperate. Then she obediently started reading the novel. In an instant, Li Ying bit her arm in pain. After experiencing it personally, she completely regretted it. At this moment, Lin Feng played a song. Chrysanthemum Terrace. Your tears are weak, yet wounded, the pale moon curves around the past. The night is too long, congealing into frost. Who is in the attic, coldly despairing? The rain lightly taps the vermilion window, and my life is blown into chaos by the wind on paper. Dreams transform into a wisp of fragrance in the distance, drifting away, resembling you. The chrysanthemum petals fall full of wounds. Your smile has turned yellow. Flowers fall and hearts break. My worries lie quietly. Left alone, I am lonely on the lake's surface, forming pairs. Just when I at Shishan Piao Duan Jiao was unstoppable, a watermelon knife came directly down from above, instantly severing his silver spear. Blood splattered all over Li Ying, and the live stream room exploded instantly. Wow, what are you doing? I didn't provoke you. I don't even know you. He clutched his broken spear in pain that tore at his heart. Originally, the next moment was supposed to be the most exhilarating. Unexpectedly, it turned into the most painful moment. You are the one at Shishan Piao Duan Jiao, right? Didn't you say in the live stream yesterday that I, the worthless loser who couldn't send gifts, should follow the internet cable to cut you? Now I'm here to cut you. I've wanted to cut you for a long time. Don't you want a Piao Duan Jiao? I'll fulfill your request. Saying this, the man waved the watermelon knife, hacking wildly at me at Shishan Piao Duan Diao. My weapon was already broken. At this moment, I was severely injured. I at Shishan Piao Duan Diao could not stop the man's frenzied assault. So don't provoke angry netizens online. He might really come through the internet to cut you. He's not joking. After a while, with blood splattering on the camera, the live stream room of me at Shishan Piao Duan Diao completely lost the picture. Wow, live streaming is risky. Be cautious when live streaming. 666. Me at Shishan Piao Duan Diao is such a real man. He is actually live streaming with his life. What a tough guy. I was also planning to learn how to live stream. I could enjoy and make money. After seeing this scene, I admit I got cowardly. I'll just stay at home waiting for official rescue. To die at the most exhilarating moment. My life at Shishan Piao Duan Diao was worth it. I at Shishan Piao Duan Diao am a wolf exterminator. To Piao Duan Diao is to Piao Duan Diao. This is a real man. Actions speak louder than words. Lin Feng was furious upon seeing this scene. He originally planned to send some rockets to have Li Ying this White Lotus finished off. Who knew a furious netizen would suddenly appear? After shutting down the live stream, Lin Feng was left with only 20,000 yuan in his account. That 20,000 yuan is definitely not enough to spend. In the future, how can 20,000 yuan be enough for tipping during live streams? After thinking about it, I should call Wu Yong to ask, and by the way, see if he is alive. As soon as the call connected, Wu Yong's voice came through. Wow, boss, you are definitely the greatest strategist I have seen this century. When will we start selling our supplies? Now prices are skyrocketing. They've increased by 100 times or more. Selling that 12 billion now would be 12 trillion. Boss, you're now the richest man in the world. Hearing Wu Yong's words, Lin Feng was a bit confused from his tone. Wu Yong seemed to be living well and not panicked at all. What does me becoming the richest man have to do with you? Why do I hear you sounding even more excited than I am? Boss, I see you stocking up on supplies, so I also stocked up. I took my 50 million and added the last 80 million from the company account, a total of 3 billion, and recklessly went all in. I admit I had a gambling element, but the fact proves I was right. Boss, let me know when you sell the supplies. I don't want to miss the highest price. Lin Feng. To be honest, Lin Feng called to ask for money. Unexpectedly, this Wu Yong was somewhat useful. This old fellow is quite smart. Stocked up 3 billion worth of goods. How long will that last? Let me know when I sell. Where are you stocking the goods? Is it safe? It's pretty chaotic outside. Let me know when you need support. After all, Wu Yong has 3 billion worth of goods. It's impossible for Lin Feng not to have ideas. Better to rob it from me, Lin Feng, than let someone else take it. Besides that 3 billion includes 80 million of mine. I'm at Villa 206 in the Shishan Villa area. The location is quite remote, so there shouldn't be any issues. Plus, I've reinforced the villa. There are 18 company employees and my wife and child are in the villa, a total of 21 people. We also bought weapons, but it's really uncomfortable with the water and electricity cut off. It's hot as hell inside the villa. Hearing Wu Yong's words, Lin Feng picked up binoculars to look into the distance, wondering whether to wipe them out tonight. Wu Yong still didn't know that the greatest danger in this world was Lin Feng. If you tell Lin Feng where the supplies are, you can probably expect to be close to death. Lin Feng thought for a moment. This Wu Yong has a bit of brain power, and without his help he wouldn't be able to earn that 12 billion. It doesn't matter if he has that meager bit of food. I'll wait until they can't hold out anymore, and then take action. Lin Feng had a bit of conscience, but not much. Alright, don't waste food. Take as much as you need and choose the ones that are close to expiration. Store some water as well. It would be best to dig a well in the villa. If you dig down 5 meters, you should be able to find water. Create a group and add me in. By the way, transfer all the money from the company account to me right now. I have use for it. Lin Feng decided to help Wu Yong and the others. Otherwise, living alone would mean having no one to talk to, and wouldn't that be too boring? Since I've already supported Lin Feng, am I missing anything for Wu Yong? Sure, boss. What project are you planning to invest in this time? Can you let me know? Wu Yong thought Lin Feng had a good project again, so he quickly asked, fearing he might miss out on a money-making opportunity. He had long been in complete admiration of Lin Feng. Whatever Lin Feng does, I will follow. I guarantee it won't be a loss. Lin Feng thought for a moment. He couldn't say he was going to invest in a rocket to become a top supporter and give gifts to streamers, could he? Yeah. As a big boss, isn't it too degrading for you all to know I have such hobbies? It's not a big project, it's just that my cash flow has been cut off because of stockpiling, so I'm keeping some cash on hand for emergencies. I'll inform you when I have a project. Wu Yong nodded upon hearing this. It's normal for his cash flow to be interrupted after stockpiling so many items. How many times has his cash flow been interrupted? If it weren't for Lin Feng's 50 million to help him out, Wu Yong's cash flow would have been cut off by now. How could he afford to stockpile supplies? Lin Feng is truly my lifesaver. Alright, boss. I'll do as you say. Just don't forget about me when selling the supplies. I am absolutely loyal to you, ready to go through fire and water for you. Okay, in the center of the villa, you all are just sitting at home, doing nothing. Just dig down 5 meters. Make sure to tie a rope around your waist, don't accidentally fall in. Saying this, Lin Feng hung up the phone. A boss must have an aura and should not waste words. After 10 minutes, Wu Yong transferred 9600 to Lin Feng. This money not only came from the company account, but also from everyone pooling together. Anyway, they had no use for money right now, so it was better to show loyalty now and stick with Lin Feng, enjoying the good life. Lin Feng accepted the money without saying much. After all, most of the 80 million had been used to buy supplies, which was 1,000 times better than giving gifts to streamers. It was a win. After another 2 minutes, Wu Yong created another group and added Lin Feng in. There were 18 employees, Wu Yong's family of 3 plus Lin Feng, making a total of 22 people. Hello, boss. Thank you for saving our lives, boss. If you have any orders, boss, I will definitely go through fire and water. As soon as Lin Feng entered the group, everyone started greeting him. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Wu Yong's efficiency was indeed commendable. Their attitude was already worth acknowledging. Change your profile picture to your own photo, no editing, use your real names as usernames, and mark if you're married or single and your age. Go change it now. Lin Feng held his phone and began issuing commands. In less than 5 minutes, everyone had changed it. Lin Feng took a glance and noticed that there were more women than men in the group, and both girls were quite pretty. One was Sun Fangfang, whom Lin Feng had met before. She was that female salesperson. The other was Wu Daiwe. Lin Feng clicked on her profile and took a look. He was taken aback. Wu Daiwe was Wu Yong's daughter, as he recognized her from the family photo in the friend circle. Wu Daiwe was 18 years old and still in high school, right? But from now on there's no need for her to go to school. She might as well stay at home. It seems I have to support you all now. Wu Yong, ever since I saw your daughter I knew I was committed to you as a father-in-law. Although Lin Feng wasn't particularly kind-hearted, Wu Yong was not only useful, but also had a beautiful daughter. Hence Wu Yong must protect them. However, since she is only 18 and just turned adult, Lin Feng felt a bit reluctant. He would just support her for another year. Alright, I'll come over later to bring you some things. During the pandemic, we should balance work and rest, otherwise it would be quite boring. Saying this, Lin Feng turned off his phone and took out a pistol with 100 bullets, a set of mahjong, a chess set, and a box of playing cards from his storage. Several medical books, a few martial arts books, and a couple of tang knives with sharp blades. They couldn't be holed up at home without any. Carrying several bags, Lin Feng left the safe house. Of course, he had to bring something for his future wife and father-in-law. Would it be appropriate for him to go empty-handed? Given the current situation, Lin Feng was probably the only one in the world daring to walk out so boldly. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at Wu Yong's doorstep. Wu Yong saw Lin Feng through the peephole and quickly opened the door, welcoming Lin Feng inside. Hello, boss. Everyone bowed in unison with respect. No need for formalities. Everyone stand up. Lin Feng wanted to see if there were any pretty girls around. As they stood, he noticed that aside from Sun Fangfang, Wu Daiwe was indeed beautiful. There was another girl who made Lin Feng look up. Wow. Beautiful girl, what's your name? How tall are you? I have to look up to see. This girl had a lowly face, but was a full 195 centimeters tall. She was half a head taller than Lin Feng, who was 185 centimeters. Hello, boss. My name is Jiang Qingxue. I graduated from university. I'm 22 years old. My height is 182 centimeters. With high heels and 195 centimeters. Jiang Qingxue quickly greeted him. Without the boss support, they might have been in a tough spot. They were feeling the pressure. From now on, no more high heels. I don't like looking up at people, Lin Feng declared. Jiang Qingxue was so startled that she quickly took off her high heels and stood on the ground, now only a little shorter than Lin Feng. All right, boss, I understand. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, walked over, and patted her shoulder, curiously asking, how did you get so tall? Isn't it hard to find a partner? Jiang Qingxue nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed, and spoke. Yes, boss. I have been much taller than other boys since I was little. In college, there are many more girls than boys in the nursing program, so no one has ever pursued me. Lin Feng was very satisfied. His guess was correct. The first time he saw Jiang Qingxue, he had to look up at her. Men care about their image. Who wants to date someone they have to stand on a stool to kiss? That would be too damaging to one's self-esteem. Don't worry, you're still young. I know many high-quality men. Once the disaster is over, I will introduce you to some. Of course, the high-quality men Lin Feng referred to were himself. However, with so many employees looking on, he still had to maintain some dignity and did not directly discuss prices with Jiang Qingxue. Otherwise, the employees might think he was using office politics. Thank you, boss. I don't have many requirements for a partner. Money isn't important. The only thing is they can't be shorter than me. At least they can't be shorter than me in flat shoes. Otherwise, if there's danger, who protects whom? Lin Feng nodded, saying, I'm also in flat shoes. I'm 185 taller than you, so I meet your requirements. I guarantee you'll be taller than you. Let's add each other on WeChat. We can chat slowly when we have the chance. In an instant, everyone shot envious glances at Jiang Qingxue. Indeed, there are usually two ways for women to change their fate. Either they are born well, or they marry well. Clearly, Jiang Qingxue had both, and everyone envied her. A match introduced by the boss. How could it be of low quality? Thank you, boss. You've worked hard for me. Jiang Qingxue was also very happy. With her initial height, she had already eliminated 90 of men. Men who are 170 centimeters tall feel inferior when they see her. Alright, I'll give you some benefits with food and drink, balancing work and rest. Don't worry about your salary. 10,000 a month. Paid vacation. From now on, the girls will study medicine every morning. The boys will practice boxing and martial arts in the morning. The afternoons are free for personal time. Supervise each other. Rewards for reporting. As he spoke, Lin Feng threw 2 large bags onto the ground and turned to leave. The boss must have an imposing presence. Safe travels, boss. A group of employees bowed to see him off. This boss is so great. He even offers paid vacations. Now there's no need to worry about not having money to eat after the disaster. But they still didn't know that when danger arose, Lin Feng was the most reliable protector. And when there was no danger, Lin Feng was the greatest threat. After Lin Feng left, Wu Yong took the lead to see what Lin Feng had sent over tonight. Mahjong, chess, playing cards. These were reasonable. After all, if you can't go out, you still need some entertainment. Medical books and martial arts books are also acceptable. This is the boss task, but learning more can be beneficial. Besides, with paid vacation, studying for one morning isn't too much to ask. Tang Dao. Is it sharpened? That's also acceptable. If things are so chaotic now, it's good to have some weapons for self-defense, right? If you're not afraid of thieves stealing, you should be wary of their intentions. As for this handgun and 100 rounds of ammunition, why do we feel like things are getting more serious? Ahem, this is a rep. They'll keep it safe, you all can share the rest. Wu Yong was still clever. Even if Lin Feng didn't say it outright, he understood that the gun was for his protection and quickly stowed it away. Although the employees were somewhat naive, they weren't foolish. With the boss' billion-dollar fortune, having a few guns is quite reasonable, right? They are all employees, and with paid vacation salaries, they didn't expose Wu Yong's lie. Oh, it wouldn't be good for everyone. The supplies sent by the boss are crucial, truly addressing urgent needs. Especially that handgun. Having a gun makes all the difference. Lin Feng mainly feared that his supplies would be stolen, and that his selected few women would be taken advantage of, which is why he gave Wu Yong a gun for protection. In case of a robbery with so many of you armed and so close together, if it takes more than 5 minutes, then you truly deserve. Upon reaching the wall, Lin Feng activated his spatial ability to dig down. He dug 5 meters directly beneath the villa, creating a 3-meter wide, 100-meter deep hole. If you don't even dig 5 meters for such a large well, then you truly deserve to die. He stood up, filled in the excess soil. I've given you everything I could. If you still die like this, then I, Lin Feng, will be powerless. Alright, everyone listen to the boss orders. Dig here, regardless of gender. Each person must dig down 5 meters for 1 hour. Take proper safety measures. Don't fall. Starting tomorrow, the girls will study medicine. The boys will learn martial arts. Afternoons are free for personal time. 1 month of paid vacation at 10,000. Meals and accommodation provided. Is that too much to ask? Not too much. Wu Yong undeniably has leadership skills. Moreover, these conditions. They earn more than working a Whoever doesn't comply is a fool. Everyone tidied up their things and began to take out picks and shovels, working in pairs to dig down. After all, they would switch after an hour. This work isn't exhausting. Lin Feng has given everything he could. With a depth of 105 meters, water is guaranteed, along with weapons and 130 million in supplies. If you still die, it won't concern me anymore. Unfamiliar with each other, Lin Feng didn't want to bring them into his safe house. What if he fell asleep and someone like Li Ying came along, selling him out while he slept? This is why Lin Feng never considered bringing Zhao Jun and Wu Yong into the safe house. His spatial ability is ineffective against people. If someone is at home, can Lin Feng sleep soundly? Who knows what you would do if I fell asleep? Lin Feng returned home, looking at the 980 balance in his account, enough for him to tip streamers for a few days. Flipping through channels, there was nothing interesting. It lacked the thrilling live broadcast vibe he experienced at Shishan. However, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry. There would be 1,000 of me at Shishan. From now on, the live broadcasts at Shishan are just a matter of time. Watching live is always more thrilling than 3D projections. Lin Feng understood that later on no one would be broadcasting anymore, because everyone who was alive had gotten used to it. With nothing to do, Lin Feng simply laid back. Another day passed. Lin Feng lived freely and comfortably, while Li Ying was left bare, kneeling at the supermarket entrance, unable to calm down for a long time. Tonight, everything has shattered. Li Ying's worldview, and her CPU has completely burned out. Damn Lin Feng. Damn Xiao Qiao. If Lin Feng had given me 8 million, I wouldn't have sold my supplies. If Xiao Qiao hadn't kicked me out, would I have suffered such humiliation? Will I be bloodied in vain? Damn. You all truly deserve to die. Clearly Li Ying's already weak mind has completely burnt out. Does this have anything to do with Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao? Wasn't all of this self-inflicted? Isn't it better to stay at home? Xiao Qiao even promised to support you with 3 chapters. You insisted on selling supplies to go out and have fun. You're both incompetent and love to play. When things collapsed, you started to blame your teammates. You're truly impressive. Li Ying knelt there for half an hour, unable to get up. When it hurt too, it was frightening. The pain made her tremble, unable to run. Pulling out the bloody gun head stuck in the steel door, she disgustingly tossed it aside. The pain from the door's absolute defense being forcibly pierced left her crying uncontrollably, making it hard to walk. Lying on the ground, she took half an hour to recover. The sharp pain finally faded a bit. Trembling, she stood up, put on a dress and high heels, and even this small action took her 20 minutes. Underwear and stockings, she couldn't put them on at all. Wearing them meant excruciating pain. Li Ying felt angry. If it weren't for Lin Feng and Xiao Qiao, how could I encounter such an event? You all truly deserve to die. But I cannot die. At least not before taking you all down. I absolutely cannot die. Trembling, she opened her bag. From inside, she picked out the 2 most expensive pairs of high heels, 2 of the priciest bags, and several of the finest clothes, unsteadily draping them over her shoulder as she walked towards the villa. This doesn't matter. I'm still a virgin. My final line hasn't been crossed. I can still take my revenge. This is the White Lotus Li Ying. The intestines can break. Blood can flow. But the bags cannot be dropped. Moreover, even after experiencing this, Li Ying still feels she is very pure. At least I'm still a virgin. With no one around after all, as long as there's food and drink, everyone is staying at home, unwilling to venture out into danger. Li Ying staggered back to the villa, locked the door, entered the villa, and set down her bags and high heels, which were worth several. Taking a deep breath, but the hunger in her stomach and the boat's instinctive thirst began to erode her will. Even the girl who carried 100 pounds of shopping bags has moments of weakness. This is the weakest moment for Li Ying. So thirsty. I want to drink water. Li Ying stood up, unsteadily walked to the faucet, and turned it on. Not a drop of water came out. Even at night, the temperature has reached 40 degrees. This is Huanghai City, in January, in the north. How is this world really on the brink of destruction? Li Ying sat helplessly on the ground, staring at the empty faucet, feeling a sense of despair. She picked up her phone, clinging to her last hope to seek help from the landlord. It was the landlord whom she had helped so many people during the day. Who can give me a sip of water? I can pay for it, the price is negotiable. Many people in the landlord's group saw it, including Qiao Qiao and Lin Feng. Unfortunately, no one replied. That living bodhisattva had blessed many, yet now no one was there to bless her. It was a one-time transaction. You sold it to me, and I am not obligated to resell it to you. Song Chao looked at his phone. Song Chao, along with his 12 brothers, was grilling meat from the fridge. Grilling meat in this weather was quite easy. It was already around 40 to 50 degrees. A little plastic with a piece of iron plate sprinkled with salt, cumin, and chili powder, and it was all about enjoyment. We, the 13 guardians of Shishan district, are merely taking emergency precautions. We did not steal. We did not smash anything. We did not kill anyone. We are just avoiding danger. We just want to survive. What crime have we committed? After a few hours, Li Ying was both thirsty and hungry. She felt she could not hold on any longer and sent another message in the landlord's group. I am very hungry now. Can those who bought supplies from me return some? I will pay you double the price you paid. A bowl of instant noodles, a sausage. Please, I am almost starving. Can you please help me? I will pay. Li Ying still did not realize what she had done wrong, while those wealthy individuals who had bought the overpriced sunburn cream and food were even less likely to respond. They spent such high prices. They were not foolish. It was certainly because they could not buy it elsewhere that they were willing to pay so much. In 2050, due to an abundance of resources, everyone had developed the habit of buying food only when they needed to eat. After all, who wouldn't want to spend money on fresh food? After work, they would just buy groceries. Who would want to eat frozen goods for their health? After all, they still remembered the Hextech food safety incident of 2030. No matter how advanced the technology is, I wouldn't eat it right. But now there was a problem. They couldn't access either the technology or the advanced goods. Moreover, Lin Feng had bought 10 billion worth of supplies near Huanghai City. He had almost emptied the food around Huanghai City. This was the direct cause of many people running out of food after 3 days of disaster. Lin Feng still had a bit of conscience. He could have robbed, but chose to spend 10 billion instead. Li Ying looked at the silent group with despair on her face. When I sold to you, you were so enthusiastic. Now that I am in trouble, you all act like you're dead. After some thought, Li Ying decided to compromise with Qiao Qiao. Although Qiao Qiao had run out of food, Li Ying remembered that Qiao Qiao had stored a whole bathtub full of water. Even if Qiao Qiao had no food now, if she could just get a sip of water, that would be enough. Qiao Qiao, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I am about to die of thirst. Can you give me a sip of water? Li Ying knew Qiao Qiao had blocked her, so she used a secondary account to sincerely apologize. Buzz. Qiao Qiao glanced at her phone, still filled with resentment. I gave you food and drink. I gave you the chance to stock supplies together, and you spent money on a bag. But you sold me supplies. Almost got me killed. Is this how you treat me? Do you have no conscience? Qiao Qiao was furious and directly blocked her secondary account as well. Now Qiao Qiao finally understood why Lin Feng had killed the dog he bought for 3 million when it didn't listen. What use do I have for you in this situation? Li Ying was still trying to add Qiao Qiao, but she found that all her attempts had gone into Qiao Qiao's blacklist. Qiao Qiao, I am angry. I thought we were good friends who would share both hardships and prosperity together. How could you treat me like this? You are heartless. Don't blame me for being ungrateful. Li Ying looked at the phone screen that refused to receive messages, furious. This is the reason Lin Feng gave Qiao Qiao 3 stars. Your kindness to such people is merely cruelty towards yourself. Do you think you are noble? Not killing her outright is a humane act. You are so lofty. You are amazing. This time let you two play slowly. I am just here to watch the excitement. Qiao Qiao was indeed angry. She had no intention of unblocking, and Li Ying's numerous secondary accounts were useless. At that moment a call came in. Qiao Qiao turned on the faucet, and indeed the water came. Although the water pressure was not too high, there was still water on the second floor. Filling all the containers with water, Qiao Qiao grabbed a jackhammer and headed to her bedroom. With her anger built up, Qiao Qiao pried open the floor and crazily hammered at the ground beneath her bed. Before long she broke through. After half an hour she finally made a hole big enough for a person. Following the hole, Qiao Qiao came down to the warehouse. Looking at all the intact supplies, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Qiao Qiao picked up a rebar welder and crazily reinforced the already fortified door. This time, even the small door that could be opened with a key was welded shut. Qiao Qiao left no door. The entire warehouse door on the first floor was completely welded to the wall after a night of work by Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao had thoroughly upgraded her CPU due to Li Ying's incident. Anyway, I just need to weld it shut. Do as you please. If you can blow up the building, destroy it. Hurry up. After a night of busy work, Xiao Xiao could finally sleep soundly at home since there was no one around. She took out a few bags of chicken legs to feed Fengzi. Feeding supplies to Li Ying was not as good as feeding a dog. Anyway, the supplies were enough for the time being, and Xiao Xiao still had no intention of abandoning Fengzi. Returning to the room, she covered the hole with a floorboard, turned on the air conditioning, and enjoyed a cool breeze for a while. Before the room could cool down, the power went out again. Xiao Xiao knew this was just the beginning. It wouldn't be long before there would be a complete blackout and water cutoff. She opened the window to let in some hot air. If she didn't, it would be suffocating. Coming to the bathroom, looking at the tub of water, Xiao Xiao really wanted to jump in and take a refreshing cool shower. Wash off all the sweat. Sigh, I guess I should save it for drinking. She took an iron cup, scooped a cup of water, and placed it in the sunlight. In a few minutes, it would be sterilized. As Xiao Xiao drank the warm water, she felt even worse. The tap water had a rusty taste and was still warm. If she weren't so thirsty, she wouldn't want to drink it at all. After finishing a cup of water, she fed Fengzi. Xiao Xiao lay on the bed, lacking the motivation to eat anything, as she decided to just sleep. It was already the 4th day since the apocalypse began, and many people's lives were similar to Xiao Xiao's, with their schedules completely reversed. In the early days, most people who had stored food chose to stay at home, but when there was no food left, chaos would truly begin. After the apocalypse began, as long as you avoided people, you could escape over 99% of the danger. The real apocalypse was about to start. Xiao Xiao was busy all night yesterday, and Li Ying was equally occupied. After the water and electricity were restored, Li Ying excitedly drank 3 cups of water and then rushed into the bathroom for a shower. Li Ying felt disgusted about not washing away the dirt and blood on her body. At the very least, I maintain my bottom line. I am still a pure maiden. After the shower, the pain from the steel door seemed to have lessened. Drying her body and changing into the designer clothes she brought back, Li Ying felt like the noble little princess she always was. Although she wasn't thirsty anymore, Li Ying was hungry. After thinking for a moment, she took out the 3 property certificates and planned to go collect the house. Collecting the house wasn't the goal. She now had a place to live and mainly wanted to grab something to eat. With her slender arms and legs, Li Ying had no ability to commit robbery. Just going out without being robbed by others was a victory. The incident with blood in the dry road would be etched in Li Ying's memory for a lifetime. She would never dare to wander around a supermarket alone at midnight again. Finding the address on the property certificate, Li Ying knocked on the door. Who is it? What do you want? The person inside was very nervous upon hearing the knock. I am Li Ying. Didn't you sell the house to me? I'm here to collect it. Upon hearing this, the man in the house was displeased. You think I'm just going to give you the house? Where am I supposed to live? Looking through the peephole and confirming that Li Ying was just a woman without any weapons, he finally opened the door. Beautiful lady, you have to give me some time, right? There's still an enforcement period for the court. You want to collect the house in just 1 day? Isn't that too rushed? Li Ying certainly knew it was rushed, but her stomach was even more urgent. Who feels the hunger but suffers? If you don't give me the house, then how about you give me some food as rent? Anything is fine. Oh, I'm not picky about food. Wasn't she just being picky before? She forgot about throwing away food after just tasting it at Xiao Xiao's house. My family has run out of food. There's nothing to eat. The man clearly didn't want to give her anything. Who would be foolish enough to share food now? He didn't even know how many days his own family could last. Then just give me the house. This is my house now. Hearing Li Ying say this, the man became even more displeased. If I give you the house, where would I live? Aren't you trying to force me to death? Get lost. Sue me if you want. If you win the lawsuit, I'll give you the house. During the day, he called Li Ying a goddess, but now he was turning hostile. You're unreasonable. The house was promised to me. The contract is written. You want to breach it? Li Ying's mind was really hopeless. She was still counting on him to keep his promise. Don't push me to my limits. I can't live without the house. Well, I'll stab you first. Get out. If you dare to come for the house again, I'll stab you. Do you believe me? As she spoke, the man's fierce demeanor was revealed. He took out a fruit knife he had prepared and was about to stab Li Ying. This scared Li Ying, and she ran away. Forget the house. The pain from the steel door was gone. She ran as fast as she could. Phew. What's wrong with this person? Is there no honesty or integrity left? When the police station opens, I will definitely call the police to arrest you. Li Ying was exhausted and out of breath. She was truly worn out from the night. After all, it had been a bloody battle. Although she had eaten some porridge, it wasn't enough to stave off hunger. She arrived at the second house belonging to the mother who sold the house to save her son. Sister, I am Li Ying. I'm here to collect the house. She knocked on the door, explained her purpose, and stood back, fearing a sudden knife attack. Young lady, you saved my son's life. Oh, I won't go back on my promise to give you this house. Once the disaster is over, I'll hand over the house to you immediately. Can you give me some time? The mother looked troubled. It was clear she was a simple and honest woman. I can do that, but you need to give me some rent. 3 pieces of bread or instant noodles daily until you move out. Seeing that the other party was reasonable, Li Ying directly stated her conditions. My family has no food left, just 5 mouths to feed with only a few pounds of flour remaining. You can come in and check if you don't believe me. Once the disaster passes, I will definitely give you the house. Saying this, the woman stepped aside to let Li Ying enter. Li Ying thought for a moment and decided to enter. She was starving. After rummaging through the cabinets for a long time, there was indeed only half a bag of flour left. Nothing else. Looking at that half bag of flour, there were probably still 5 pounds left. Li Ying couldn't cook and the villa had just been renovated. There was no pot. How would she eat it if she took it home? Then just give me this half bag of flour. You can keep living in the house for now. After thinking it over, Li Ying still felt hungry and decided she couldn't leave empty-handed. Young lady, this is all the flour we have. If you take it, our family of 5 won't know how to survive. We deeply appreciate you saving our son's life, but you truly can't take this. You'll starve us all. The man in his 30s firmly grasped the flour and refused to give it. Every household was short on food now. Grain was life. Then just give me the house. Li Ying spoke boldly. I have reason. Why should I be afraid? Heavens, I can't go on living. Anyway, I'll trade my life for hers. I won't drag you down. Seeing Li Ying's aggressive stance, the old lady of the family rushed over with a kitchen knife to attack her. They were nearly starving, but wouldn't drag their son or grandchildren down. Li Ying was terrified. Are people really this crazy now? They resort to violence over trivial matters. I don't want it anymore. Please don't stab me. I'm leaving. I won't come back again. Li Ying hurriedly ran away. An old lady really couldn't catch up with her. Back at the villa, due to the incidents with the first 2 houses, she was afraid to go for the third one. Why are rich people always so trustworthy? Indeed, poor people have no manners. Li Ying was furious. Getting the villa and luxury cars was easy, but getting something to eat was so difficult. I can give you the villa because I have many villas, but I can't give you the house because I only have one. As for food, that's even less likely to be given because that is my life. Sitting on the ground, the more she thought about it, the angrier. She flipped through her phone, sent out a group message asking who had surplus grain and that she would buy it at a high price. They were all relatives and friends. Someone should help her, right? Moreover, I still have 18 million. Can't I buy it at a high price? After waiting for half an hour, no one replied. The message had sunk like a stone. Ding. A few minutes later, finally, there was a message. Li Ying excitedly picked up her phone. Indeed, having money could... Ying, didn't you buy anything to eat with the money I gave you? There's a bit of rice at home, but it's only enough for me and your dad to eat for one day tomorrow. If there's nothing to eat, just come home. Maybe the disaster will pass in a few days, eh? Sure enough, in this world, the only one who can help you in times of trouble is your own mother. After thinking it over, Li Ying decided she still couldn't go home. There was no food at home, and it was so chaotic in the high-end community, it would definitely be even less safe at home. It's fine, or I'm just asking who has extra grain to buy more as a backup. Don't worry, I'm fine. That's good. If you need anything, call your mom. You're my only daughter. It's better for you to be fine than anything else. Looking at her mother's message, Li Ying's tears streamed down again. In this world, aside from my parents, all of you should die. Crying, Li Ying suddenly remembered that it was one thing to have no food, but she couldn't be without water, could she? She rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, but the water pressure was much lower than before. It was barely enough for a shower before, but now it just dripped out. Li Ying opened all the faucets to let the water run. Now she regretted even more that she hadn't filled up water before going out. At this rate, she feared she wouldn't have enough to drink tomorrow. Li Ying felt so wronged. What should she do now? She opened her phone and scrolled through her friends, wondering who could help her. Suddenly, she saw Lin Feng. Didn't he say that if I spent the night with him, he would give me a box of ham sausages? If I save a bit, it should last a long time, right? Finally, Li Ying had nothing else to sell and decided to sell her virginity. Lin Feng was indeed prophetic. Over a month later, she had really sold her virginity for just 1 ham sausage. Hope sparkled in Li Ying's eyes, hoping Lin Feng would keep his promise and give her a box of ham sausages. Ding! Lin Feng was indeed awake, playing a single-player game at home, sipping on some alcohol, carefree like a deity. Lin Feng, are you asleep? If I spend the night with you, will you give me a box of ham sausages? If it's possible, I'd go right now. Lin Feng glanced at Li Ying's message, disgusted. Li Ying watched the live stream of the blood in the drought from beginning to end. The bullet broke on your steel gate. If I, Lin Feng, can still go down to the Cohen intestines, then am I not too perverted? Forget it, I feel nauseous just seeing you. The scenes from your live stream are too dirty. Oh, I have no interest. I wouldn't even feed those ham sausages to a dog. Lin Feng had no good feelings for Li Ying. At first he found her somewhat interesting because she looked good, but now he had lost all interest. He didn't block Li Ying, thinking it wasn't necessary, but what if he suddenly wanted to tease her again? Anyway, he was just idling at home. Li Ying looked at the messages on her phone and tears streamed down her face again. Did so many people really watch that live stream? Lin Feng actually knew about it. Then you must have seen that I'm still a virgin, right? And I've taken a shower, I'm not dirty. I don't want a whole box of ham sausages. I just want one, okay? I can come and spend the night with you every night. Just give me 1 ham sausage each time. Please, Lin Feng, give me 1 ham sausage. I'm starving. Li Ying was on the brink of collapse. She was truly falling apart. She initially wanted to sell herself for $1 billion. Who knew she couldn't even sell for 1 ham sausage? You're just giving me 1 ham sausage each day to let me play with you, and now I feel disgusted already. On such a hot day, did that bullet not rot in your steel gate? Hurry and treat it. If it really rots, you'll be doomed. Seeing Lin Feng's insulting words, Li Ying cried out loud. It was only at this moment that she completely regretted it. She really shouldn't have sold off Chow Chow supplies. If those things were still around, Li Ying would definitely not tell anyone. Not picky at all. I'll eat whatever is given. Whoa. Am I really going to starve to death like this? Is there no one who can help me? I'll do anything. Li Ying lay on the ground regretting her life, but unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world, nor were there any what-ifs. Ding! At that moment, Li Ying's phone rang. She glanced at the phone screen and instantly saw a glimmer of hope. Sorry, I just drove to pick up my boyfriend. I didn't check my phone. Thanks for the burn ointment. My boyfriend is feeling much better now. I have plenty of food at home, and the official rescue supplies have arrived. My boyfriend received a lot of food due to his injury at work. If you don't mind that compressed biscuits aren't tasty, you can come to my house. Seeing Liang Qi's message, Li Ying instantly sat up. Pack your things. Hurry to Building 3, Unit 3, Room 303. Good deeds are indeed rewarded. Ciao ciao. Lin Feng. You wait and see how I'll deal with you. This matter is definitely not over. Arriving downstairs at Building 3, Unit 3, Room 303, Liang Qiyu and her boyfriend Zhou Kaihua were carefully moving compressed biscuits upstairs. Zhou Kaihua looked very weak, his face sunburned, his hair completely shaved. He took a few steps and would rest for a moment, but he kept pushing through. By the time dawn came, he wouldn't even be able to move. Big brother, let me help you. You should go rest at home. Seeing the food, Li Ying felt energized again. Don't mention just moving one box upstairs. Even moving 10 boxes upstairs wouldn't be a problem. Who is this? Zhou Kaihua asked Liang Qiyu, and Liang Qiyu smiled slightly, saying to Zhou Kaihua, this is Li Ying, her burn ointment saved your life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaihua breathed a sigh of relief and his hand that was resting on his waist relaxed. Li Ying glanced down at Zhou Kaihua's waist, instantly overjoyed. He's a security guard, and he's even carrying a gun. If I could hold on to his thigh, who would dare bully me in this community? Ciao ciao. You wait and see. If I get a gun, I'll shoot you all dead. Without you, Li Ying wouldn't have been live-streamed in blood during a drought. Keep it down, don't let anyone find out. It's very dangerous. After being robbed and live-streamed during a blood drought, Li Ying was full of experience. She hugged the compressed biscuits obediently as she went upstairs, not daring to make a sound. Liang Qiyu was very grateful to Li Ying. Without the burn ointment Li Ying provided, if Zhou Kaihua got sunburned and infected, he wouldn't even be able to keep his life. Moreover, Liang Qiyu knew that the official rescue supplies would soon be dispatched, and how much could Li Ying, a little girl, eat as a lifesaver? The situation with the rescue supplies was also known to Lin Feng. However, Liang Qiyu knew too little. The government had only sent out rescue supplies once, and it was only this one time. Later, the government just gave up on managing it. They kept the military supplies to support the army, hoping that after the disaster the army could suppress the disobedient forces by force. But what happened later, Lin Feng didn't know. The official military rarely appeared, probably hiding in deep mountains and caves to avoid the heat. 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, 5 pounds, each were moved up in no time. These 50 pounds of compressed biscuits, even if 3 people ate 3 pieces a day, would only last for a month and a half. Liang Qiyu was a doctor, and she had some too. Zhou Kaihua had done well in disaster relief, so this supply was for 2 people. After they finished moving everything upstairs, Li Ying looked longingly at the compressed biscuits, swallowing hard. Li Ying hadn't eaten for a whole day, as she felt like she was starving to death. Are you hungry? Here, have a piece. It might not taste good, but it'll fill you up. Seeing the look in Li Ying's eyes, Liang Qiyu opened the box, took out a pack, and handed it to Li Ying. Thank you. You're such a good person. Li Ying tore open the package and took a bite. That bite nearly knocked her tooth out. This was official compressed biscuits. It was military rations meant to stave off hunger. Who cared about the taste? So honest. Not easy to chew, huh? Crush it and soak it in water to eat. It's tough, but it fills you up. Zhou Kaihua went inside, took out a hammer, and weakly smashed a piece of compressed biscuit, putting it into a bowl with half a bowl of water. After a while, it turned into a bowl. Li Ying wolfed it down. This was definitely the most unpalatable thing she had ever eaten, but this time it tasted surprisingly good. There was no way. I'm so hungry. Liang Qiyu grabbed the burn ointment and rushed to save Zhou Kaihua. After a long day of busy work, she returned home only to see Li Ying's message upon arriving. Who had time to check the group? It's like saying that mom and dad are in the ICU fighting for their lives. Who would have the mood to check the group? Besides, serious messages in groups are usually set to do not disturb. Who would be there every day reading through the messages? Do you not have to work? Can you survive just on the northwest wind? Can checking group messages support a family? If that were the case, why would Liang Qiyu even go to work? She could just stay home all day and read group messages. What's the point of working? Why don't you just stay home? I heard it's chaotic outside, but it's dangerous for a girl like you to be out there. Liang Qiyu found it strange that Li Ying hadn't eaten all day. When she took the burn ointment, she saw many supplies in that room. They shouldn't be lacking food. That's not my home, oh, it's my friend's. I made a small mistake and upset her, so she kicked me out with a knife. Li Ying downplayed the seriousness, not revealing the reason for her expulsion. Sigh, what a calamity. People have become so heartless. Friends can kick each other out just to save a bit of food. Truly despicable. Liang Qiyu was furious. How could such a good girl like Li Ying be kicked out? Does everyone behave like Lin Feng? Clearly capable of helping others, yet not only do they refuse to help, but they also take advantage of the chaos. Is this still human? No worries, sister, you saved my life, we will take you in. After the official statistics of the disaster victims are completed, in a few days relief supplies will be distributed. Ooh, everything will get better, you need to have faith in the authorities. Zhou Kaihua returned home to recover from his severe sunburn. He carried a gun due to the chaos outside, fearing for his safety. Once healed, he would wait for notification to return and report. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. Li Ying bowed gracefully in gratitude, but her eyes kept glancing at the gun on Zhou Kaihua's waist. It's almost dawn, let's take advantage of the cooler temperature and sleep for a bit. Luckily, it's the third floor, so the temperature won't rise too quickly. It will be hard to sleep in the afternoon. Liang Xiaoyu knew there would be a power outage, so she turned the air conditioning to the lowest setting without turning it off. The room was quite cool, and after a long day, she wanted to sleep. Zhou Kaihua was also tired after all. He was very weak now. Which room are you sleeping in? I don't snore, I won't disturb you. Li Ying asked Liang Xiaoyu. Liang Qi's home was 80 square meters with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. She didn't want to lose her job, so she quickly asked with politeness. We'll sleep in the master bedroom, he can sleep in the second bedroom. Liang Xiaoyu said, leaving Li Ying momentarily stunned. Weren't they a couple about to get married? Why not sleep together? However, Li Ying didn't ask further, nodding her head and following Liang Xiaoyu to the master bedroom. Lying in bed, Liang Xiaoyu fell asleep shortly after. She was exhausted after spending a day and night caring for Zhou Kaihua when she delivered medicine yesterday. Li Ying quietly got out of bed, went outside, closed the door, and then stood before the mirror to check her face. Li Ying's sunburn wasn't serious. After applying burn ointment and resting for a while, it was almost healed, just a bit red. She opened her bag, took out her cosmetics, and began to put on makeup. After applying eyeshadow, lipstick, and foundation, she transformed back into that elegant little princess. Approaching the door of the second bedroom, Li Ying gently pushed it open and softly asked, Zhou Gu, are you asleep? I can't sleep. Sister Qiuyu is asleep. Ooh, can I chat with you? Zhou Kaihua wasn't asleep, but he was already undressed, wearing only a pair of loose shorts, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm not asleep, let me put on a shirt. It's too hot, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Zhou Kaihua hurried to put on his clothes while Li Ying entered the room and gently said, It's fine, you're a man, there's no need to feel shy about it. Don't bother putting on clothes, it's quite hot. She gently reached out to stop him, and Zhou Kaihua, feeling a bit shy, one must admit that Zhou Kaihua, at 25 years old, having been a soldier for many years and now a security guard, had a muscular physique with sharp features. However, his face might be ruined due to the severe sunburn. Okay, this is just you. If Qiuyu sees it, she'll surely scold me for... Zhou Kaihua felt a bit awkward, while Li Ying was even more curious. Were they really getting married? Aren't you and Sister Qiuyu getting married? Why are you still sleeping in separate rooms? Wouldn't she scold you for being a lecher? Li Ying's words made Zhou Kaihua sigh. That girl Qiuyu is great in every way, but her thoughts are especially conservative. After being together for 6 years, I served 3 years as a soldier, and after my transfer, she only let me hold her hand a few times. We've never even kissed. She said there absolutely cannot be any boundary-crossing behavior before marriage. Li Ying perked up at this, sensing an opportunity. Zhou Gu, isn't Sister Qiuyu being too much? Even if you're getting married, she doesn't allow any touching. Can you endure that? In this time of disaster, your wedding is indefinitely postponed. As long as you recover, you'll have to go to the front lines for disaster relief. Who knows how many years it will be. Why don't I persuade Sister Qiuyu? I'll sleep in a side position and you two can sleep in the master bedroom. Zhou Kaihua, upon hearing this, felt a bit angry. He was a normal man, 25 years old, and still a virgin. Not having a partner was one thing, but having one and still not being allowed to do anything. This hardly feels like being in a relationship. Forget it, she's very stubborn, she would never agree. She has the same requirements for her partner. If you're not a virgin, she won't even look at you. She has a severe case of mental purity. Zhou Kaihua's tone clearly carried a hint of complaint, while Li Ying sensed her opportunity. Zhou Gu, lie down and let me give you a massage. You've worked so hard for the country and the people, you deserve a break. Saying this, Li Ying gently pushed Zhou Kaihua onto the bed and began to massage him. Zhou Kaihua wanted to refuse, but the feeling was too pleasant. Looking at Li Ying's face, she was simply beautiful. Big eyes, double eyelids, pink eyeshadow, and a pair of alluring phoenix eyes. Which man could resist? After a long massage, Zhou Kaihua swallowed hard, becoming more and more captivated. A wave of unnamed desires surged from his abdomen, staring at Li Ying without blinking. He had held back for 25 years. Without desires, one might as well be a eunuch. Yet Zhou Kaihua still maintained his rationality, shutting his eyes to avoid looking. Neither of them noticed the drone slowly hovering outside the window, flickering with a camera. Who would have thought? Here I am again, Lin Feng. Who would have thought that upon Lin Feng's arrival he would witness a pay-per-view event? Li Ying saw her opportunity and took the initiative. Lin Feng, weren't you unwilling to give me even a sausage? Just wait until I get my hands on a gun. Let's see how I deal with you. The sunset is beautiful, yet it's near dusk. The following content is for paying viewers only. Gifts must be sent to watch. The two individuals had fought for several minutes before a victor emerged. Zhou Kaihua, dressed in his shorts, sat on the edge of the bed smoking. But now what should he do? He was about to get married. Ooh, wasn't this unfair to Liang Qiuyu? Zhou Gu, don't go back to the authorities. I'm afraid you might be in danger. I have a villa, 3 houses, 2 luxury cars, and 18 million in savings. From now on I will take care of you. Hearing Li Ying's words as she leaned on his shoulder, Zhou Kaihua was stunned. A 20-year-old beauty, and she was rich. Had Zhou Kaihua saved the galaxy in his past life? How could such good fortune fall upon him? Little did he know that during his hospital stay, prices had already collapsed. He was eating government provisions, not spending his own money. But he also had feelings for Liang Qiuyu, although they had never been intimate. 6 years of affection counted for something, right? Can you give me a moment to think? I don't know how to tell Qiuyu. Smoking, Zhou Kaihua fell into deep thought. With the 3 of them living together, this secret would eventually come to light. Zhou Gu, Qiuyu will never accept what we have. You know her better than I do. Why don't we take advantage of her being asleep and bring the supplies back to the villa? They'll give her a house and $1 million as compensation. That way it won't hurt her too much, and you won't have to feel guilty. It's for the best for everyone. As she spoke, Li Ying took out a property deed, and then used her phone to transfer 1 million to Liang Qiyu via WeChat right in front of Zhou Kaihua. Seeing this scene, Zhou Kaihua completely lost his composure. He must have saved the galaxy in his previous life. A beautiful and rich woman was actually interested in him, and she was willing to spend lavishly on him. 1 million for a house. Just like that. Then it's settled. Put on sunscreen, let's take the stuff, and leaving half the supplies for Qiyu, and we'll take the rest with us. Zhou Kaihua was also lost in the ecstasy of the moment, unaware of when he would be able to indulge in such pleasures, but with Li Ying he could be the groom every night. And Li Ying was not bad looking. Moreover, she had a villa, luxury cars, and over 10 million. Only a fool would choose not to marry Liang Qiyu, who wouldn't let him touch her. Zhou, I think it's enough to leave a box for Qiyu. Didn't you say the supplies would be arriving soon? She could just pick up the supplies herself, right? What if there wasn't enough food for the two of us? Li Ying knew that food was the most important thing right now, so how could she leave half for Liang Qiyu? That's fine, anyway the official supplies will arrive in a few days. Let's leave her a box then. Zhou Kaihua thought for a moment. Just some compressed biscuits. They weren't tasty, and Zhou Kaihua was about to throw up. Alright Zhou, it's hot outside, drink more water before going out. If you get heat stroke, you'll be heartbroken. Li Ying wouldn't admit that there was no water at her home, and it wouldn't come until midnight. You're so caring. I don't know what kind of good fortune I had to meet you, this kind-hearted beauty. Looking at Li Ying, Zhou Kaihua felt unfulfilled. You're so bad, let's talk more at the villa. It'll change into black stockings for you to see. One sentence strengthened Zhou Kaihua's determination to go to the villa. What man could resist the temptation of black stockings? The two of them drank a lot of water, then applied sunscreen, and quietly moved the compressed biscuits downstairs. The villa area wasn't far from there, and in these few minutes the sunscreen had done its job. Driving to the villa area, the moment Zhou Kaihua saw the villa and the two supercars in the yard, he felt ecstatic. Li Ying really had a villa and luxury cars. He had struck gold. From now on he was financially free. Who the hell would go back to the authorities and risk their lives? After moving the supplies into the villa, Li Ying smiled slightly at Zhou Kaihua, fulfilling his dream of seeing her in black stockings. Zhou Kaihua couldn't control himself. A man must fight. The battle began, and Li Ying immediately joined in the fray. Their war lasted for a long time. Looking at the vast villa, Zhou Kaihua felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Oh my, it's all oh my. Until both were exhausted, they collapsed on the ground to rest for a while, too tired. Meanwhile, Liang Qiyu also woke up. The temperature in the room had risen, waking her up from the heat. She got up and noticed that Li Ying was gone. Liang Qiyu didn't think much of it and went out to check, but there was no one in the room. Where could Li Ying have gone? It was so hot outside, she couldn't have gone out. Kaihua, Ying, are you in there? She was just missing checking the side bed. Liang Qiyu politely knocked on the door. Liang Qiyu wasn't a girl who thought too much, or perhaps they were just chatting inside. After waiting for a long time with no response, "I'm coming in." She gently announced her entrance, but still received no answer. Liang Qiyu turned the doorknob, and there was no one on the side bed either. Then Liang Qiyu panicked. There was blood all over the sheets. It was a mess. Could it be that something happened to the two of them? But the red book on the bed looked familiar. Wasn't that her property deed? Upon opening it, it was indeed her property deed along with the transfer contract she had written herself. Liang Qiyu became even more anxious. She picked up her phone. She needed to call Zhou Kaihua. What on earth happened? But when she opened her phone, she saw that Ying had transferred 1 million. Qiyu, I'm sorry, I left with Zhou Gu and won't be back. This 1 million and the property deed are your breakup compensation. Don't be too sad. Lock your doors and windows at home and stay safe. Zhou Gu and I are true love. Thank you for your understanding. Liang Qiyu. Ying, what do you mean by this? Be clear with me. Liang Qiyu was so angry that she directly sent a voice message, but the system notified her that her message had been rejected. Zhou Kaihua, aren't you going to explain to me what happened? Then she sent a message to Zhou Kaihua, but it was also rejected. Looking at the blood-stained sheets in front of her, even Liang Qiyu, who was not the sharpest, realized what must have happened. My mindset is completely broken. 6 years of our relationship. It can't compare to you two knowing each other for just a day. Damn it. Zhou Kaihua, you're such a bastard. I sold my house just to buy you a burn ointment. I almost got stabbed by that scoundrel Lin Feng. You actually turned around and kicked me aside for a woman. Men are indeed not— It's really disgusting. Liang Qiyu furiously tore the sheets to shreds. She opened the window and threw them out. Then she tossed everything Zhou Kaihua had used in the room out the window. Liang Qiyu had a psychological aversion to dirt. She felt disgusted. Lin Feng was bored at home and sent out a drone that captured all the happenings at Liang Qi's house. Originally, he intended to launch a nighttime raid on her house to capture her as a pawn. However, through the drone, he witnessed the passionate scene of Li Ying fighting fiercely. Naturally, Lin Feng could not miss the live broadcast, watching intently while sipping cold beer and enjoying skewers. In the end, the live broadcast concluded, and Li Ying had escaped with Zhou Kaihua and their supplies. Lin Feng felt exhilarated. He hadn't even made his move yet. Li Ying had directly stolen all of Liang Qi's crystals. Li Ying, you really are something. You're even more impressive than Lu Bu. Whoever keeps you will be in trouble. Lin Feng took a sip of beer, impressed by Li Ying's daring maneuver. She had truly sold herself for a high price, and Zhou Kaihua even had a gun. Lin Feng wasn't worried at all. No one could break through my steel door, let alone you, with a single gun. Even if you were to use an Italian cannon, I wouldn't care. Lin Feng took out his phone, deciding to tease Liang Qiuyu. After all, the smile wouldn't fade, but would simply transfer. Just then Liang Qiu's phone rang. She picked it up to see a message from Lin Feng. Why are you so inconsiderate? Throwing things down from your balcony. That's high-altitude throwing. I'm going to report you to the property management and revoke your medical license. Liang Qiuyu was already angry. Now she was even angrier. Lin Feng, how do you know I threw things down? Did you install a camera in my house? Liang Qiuyu completely exploded. Lin Feng's message was just adding fuel to the fire. Why do you speak so harshly as a doctor? Why are you getting so mad at me? Is it because your husband ran away with his sister-in-law? Lin Feng smirked mischievously, wanting to provoke her further. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Liang Qiuyu was furious. Wasn't this just pouring salt on my wounds? She threw her phone onto the bed. Then Liang Qiuyu started rummaging through her belongings. How did Lin Feng know about her situation? Was it a coincidence? Or had he installed a camera? After searching for a long time, even checking the socket, she found no hidden cameras. Just then Liang Qiu's phone. Why are you getting so worked up? If you have difficulties, look for Lin Feng. Although you made me uncomfortable last time by giving me a big gift, seeing you in such a miserable state, I won't go after you tonight. I like your pure and virtuous look. Rest assured, our relationship is purely transactional, with no romantic Contact me anytime if you need help. Seeing this message, Liang Qiuyu was on the verge of exploding with rage. Block. This weirdo must be blocked. Just thinking about this makes me feel sick. Liang Qiuyu not only blocked Lin Feng, but also blocked all male classmates and colleagues on her phone. Today's incident was a huge blow for Liang Qiuyu. 3 years of service. 3 years to become a regular. Although they hadn't met often, it had been 6 years. How many 6-year periods does one have in a lifetime? 6 years of youth. 6 years of emotions. Even raising a dog for 6 years doesn't warrant such treatment. Wah. After blocking all the men, Liang Qiuyu collapsed on the bed, crying uncontrollably. All she wanted was a man to grow old with, sharing a life together. Why is it so difficult? Is there not a single good man in this world? After crying for a while, Liang Qiuyu grew tired of her tears. She went to the living room and locked the door. Entering the kitchen, she took out a bottle of strong liquor, twisted the cap off, and gulped a mouthful. Cough, cough. Is this what alcohol tastes like? I never knew it was this bad. Liang Qiuyu never drank. This was her first time drinking, and she immediately choked on it, tears streaming down. This liquor was meant for disinfecting, not for drinking. After coughing for a long time, she got up, grabbed a cup, poured a little, and slowly drank. Now Liang Qiuyu was overwhelmed by despair, just wanting to drown her sorrows in alcohol. Oh, you've had it rough, haven't you? There's no need for me to go after you. Why test humanity? Just trade with me. If you're happy, happiness is a two-person affair. Isn't that good? Lin Feng shook his head and retracted the drone. He still had a bit of humanity left, but not much. After all, as a devoted admirer, the blow from Feng Qian was too much for him. If we're talking about misfortune, I, Lin Feng, have suffered far more than you, Liang Qiuyu. I've adored for 6 years. At least you still have your body intact. Look at how Feng Qian treated me. She ate everything when she was hungry. Who can be more miserable than me? Retrieving the drone, Lin Feng charged it. He looked at his phone. It had been 4 days, and why hadn't Feng Qian, that green tea, made a move yet? He scrolled through Feng Qian's social media. On the first day, she was at home having a seafood feast with her best friend. On the second, she was eating steak with her friend. On the third, she was at home eating pasta. Today she hadn't posted anything yet. It was the same in my past life. Feng Qian and her friend Wang Qing always had plenty of discounted high-end ingredients at home. They only remembered to look for me when they ran out. I guess I was too impatient. Lin Feng put down his phone, knowing that it was just 4 days. Only those without supplies would rush for food. Those with supplies still had reserves, so there was no need to rush. In 10 days, or half a month, you will understand what horror truly is. Today, the highest temperature in Huanghai City has reached 60 degrees. Even at night, the temperature is still around 40 to 50 degrees. The streets are deserted during the day, no one can withstand such high temperatures and UV rays. Only at night do some people who are starving at home venture out to look for supplies, but it's mostly a futile effort, as the visible supplies have already been looted. Of course, there are also some restless delinquents hitting the streets. After all, they have nothing better to do. The rest are streamers trying to attract fans, and those imitating me in the West Mountain broadcast. Now reality has become an illegal place, let alone the internet, where no one cares. But I became famous with my broadcast from the West Mountain. There have always been imitators, but no one has ever surpassed me. Live broadcasting my recklessness. Broadcasting with my life. I am the first person in Huaxia to broadcast from the West Mountain. Sigh. So boring. Lin Feng tossed his phone aside and lay on the bed, feeling quite lonely. Every day consists of eating, sleeping, playing games, and watching live streams. When will this life come to an end? Let me see what Xiao Xiao is up to. Is she out of food? Anyway, I'm just idling around. With that thought, Lin Feng picked up the binoculars. Xiao Xiao lived right across the street, making it very convenient. At this moment, Xiao Xiao had already gotten out of bed and was watching Lin Feng through her binoculars. Lin Feng. He had no habit of closing the curtains. Moreover, it was evident that Xiao Xiao was starving. She must be craving grilled sausages, right? It seemed like a trading relationship could be developed. Are you spying on me again? How can you be so idle? I know I'm handsome and charming, captivating millions of girls. If you're hungry, just tell me. You've been secretly watching me every day. Aren't you afraid of getting a sty? Chow Chow scoffed after receiving the message. I'm investing. Observing the enemy. Who would want your ham sausage anyway? I still have nearly 20 million in supplies. I can outlast you. I can eat enough to outlast you. Then why don't you come over to my house tonight? I see you're quite lonely too. Stuck at home studying. Let's have a practical exercise together. I'm a delicate girl who doesn't dare to go out. The world is too crazy, and I'm scared. Chow Chow sent 3 pitiful emojis afterward. She was doing it on purpose. After all, she had binoculars to check if Lin Feng was armed. If Lin Feng came armed, she wouldn't open the door. If he came without weapons, Chow Chow planned to directly slice him, to eliminate disasters. To cut off forever. As long as you're without Kuan, you don't need to stay home studying every day, right? This way I can move into your safe house without worrying about what you'll do to me. We're all sisters now. Besides being able to make me drool, what else can you do? Lin Feng looked at this message and immediately, this girl doesn't seem like a good person. Lin Feng wasn't foolish. He could accept Chow Chow cursing him a bit, but she actually wanted to leave her safe house to find Chow Chow. No way. Absolutely impossible. Lin Feng never take the initiative. I don't refuse or take responsibility. Even if you come to my house, it has to be on you. If you're starving and can't hold it anymore, then come find me. I'll treat you to a meal. I have to say Lin Feng could drive faster. Chow Chow looked at this message, her face turning crimson. After all, having never seen a pig run, Chow Chow had seen a pig run upon seeing Lin Feng's study materials. This made Chow Chow feel so embarrassed that she didn't know how to respond, the wheel of the car rolling over her face. After thinking for a moment, Chow Chow regained her composure. She messaged Lin Feng, though she didn't know how he knew so much. It was clear that Lin Feng knew much more than her. Lin Feng, can I ask you something? If you know the truth, will you tell me? Has the apocalypse really begun? When will this natural Lin Feng looked at Chow Chow's message and his heart entered a dilemma. Should I be a good person and tell her the truth? Or should I be a bad person and give her a bit of hope? After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng decided to be a good person and tell her the truth. At most 3 days, the natural disaster will end. You have to trust the authorities. They won't easily fall. They've endured 8 years of resistance. How could you not hold on after just a few days? You must hang in there. Chow Chow was furious upon seeing Lin Feng's message. Can't you just say a word of truth? Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't think this disaster would end in 3 days. Your words are like farting. Only an idiot would believe you. I'm 175 meters tall, fair-skinned and beautiful, long hair to my shoulders, light and agile, bare, big, brainless. Don't you want to let me into your safe house? Don't you feel lonely staying at home every day? It's better to live together than alone. Saying this, Chow Chow sent a full-body selfie to Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng wouldn't come over, she would just go to him. As long as she got in and dealt with Lin Feng, that safe house would then belong to Chow Chow. The safe house was designed by her. What is there that she couldn't use? A safe house worth 3 billion. With 20 million in supplies. Chow Chow could live in it until she dies. Lin Feng swallowed hard as he looked at Chow Chow's selfie. It would be impossible to say he wasn't moved. Li Ying could score 9 points with her makeup, but Chow Chow could score 10 even without makeup. The difference was not slight. Li Ying scored 9 because she was at most a 9, while Chow Chow scored 10 because the perfect score was indeed 10. Then Lin Feng shook his head. With lust comes danger. Lin Feng have already upgraded from a lick spittle to a wolf warrior. So I can't downgrade my... If you want to come over, you need to pay a deposit to show your sincerity. Let me see your food storage and your seafood. Once I'm sure, you can come over directly. Chow Chow stared blankly at the message. How did Lin Feng know about her food storage? She indeed had a food storage, but she hadn't hoarded any seafood. Is Lin Feng trying to trick me? My brother doesn't even know about my food storage. There's no way Lin Feng could know. Chow Chow was not Li Ying. She was much smarter, or else she wouldn't have survived until now without a problem. I don't have any food storage or seafood. If I had that, would I still be lacking food and drink? Lin Feng looked at his phone and shook his head helplessly. Oh, why was Chow Chow not as smart as Li Ying? Just do it and you'll know. Take a photo with your face and send it to me. If you send it over, I'll believe you're sincere in trading with me, or else we won't discuss it. Chow Chow searched on Baidu and instantly turned red. I'm really losing my mind. How can there be such shameless and brazen people in this world? Chow Chow was furious, her teeth grinding. How dare you so shamelessly ask me for my fruit photo? There was no choice. For the sake of having a safe house, and for dealing with that scoundrel Lin Feng, Chow Chow endured it. In an unknown fight, Chow Chow believed she could subdue Lin Feng. All those years of karate and sanda could finally come in handy today. She pulled the curtains to prevent Lin Feng from seeing. Chow Chow held back her disgust and used software to search for online images, picking one with a body similar to hers, then photoshopping her face onto it, which nearly made Chow Chow explode with anger. Isn't this self-degrading? After sending it to Lin Feng, Chow Chow vowed to deal with that scoundrel. Is this enough sincerity? Will you let me into your safe house? I genuinely want to trade with you. I'm nearly starving. Just give me something to eat. Lin Feng looked at the photo and slightly shook his head. This picture is too fake. He glanced outside as sure enough the curtains were drawn and nothing could be seen. Then let's video chat. I'll see if you're really worth a ham sausage first. You have to let me verify the goods. Chow Chow. I'm totally losing it. I'm really losing it. Why are there such shameless people in this world? Even if I used a missile, I could blast through Lin Feng's steel. It's likely that even a missile wouldn't break through Lin Feng's thick skin. Chow Chow was speechless. There was no way Lin Feng would come out. Then she could only think of ways to protect herself. She threw her phone down and ignored Lin Feng. Xiao began to think about what to do next. She went to the kitchen, picked up a whetstone, moistened it with water, and began to sharpen the 2 katanas at home. These 2 katanas were the most handy weapons at home, of sharpening them enough would prepare her for the upcoming environment. The supplies on the 2nd floor had been completely taken, so she had to protect the supplies in the warehouse on the 1st floor. If those were taken too, then she would use the knife to slit her throat. A quick cut would bring less pain, better safe than sorry. One must admit a person without shame is invincible in the world. Lin Feng's skin is now thicker than a city wall. Does he not suspect the little intentions of Xiao? Seeing that Xiao remained silent, Lin Feng decided to continue provoking her. You've seen the photos. Oh, what's so embarrassing about a video call? Your sincerity is lacking. I am quite disappointed. If you won't even open a video call, how can we truly meet and engage in deep communication and mutual cooperation? Xiao looked at Lin Feng's message, her teeth itching with anger. If it weren't for the safety house she designed, she knew very well how sturdy it was. Xiao now wanted to rush over and take Lin Feng down. She threw her phone aside and ignored him. This guy squatting in his shell untouched by water or fire was one thing. Yet he is both shameless and despicable. Fine. Lin Feng, he'll endure this. Let's see who can outlast whom. Buzz. Xiao scratched her finger, hearing the sound of the blade ringing, which eased her mind. After sharpening the knife, she picked up a pack of dried squid and vented her frustration on it. Curiosity struck Xiao as she wanted to know what Lin Feng was eating. To her surprise, upon looking, she was shocked. Lin Feng was at home lazily carving an ice sculpture from a 1-meter square block of ice. Then he placed various seafood slices on the ice sculpture to eat as sashimi. The outdoor temperature had already reached 60 degrees. The air conditioning had lost its cooling effect. But where did you get such a big block of ice? What the hell? I can't even spare water for a shower. I'm already spoiled. This guy plays with ice sculptures in 60-degree weather. Is this the life of the rich? Is it so easy to be so extravagant? Xiao suddenly felt that the squid in her hand was no longer appealing. Then she saw Lin Feng pick up a piece of salmon and take a bite, chewing a few times. Yuck, raw is really terrible. I'd rather have hot pot. He spat it out directly, and Bei, not minding at all, wagged his tail and cleaned the floor. Then Lin Feng brought over an induction cooker and started having hot pot. What the hell? I'm about to explode from the heat. This guy is actually using an ice sculpture for hot pot. How can he be so demoralizing? I don't remember designing a cold storage in my blueprints. Moreover, Xiao understood that a cold storage wouldn't work in such hot weather. The more Xiao thought about it, the angrier she became. Should I expose Lin Feng? She picked up her phone, activated long-range shooting, and thought if I posted this in the owner group, Lin Feng would be killed. Forget it, although Lin Feng isn't human, I'm not Liang. I can't do such immoral things. Xiao put down her phone without taking a photo. At that moment, Lin Feng sent another message. Come over for a bite. Jelly, pop, and candy, I've got them all. Let's play with ice and fire together, huh? Xiao looked at the message a little confused and replied, how old am I? I don't eat jelly and popping candy anymore. Lin Feng replied, I never said you had to eat. Just come over and he'll teach you. Xiao. She sent a questioning emoji, but Lin Feng said nothing. Driven by curiosity, Xiao opened the app to search for what else could be done besides eating jelly and popping candy. After a search, her face turned crimson. Lin Feng, you are the most shameless person I've ever met, without exception. You're truly a toad climbing on a frog. You look ugly and play with flowers. Xiao was furious. She really wanted to cut Lin Feng with a knife. If I don't play, I don't play. This is a transaction, not coercion. Just let me know when you are ready. Whatever you want, I have it all here. Looking at Lin Feng's words, Xiao was both angry and amused. You just keep bragging. With your skills, do you have an aircraft carrier? However, Lin Feng's next sentence made Xiao feel like she was about to explode. Yes, but you're not worth that price. Even if I let you play it to death, you wouldn't be worth an aircraft carrier. Change something else, pick something worthy of your value before you come to me. I, Lin Feng, never go against a woman's wishes. Xiao. So damn arrogant. I've never met someone so boastful in my life. Xiao angrily threw her phone. Chatting with Lin Feng could drive her insane. During school, there were many boys in the architecture department, and Xiao was pretty with countless suitors. During holidays, flowers filled the downstairs. I've never encountered an attitude like Lin Feng's in my life. Other men may be lustful, but at least they know how to pretend to be gentlemen. Then she looked at Lin Feng. Barefaced lust. He didn't even bother to disguise it. Just like you. Besides having a few $100 billion filthy dollars. A towering height of 185 centimeters. A handsome face. What else do you have? What even are you? After thinking about it, someone like Lin Feng shouldn't be lacking. What on earth does he want? Not understanding, she decided not to think about it. Xiao lay on her bed, taking out a fan she made to cool herself. The temperature had already reached 40 to 50 degrees at night, and it was useless whether the air conditioning was on or off. It was no better than a fan. However, having a fan was useless since it only provided limited power for a short time at night. Blowing air made no difference. At this moment, the community was not peaceful either. Those whose family members had died were facing the stench of corpses in their homes, truly helpless. If they didn't bury or handle them soon, the strong smell in such hot weather could suffocate the living. Some following Leon Kia's advice carried the bodies to the rooftop at night waiting for cremation later. Another part, unwilling to let their family members' remains be exposed to the wild, decided to secretly dig a hole in the lawn to bury them. Others, unable to face reality, put the corpses in a separate room, sealed the door, and simply avoided seeing them. The group chat was unusually quiet. Everyone had been having a hard time recently, unable to buy anything, and gradually became disinterested in asking. At midnight, water and electricity returned. Everyone was used to it, and hurried to fill all their pots and pans with water. Xiao Xiao lived on the second floor. The water flow was very weak, but it was enough. Having stored so much water, it would be a waste not to use it, so Xiao Xiao decided to take a shower, fearing that in the future there might not even be an opportunity to do so. At that moment, her phone rang. Why is the water pressure so low today? I live on the 19th floor, and basically there's no flow. I live on the top floor. Not a drop of water. Could you lower floor residents consider us? Stop taking showers. Leave us a lifeline. We have hardly any food left. Without water, how can we survive? What does your lack of water have to do with us? When you bought the house, you should have considered what to do in case of power cuts, water outages, or fires on high floors. Exactly. Is it so wrong for me to take a shower in this heat? I didn't use your water fees. Do you live by the sea? You're meddling too much. Fine. You won't give us water, will you? Then don't force us to take action. Exactly. High floor residents, tomorrow is going to be 60 degrees. Without water, we'll die sooner or later. Rather than die of heat or thirst, why not fight against this group of bastards? As Lin Feng ate hot pot and watched the chat, he knew the first conflict was about to erupt. It wasn't about completely running out of food, but the conflict between high floor and low floor residents over water. The authorities are already doing their utmost to supply water. Southern regions are in turmoil. A scorched earth with corpses everywhere. The holy water of the Ganges has evaporated. Even if you're drinking cow urine, it won't help. The government of Huaxia has been very supportive. What more do you want? Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Xiao intended to take a shower, but the door was knocked upon. There was no choice but to go check, or it would surely continue. Who is it? What is it? Xiao Xiao took out her sword as she approached the door, knowing she must be cautious at this moment. We are the residents from upstairs. We have no water. Can you let us get some water? If we don't have water, we'll die of thirst tomorrow. There were quite a few people outside, at least a dozen, knocking on the second floor doors, urging them to open. Xiao Xiao was clear about what had happened with Li Ying. It started with getting water, and then when you couldn't get water, it turned into trying to rob me of mine, right? Are you expecting me to open the door for you? Am I out of my mind? My water pipe is broken, and you've already taken everything from me. If you want water, go to the other. Xiao Xiao would never open the door for them, only hoping they would go elsewhere. If the water pipe is broken, let me in, and I will. Hearing that from outside, left Xiao Xiao dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. I said to just pry the door open. I'm about to die of thirst. Exactly. Why waste words with them? How many people have died already? We won't kill anyone if we go inside. We just want to get water. Listen, those inside. If you open the door, we are all neighbors, and we can meet again later. We'll take the water and leave. If you don't open the door, we can't guarantee your safety. Hearing the voices outside terrified Xiao Xiao, but she knew that this door absolutely could not be opened. If she opened it once, she would have to open it every day when the water was released. Isn't that just a matter of time before she dies at their hands? Even if there was a truckload of water downstairs, how long could she hold out? Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang came from the door. The people outside had already started smashing the door with a heavy hammer. This kind of thing wasn't happening only in Xiao Xiao's building. All high-rises were experiencing this. The first floor of Xiao Xiao's home was a storage room without water pipes, so they came to smash the door on the second floor. But for other buildings, the unfortunate ones were the first-floor residents. Of course, there were also the villa areas. The villa areas also counted as first floor. Many high-rise residents went to smash the gates of the villa area. Chaos had begun. In order to survive, the entire Shishan villa was in turmoil. Only the mid-level residents were lucky. Their water pressure was lower, and they still had water, so they didn't need to go out to rob for water. Moreover, no one would bother to smash their doors. That little bit of water flowing was not as fast as directly smashing the doors of the ground floor residents. Bang! Bang! The enormous banging on the door made Xiao Xiao's hands tremble with fear. They were serious. If they got in, she would definitely be dead sooner or later. Even though Xiao Xiao had a fiery temper, she was still a girl. If she wasn't afraid at this moment, how bold would she have to be? The door was already being deformed from the smashing. Xiao Xiao was almost in tears from panic. This was just an ordinary security door. It couldn't withstand their smashing at all. Creak, creak. The iron door was creaking as they pried it. Xiao Xiao gripped her sword tightly, ready for what was to come. Bang! The iron door could not bear the weight and was directly pried open. Don't force me. Get out of my house. Xiao Xiao stood behind her welded iron gate with a sword to scare them. She could only hope they would let her be. This iron gate was Xiao Xiao's last line of defense. A broken fence. I can smash it open with just 2 hits. A middle-aged man raised the heavy hammer to strike. Xiao Xiao had already cried from fear. Eyes closed, holding her sword, she thrust it forward with all her might. If they came in, she was surely dead. Thud! The sword pierced into his belly. Then the crowd outside was left dumbfounded. We just came to get some water. Did you really have to kill? Dad? Dad! A boy of 17 or 18 rushed over to hug his father. As his father fell backward, blood gushed forth. It sprayed all over Chow Chow. The middle-aged man clutched his belly, and within minutes his head drooped to the side lifeless. I killed someone. Chow Chow couldn't believe it was real. She just wanted to scare them away. She had been blindly stabbing who knew it would hit so accurately. You murderer. You killed my dad. I will fight you to the end. The boy picked up the heavy hammer and was ready to smash the door again. Chow Chow, still in shock, once again started wildly stabbing with her sword. Get out of my house. You are robbing. This is self-defense. Her frantic stabbing prevented the boy from attacking. After all, the sword was quite long. This made the boy hesitant to approach, knowing that if stabbed, he could end up dead. Even a single wound could easily become infected in such hot weather. A group of neighbors saw that Chow Chow was going crazy and no longer approached, but rather went to pry open 2 other doors. After a while, the doors of 2 neighboring households on the same floor were also pried open. Seeing that other doors were breached, no one helped the boy seek revenge. They rushed in to get water. Whether people lived or died was none of their concern. They weren't the ones who killed. They could handle it themselves. 201. You killed my dad. This matter isn't over with you, Tang Chuan. Tomorrow, I'll make an even longer hammer. Just wait until I get in and I'll make sure to kill you slowly. Tang Chuan, with his head dyed yellow, looked like no good person. His eyes were fierce as he gazed at Chow Chow, already sentencing her to death. Tang Chuan dragged his father's corpse away, but he couldn't manage it alone. With no choice, he picked up the heavy hammer and water bucket from the ground and entered the neighbor's house. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't look down on the youth with no wealth. Just wait until I get the water and make my hammer. Tonight I'm coming for you. No, leave some water for me. That was my last bag of rice. What will I eat if you take it? You're not just getting water, you're robbing. I'll fight you to the end. Indeed, even though they claimed to be getting water, once they stepped through the door it was nothing good. The male homeowner of 202 grabbed a kitchen knife and was ready to fight. Thud. But Tang Chuan, having lost his father, wasn't originally a good person. One heavy hammer. It crashed directly onto the man's head. Blood flowed everywhere. His head was smashed to pieces. Then Tang Chuan was still not satisfied. He raised the heavy hammer again. One strike. He hammered the female homeowner to death. In the end, even their 3-year-old child was not spared. One strike. Reduced to mush. This scene truly terrified the high-rise residents. While Chow Chow's killing was frantic stabbing. And you are truly too brutal. In an instant, the room was filled with blood. After being smashed by the heavy hammer, was there still any good left? Everyone listen up. From now on, I, Tang Chuan, call the shots in this building. Everyone must listen to me. Anyone who disobeys will be crushed to death by me. At this moment, Tang Chuan looked like a god of death. His face covered in blood, exuding a terrifying presence. Tang Chuan had been a delinquent. He wanted to be a gangster, but his father wouldn't allow it. Now that his father was dead, Tang Chuan was completely free from shackles. Moreover, it was only right for me, Tang Chuan, to avenge my father. With blood on his face, Tang Chuan was the first to fill his bucket with water from the faucet. No one dared to say a word of dissent. After all, the water supply would last a while longer. They could wait in line behind. I have finished. Send a few people to carry my father's body to the rooftop. Whoever carries it will have to fetch water afterwards. If you don't obey, my hammer doesn't discriminate. Tang Chuan's imposing demeanor and recent brutality intimidated everyone. He'll carry it. I will too. Count me in. Me as well. 4 men raised their hands to volunteer to carry it, and Tang Chuan was quite pleased with them. From now on, you 4 are my left and right arms, the 4 kings of the Tang Alliance. Since the police are no longer in charge, if you want to survive, you must listen to me. Leave the water bucket here, I'll fetch water for you. No one dares to move. After Tang Chuan finished speaking, the 4 men reluctantly put down the water bucket and went to carry Tang Chuan's father's body to the rooftop. As for the so-called 4 kings of the Tang Alliance, they didn't want to be part of that. The authorities won't ignore them. They might as well do some honest work to get water. After all, we didn't kill the person, or it has nothing to do with us. We aren't even accomplices. 4 men left, and Tang Chuan pointed at the 3 bodies. Throw them out of the window. Leaving them in the room will just stink by tomorrow, and how can we drink the water we collect later? After thinking it over, the others realized Tang Chuan was right. They opened the window and directly threw the 3 bodies out. The remaining few go chop trees. Bring back a tree before the water arrives tomorrow. I want to break down that little bitch's door and execute her on the wall. Without the burden of his father, Tang Chuan completely unleashed himself. After all, if I kill 3, it's still a death sentence. I don't care if I kill 1 more. The group had no choice, but they had to go outside the community to chop trees. They didn't even have an axe. All they had at home were kitchen knives and fruit knives. What kind of decent family living in a high-end community carries that kind of stuff? After all, when going out to buy bones or ribs, they only brought back pre-cut ones. Why would they buy an axe? To chop a sofa. No choice, they left the water bucket and went to chop trees. Tang Chuan also lined up the water buckets. Those who worked and listened could fetch water first. Those who didn't work and didn't listen would have to leave their fate to chance when it came to water. Hearing the words next door, Chow Chow was already scared stiff. As long as they chop a wooden stake and break their iron fence, she would definitely be in a situation where she'd want to live, but couldn't. The neighbors of Unit 203 were also very helpless. To save their lives, they had to step aside and let them fetch water and take things. They didn't want to experience the bloody incident of Unit 202. You from 203, You listen to my words, Tang Chuan, every day, and it'll leave you a bucket of water. I guarantee your safety. How about it? Want to join our Tang alliance? The family of 4 from 203 heard this and immediately agreed. Okay, alliance leader. We join. Can you leave us some food too? Without something to eat we won't last many days. Although Tang Chuan was irritable, he had some wits knowing how to win people's hearts. Leave their food down, no one from my Tang alliance dares to snatch. Isn't it just that we don't have food? After we deal with that little bitch tomorrow, he'll take you to rob others. Stick with me, Tang Chuan, and you won't lose. Everyone hesitated, but they still put down the food from 203. No one wanted to join the Tang alliance, but without water they would die of thirst. They might as well do honest work and wait for official rescue. No one spoke and no one opposed. Thus the Tang alliance was established. Xiao Qiao nervously held a samurai sword at the door and didn't sleep all night. She thought she could last until she died of old age, but now she was about to give in by tomorrow. By dawn, as the sun was about to rise, everyone started to carry water buckets and tools back home. However, the villa area had suffered a 60 loss with nearly all units on the first and second floors completely devastated. Only Lin Feng was at home sound asleep with high-voltage electricity all over the walls and doors. A few unlucky kids had died from electric shock, so no one bothered Lin Feng. However, the door of Lin Feng's old villa was smashed open, and it was also connected to water. Lin Feng himself had crashed his car into it. He didn't care about that dilapidated villa. Anyone who wanted it could have it. After all, he had already mortgaged it to loan sharks. The large warehouse on the golf course owned by Lin Feng was also pried open, but it was empty. Everyone believed that Lin Feng's billions of supplies were indeed gone. Returning home disappointed, daylight arrived, and almost everyone returned home. Water was available, and the chaos finally ended. However, Xiao Qiao was still too nervous to sleep at home, wondering if she could survive tonight. Xiao Qiao was terrified all night. This was the closest she had ever been to death. I have to find my brother. I really can't hold on any longer. Xiao Qiao's face and body were already covered in dried blood. She picked up her phone and sent a voice message to Xiao Feng, but no one answered. After a long time, when she called directly, she only heard the voice prompt, "Sorry. The number you dialed is powered off." Oh, my brother. What happened to you? You won't get into trouble, will you? Hurry up and come save me. Someone is going to kill me tonight. Xiao Qiao hurriedly sent a voice message to Xiao Feng, but little did she know that on the other end of the line Xiao Feng was indeed in trouble. At Xiao Feng's construction site the same situation occurred. Everyone was short of water, but Xiao Feng's site had a well. Although the well water was very murky, but it was still drinkable. Last night, a more chaotic armed conflict broke out at Xiao Feng's construction site. That was not the small scuffles in Xiao Qiao's community. It was steel bars, pipes, electric saws, and hammers all flying. Although they ultimately held onto the water source, Xiao Feng's safety helmet was smashed, and he was now being carried into an unfinished building by his co-workers with his life uncertain. Whether he could hold on depended on how strong Xiao Feng's life force was. Right now there were no medicines on the construction site, just half a bottle of cephalosporin, which they fed to Xiao Feng. If it weren't for Xiao Feng's strong sense of loyalty and his usual kindness to his brothers sharing food by digging wells during the disaster, they wouldn't have fed him that half bottle of cephalosporin. Now Xiao Feng was already out of luck. Xiao Feng was certainly not someone she could rely on. He was barely surviving. Xiao Qiao felt a bad premonition in her heart. Her brother, who was overly protective, had always cared for her. Whenever she sent a message, he had never failed to reply. This was the first time Xiao Qiao couldn't contact Xiao Feng, and her instincts told her that something had definitely happened to brother. Say something. If you can't come to save me, at least reply to let me know you're safe. You are the only hope of the Qiao. Even if I die, you can't die. Brother, if you hear my message, reply immediately. The 20 million I received from you hasn't been squandered. I bought supplies worth 20 million, and they're in your warehouse. I've welded the warehouse door shut. You can enter through the hole under my bed on the second floor of our house. If I don't make it through tonight, you must survive with the supplies, brother. Xiao Qiao had already lost hope as she knew she was close to death, and no one could save her. In such chaos, supplies are life. Xiao Qiao ultimately decided to leave the supplies for her brother. They both couldn't die, could they? The hole was under the bed, and Xiao Qiao had covered it with wooden floorboards so no one should discover it. Now friends, classmates, teachers, neighbors, whoever knows they've caused such trouble would still come to help me. Xiao Qiao had seen through people's hearts. Even her good friend Liang could betray her. Knowing she was in such deep trouble, no one except her brother Xiao Feng would care about her life. I might as well commit suicide. If captured, the outcome would surely be worse than death. Xiao Qiao looked at the katana, despair etched across her face. I thought I could outlast that scoundrel Lin Feng with the 20 million worth of supplies, but I couldn't even last a day. Wait, Lin Feng. In that moment, Xiao Qiao actually thought of that scoundrel Lin Feng. Clinging to her last hope, she said, "Give the supplies to Lin Feng. Let's see if I can get into his safe house." Of course, Xiao Qiao wouldn't tell Lin Feng where the supplies were. What if he turned against her? Lin Feng was notoriously shameless. It would be better to leave the supplies for Xiao Feng than to give them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you heard about what happened in the neighborhood yesterday, right? I know where a stash of supplies worth 20 million is. Can you let me stay in your safe house? If you let me in, I'll tell you where that stash is. It's enough for both of us for a lifetime. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then Lin Feng's phone rang. Who is it? So early in the morning. Annoying. Rubbing his eyes and looking at the screen, it turned out to be Xiao Qiao. 20 million worth of supplies. You can keep it for yourself. Want to enter my safe house? Don't even think about it. That condition is impossible. Even if you offered me 2 aircraft carriers, I still wouldn't do it. Lin Feng would never let anyone into his safe house. How could he sleep well after that? Seeing Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao was utterly despondent. How much food do you have stocked in that safe house? You don't even want 20 million worth of supplies for a spot. Putting down her phone, Xiao picked up the katana ready to end her life. There was no need to deal with Lin Feng anymore. That scoundrel only enjoyed boasting and making himself happy, never doing anything good. Brother, Xiao is leaving. You take care of yourself. Xiao raised the katana to her neck, and just then her phone rang. Brother, is that you? Xiao glanced at the phone. It wasn't Xiao Feng, but that scoundrel Lin Feng. What kind of trouble have you gotten into? Talk to me. You definitely can't get into my safe house, but I have quite a bit of knowledge about software hardening engineering. If you have issues, let me know, we can trade. Xiao looked at the message, her teeth grinding in anger. This scoundrel was still so shameless. Since I must take you down before I die. Xiao was genuinely furious. For someone about to die, Lin Feng's words utterly provoked her. After all, killing one is still killing. Killing two is still killing. He'll take one last gamble. First he'll take down that scoundrel Lin Feng. Then he'll die. I killed the person upstairs who was robbing water last night. They want revenge for my killing, and I can't fend off so many alone. I'm definitely going to die tonight. Upon seeing Xiao's words, Lin Feng believed her. Outside his house, several unfortunate kids had already been electrocuted. It would be strange if nothing happened to Xiao living on the second floor with water. That's nothing major. Why don't you come over and play a game with me? He'll give you a handgun with 200 bullets. It's simple to defend your house. You could kill everyone in your building if you wanted to. Xiao looked at the message. She couldn't believe that Lin Feng actually had a gun. Xiao's heart raced. If she could get into the safe house, if she could take down Lin Feng. Not only can I seize a safe house, but also get my hands on firearms. I have to go all out. I'm not afraid of death. What do I have to fear? Show me a picture of the gun. Oh, I don't believe you have a handgun. Xiao didn't trust Lin Feng. His mouth was a liar. She sent a message to Lin Feng, asking one last question. Oh, that's more like it. Watch this. Lin Feng saw Xiao's sincerity and directly picked up a handgun. He aimed at a distant target and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng's shooting was impressive. He hit all 3 shots. Although not perfect, he could definitely kill. Real gun. Great. Wait for me a moment, I'm coming over right away. Xiao saw a glimmer of hope for survival and decided to seek out Lin Feng. Putting down the handgun, Lin Feng was filled with anticipation. He applied sunscreen, preparing in case Xiao tried to pull a fast one and escape. He had to make some preparations too. After all, do you know how much psychological trauma that big betrayal caused me, Lin Feng? If Xiao trades fairly, then he will be honest. If she doesn't, Lin Feng will just capture her. Ha ha ha. Lin Feng had a bit of humanity, but not much. Xiao dressed up at home, applied sunscreen, and took an umbrella, preparing to deal with Lin Feng. Standing at the door, she watched for a moment to confirm there was no one around before carefully opening the door and locking it. During the day, there shouldn't be anyone around, and even if someone barged in, she wasn't home. Once she got the gun, she could kill her way back. What was there to fear? Enduring the nearly 60 degrees Celsius heat, she arrived at Lin Feng's front door. It was so hot that she felt her lungs burning with every breath. Luckily, they lived close by, or she might have died from the heat. She rang the doorbell, and Lin Feng opened the door. Xiao clenched her fists. She was about to strike as soon as the door opened. But as soon as Lin Feng opened the door, he pressed the gun to her head. Don't move. In an instant, Xiao was dumbfounded. I've totally lost my mind. Lin Feng, do you have to be so paranoid? You didn't say a word, and just aimed a gun at my head. Don't move. Raise both hands. 7 steps away, the gun is quick. 7 steps away, the gun is both quick and accurate. We're just trading. I don't want to be too excessive. Slowly come inside. Just close the door. With the gun pointed at her head, Xiao could only comply, entering the house and closing the door. She raised her hands, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack, hoping for a chance to strike back. All right, please have a chocolate liqueur, then go to the 5th room. Lin Feng maintained a safe distance from Xiao, then tossed her. Xiao picked it up, thought for a moment, and ate it. Lin Feng had no need to poison her. If he wanted to kill her, he could just shoot. Besides, she had no choice but to eat it. The gun was still pressed to her head. Xiao obediently complied. At this distance, she definitely wouldn't be able to seize the gun. After carefully examining Lin Feng's safe house, Xiao was utterly stunned. Inside was a 5-meter square block of ice, actively cooling the safe house. Outside it was 60 degrees. Inside it was only around 20 degrees. All the doors were solid steel with shooting ports. Even if the main door was breached, hiding behind the steel door still allowed for counterattack capabilities. And this was just the 1st floor. Lin Feng's home had 3 floors above ground, and 2 more below. All the steel doors were closed, and Xiao had no idea what was inside. Perhaps it was just ice blocks and supplies. Only the 5th and 6th doors were open. Xiao was led at gunpoint to the 5th door, and to her astonishment, it turned out to be a massive bathing pool. It was equipped with all kinds of washing supplies, a rockery greenery, waterproof ceramic tiles, and it even had circulating water. It was like a hot spring. What is going on? This wasn't how I designed it. Xiao was shocked. Did Lin Feng modify it himself? Her design for the bathroom wasn't like this. But what use is this? Who bathes in such a large space? Besides, water is so scarce right now. I can't even afford to drink. Isn't this a waste of water resources? Cough cough, just go in and wash up, why worry about so much? Lin Feng blushed awkwardly. He wouldn't say this was for a party once the situation stabilized. Xiao Xiao went in, and Lin Feng locked the steel door with a key from outside, opening it again after half an hour. Xiao Xiao surveyed everything in the bathroom, secretly astonished. Indeed, in the world of the wealthy, even a bathroom is so exquisite and lavish. The temperature in the bathroom was slightly high, but not hot. Xiao Xiao thought, since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well enjoy this moment. She took off her clothes and stepped into the bathing pool, feeling an instant relaxation of body and mind. It's been so long since I enjoyed such a comfortable bath. Every day is hot and exhausting, and I have to guard against the upstairs neighbors who might rob me at any time. Not to mention the titanium alloy door of the safe house. Even just having this steel door is enough to defend against most attacks. Xiao Xiao swam in the pool like a joyful fish, reveling in the feeling of relaxation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat on the sofa waiting for the time and raised the bathroom temperature. He had to be cautious of this little wild horse. This girl definitely had ulterior motives. What if she's as sharp-tongued as Feng Qian? Having been fooled once, Lin Feng would never fall for it again. At this moment, Xiao Xiao was enjoying a brief period of peace while contemplating how to kill Lin Feng and seize his safe. With a gun, 20 million in supplies, and such a secure place with cool temperatures and access to water and electricity, I could live here for a lifetime. After all, I've already killed someone. What's one more death? Lin Feng, you truly deserve to die. While bathing and swimming, I began to feel increasingly hot. What's going on? Is the air conditioning broken? Why do I feel a bit hot? Xiao Xiao felt her body heating up, but didn't think much of it as she had endured 60 degrees before, so this was nothing. As time passed, Xiao Xiao sensed something was wrong. This didn't seem like the heat of the weather, it felt like Lin Feng had intentionally raised the temperature. Damn it, Lin Feng, you really deserve to die. You are so overly cautious. I'm already inside. You're still defending against a little girl like me. No wonder he wanted me to bathe for half an hour. So that's the reason. Xiao Xiao rose from the bathing pool, feeling immense regret inside. But now it was too late to regret. After much difficulty, she reached the iron door, wanting to knock and call for Lin Feng to open it. Lin Feng, you are truly the most shameless person I have ever met. Even a little girl like me you are so guarded against. Xiao Xiao's face turned red. It was too hot, and she was nearly fainting from the heat, her voice growing weak. Lin Feng thought for a moment, adjusting the bathroom temperature back to normal. This heat was making her feel faint. He got up, opened the bathroom door, and directly carried the soft, nearly fainting Xiao Xiao. At this moment, Xiao Xiao felt so embarrassed, she wished she could die. She knew she had lost. From this day forward, she would go from being a girl to becoming Mrs. Lin Feng. I truly yield to you. Xiao Xiao realized she had completely lost. Now, she could only hope Lin Feng wouldn't go too far. Don't worry, I, Lin Feng, only conduct business, not coercion, and I am honest and fair. He carried Xiao Xiao to the bedroom, directly throwing her onto the bed and drawing the curtains. Resign yourself to fate. Opposing someone like Lin Feng who has no shame is simply impossible to win. Truly, a shameless person is invincible in the world. Moreover, Lin Feng is incredibly cautious. He wouldn't take any risks at all. Xiao Xiao lay on the bed, eyes closed, unwilling to look. She had thought this would be but she didn't expect this to turn into a transaction. Lin Feng was clumsy and inexperienced. Xiao Xiao was infuriated that this feeling was indescribable and incredibly embarrassing. However, after a long time, Lin Feng still made no further moves. Lin Feng, other than covering me in saliva, what else can you do? Hearing Xiao Xiao's doubts, Lin Feng became angry. I just lack experience this first time. I don't know what's wrong. But that doesn't mean I can't do it. This is a matter between two people. It's not just my responsibility. Lin Feng was embarrassed to admit he was inexperienced, as he felt that knowing how and actually doing it were two different things. But Xiao Xiao picked up on Lin Feng's implications. Lin Feng, have you watched so much study material? You can't still be inexperienced, can you? Confronted by Xiao Xiao's questioning, Lin Feng's face turned red. Indeed, learning and practicing are truly two different matters. How could you discover my secret? I didn't. Don't say nonsense. Lin Feng hurriedly denied it, while Xiao Xiao felt a surge of joy. So all this time you were just boasting online. When it comes to a real showdown, you're nothing. If Lin Feng were a playboy, Xiao Xiao would feel humiliated. But unexpectedly, there was a silver lining. After all this time, Lin Feng was just a braggart online. Well, it's time for the gift-giving segment again. Lin Feng had been bragging for so long, but unexpectedly, he had taken the initiative. The temperature was excessively high, fervent as fire. Fortunately, Lin Feng's divine skill protected him. He barely withstood all of Xiao Xiao's attacks, managing to defuse this crisis. After a practical drill, Lin Feng was certain that he was absolutely fine. It had been an hour, and he had held onto the stone in his heart, was finally set at ease. It seemed that the loss of his brother had not affected his performance. Xiao Xiao was already exhausted, lying on the bed, and Lin Feng sat at the bedside, lit a cigarette, and fell into contemplation. Should I keep Xiao Xiao with me? After all, she is my first woman, and it was her first time too. She wouldn't betray me, right? Lin Feng still had a bit of humanity, but not much. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. This wild horse was too untamed. It would be better to keep her in the stable for a while, to tame her wildness. After finishing his cigarette and getting dressed, he also dressed Xiao Xiao. It would take her some time to wake up. He applied sunscreen, also putting some on Xiao Xiao as she would be his woman from now on. If she got sunburned, it would be him. Holding Xiao Xiao, Lin Feng genuinely wanted to keep her. Everyone had their first time. Even if it was a transaction, they could never forget each other. However, Lin Feng was too cautious. Until he was certain that Xiao Xiao wouldn't harm him, she absolutely could not move it. Once she had blood on her hands and understood the cruelty of this world, she would know that only by following him could she sleep well, and then he would let her in. The secret of space was something Lin Feng could never disclose, not even one Xiao Xiao, let alone 10 could know. If Feng Qian had not known about Lin Feng's space in his previous life, would he have died so tragically? What did I die for? It wouldn't make sense to be so careless, would it? Leaving the safe house, Lin Feng took out a high-temperature resistant vehicle from his space. Though it wasn't far, he decided to drive to shield himself from the sunlight. Lin Feng was not afraid of these neighbors at all. With spatial perception, he could locate them wherever they were. Space could absorb things and bullets, making long-range attacks ineffective against him. There was nothing that Lin Feng couldn't resolve with a bit of leniency. If he wanted, he could drown everyone in the entire Huanghai. Of course, Lin Feng wouldn't be so idle. If he drowned the officials too, would he not get bombed with nuclear weapons? Lin Feng had already stepped into the threshold of invincibility, and these ordinary people were merely delivering their heads. Arriving at Xiao Xiao's home, he parked and carried her inside. Picking up Xiao Xiao's key, he opened the iron gate. With this flimsy gate, Lin Feng could kick it into a deformation with just a few blows. It seemed that she definitely couldn't hold out tonight. No wonder she had compromised. Laying Xiao Xiao on the bed, Lin Feng began to check the situation in the house. After checking, he found water in the house with the bathtub half full. The second floor would not run out of water anytime soon. There was some food that seemed they could last for 2 days. That was just right. Once she ran out of food, she'd have to come to Lin Feng for a deal. However, Lin Feng unexpectedly spotted a dog. A Tibetan Mastiff. Female. I should take it back for Enbei to keep as a companion, otherwise it would be tough for Enbei to find a partner later. Just as Lin Feng was carrying Fangzi, while holding a cigarette, a few people arrived outside the door. I heard the sound of a car. The door really opened. Today this little vixen is doomed. And you kid, hand over the car keys outside. Then get lost. Tang Chuan will spare your life. The visitors were none other than Tang Chuan and his 4 mighty kings. Tang Chuan raised his hammer with one hand, blocking the doorway, ready to unleash a flurry of hammer strikes on Lin Feng. If Tang Chuan sees this car, who would be afraid of getting sunburned by high-temperature ultraviolet rays? I can go wherever I want. There are plenty of supplies. Lin Feng set Fangzi down and took out a handgun from his space. Then he aimed at Tang Chuan's head and fired. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Tang Chuan's head exploded. The power of the Russian handgun was indeed great. One shot splattered brain matter across the faces of the 4 mighty kings. In that instant, the 4 mighty kings panicked. Damn it! I hadn't even had the chance to unleash my hammer techniques. How could you ambush me with firearms? This isn't how you play the game. Is there no sense of game experience left? They had reluctantly joined Tang's alliance, but now they scattered in all directions. Each to their own home. Each find their own mother. At this moment, Tang Chuan's mother, who had come downstairs to check the situation, intended to persuade Tang Chuan to turn back, but unexpectedly, she saw Tang Chuan's head explode from a gunshot. You actually killed my son. He was still a child. He just wanted to avenge his father. What crime did he commit? Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to chat. He fired another shot, directly blowing her head off. A family should be kept intact. Those who enjoy reading apocalyptic novels should know that if you provoke the male lead, no matter what you do, he won't kill you. Even if you're starving, he'll give you some death's beef jerky to keep you alive for 2 more chapters. However, if you provoke the female lead, no matter how powerful your character is or how impressive your skills are, you usually won't survive beyond 3 chapters. Tang Chuan, this once great hero, unfortunately chose the wrong place to start and met his end. In an instant, the owners of the building heard the gunshots and hurriedly locked their doors, grabbing kitchen knives and rolling pins for self-defense. Who the hell is this? There are even guns. Is there no law? The public safety in Huaxiao is so good that a single gun is enough to scare off 99% of people. Lin Feng, holding a cigarette, went to check the other 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. One family was covered in blood. Lin Feng directly absorbed all the sofas, beds, furniture, and flooring from their house, using his space. In another home, a family was blocking the door with kitchen knives, not daring to let Lin Feng enter. He'll give you a chance to live. Hurry out and go upstairs. Lin Feng took out a grenade to intimidate them. Blocking the door was useless. He could easily blow it open. Big brother. No, don't throw the grenade. We'll put down our weapons. We'll go upstairs. The terrified family put down their weapons, opened the door, and went upstairs. This guy has a handgun. And even a grenade. That seems reasonable, right? Lin Feng checked the house, confirmed that no one was there, and then absorbed all their furniture and flooring. Lin Feng, still holding a cigarette, arrived on the 3rd floor. The door to the 3rd floor was tightly shut, and Lin Feng had no intentions of breaking in to rob. He blocked their peephole, threw down a pile of broken furniture and flooring to seal off the 3rd floor, then took out 2 barrels of gasoline and poured them on top. From now on, Xiao Xiao would be his woman. If he didn't take care of anything, wouldn't that be too inhumane? If Lin Feng couldn't solve problems, then he would eliminate those with problems. Taking out a lighter, he ignited it and tossed it onto the gasoline. In an instant, the corridor on the 3rd floor erupted into flames. In the 60-degree heat, with so much furniture and flooring, 2 barrels of gasoline. Was this a joke when it caught fire? After a while, the residents on the 3rd floor, seeing the smoke seeping through the door crack, were utterly despaired. Lin Feng was going to burn everyone in the building alive. What did we do to provoke you? You are so inhumane. The residents on the 3rd floor knew they had to jump before the fire reached them. They decisively jumped, not caring about how hot it was outside, not knowing if they'd break their legs. The 4 people on the 2nd floor saw the fire and understood what was happening. Lin Feng, you are too lazy to move our bodies right. Let us crawl up the stairs ourselves. Do you have any humanity left? Lin Feng returned to the 2nd floor. It was just about stealing water. If there was no one left who would compete with Chow Chow for water. Anyway, the fire was burning upwards, not downwards. Lin Feng was not worried at all. Lin Feng was calm. The residents of Building 1 of Shishan Courtyard were all in a panic. Those on the lower floors dared to jump. What about those on the higher floors? Besides, even if they jumped from the 3rd floor, they'd surely break their arms or legs and be doomed. Now there are no medicines. Getting injured equals infection and death. Returning to Chow Chow's house, Lin Feng directly absorbed the door frame of her house using space, then took out a steel door and used a welding machine to weld it into the wall. This steel door was Lin Feng's spare door. It couldn't be penetrated by bullets and had shooting ports. Even if Chow Chow couldn't hold on anymore, he would still receive a distress signal and hurry over. After all, it wasn't far. The little wild horse had to be locked up. Taming her wildness was essential, otherwise how could she possibly obey? Lin Feng casually threw the bodies of Tang Chuan and his mother out the window and returned to Chow Chow's house. Entering the house, he tossed the keys to Chow Chow, left behind a handgun with 200 rounds of ammunition, and carried Fengzi away. This isn't a robbery. I'm just exchanging a door and dealing with all the troubles upstairs while taking away a dog. This is also a transaction. You profit greatly. Locking the door, Lin Feng naturally had to keep a key. What if one day he wanted to learn human body software hardening technology? Shouldn't he leave himself a way in? Fengzi, held by Lin Feng, did not resist. After all, she was only 3 months old and didn't bite. Lin Feng waited in the car for a long time, confirming that the fire wouldn't spread back to the 2nd floor, then drove home. Meanwhile, the fire above the 3rd floor was already beyond control, causing the owners of the building to cry out in despair, lamenting their fate. Being cut off from water and food was already tragic enough. How could it possibly catch fire? Who the hell did this? Is this something a human could do? Can someone tell me what's going on? Why is a building on fire? Oh my god. A building is on fire. It's already reached the 8th floor. This building is finished. Anyone above the 3rd floor is doomed. Help. Can someone save me? I live on the 13th floor. Even jumping from the building would mean certain death. On such a hot day with no water, this fire seems impossible to extinguish. We can only wait for it to burn out naturally. Lin Feng returned home and looked at the owners group, which was once again in an uproar. Lin Feng shook his head and sent a message. Better to climb to the rooftop and jump down, that way the suffering will be less. Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, an owner from the 3rd floor who survived the jump spoke up. This fire was set by Lin Feng. He filled the 3rd floor stairwell with flammable materials and doused them in gasoline to ignite it. He never intended to let anyone in this building live. Lin Feng, you are a murderer. What have we done to deserve this? Lin Feng, you want to have a good end? I'm already dressed in red and ready to jump. Even in death, I won't spare you. They didn't mention that Lin Feng had a gun. If they did, who would dare to seek revenge on him? Lin Feng smiled without replying. If he dared to kill people and set buildings on fire, why should he fear ghosts? Lin Feng knew that as long as he didn't stop, the water supply would dwindle day by day, and the number of people fighting for water would only increase. Lin Feng, you have indeed revealed your true nature. On behalf of all the owners of the Baishan Annex, I condemn you. Once order is restored, I will definitely report you to the police. Seeing Lin Feng's actions, Wang Guifan took the moral high ground and activated her invincible mode. Finally did Wang Guifan seize the opportunity to punish Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled slightly, completely unafraid. Wang Guifan, which building do you live in? Give me your address, and I'll send some fire your way too. I do good deeds without leaving my name. Please call me the messenger of justice, the superhero of justice, the pancake hero. After Lin Feng's words, no one in the group dared to criticize him anymore except for an owner on the verge of death. This guy is inhumane. What if he gets angry and burns down his own building? He's already burned one down. No one doubted that Lin Feng wouldn't dare to burn down a second building. We've seen many living bodhisattvas, but a living king of hell is a first. You have been removed from the group chat. At that moment, Lin Feng was kicked out. But Lin Feng wasn't worried. He still had a bunch of alternate accounts in the group. Picking up another phone, he checked the situation in the group, genuinely unaware of which building Wang Guifan lived in. The Shishan Annex was so large, housing tens of thousands of people. He couldn't burn down each building one by one, right? That would make Lin Feng too inhumane. Lin Feng still had some humanity left, but not much. I am Zheng Dehai, Lin Feng's neighbor. I am willing to take the lead in punishing Lin Feng. Who wants to join me tonight? Sign up. Let's gather at my place after sunset. Zheng Dehai spoke in the group. He didn't want to be the good guy. He wanted to take revenge on Lin Feng for getting his mother Yu Jing imprisoned, and incidentally rob Lin Feng of his safe house. Zheng Dehai's family was nearly out of food. That was the key point. The two families were very close, and Zheng Dehai had long noticed that Lin Feng's home had food and drink, and even electricity. The temperature inside didn't seem high either, and it was impossible for such a large area to have no food supplies. However, previously Lin Feng had been splurging in the group, and everyone praised his generosity, leaving Zheng Dehai with no opportunity to attack Lin Feng. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? This time I've caught an opportunity. Lin Feng, you're doomed tonight. We have so many people in the Shishan Annex. With each person contributing a spit, we could drown you. Brother Dehai, I have an electric hammer. Once the power comes back on, I'll join you. Count me in. Yesterday my brother was electrocuted to death by the high voltage on Lin Feng's wall. I must take revenge for that. I'm going to. Lin Feng, this ruthless murderer. He must be eliminated. Seeing this group of scheming neighbors, Lin Feng just smiled. You guys are pretending to attack me under the banner of justice, but the truth is you want to occupy my safe house, right? Lin Feng had no fear of their retaliation as long as he dared to set fire to the buildings. After all, it was only a matter of time before they tried to pry open his front door. Even if I don't burn down a building today, would Zheng Dehai, Wang Guifan, or Feng Qian let me go? Lin Feng took out an ice cream, silently observing, while not speaking, also curious about what their plan was. Was there any possibility of a threat to himself? Lin Feng couldn't afford to make any mistakes. After watching for a while, Lin Feng lost interest. It was just about finding a locksmith, prying locks, and breaking windows. Can you pry open my titanium alloy door with a crowbar? If the crowbar doesn't break, it'll take your surname. Lin Feng found it boring to play with Fengzi for a while. Her little belly was soft. But it still couldn't compare to Qiao Qiao's ample food supplies. The feel was absolutely unbeatable. Lin Feng was now regretting sending Qiao Qiao back home. Fengzi was very well behaved, not making a sound, allowing Lin Feng to touch her casually. Meanwhile, Bei extended his tongue, drooling all over the floor, staring at Fengzi like a pervert. Following Lin Feng, not only do I get to eat meat, but I also get a wife. From now on, I and Bei will be Lin Feng's dog. In death, I will be Lin Feng's dog meat hot pot. He'll do whatever Lin Feng tells me to do. Lin Feng looked at Bai's appearance and found it a bit strange. Bai's dog eyes seemed to be filled with wise expressions. Bei, go fetch a cloth and wipe your drool. Lin Feng tentatively asked as if he had thought of something. Woof! Bei wagged his tail, and then went to fetch the cloth to wipe the floor. Lin Feng was taken aback, and Bei had never understood such a complicated command before. What is going on? Has he started mutating early? It seems that after the apocalypse arrived, I must be cautious not only about bringing people into the safe house, but even a dog has to be strictly checked. Should I kill these two dogs now? What if they open the door for me while I'm sleeping? Bei. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bei was completely stunned. Although Bei didn't fully understand now, he could still grasp a bit of Lin Feng's meaning. After wiping the floor, Bei obediently entered the dog cage and closed the door. Indeed, the safest place in the world is inside my dog cage. Alright, let's check on the mutation situation, but Bei, I warn you, if I detect even a hint of disobedience, you will be turned into dog meat hot pot. Bei obediently lay in the dog cage. How could he dare disobey? I am just a dog. How could I possibly unlock your fingerprint and passcode lock? Seeing Bei so obedient, Lin Feng also took out a padlock. He decided to lock Bei up every time before he went to sleep. This is called being precautionary. Lin Feng was indeed being overly cautious, not wanting to take any risks. Even a dog he had to defend against. How Lin Feng glanced at the group messages for a while, but there was nothing new. All were primitive methods lacking any sense of technology. Those who jumped from the third and fourth floors had died or severely injured, several with 3 having broken legs, and 1 unscathed, who was frantically calling for help in the group. Unfortunately, no one paid them any attention as every family was running low on supplies. No one wanted to help them, not even Wang Guifan from the neighborhood committee, who had some supplies. With no other choice, the 7 survivors supported each other and made their way to an empty room on the 2nd floor. However, it was completely stripped bare by Lin Feng with only a little water left for the night, uncertain how much longer they could last. As for those who jumped from above the 5th floor, the least injured had broken legs. The survivors had no way to save them and lacked the ability to do so. It was already fortunate for them to ensure their own survival. In such circumstances, the vast majority of people were preoccupied with their own survival. Who could care for others? Even if Lin Feng brought out all the supplies, could he save the entire world? It's better to just take care of oneself. Qiao Qiao lay in bed, growing increasingly hot, as if the room temperature had reached 70 degrees. It must be scorching. The upper floors had all been set ablaze by Lin Feng, and the 2nd floor felt like an oven. It was a miracle that it hadn't caught fire. Qiao Qiao was awakened by the heat, then got up and took a look. Could it be that my encounter with Lin Feng was just a spring dream I had? Qiao Qiao shook her head, trying to shake off the wicked thought. That scoundrel Lin Feng could only drool all over me. Pacing back and forth at the front door. How could he be a virgin when he spends every day at home reviewing study materials? And I actually dreamed about that Lin Feng. Or was I the one who took the initiative? This is utterly mortifying. Qiao Qiao got up, but then noticed the keys on the bed along with a pistol and 200 rounds of ammunition, instantly shocked. I wasn't dreaming. I actually did something so embarrassing. How am I supposed to live with this now? This is mortifying. It wasn't that Qiao Qiao wanted to take the initiative, but Lin Feng's charm was too strong. She tried to control herself, but couldn't hold back. Yet now she couldn't stay in the room, it was too hot. It was even hot. Qiao Qiao picked up the bullets for the pistol, wanting to go outside and see what was happening, but when she looked, her door had been changed. Wasn't that Lin Feng's steel door? Phew. So hot. What on earth is happening? She wanted to go out, but the steel door handle was scalding, making it It's over. Am I going to be left here to roast to death? Lin Feng, you scoundrel, you truly are heartless. You said it was a transaction, and now it's a transaction. No matter how I say it, I am still your woman. How can you not care about my life or death? Xiao Xiao was furious. She picked up her phone to curse Lin Feng's ancestors. Lin Feng. I Kmyrxens. UTM. Xiao Xiao sent a flurry of crazy voice messages. On the other end, Lin Feng scratched his ear. As expected, I really shouldn't have left you in the safe house with this temper. If I fell asleep, wouldn't you have killed me? Rest assured your home won't catch fire. You still have over half a tub of water in your bathtub, right? Just go in there and calm down for a few hours, and the temperature will normalize in a few hours. Seeing Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao was furious. You even found a way out for me. You are truly too cautious. I am already your woman, yet you are still so wary of me. Do you really think I am that kind of loose woman? With no other choice, she took her phone and the pistol into the bathroom, lying directly in the bathtub, feeling a bit more comfortable. Fortunately, the upper room was also a bathroom and had not caught fire, so the temperature lowered a bit. But it only lowered a little. It was still like a sauna, steamy and hot. The sauna's temperature can exceed 70 degrees, but Xiao Xiao had been there before, so she could still tolerate this temperature. Besides, the bathroom temperature was only about 60 degrees, so it was still bearable. Lin Feng, I realize you're truly inhuman. After all, I am your first woman. Aren't you afraid that if your charm is too strong, I might wake up and die from the heat? Lin Feng glanced at his phone. He had truly not considered this issue. He had only ensured that the fire wouldn't reach the second floor before leaving. Lin Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. How could he say something to alleviate this little wild horse's grievances? He indeed had not handled this matter well, and his considerations were lacking. After all, it was Lin Feng's first experience, and he was still feeling the thrill of it. The best result would be to tame her into the safe house as soon as possible, which would be good for everyone. You have fun, and I have fun. Everyone has fun together. Happiness must be shared by two people. This way the joy... It's fine, I only left after making sure the charm would wear off soon. If you didn't have such a violent temper, I would have considered letting you stay in the safe house. With your kind of temperament, like a ticking time bomb, am not afraid of falling asleep, and you doing something to me, MIA. Xiao Xiao looked at her phone, her cheeks puffed up in anger. Lin Feng was right. Xiao Xiao truly wanted to do something to him. Getting herself drunk and tricking herself into losing her first time, is this something a human would do? Aya. This is mortifying. What if others find out? How am I supposed to live after this? Xiao Xiao covered her face, then submerged her head in the water to cool down and calm herself. But as soon as she closed her eyes, all that filled her mind were images of her wild battle with Lin Feng. That Lin Feng must have gotten some liquor-filled chocolates from somewhere. She remembered the process vividly. The only good thing was that it was also Lin Feng's first time. Although this guy was a braggart, he was not a player. Could it be? Am I destined to marry Lin Feng in the future? But will that guy take responsibility for me? Xiao Xiao emerged from the bathtub, beginning to contemplate the future. Women are all like this, placing great importance on their first time. Some women even fall in love with the man who took their first. Only to the first man do they give their all. Xiao Xiao is no exception. Lin Feng, don't anger me. Your outrageous actions are driving me insane. You even changed the door, proving you still care about my safety. Let's have a calm chat. We are both first-timers, and I don't think you are a fickle playboy. Let's date well, and if true feelings develop after the disaster, we can get married. What do you think? My request isn't unreasonable, right? Xiao Xiao summoned her courage to ask Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't bad-looking, he could earn money, and he had a long-term vision. Aside from being a bit too outrageous, Lin Feng was entirely the Prince Charming of all women. Xiao Xiao, being a woman, naturally found him no exception. Lin Feng looked at her. To be honest, Xiao Xiao's request wasn't unreasonable, but right now it felt very unreasonable, because this was the apocalypse. I've said it before, no initiative, no rejection, no responsibility. Moreover, changing your door was also a transaction. I took your dog, and this door is compensation. Besides, I, Lin Feng, have already made up my mind. I must marry at least 8 wives, or I would not be honoring the brothers I once lost. Xiao Xiao. Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. On the first day they met, Lin Feng had cried over his brothers. How did your brothers die? As for whether he still remembered them. And what does marrying several wives have to do with your lost brothers? Lin Feng, what does having several wives have to do with your brothers? Moreover, isn't this bigamy? You are breaking the law. Then Lin Feng's message nearly made Xiao Xiao explode with anger. Haven't you seen my brothers? Besides, what law am I breaking if I don't register? Xiao Xiao. Indeed, chatting with Lin Feng could drive one to death. This guy is absolutely not normal. I've seen your brothers. When did that happen? Do you have a picture? Send me a photo. Then Lin Feng sent a picture of his brother, which made Xiao Xiao furious. Her face turned purple with anger. After all this time, your brother is this thing. You could have just said it. Why send it to me? Lin Feng, don't you have any shame at all? Lin Feng replied, looking quite speechless. Isn't this the photo of my brother you wanted? I thought you wanted to keep it as a memento. I still have the video of you chasing me. If it weren't for my brother holding up well, I would have been exhausted by you. Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Feng's words in silence, her teeth itching with anger. You better delete that. Lin Feng, how shameless can you be? Lin Feng did not expect this little wild horse to value chastity so highly. It seems that keeping a backup recording was indeed the right choice. Lin Feng chuckled, having found a way to tame her. It's impossible to delete it, and I will also set it to be published on a timer. If I happen to die one day, this video will be sent to my moments. I have your brother's WeChat, and I believe he will definitely see it. Moreover, there are cameras not only in the bedroom, but also in the bathroom, all high definition, definitely, without any censorship. Chow Chow. Chow Chow was truly impressed by this old six. He really had no shame at all. What if Chow Feng saw her being so proactive? Even if Chow Chow were to die, she would die with her eyes wide open. Lin Feng could not be allowed to live. Chow Chow simply couldn't afford to gamble. This bastard really dared to do it. Shameless, forced, insidious, cunning, and yet so shameless and despicable. How could I have not slit my own throat back then? Why did I get the bright idea to snatch Lin Feng's safe house? Who could possibly take something from such a lowly person? Chow Chow regretted it. She truly regretted it. She feared nothing, even if it meant being ground to dust. She wanted to retain her purity in this world. Unfortunately, her purity in this life was destined to be lost. Chow Chow stood up, planning to take her own life. If I die, can I finally escape the mental torment of this scoundrel? Ding! At that moment, Chow Chow's phone rang. When she opened it, she became even angrier. Don't even think about if I find out you died, I will send it to your brother and everyone online. After all, once you're dead, no one will come asking me for portrait rights. With your figure being so perfect, it would definitely garner a lot of clicks, and I could even make some extra money. Lin Feng, you bastard. Even if I die, you won't let me go. What have I done to provoke you? Is it necessary for you to bully me like this? Whoa. Chow Chow truly cried. She had been utterly crushed by Lin Feng to the point of despair. Lin Feng was too incredible. It seemed like he knew everything. Did he even know that she wanted to take her own life? Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt at hearing Chow Chow's cries. Chow Chow was indeed a good girl. Smart, bold, meticulous, loyal, beautiful, and with an enchanting figure. Apart from her slightly fiery temper, she had no flaws. If the apocalypse hadn't come, he would definitely take responsibility for Chow Chow dating her, getting married, and giving her everything she wanted, never doing anything to wrong her. Unfortunately, this apocalypse has at least a 3-year minimum with no upper limit. After that, who knows what the situation will be? How could I possibly have time to date you? Dating during the apocalypse? Are you joking with me? After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng decided to share some key information with Chow Chow to prepare her mentally. After all, I, Lin Feng, have the great responsibility of ensuring the continuation of humanity. You, Chow Chow, can only give birth to 1 child a year, and by the time you're 60, how many can you have? I, Lin Feng, have hoarded so many supplies, but if I don't feed my descendants, who will I feed? I can't even finish them myself. Stop crying, let me explain the current situation to you. The magnetic storms caused by solar flares have destroyed the ozone layer, and ultraviolet rays will kill all life. With current technology, it is utterly impossible to prevent this natural disaster. This Earth is no longer suitable for human survival. You are already in college. You should know how long it takes for the ozone layer to return to normal, right? The apocalypse has already arrived, and it will only get more brutal from here. Since you are my first woman, I can only promise you that no matter how many wives I marry, as long as you remain faithful to me, you will always be the primary wife. Chow Chow cried as she looked at Lin Feng's message. Lin Feng finally revealed useful information she did not know. If what Lin Feng said was true, then everything happening now would make perfect sense. The ozone layer is damaged. It definitely won't recover in a few years or even decades. Does that mean living in constant fear every day will last a lifetime? Even if I have 20 million in supplies, I still have to hide in a room every day. What difference does that make from being dead? This is even worse than being in prison. I can't even sleep soundly, always worrying about death. No wonder Lin Feng built such a large, safe house. No wonder he was willing to turn the bathroom into a hot spring. It's no wonder he gives away hundreds of thousands in red envelopes in the group. He knows he can't go outside. That's why he did so many unreasonable things. Even so, he was boasting about himself like a madman, hoarding weapons and supplies, cold-blooded and ruthless, killing without blinking. If the ozone layer is really destroyed, everything Lin Feng is doing now would make sense. Lin Feng, can you give me some time? I can't be sure if what you're saying is true. If it is, I agree to you marrying many wives, but I want to be the primary wife. I won't be doing it for free. I will give you 20 million in supplies as a dowry. This batch of supplies, if preserved well, will be enough for us and our children to live until we die. Chow Chow was still very smart, which made Lin Feng very pleased. If Chow Chow were not smart, she would have died long ago. As long as she sees reality clearly, there will be no more thoughts of taking her own life, and he can let her in. Lin Feng took a puff of cigarette. This little lady seemed to really have 20 million in supplies. It didn't seem like empty words. But where did she hide them? Could it be in the warehouse downstairs? It's highly likely that's where they are. Should I raid it tonight? If not, with her having food and drink, when will she come to me to trade for food? After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng shook his head. If I were to rob my woman's supplies, then I, Lin Feng, would really be, since it's so close she can't escape. I should pay more attention to the situation. I can't possibly miss the transportation of 20 million in supplies. Chow Chow is very smart, a good wife worth cultivating. Letting her into the safe house as the primary wife is not out of the question. As for someone like Liang, even without any blood-related issues, Lin Feng would only play with her and absolutely would not let her move in. Liang has a brain full of nonsense. Having children will only affect the next generation. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me anytime. Once I confirm you can move into the safe house, I will let you in. Of course, before you move in, you still have to pay me back for the help I've given you. We are currently just in a transactional relationship. Xiao Xiao blushed at Lin Feng's message. How could he bring up such an embarrassing matter? However, thinking about such things, it felt a bit comfortable. What on earth is wrong with my head? I've actually been led astray by this bastard. Indeed, happiness is always meant for two. You must understand the importance of sharing with others. Lin Feng took out a cigarette and took a few puffs. Telling Xiao Xiao that the ozone layer was destroyed is not a big deal, and Xiao Xiao would eventually know. Because according to Lin Feng's memories from his past life, the beautiful country, unable to control the natural disasters, ultimately exhausted its last national resources to launch a final satellite. It was because of that satellite that global network signals were restored, and everyone became aware of the arrival of the apocalypse. The Baikal Lake Survival Base then began recruiting people from all over the world. The beautiful country had not engaged in any human affairs for hundreds of years. The last satellite they launched was surely not for human concerns. The beautiful country was in chaos, and they wanted to drag the entire world into chaos with them. That year, Russia lived the most carefree life with the lowest temperatures globally. Siberia only reached 50 degrees, and the Arctic ice circle was only around 30 to 40 degrees. Of course, their good days only lasted that year. Lin Feng did not go to Russia to build a shelter for this reason. Living there for a year and having to move again is moving back and forth not a hassle. Moreover, there are these neighbors, my uncle, former teammates, and Feng Qian still need dealing with. If I leave, what if they persist until their abilities awaken? That would be even harder to deal with. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Lin Feng will accompany you slowly. If I don't make you regret coming to this world, my life will have been in vain. Putting down the cigarette, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. In this new life, I absolutely cannot take any risks. What if I encounter an unsolvable problem? I can only let a little water go. There is nothing that Lin Feng cannot resolve by letting a little water go. Really? Has the apocalypse arrived? Xiao Xiao lay in the bathtub staring at her phone screen, unable to regain her senses for a long time. However, thinking about everything that had happened these days, she began to believe Lin Feng's words. If the apocalypse had truly come, undoubtedly only someone with Lin Feng's temperament could survive longer. Reflecting on her past actions, Xiao Xiao realized they could have all been avoided. If she had coldly driven away Li Ying like Lin Feng did with his iron door, would so many uncontrollable events have occurred? I seem to understand why you wanted to kill Abe and why you didn't let me into the safe house. Now you still don't completely trust me, do you? You are not wrong. Indeed, I wanted to catch you off guard, even if it was our first. Putting down her phone, Xiao Xiao began to think about what to do next. Fortunately, Lin Feng still had a bit of conscience, giving her an iron door and leaving her a gun. There are still 20 million in supplies in the warehouse downstairs. Even if the water and electricity are completely cut off with the iron door, the gun and food and drink, Xiao Xiao could hold on for a long time. However, lying in the bathtub, Xiao Xiao still felt scared. What if she caught a cold and had a fever? What if she overheated? What if she suffered heat stroke? Without medicine, with no one around, she and the dead were no different. Indeed, a woman cannot rely solely on her own strength to survive. It's so hard for me. Thinking of this, she recalled Lin Feng's youthful appearance back then. He would boast every day, but when it came to crucial moments, he would just stick around. Could he not even engage in deeper communication? Isn't that right? Are you afraid of hurting me? Xiao Xiao covered her face, starting to wildly imagine. That bastard Lin Feng, no matter what happens in the future, she would never forget him. Oh no, how embarrassing. What's wrong with me? Why do I keep thinking about that bastard? What's so good about him? He almost cooked me alive at home. Xiao Xiao covered her face, not daring to think about it, but that memory was too deep. Moreover, it was her first time. It was impossible not to think about it. After a long time, the fire naturally extinguished and the temperature in the room gradually lowered. Xiao Xiao crawled out of the bathtub, looking at the water inside. She wanted to let it out, but hesitated. She had already bathed twice in this water, which was now very murky. However, if she let it out, and there was no water tonight, well, my God, what's wrong with me? This is just the bathtub water that I usually let out. Why am I hesitating about whether to— Xiao Xiao was on the verge of breaking down. She really was. Thinking of Lin Feng's automatic circulating hot spring, it was simply paradise. And she had only seen the tip of the iceberg. That safe house has a total of 5 floors. What unknown rooms are there? Xiao Xiao's curiosity was always strong, otherwise she wouldn't have followed Lin Feng. Now that she had seen the tip of the iceberg, Xiao Xiao wanted to know even more about what else was inside. That safe house was 5,000 square feet. How much had Lin Feng modified it? I hope Lin Feng is just trying to fool me this time. I hope the world restores order soon so that my brother can come back early. Xiao Xiao looked at the water in the bathtub, but still couldn't bring herself to let it out. Let's wait and see if the water comes tonight. If it does, then it'll change to fresh water. Exiting the bathroom, she checked the handgun left by Lin Feng, afraid to test it, worried about wasting bullets. However, Xiao Xiao was sure that this gun was real. At least if someone came to break in tonight, she wouldn't feel so helpless. Even if she couldn't hold her ground, she could at least shoot herself, that way it wouldn't be too painful to die. She checked the iron door, it was welded very firmly. This Lin Feng still had a bit of conscience. Doing business with him generally wouldn't lead to a loss. For a dog to exchange for such a secure iron door, after all, keeping a dog now was just a waste of food. Feng Zi followed Lin Feng, or perhaps she could have the same meal as Abe. This is fine as she wouldn't have to eat dog food and jerky with him anymore. However, the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she. Why should I, a pure young woman, give my first time to Lin Feng, and yet I'm worse off than a dog he carries? Who wouldn't feel aggrieved in my position? Lin Feng, is this what you call being human? Oh no, I've been cornered by him. Why am I still thinking of him? I should be figuring out how to take him down instead. Xiao Xiao stomped her feet in embarrassment. There was nothing she could do. After all, she was a novice in this. A novice wouldn't remember the past esteemed guests, as every day she welcomed new ones. But how could a novice forget her first man? Xiao Xiao stomped around the room for a long time, then sighed. Sigh, if I kill him, my first time is gone too. I'll just live one day at a time. What else can I do? She sighed and sat on the ground, losing confidence in the future. Until midnight, water began to flow in. Seeing the water come, Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She let the water out of the bathtub and waited for it to slowly fill up again. At this rate, filling the bathtub wouldn't be a problem. Having resolved the water issue at home, the upstairs neighbors had also been dealt with by Lin Feng. Bored, Xiao Xiao took out her night vision binoculars and saw a group of people armed with various breaking tools approaching the door of Lin Feng's safe house. Lin Feng, did you provoke so many people to protect me? Xiao Xiao felt a surge of emotion. If it weren't to help her, would Lin Feng be so reckless as to set fire to the building? Xiao Xiao was clever as she guessed correctly that Lin Feng was indeed helping her, but he was indifferent. After all, this group of people would come to her door to break in sooner or later. It made little difference whether it was sooner or later. Everyone follow me. Tonight, let's take down Lin Feng. Zheng Dehai issued the order. Under the cover of darkness, he brought dozens of people to Lin Feng's door. Dozens of people wielding tools, some with hammers, some with jackhammers, some pulling electrical wires. They were determined not to go home until they dug Lin Feng out. Seeing this scene, Xiao Xiao actually felt a bit worried for Lin Feng. Then Xiao Xiao suddenly shook her head. Damn it. If Lin Feng dies, shouldn't I be the happiest one? What am I worried about? Xiao Xiao didn't understand what was happening to her. Why, after being with Lin Feng, she had changed so much. No longer the decisiveness and ruthlessness of the past. Could it be that I really fell in love with that bastard Lin Feng? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Xiao still sent a message. Lin Feng, do you need me to shoot for you from the second floor window? To draw some fire. Be careful, everyone. The walls of Lin Feng's house are electrified. Don't touch anything. Zheng Dehai hurriedly warned everyone, and they all nodded in acknowledgement. Is this it? Boss, are you overestimating Lin Feng? I could easily chop down this shabby door with just a few strikes. A younger brother eagerly picked up a watermelon knife, ready to give it his all. He struck with the knife. Clang. A crisp sound echoed. The watermelon knife shattered upon impact. The broken pieces of the knife flew away. It pierced his throat, bubbling with blood. Everyone was speechless. Clearly he was beyond saving. Why did that poor kid exert himself so much? Zheng Dehai touched the titanium alloy door, and with one strike, he merely left a white scratch as if nothing had happened. Old Wang, you go. You're a professional locksmith. If you can pick his lock, it will save us all a lot of trouble. Zheng Dehai's team was composed of professionals from all fields. Old Wang nodded, having over 30 years of experience with all kinds of locks: electronic locks, mechanical locks, password locks, fingerprint locks. What lock hadn't he opened? However, when Old Wang saw the lock on Lin Feng's door, he was stunned. Dehai, this won't work. From my observation, this lock is the most advanced facial recognition lock. Additionally, it has a swastika mechanical lock, a password lock, and a fingerprint lock, all four combined. If there's even one mistake, within 30 seconds the door will be completely locked down. With my 30 years of locksmith experience, there's no way I can unlock it within 30 seconds. Old Wang had been a locksmith for 30 years, but he felt utterly powerless upon seeing this. Just get on with it. Stop dilly-dallying. If it were easy to open, why would I need you? Zheng Dehai wanted to keep this door and lock. As long as he took care of Lin Feng, then Old Wang would be next. This safe house would belong to Zheng Dehai. Alright, I'll give it a try, but if I can't open it, don't blame me. Old Wang sighed, deciding to take on this highest difficulty challenge. Old Wang pulled out his tweezers, determined to tackle the mechanical lock first, then violently destroy the electronic lock, fingerprint lock, and password lock. This was the experience of his life. After all, the more intricate something is, the more it fears brute force. Only after opening the mechanical lock could anything else be possible. Old Wang inserted the tweezers into the swastika-shaped keyhole, trying to gauge the feel, intending to cut a key based on that. Don't panic. Leave it to me. Let me see how this feels. This was a lifetime of experience, a live teaching session. Few could learn it, even after years. But just as he inserted the tweezers into the lock, Lin Feng behind the door smirked wickedly and switched off the power. Oh whoa, oh whoa. Old Wang was instantly shocked by the high voltage. Oh whoa, oh whoa. A young man rushed to pull Old Wang away. He too was shocked into yelping. This terrified everyone. This bastard actually electrified the front door? How could they even approach it? What are you doing? How could you touch something electrified? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Zheng Dehai smacked Old Wang's hand away. Then Old Wang and the young man twitched and lay on the side chart. It was clear that although they didn't know each other, they had twitching. That was merely a normal muscular contraction response after being burnt. A delicious aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and this group looked at the two charred bodies, surprisingly feeling an urge to eat. Zheng Dehai, seeing 3 of his teammates lost at the very first encounter, was furious. Damn it. What are you all standing around for? Bring me a hammer. Smash through the windows. I refuse to believe that the glass can still conduct electricity. Zheng Dehai shouted, waking them from their stupor. They shook their heads, grabbed a hammer, and began their performance. Bang! A muffled sound. Zheng Dehai felt his hand go numb. The wooden hammer handle broke, cleanly. Zheng Dehai's palms split open from the shock. What the hell? How thick is this glass? Zheng Dehai took out a flashlight and saw that the glass was more than a meter. Don't even mention bulletproof glass. Even ordinary glass this thick can't be broken by human strength. Dozens of people suddenly went dumbfounded. Isn't Lin Feng just running a private 3-tier hospital? Is this really a hospital? Zheng Dehai looked at the white mark on the glass. Maybe it was damaged. Zheng Dehai thought too much. It was just the sunscreen film that the miserable Lin Feng had put on the glass that was damaged. Pull the wires. Get me the jackhammers. A group of people dragged over dozens of meters of electric wire, brought several jackhammers, and connected the electricity to hammer away. With each jackhammer strike against the glass, they could see a white dot. This gave Zheng Dehai and the others hope. As long as it was effective, then they could break this glass. Dripping water can penetrate stone. Even an iron pestle can be ground down to a sewing needle. Just then Lin Feng smiled slightly, pulled out a water hose, and began spraying them. Splash. Ziz. In an instant, the power was connected. Water flowed onto the high-voltage electric net. The few people holding jackhammers instantly started doing a tap dance. Before long, they went from strangers to familiar acquaintances. Damn it, Lin Feng. There must be water and supplies in your house. I'm having to conserve water just to drink. You actually use water to soak us. Zheng Dehai was genuinely anxious. Lin Feng had bought 10 billion in supplies, and it was impossible for him to have lost them. It seemed he had made a false report. He had pulled all the supplies into this house. That was 10 billion worth of supplies. Enough for everyone in Shishan courtyard to eat until death. I have no place to dump my bathwater. I didn't expect there would still be people outside. Stay away from my house. If you get electrocuted, I won't take responsibility. As he spoke, Lin Feng waved the water hose, frightening dozens of people into retreating. Getting electrocuted was no joke. Bathwater? Who are you fooling? What family uses this much water for a bath? Even a bathhouse wouldn't need this much. Zheng Dehai, completely enraged, kept his distance, while Lin Feng drained the bathwater and did not continue. Poverty limits your imagination. Ooh, I use this much water when I bathe. Lin Feng wasn't bragging. This was truly his bathwater. After bathing with shampoo and body wash that couldn't be drunk or used on plants, Lin Feng stored it away to use for soaking people. Unexpectedly, it worked quite well. Was shocked to a large area, was just for fun. Dozens of people watched Lin Feng's bathwater, swallowing their saliva. Not because they wanted to bathe, but because they wanted to drink. An old man, incredibly thirsty, lay on the ground and took a sip from a small puddle. At this point, any water would suffice. Who cares what it was washed with? Zist. In an instant, this old man also evolved into a familiar acquaintance. This left dozens of people feeling their scalps tingle. How on earth could they deal with this bastard Lin Feng? He electrified even bathwater, not allowing them a single sip. Do you have no humanity left? We're about to die of thirst and hunger. Tonight, those who came to confront Lin Feng are basically all out of water and food at home, hoping to see if there's a chance to smash down Lin Feng's door to seize water and supplies. But looking at the situation, let alone seizing food and water, it was a different matter just to get close. Dozens of people looked at each other, instantly devoid of ideas. How on earth can we rob Lin Feng? Lin Feng, not only have you set fire to the building, you've electrocuted dozens of innocent lives. Surrender now and open the door for investigation. I am hereby placing you under official arrest. If you open the door now, I may consider it voluntary surrender. Your sentence would be commuted to death with reprieve at most. And given your wealth, a few years in prison would hardly dent your fortune. Think carefully. Refusing to open that door carries grave consequences. Zheng Dehai brandished the banner of justice, demanding Lin Feng's surrender. Hearing Zheng Dehai's words, Lin Feng burst into laughter. How on earth did such absurd rhetoric spring from your mind? You, a demolition enforcer. You claim to represent the authorities. Who granted you that authority? Whether I kill one person or an entire floor full, it changes nothing. Don't bother with reprieve. I demand execution. Give me the death penalty outright. Come on, enter and kill me. If you can break and take my head as you please. Come now. Step across that threshold. In that instant, Zheng Dehai was utterly enraged. Lin Feng, you're utterly contemptible. Fine. Lin Feng, do you truly believe I can't get in? Shall I go alone? No, I'll summon reinforcements. I refuse to believe 10,000 people couldn't breach this place. With that, Zheng Dehai sent a group message. All members. This is Zheng Dehai. I've uncovered a secret. Lin Feng claimed he lost 100 billion in supplies, but he never lost them at all. He's hoarded everything inside his safe house. Anyone without water or food, come now. Once we enter Lin Feng's safe house, we'll all have food and drink. Supplies worth 100 billion. He attached several photos of Lin Feng eating, proof he'd abandoned any pretense of entering alone and had instead exposed the secret to everyone. What the hell? Lin Feng even has ice, and he's using sashimi and hot pot. I'm done. I'll die anyway from the heat. Just give me one piece of ice to cool down. I'll die content. Let's do this, brothers. Lin Feng slaughtered countless innocents. We are delivering justice. Down with the murderer Lin Feng. Avenge the dead of this building. Instantly, the group chat exploded. Everyone stranded on upper floors, without water or food, rushed toward the site. Over 1,000 people swarmed the perimeter of Lin Feng's safe house, a dense, seething mass. Lin Feng, how will you handle this? With so many of us here, why not kill us all? Seeing the crowd swell, Zheng Dehai puffed out his chest once more, convinced once again that he held the upper hand. Some uninformed individuals began smashing walls, only to be electrocuted instantly, dozens falling dead. That shock sobered many quickly. Stay far from the walls. They turned to shattering windows, but to no avail. After prolonged hammering, only the outer sun protection film cracked. The glass remained unscathed. Damn it, the glass is over a meter thick. Not even rocket launchers could breach it. At last reality dawned on someone. He shook his head and lowered his small hammer, utterly futile. Even the rear door is titanium alloy. My crowbar snapped, yet the door didn't budge. Others tried prying at the north, south, east, and west entrances, equally fruitless. The crowd stared in stunned silence at this impregnable fortress. It wasn't merely human-proof. It could withstand a zombie apocalypse. Meanwhile, Lin Feng watched the surveillance feed at the main gate, smoking thoughtfully. Shall I eliminate them all? He paused, then reconsidered. His spatial storage couldn't hold corpses. If he killed them all, rotting bodies would pile up right outside his door. Wouldn't that spark an epidemic? Disposing of so many corpses would be a nightmare. And what if he contracted disease himself? Better let them leave. If they can't break in, they'll eventually stop coming. They were astonishingly lucky. Had Lin Feng not been so cautious, fearing infectious disease, they'd have perished that very night. This was only possible at Lin Feng's doorstep. Try it elsewhere, and you'd meet certain doom. Can't breach from above. Then divide into teams. Dig underground. I refuse to believe Lin Feng's foundation is forged from titanium alloy. Zheng Dehai's words made Lin Feng chuckle. How clever of you. You guessed correctly. Yes, my foundation is titanium. Go ahead and dig. Dig away in that vast golf course, until you strike the massive steel plate beneath. And, armed with shovels, the crowd began excavating several meters from Lin Feng's residence. Careful not to approach too closely, wary of the high-voltage current coursing through the walls. Lin Feng smiled faintly and waved casually toward Zheng Dehai, still shouting outside. Brother Dehai, tell them to stop digging. Come closer. Let's discuss things reasonably. Hearing Lin Feng sound submissive, Zheng Dehai was elated. Keep digging. I'll hear what Lin Feng has to say. Strutting forward arrogantly, Zheng Dehai confronted Lin Feng. So, you're finally afraid. Open the door. I'll speak with you inside face to face. Zheng Dehai still coveted the safe house. If it were damaged, even he wouldn't feel secure living there. Agreed, Brother Dehai. Let's negotiate reasonably. Stand still. I'll admit only you inside. Lin Feng's apparent submission greatly eased Zheng Dehai's pride. Indeed, unity moves mountains. Lin Feng, by comparison, was nothing. From his spatial realm, Lin Feng retrieved a crossbow and coated its arrowhead with dog feces and urine. He opened the firing port, aimed steadily at Zheng Dehai's ear, and loosed the bolt. Zheng Dehai, have you ever heard how dogs bark? Before Zheng Dehai could grasp the meaning, Lin Feng spoke. Shush! A flash of cold steel struck first, slashing a grotesque, gaping wound across Zheng Dehai's broad face, piercing clean through his ear. That was precisely why Lin Feng had summoned him closer, to compensate for his own imprecise aim. He feared accidentally killing Zheng Dehai outright. In his past life, Zheng Dehai had seized all his grain to execute him instantly. Would that truly be Lin? My face. My ear. Lin Feng, I'll kill you. Kill you. Zheng Dehai clutched his mangled face, screaming in agony. Blood gushed across the ground. The massive laceration drenched his body in blood. My face. My ear. Lin Feng, I'll kill you. So that's how dogs bark. Zheng Dehai seethed, desperate to slaughter Lin Feng on the spot. Yet he knew immediate hemostasis, anti-inflammatory treatment, and suturing were vital. In this scorching heat, infection meant certain death. Lin Feng, you'll pay for this. We're not done. Splash. Tui. Ugh, Lin Feng. You just flung shit at me. Not just any excrement, dog feces. Before Zheng Dehai could finish cursing, filth rained upon him. His mouth hung agape, receiving a direct foul-mouthed dose. Truly, the dog's diet must have been exceptional. The excrement reeked intensely and clung stubbornly. Evidently no easy cleanup awaited. Lin Feng, you wait for me. Wait. Otherwise I will be doomed. Lin Feng with great interest approached the position of the diggers, opened the shooting port, ignited the Molotov cocktail, and threw it directly inside. Just as you have dug the pits, it saves me the trouble of cleaning up the bodies. Help. Lin Feng. You will not. Who can save me? Give me a quick end. The 5 people in the pit were engulfed in flames, and they had no water. There was no way to rescue them. Before long, under everyone's gaze, the 5 of them were burned into a pile of charred corpses lying in the pits they had dug, not needing to trouble others to bury them. The remaining people saw this scene and quickly moved dozens of meters away from Lin Feng's safe house, afraid that they might be burned to death by one of Lin Feng's Molotov cocktails. So many people working all night, over 100 dead, and they accomplished nothing. Watching the fish belly white appear in the sky, everyone left with their tools in disappointment. Originally thirsty and hungry, now having wasted so much energy today, will definitely not be good. Zheng Dehai returned home and plunged into the bathtub, quickly washing off the dog feces and wounds. If it really gets infected, I won't be able to keep my life. What's the point of leaving water? Dehai, what's wrong? Seeing the bathtub stained red with dog feces and blood, Yu Jing was terrified. She had never seen such a situation. Quick, change the water. The wound must be cleaned. Otherwise, if I get infected in this 60-degree heat, I'm done. At this time, Zheng Dahai's wife, Su Hongrui, also nervously rushed over, quickly opened the bathtub's drain, and washed Zheng Dahai's wounds with clean water from a bucket. Dahai, did Lin Feng do this? Is he even human? Not only did he shoot you, but he also threw dog feces on you. Su Hongrui was very angry. She also mixed in the underworld. She was a little delinquent since childhood. When was she ever bullied like this? Su Hongrui, 163 centimeters tall, 29 years old, looked very wild with a tattoo of a glaring guangong across her back. Her personality was unyielding. Granary, the birthplace of human civilization. Su Hongrui left no one out. She tattooed them all over her body. This woman is definitely tough. Quick, bring me the iodine and first aid kit. Apply it on me. As soon as Yu Jing heard this, she hurried to fetch it. Normally Zheng Dahai and Su Hongrui would just fight, so they always kept anti-inflammatory medicine at home. I've got it. Dahai, bear with it. In such hot weather there can be no mistakes. If you die, I will remarry with the kids. Su Hongrui was not gentle with Zheng Dahai. She poured the iodine onto the huge wound. Ah, Lin Feng, you wait for me. If I catch you, I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts, or I won't share your surname. Zheng Dahai was in pain like a slaughtered pig, and Su Hongrui, this wolf, completely disregarded Zheng Dahai's pain. She took out a needle, threaded it. Just like sewing cotton pants, she stitched up Zheng Dahai's big face. This made Zheng Dahai so painful that he kicked his legs. He directly fainted. Life or death was unknown. Spraying Yunnan Baiyao, Zheng Dahai's survival was left to fate. Su Hongrui had done her best. Don't worry, Dahai. Even if you die, I will get revenge for you. My man Su Hongrui will not die in vain. Su Hongrui was not joking, as she had really killed people. Her previous husband was a brother in the underworld who was killed, and she directly took 2 machetes to chop up those 10 or so people. Whenever Su Hongrui got injured, she would tattoo a piece to cover the scar. This woman really did not know what it meant to be afraid of death. Except for her face and the soles of her feet, almost everywhere on Su Hongrui's body had been injured or tattooed. However, after marrying Zheng Dahai, Su Hongrui turned over a new leaf, as Zheng Dahai earned enough, and there was no need for Su Hongrui to take action. It seemed that today Su Hongrui was about to return to the underworld. You guys are truly useless. A group of people can't handle one person. Do you still have the face to come back for dinner? Today stop all water and food for me. Let them all starve. After stitching up Zheng Dahai, Su Hongrui began to reprimand Zheng Dahai's little brothers. The little brothers were meek, not daring to speak. They all knew the name Huanghai 13th sister, but in recent years she had married and had children, and thus she had stopped mixing in the underworld. This group of little brothers did not dare to doubt that this big sister really would chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Hello, Brother Wang. It's me, 13th sister. My husband was severely injured by someone, and his life or death is unknown. Do you still have guns and explosives? Give me some. Oh, I want revenge. What? Guns and explosives are in short supply right now. You want me to accompany you for 3 days before you can give them to me? Fine. I will drive over tonight. 3 days is 3 days. I'm afraid you'll get exhausted and die. If you die, who will I ask for explosives? The dozen or so little brothers. They were really impressed by this big sister. Don't you need to hide this kind of talk from others? They glanced at Zheng Dahai, who was in a state of unconsciousness, their eyes filled with sympathy. You married such a wife. Are you sure that child is your own? You guys carry Dahai to the bedroom. In 3 days when I return, I will blow up Lin Feng's broken house with explosives. You useless bunch. So many people couldn't open a broken house. When I was 18, I opened the bank vault of Huanghai City. If it weren't for my husband being killed, and I had to kill so many people to establish connections and exhaust my family fortune, would I marry this useless man? A group of little brothers weakly dared not speak. They were demolition workers, not from the underworld, not even in the... So it was you who carried out the 2039 Huanghai City bank robbery, big sister. Big sister is amazing. You have to dig a tunnel from Lin Feng's old house to under Lin Feng's shell. If I come back and you haven't finished digging, just... Looking at Zheng Dahai lying unconscious on the bed, Su Hongrui gave the little brothers her final command. Back then she blew up Huanghai City Bank by digging a tunnel. No matter how sturdy Lin Feng's house is, can it be sturdier than a bank vault? Okay, big sister. We guarantee to complete the task. The dozen little brothers were in complete agreement. After all, there were so many labor forces. They just needed to dig and supervise with machetes. It wouldn't take much effort. Then Su Hongrui began to prepare her luggage, wearing a red dress that opened at the back and thigh-high, applying red eyeshadow and lipstick, revealing tattoos on her back and legs like a seductive rose with thorns. Zheng Dahai didn't know this, but if he did, he would probably be furious to death. Indeed, you shouldn't dare to marry the brothers. As dawn broke, Lin Feng took a drag from a cigarette. If it weren't for the hassle of disposing of all those bodies, he might have actually taken action. Lin Feng, are you there? I'm so worried about you with so many people causing you trouble. Lin Feng chuckled. Fang Qian, that scheming girl, must have seen the news about Zheng Dahai claiming I have 100 billion resources and couldn't contain herself at home. Qian, I miss you so much. So many people came to trouble me last night, and I was really scared. Lin Feng sent 2 pitiful emojis with a mischievous smile, thinking to himself, I won't let you down. At Fang Qian's home, she and her friend Wang Qing were fanning themselves while eating boiled noodles. Ugh, This is so tasteless. When will this miserable life come to an end? Feng Qian, frustrated, tossed her chopsticks aside, unwilling to eat. Having been pampered all her life, she simply couldn't get used to such bland food. Feng Qian lived on the 8th floor of Building 5. It wasn't too high, and there was water. She had even stocked up on discounted steaks. No one was bothering her, and she wasn't starving, just eating poorly. Initially, she saw Lin Feng's message in the group, saying he lost 100 billion resources and had run out of food at home, not even having instant noodles. Feng Qian had no reason to care about Lin Feng. His survival had nothing to do with her. My steaks are not for a dog like you. However, just last night Feng Qian saw that Lin Feng's safe house was stocked with 100 billion resources. And there were ice cubes. This piqued Feng Qian's interest. As long as she gave a command, that dog would come running. Oh dear Qian, at least we have some food to eat. Look at how many people outside are fighting over a sip of water or a pack of instant noodles. I don't even dare to post on social media for fear of being found out. Oh, let's just make do. Wang Qing nudged the bowl toward Feng Qian, suggesting she should eat. I don't want to eat. I want to have Australian lobster steak, paired with a glass of chilled red wine. That's the life I desire. Feng Qian pouted and began to throw a tantrum. Wang Qing shook her head and casually remarked, right now in the entire Huanghai city, Lin Feng is the only one with Australian lobster and red wine. Didn't you say he's your dog? He buys you bags and pays for your house entirely. Has he replied to you? Wang Qing also wanted to drink red wine and eat steak, but unfortunately she lacked the connections. In terms of looks, Wang Qing was also above average, standing at 158 centimeters with a decent figure. However, her conditions couldn't compare to Feng Qian's. Those rich young masters didn't even look at Wang Qing. After all, the women they played with were all high-quality goods, and Wang Qing never had the chance to scam money or bags from dogs like Feng Qian. Let me check my messages. That dog used to set me as a priority. At 2:30 a.m., I asked him to order takeout, and he did. How could he not reply to me all night? Opening her phone, she saw Lin Feng's message had arrived half an hour ago, but the signal seemed poor. Her phone hadn't rung. The dog is indeed a dog. Look, he misses me. With just one word from me, he'll kneel and bring us into his safe house. Feng Qian happily showed Wang Qing the message, and Wang Qing looked at her with envious eyes. If only Lin Feng could pamper her like that. Wang Qing didn't want too many dogs. Having a high-quality dog like Lin Feng was already enough for her. Then you should show him some concern quickly. Let him bring us into that safe house. I've had enough of this miserable life. With his 100 billion resources, the three of us could eat well for generations. Hearing Wang Qing's words, Feng Qian rolled her eyes, speechless. No wonder you can't catch a dog. Your level is too low. Why should I show concern for him? A dog will come running as soon as it knows I'm suffering. Look at mine. Saying this, Wang Qing leaned in to learn from her senior's experience, curious about how to handle a dog. Oh dear Feng Feng. Look at what others are having for breakfast. They're eating boiled noodles. I wonder if I can get steak in this. As she said this, she brought her leg closer to the dining table, seemingly to take a photo of the noodles, but in reality, it was a chance for the dog to admire her beautiful legs. Wouldn't that trigger the dog's instincts? When Lin Feng received the message and saw the photo, he couldn't help but smile. You really are something, Feng Qian. He retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafite from his space. How could there still be so much 1982 Lafite left? It was 2050, and he hadn't finished it yet. Then there was Wagyu beef, lobster, caviar, and dozens of types of seafood, all placed on ice ready to be photographed and sent to Feng Qian, who loved this kind of food. I have too much breakfast, I can't finish it alone. How about you come over and join me, Qian? Upon seeing that photo, Wang Qing's eyes widened. OMG Qian, how much is your dog worth? Lin Feng. Could it be that Lin Feng who sells all rent houses? Haven't you heard? He sold nearly 4,000 houses in less than a month. His assets are definitely over 100 billion. Thinking of him as a dog is too much. If you marry him, you could bathe in Lafite and never run out of money. You don't want Lin Feng, you want Lin Tian from Lin Group. And Lin Tian is nearly bankrupt. Are you out of your mind? Hearing Wang Qing's words, Feng Qian frowned slightly. Previously, Lin Feng had been oppressed by Lin Tian to the point of near collapse, and she had joined Lin Tian in oppressing Lin Feng. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng had turned the tables. He had brought Lin Group to its knees. Feng Qian didn't even know if Lin Tian was alive or dead, and anyway Lin Tian was broke, so she couldn't care less. Alright, stop talking. I understand. They'll give this dog a bit of a treat. A dog only needs one caring word to come running back to lick me. Feng Qian had made up her mind. She wouldn't care about Lin Tian's fate anymore. First she would fill her stomach. 1982 Lafite. It could barely rinse her mouth. Then come drive to pick me, and ching up. The sun is scorching, and it's almost 60 degrees. What if we encounter danger walking so far? Feng Qian's green tea attributes were off the charts. She actually wanted Lin Feng to come drive her. Lin Feng chuckled. It was boring anyway, so he continued to tease Feng Qian. Qian, it's not that I don't want to pick you up, but it's that I can't. Everyone in the Shishan Bun knows I have 100 billion resources. If I go out, they'll kill me. If that happens, not only will I die, but you won't be able to have breakfast either. If you want to eat, just come over yourself. Almost no one goes out during the day. Call me when you get to the door, and I'll let you in. Seeing Lin Feng's message, Feng Qian and Wang Qing had no doubts. Alright, we'll send you a message when we arrive. Feng Qian felt that Lin Feng certainly wouldn't dare to go outside. If he didn't come to them, they would go to him. It was worth taking a little risk to enjoy such delicious food. After replying to Feng Qian, Lin Feng took a sip of the 1982 Lafite and continued to check his phone messages. Boss, how's the situation? With so many people attacking you, are you okay? Boss, we are ready. As soon as your door is breached, we will charge in from behind to support you. What the hell? Boss, what kind of material is your house made of? Over 1,000 people can't break in. Boss, I'm asking for support. I can warm the bed. I can do laundry and cook. Oh, I can do everything. I cook just as well as a 5-star chef. Boss, you are really too handsome. Seeing the concerned messages in Wu Yong's group, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Seeing that you all think about saving me when I am in danger, it hasn't been in vain raising you. Although Lin Feng wasn't sure if they would actually come to rescue him if the door was really broken, at least their attitude was quite good. Opening the message asking for support, it turned out to be sent by Wu Daiwa. This little girl is too young. Ooh, she's just joking, so it can't be taken seriously. I'm fine. This kind of situation will happen frequently in the future, so don't worry about me. Little girl, you're still too young, and let's talk about it when you turn 20. With just one message from Lin Feng, Wu Yong received it, because he had set special notifications for Lin Feng. Holding his phone, he thought about his daughter, who was still a bit immature, and the clever Wu Yong came up with an idea. Wife, I want to discuss something with you. Wu Yong's wife Dong Shi is very beautiful, though she is already 40 years old. However, she is well-maintained and still looks around 30, retaining her charm. What's wrong? What do you want to discuss with me? Dong Shi and Wu Yong have a very good relationship and have hardly ever quarreled, so they discuss everything together. Our daughter is 18 years old and should have a partner by now, right? You saw what happened yesterday. If we send our daughter to the boss house, do you think that would be the best outcome? Dong Shi understood Wu Yong's meaning at once. How many wealthy people are not fickle? Only you, right? You're afraid of me, afraid of your wife. Your boss has a sharp eye and is worth billions. If you send our daughter over, won't she be bullied by other women? Our daughter is too naive. She doesn't have any cunning. Wu Yong himself is worth 50 million, and Dong Shi has seen that none of the wealthy people in her circle are good, so to be honest, she doesn't want to send her daughter over. Wife, I think being with the boss is the safest option. Look at these people. They are attacking furiously without even knowing if the boss has 10 billion worth of resources at home. If they knew we had 130 million worth of resources, do you think we could hold out with just this handgun? Just think, if I hadn't been hoarding resources with the boss to reinforce the villa, wouldn't we have also become like those people outside? The boss has never shown any intention of selling resources, which proves that right now resources are even more important than money. If our daughter is with the boss, at least she will be safe and will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of her life. Even if we die, we can at least rest easy, right? Listening to Wu Yong's words, Dong Shi frowned. It must be said that Wu Yong is indeed clever. He is right. Without Lin Feng, the three of them would probably be holding on to their 50 million real estate brokerage firm, facing bankruptcy. If you get a chance, you should probe your boss' intentions and then ask our daughter for her opinion. If either of them disagrees, I won't agree. If something like last night happens again, you must act like a man and shoot me and our daughter first. We must never be caught. Dong Shi is also an open-minded person who understands the rules of the wealthy world. She definitely wouldn't have accepted letting her daughter marry Lin Feng, who has multiple wives in the past. But in this current situation, she also feels that this calamity is not so simple. Okay, I'll ask the boss when I get a chance. Wu Yong adjusted his glasses. He decided to take a gamble. Entering his daughter's room, he pushed the door open. Wu Yong found his daughter looking at her phone. Quietly sneaking closer, he discovered that Wu Daiwa was browsing Lin Feng's album. Wow, so handsome. And he's only 21 this year. Brother Lin Feng is so manly. Over 1,000 people attacking him, and he isn't afraid. If I could marry him, I would definitely have lots and lots of children with him. Listening to Wu Daiyu's infatuated words, Wu Yong understood. Silently exiting the room, his daughter's attitude was already very clear. She had become a little fan of Lin Feng. Sigh, a daughter grows up too fast. Exiting the room, Wu Yong shook his head helplessly. Choosing a son-in-law is an important task, and Wu Yong now only hopes that Lin Feng is not a heartbreaker and can treat his daughter well. What the hell? What the hell? Just then a scream came from downstairs. This startled Wu Yong. Could it be that someone is attacking? It's broad daylight. Grabbing the handgun in his pocket, he rushed downstairs. As a result, he saw several people pulling on a rope. And underneath the rope were two people. Quick, pull them up. What's going on? Wu Yong hurried over to help, and others also rushed over to pull the people up when they heard the noise. A group of people pulled them up. They saw that the two men had wet their pants. The wetness flowed out from their trousers. Did you two get so scared that you wet yourselves, eh? Wu Yong wiped the sweat from his forehead and then put down his gun. He was starting to feel nervous. Manager, you scared me to death. There's a pit down there. It's so deep. If it weren't for the safety rope, I would have died. In that moment, I felt my feet go empty. Everything went dark. I even saw my grandma waving at me on the Naiha bridge. It scared me so bad. The two men had already been scared out of their wits. This was even more exciting than bungee jumping. After all, who would have thought that digging suddenly would cause them to fall? Let's lower a bucket to see. Let's see if there's water. With Wu Yong's command, they immediately complied. After lowering almost 30 meters deep, they really struck water. Wu Yong looked at the bucket. He was astonished. Boss, are you Superman? How did you know there was water here? It's perfectly aligned with the safety rope. Quick, who wants to taste if this water is drinkable? More than a dozen people looked at each other, and no one wanted to try. They weren't that short of water, and Wu Yong looked at the two men with wet pants and understood, saying, Who told you two to pee in the well? You two taste it yourselves? The two men. There's no choice, since it's their own urine they have to drink it even if they cry. The two frowned and tasted it, then made refreshing sounds. This water is so refreshing. It's much better than that warm tap water. This is deep well water. Manager, it's drinkable. Hearing them say this, everyone was tempted. They took out cups to try and finally drank a sip of cool water after so many days. Everyone is tired. Oh, let's study normally in the morning, and in the afternoon, let's fetch water and take a cool shower. Let's relax. Hearing this, all the girls jumped up happily. Being with the boss means there's food and drink, and they can also take a cool shower. The boss is truly amazing. And Wu Yong rubbed his chin, a determined look in his eyes. He must send Wu Dai. My daughter is so beautiful. Lin Feng shouldn't be able to resist. Akio, who's calling my name? Lin Feng rubbed his nose, utterly bewildered by what was happening. Then faintly adored. A glance at the surveillance revealed Feng Qian and Wang Qing outside, drenched in sweat, panting, as they fanned themselves in the scant shadow of the building. They were so frightened by the sight of so many dead bodies outside that were it not for knowing Lin Feng's safe house was reputedly secure, neither of them would have come at all. Press it. Press it. It's unbearably hot. Lin Feng cut off the doorbell sound and turned off his phone. He was going back to sleep. Go play cards with the heavens for all I care. What's going on? It's been 5 minutes. Why hasn't anyone answered the— It had taken over 20 minutes to get here from Feng Qian's place, and another 5 minutes had passed. Wang Qing felt as if she were being cooked alive from the heat. Maybe he's in the house and couldn't hear the bell, Feng Qian said, sending a voice message to Lin Feng. The message rang 60 seconds without a reply. Qian, how long are you going to stand there? Even in the shade it's not as cool as inside. I feel like I'm going to collapse. Wang Qing was genuinely alarmed. Was this 60-degree heat a joke? Although the shade spared them ultraviolet rays, Lin Feng's safe house was made of titanium alloy. The heat made Wang Qing's scalp tingle. If it continued, she felt she might die. Oh, call him. Where has that sim— Feng Qian, exhausted by the heat, called Lin Feng. The automated reply came. The number you have dialed is switched off. Sorry. Feng Qian froze. Where had this simp vanished to? In such heat were they expected to wait here forever? Good thing we brought 2 bottles of water. Let's move farther from this metal wall and use the parasol. Wang Qing had at least used some sense and brought 2 bottles of water, though they had already drunk one en route. To avoid sunburn, they wore long pants, gloves, long sleeves, and mesh shoes. This outfit would have been warm in 30 degrees, yet 60 degrees, it made them sweat profusely. The two crouched by Lin Feng's gate, sheltering beneath a parasol. Feng Qian continued sending voice messages, unaware that Lin Feng, exhausted from the night, had already fallen asleep. Fengfeng, what are you doing? Why aren't you picking up? I'm here. Open the door. Fengfeng, this heat is killing me. Didn't you promise steak, sashimi, and red wine? Feng Qian had come all this way, but she was not about to go home to noodles. Sending message after message beneath the parasol, she resembled the Lin Feng, who once fawned over her relentlessly. But Lin Feng was worse than Feng Qian. His phone was off. They took small sips of water as they began to lose patience of what on earth was happening. If they returned now, they would bake all the way home, and there was little food waiting for them. Indoors it was over 50 degrees by day, above 40 at night. It was unbearable. Eyeing the steel fortress before them, they longed to get inside and lie on ice to cool off. Half an hour had passed, still no reply from Lin Feng. Inside, Xiao Xiao had a pair of binoculars and watched the two women outside with a scowl. Lin Feng, you scoundrel. Getting more and more frivolous. One isn't enough, now you find 2 at once. I worried for nothing. Xiao Xiao felt jealous. He wasn't answering her messages and had even drawn the curtains. Lin Feng never closed the curtains, except on that occasion when they had fought fiercely. Other than that one time, he wouldn't even close the curtains when using the bathroom, so Xiao Xiao suspected another woman was in the apartment. Otherwise, why the curtains? Sobbing into a voice message, she lamented, "You cad. I gave you my first time. Is this how you repay me?" Although Xiao Xiao knew Lin Feng was a rogue, seeing it, perhaps, felt different from merely knowing, she could not, for a time she could not bear it. She had told herself she could tolerate Lin Feng having many women. After all, she was his primary partner. But seeing a queue of women at his door made her tears fall in helpless grievance. Scoundrel. Go play with them then. Farewell. Send videos to whomever you like. I will never speak to you again, even unto death. Am furious beyond consolation. Xiao Xiao raged, and then drew the curtains, preferring not to see what distressed her. She had also been on edge all night with a gun beside her. Fortunately, anyone fetching water found the steel door difficult to open. Xiao Xiao had scrawled on the gate, armed. Dangerous. Keep away. Enter at your own risk. No one disturbed Xiao Xiao. They went to the adjacent rooms to fetch water. She wiped her tear-streaked eyes with a damp towel and prepared to sleep, pressing the towel to her forehead as the only means of cooling down. An hour later, Feng Qian and Wang Qing's legs were numb from crouching beneath the parasol. Feng Qian finally learned what being stood up felt like, especially in 60-degree weather. The sensation was anything but pleasant. Lin Feng. Damn you. You stood me up. This isn't over between us. Feng Qian refrained from cursing aloud in a voice message for fear she would never again be admitted to his safe house. Let's go back, Qian. If we keep waiting, we'll succumb to heat stroke, and that could be the end of us, Wang Qing urged, rising and testing her legs. At such temperatures, their single bottle of water had barely kept them from fainting. Their desire for sashimi had steeled their resolve. Let's go. Back home. That simp has worn out his welcome. It'll make him regret this. Feng Qian, legs numb, rose unsteadily and began the walk home. After another half hour, they reached home utterly drained. They seized water from the bathtub and gulped it down. After several cups, Feng Qian stripped off her clothes and used a wet towel to cool her body. Before long, she collapsed onto the bed from heat exhaustion. Wang Qing was startled. If Feng Qian died, how would she ever get into the safe house with her? She made a decision. Relying on oneself is better than begging others. Wang Qing took Feng Qian's phone, unlocked it with a fingerprint, found the residence group chat, and added Lin Feng on WeChat. She then returned the phone and set about changing her profile picture to her most flattering shot, retouching it meticulously. She lengthened the legs, emphasized her proportions, smoothed and polished every detail. No enhancement left undone. Desperate times required desperate measures. If Lin Feng became her simp, she could slip into the safe house to cool off and feast on seafood. As for Feng Qian, she could be handled. Wang Qing knew of Feng Qian's habit of getting involved with many men. If she revealed that to Lin Feng, would he still fawn over Feng Qian? Did it matter if Feng Qian lived or died? What had Feng Qian ever done but treat her as a confidant to flaunt her ability to attract simps? Attention, all members. Everyone report the remaining number of people in your household and their ID numbers to your building leader by 3 a.m. tomorrow. The official rescue supplies have arrived. Collect 1 portion per person. Wang Guifen's announcement instantly caused an uproar in the owners' group. Oh heavens! The authorities finally care about us. I'm about to run out of food. If the relief supplies don't arrive soon, I might starve to death. Thank you to the authorities. Thank you to the Community Committee Director Wang Guifeng. Thank you to all the building leaders. I always said that while disasters are merciless, people are compassionate. The authorities would not abandon us. Director Wang, you are such a good person. My family has run out of food for 2 days. If they don't come soon, I might starve to death. Will the authorities send someone down? Hurry up and report Lin Feng for arson. He killed over 100 people by illegally tapping into the power grid. This kind of crime deserves the death penalty. Exactly. As long as Lin Feng is alive, we will never have peace. We must bring down the unscrupulous businessman Lin Feng. The monopolizers deserve to die. If it weren't for him hoarding billions worth of supplies, would the Royal Sea City be so short on resources? Are we really unable to buy anything at all? The current situation of resource shortages in Royal Sea City is indeed far more severe than in the previous life. The direct cause is that Lin Feng spent so much money buying up stockpiled resources along with some people like Xiao Qiao and Wu Yong who are hoarding supplies with Lin Feng. This directly led to the situation where just a few days into the disaster, money couldn't buy supplies. In Lin Feng's previous life, he could still buy supplies for money after half a month, albeit at 100 times the price. The crowd in the group was furious, but Lin Feng was still sleeping soundly at home. Wang Guifeng looked at the messages in the group and slowly smiled. Lin Feng, you've incurred the wrath of the crowd. You won't last long. The severity of this disaster, coupled with a lack of rescue personnel and heavy workloads, means the authorities lack the capacity and manpower to deliver supplies to every household. So they can only tally the number of survivors, transport the supplies to the building leaders, and then let them distribute it. Wang Guifeng has already thought of it. She will distribute the supplies for her building as the leader, which will surely allow her to profit from the price difference. As for how much profit, that depends on how much the authorities distribute. The leaders of each building were overjoyed, all requesting survivors to bring identification for registration to collect the official relief supplies. Finally, after seeing a glimmer of hope, this group of people began to restore some order. However, Xiao Qiao wanted the relief supplies, but was also afraid of the dangers outside. After thinking for a moment, she decided against it, preferring to stay home. If she went out and her house was robbed, it would not be worth the loss. Besides, in their building there was already no building leader left, let alone a few residents. Lin Feng was even lazier about collecting supplies: 2 pounds of compressed biscuits, a can of food, 5 bags of vitamin-enriched instant drinks, and 5 packs of pickled vegetables. This small amount could at most support a person for 7 days, and Lin Feng would also have to bear the risk of going out. Was he really going to go collect it? Lin Feng woke up after a good sleep and glanced at his phone. There were over 99 messages from Feng Qian. He couldn't be bothered to check, planning to tease Feng Qian tomorrow during the day and let her continue sunbathing. There was a friend request. He took a look and saw it was Feng Qian's best friend Wang Qing. Wow. This edit is impressive. This skill is something else. This grain storage is bigger than Xiao Qiao's. Those legs are longer than Jiang Qing Shui's. If Lin Feng didn't know you, I might have believed it. Lin Feng didn't accept the request, planning to respond tomorrow. Both are green tea bitches, not a single good one. At that moment, Lin Feng thought of Xiao Qiao. He opened his phone and to his dismay saw that Xiao Qiao, the jealous, she was so angry that she cried. Xiao Qiao had been messaging him since midnight last night. However, her earliest messages were drowned out by group messages and Feng Qian's messages, so Lin Feng didn't see them. What to do? Xiao Qiao still had a bit of conscience if she asked me at 12 a.m. if I needed fire support. She could shoot from the windowsill, but her message was overtaken by that bitch Feng Qian's message. Lin Feng took out his binoculars to look at Xiao Qiao's house. At this moment, she had drawn the curtains, clearly upset. Sigh, if she's angry, then so be it. There's no helping jealousy. If you can accept it, then be the main wife. Oh, if not, then we can only do business in the future. After all, Lin Feng will definitely have many wives and children in the future. There's no other way, otherwise who would eat all that food? Lin Feng replied to Xiao Xiao while she wiped her tears and stared at her phone, looking just like a jealous little girlfriend. Don't pay any attention to me. Just let me die. Feel free to send those videos. If I die, it's because of you. I want you to regret it for a lifetime. Looking at the messages, Lin Feng took a drag from a cigarette. If Xiao Xiao really died, he would probably regret it. Who could forget such a wonderful girl, especially since she was his first? And it would be because he made her angry. Am I being too much? Is the pace too fast for her to handle? While smoking, Lin Feng pondered a solution. Compromise is impossible. Compromising once means countless compromises in the future. Therefore, I can only make you. Let's make a deal. If you call me husband every morning, I'll give you 3 ice creams every day. How does that sound? After thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to continue making deals. After all, he had nothing else, just plenty of supplies. Who would eat your trash ice cream? Xiao Xiao would rather die from the heat than eat your ice cream. Xiao Xiao was furious. Why is Lin Feng so stubborn? Why is it harder for him to apologize than to blast open his steel door? Lin Feng, if you just coax me a bit, I would be fine. Can't you say a single soft word? If you don't want to eat, then I might just ask in the group. If we merge together, the armor will. At that time, a bunch of women will call me husband, and you'll be the one at a disadvantage. Saying this, Lin Feng sent a picture showing indeed 3 ice creams. Looking at the ice creams, Xiao Xiao swallowed hard. After so many days, aside from feeling a bit of coolness during her time at Lin Feng's place, she hadn't slept well at all. She would wake up from the heat while sleeping, and sometimes couldn't sleep at all. Xiao Xiao pouted, secretly craving ice cream. In such hot weather, that cool sensation would surely taste amazing. Moreover, she had already been with him, done what needed to be done, and calling him husband for 3 ice creams was a better deal than spending a night with Lin Feng just to get a sausage. Husband. After thinking it over, Xiao Xiao compromised. Don't type, send a voice message. Lin Feng was very pleased. Compromise only happens once or many times, but Lin Feng will never compromise. Who? SB. And. After calling it out, Xiao Xiao became even more shy, her face instantly turning red. Oh no, Lin Feng, you're so bad. Testing me with ice cream. Can't you just give it to me directly? Seeing Xiao Xiao's attitude of compromise, Lin Feng was very satisfied. Indeed, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. He took out a lobster from his space and packed it with the 3 ice creams in a box, sending it via drone. Open the window. If you behave, I'll send you treats. If you obey, in the future, there will be good food every day. Xiao Xiao hurriedly got up to open the window. After a while, she indeed saw the items. Lin Feng sent 3 ice creams. In an instant, Xiao Xiao was no longer angry. Lin Feng, you still care about me, right? In the face of the apocalypse, no girl can resist the charm of 3 ice creams. If not, then add a lobster. Xiao Xiao eagerly opened the ice cream and took a bite, causing her chilled body to shudder for an instant. Eating a cold treat on such a hot day was simply a delight. Is it good? If you like ice pops, come to my place, and I'll treat you to them every day. But you must let me have a taste of your ice cream. Xiao Xiao nodded proudly at Lin Feng's message. This guy really knows how to sweet-talk someone, doesn't he? Just as she was about to reply, sure, I'll come over to eat, Xiao Xiao suddenly realized that this guy wasn't just teasing her again, was he? She opened the app to search for the keywords, ice pops, ice cream for couples. Instantly, Xiao Xiao's face turned even redder. Lin Feng, don't go too far. Aside from annoying me every day, can't you treat me a little better like other guys do when they pursue girls? Lin Feng chuckled. You'll get used to it eventually. If you had been obedient, I would have let you move in long ago. But every day all you think about is how to annoy me or to maintain your chastity. How can I trust you to come in? Xiao Xiao, fuming, finished her first ice cream and angrily opened the packaging for the second one. She had to eat quickly or it would melt. However, Lin Feng was right. I was indeed being a bit too extreme. Why am I starting to think that what Lin Feng said? Xiao Xiao felt that invisibly she had started to be led astray by Lin Feng. Birds of a feather flock together. This was definitely unavoidable. So should I just resign myself to fate? If it weren't for Lin Feng, I would have died by now. At least he treats me fairly compared to those sharp-toothed lions. With him, I can at least negotiate transactions. While eating ice cream, Xiao chatted with Lin Feng. If it weren't for Lin Feng's fickleness, she wouldn't find it hard to move past her internal struggles. Enjoying the delicious lobster, Xiao's face lit up with satisfaction. After eating snacks and junk food daily, how long had it been since she tasted such delightful food? Xiao felt much better. Indeed, only good food could win over a beautiful girl. As they chatted, it was already 3 o'clock in the early morning. Lin Feng no longer irritated Xiao, and she relaxed a lot. With Lin Feng around, did the world feel much safer. The flow of people in the community surged, yet it remained orderly. Because they saw hope since the official rescue supplies had arrived, it proved that the authorities had not given up on them. At such times, chaos must be avoided. Restoring order was within reach. Seeing the scene downstairs, Xiao began to doubt the truth of Lin Feng's claim about the ozone layer being damaged. If the ozone layer had truly been destroyed, why would the authorities distribute rescue supplies? Lin Feng shook his head while smoking. Although the official stance towards foreign countries had weakened, they had done their best. Even if the authorities knew they couldn't control everything, they didn't want to watch the people starve to death. The heads of each building had already received the supplies and began distributing them in an orderly manner. Everyone received supplies, but the quantity was exactly as Lin Feng had said. Only enough to last 7 days. Everyone was extremely dissatisfied, expecting fish, meat, and vegetables, but ended up with so little. However, they hadn't considered how many people lived in Huaxia. supplying 7 days' worth of meals for everyone. What tremendous pressure would that entail? Lin Feng knew that this was also one of the main reasons for the authorities' bankruptcy. If they had kept these rescue supplies for themselves, they wouldn't have completely lost control. In the apocalypse, one must first eliminate the do-gooders. Yet this time the authorities became the biggest do-gooders. If the authorities don't survive, who will? Lin Feng wouldn't even dare to distribute supplies to the idle. What use would it be to support them? If they had food and drink, they'd behave. If they didn't have food or drink, they'd rebel. Although the water in Lake Baikal could sustain all of Huaxia for 100 years, it was still useless. If they had water, they would beg for food. Once fed, they would demand to protect animals, protect the environment, and protect Mother Earth. Every time their demands were met, they would ask for more. They would make greater and more outrageous demands. Endless. Until you couldn't provide anymore. So Lin Feng wouldn't give an inch. If you want to die, go ahead, it's none of my business. At most, he would slightly lower the demands of his trading partners. Just like with Chow Chow, I can give you ice cream, but you must call me husband as a greeting. That's also a transaction. If you can't control it at the beginning, you won't be able to manage it later. If someone throws a tantrum, who will listen to whom? Lin Feng smoked, releasing a drone to observe the commotion. At such times, there would always be some restless individuals. At the supply distribution point for Building 3, Liang Qiuyu stumbled in, reeking of alcohol, her eyes vacant. It seemed she hadn't had it easy these past few days, her hair a mess and her body aching. Looking at the few people in front of her, despair filled Liang Qiuyu's heart. Liang Qiuyu had already heard from the leadership in the courtyard that this supply was the first and the last. The leader had specifically called Liang Qiuyu to inform her, captivated by her beauty. Come with me, continue being a doctor, eat official rations, and be transferred to the official underground shelter. You won't have riches and glory, but as my woman, I'll ensure you never go hungry. If you don't come with me, stay at home and wait to die slowly. The magnetic storm caused by solar flares has already destroyed the ozone layer. As long as you remain on the surface, your death is just a matter of time. Receiving the call, Liang Qiuyu directly blocked the leader. Hemen. Liang Qiuyu chose to wait for death. The food at home had run out, and Zhou Kaihua had taken away her 6 years of love along with her share of survival supplies. After days of contemplation, Liang Qiuyu finally understood why Li Ying had acted that way. Li Ying had seen the situation clearly as she exchanged her body for supplies, for weapons, for a man. Without supplies, without weapons, without a man, how long can a woman survive in the apocalypse? One must admit that Liang Qiuyu learned a lesson from Li Ying. If she hadn't valued her chastity, so highly would she have failed to hold Zhou Kaihua's heart. Was 6 years of feelings shattered by a single meeting with Li Ying? However, Liang Qiuyu shook her head. Even if her body had been given to Zhou Kaihua, the outcome would have been the same, right? An unreliable man will always be unreliable. Liang Qiuyu. Just then the head of Building 3 called. Liang Qiuyu walked over blankly to receive her last ration of supplies in this life. Then she would return home, lie down, drink, and wait to die. Just as Liang Qiuyu was about to take it, suddenly, bang! A gunshot rang out, blowing the head off the building chief. Someone's been killed. In an instant, screams erupted everywhere. All the men who don't want to die, get back upstairs. Men, get the hell out. Women, don't move. Otherwise I'll shoot you all. A man with a scarred face pointed a gun at the crowd. Instantly the crowd fell into chaos. Hey, there really are those who are not afraid of death. I will kill you right now. The scarred man raised his handgun, ready to. As Liang Qiuyu closed her eyes, she chose to leave this terrifying world. She had completely lost hope. No one was coming to save her. Better to die early and be reborn. The gaming experience was terrible, wishing not to come back in the next life. Click. The gun's muzzle pressed against Liang Qiu's head as she closed her eyes and said goodbye to this world, hoping never to return in the next life. The next moment was death. Death was the only way to be free. Everyone looked in terror at the scarred man, and he paused his. Yo, little lady. Although you're dirty, you don't look bad. Don't be in a hurry to seek death. Let me have my fun first. The man grabbed Liang Qiu's arm and began to tear her clothes. They already knew. This was the last supply from the. Since everyone was going to die. Rather than scrapping by in the official shelter, why not enjoy using a gun first? Anyway, all we would get in the official shelter is just enough to survive. And we'll still be at the bottom tier. Who among those who can get in isn't wealthy or powerful? With this ugly face, how could someone at the bottom hope to marry a wife inside? Think about it for this lifetime. It's not that this escort suddenly got perverted, but the facts are right in front of him. Everyone going to the official shelter is either an elite or labor force, fully aware that they would be labor. I am at the bottom tier. That means serving the upper class for a lifetime. Why should I go in? Live a day carefree. At least I won't have lived for nothing. No. What are you going to do? Kill me. Go ahead and kill me. Liang Qiuyu, disoriented, snapped back to reality. She was not afraid of death, but she feared losing her purity. It was clear now. She would not only die, she would also be toyed with. To die in the most tragic way. I don't mind you being dirty. Just don't dislike me for being ugly. Come on. Today no one can save you. The man crazily tore at Liang Qiu's clothes in public. He completely disregarded how many people were watching. Liang Qiuyu covered her clothes with tears streaming down her face. I was already prepared to die. Are you still not planning to let me go? No one present intervened. They lacked the ability and feared causing trouble for themselves. Lin Feng shook his head through the drone. Even though Liang Qiuyu had given herself to him, he really wanted to take her back home and use her as a cannon fodder. But clearly this world had gone mad with so many handguns outside. What if Lin Feng got hurt? Then all the supplies I've hoarded would be for nothing. Lin Feng started recording, enlarging the screen. The only thing I can help you with is to document your most tragic moment when being toyed with. Maybe in the future when order is restored, Lin Feng can use this video to clear your name. The survivalist Lin Feng didn't care at all, just filming with the drone, indifferent to the outcome. Meanwhile, Liang Qia's clothes were torn to shreds. Her eyes were filled with despair. She was a weak girl studying medicine, standing at 160 centimeters and weighing 40 kilograms. She simply lacked the strength to resist such things. Haha, little lady, you're still a virgin, right? I like that. I enjoy watching pure girls like you cry under me. Seeing Liang Qia's reaction, he was quite satisfied. Looking at the shredded remains of Liang Qia's clothes and pants, he was ready to execute her on the spot. No one was there to help Liang Qiaoyu. He had a gun after all. A mere mortal cannot withstand bullets. Who can help Liang Qiaoyu? And on the other side of the drone, Lin Feng also broadcasted the footage to Qiao Qiao. Take a look, this is the current situation outside. You and Lin Feng can still live well, but even if you're outside with a gun you might as well wait for death. Qiao Qiao gaped at the broadcast on her phone. This was clearly supplies issued by the authorities, yet it had turned into so many people. Is no one going to intervene? Just then the scarred man also revealed a lewd smile. Little lady, I am coming. Liang Qiaoyu, tears streaming down her face, closed her eyes in despair knowing that no one would come to save her. Lin Feng watched with great interest, letting you give me a grand performance. Now you know how fair Lin Feng am. I never go against a woman's will. Qiao Qiao was also unable to believe this scene. It seemed Lin Feng was right. No wonder Lin Feng was so cautious. Human nature is truly terrifying. Compared to these people, Lin Feng still had some humanity to him. At least he changed the door to steel. Shi Yuan, stop right there. Let go of that girl. Just then Zhou Kaihua's command halted Shi Yuan's actions. Captain, Shi Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Why do you care what I do? Didn't you say not to return to the authorities? Women, supplies. Are you just going to rob whatever you want? Kaihua, are you here to save me? Liang Qiaoyu seemed to see hope. After 6 years of feelings, can you not let go? In a critical moment, I still have to rely on you. Shi Yuan, this is your sister-in-law. If anyone is to have fun, it should be me first. Let me do it. Just then Zhou Kaihua took off his clothes, revealing a wicked smile as he slowly approached. 66,666. Lin Feng wildly spammed 666, while the person involved Liang Qiaoyu and Qiao Qiao, who was watching the live stream. The worldview shattered into pieces. This can happen too. Sorry, Captain. I didn't know. You go first. After you're done, let the brothers have some fun. Shi Yuan hurriedly pulled up his pants. If it weren't for the burn ointment and insider information given by the captain, they might have already bravely sacrificed themselves. Zhou Kaihua stood in front of Liang Qiaoyu with a wicked grin. It's been 6 years. Haven't you always told me not to touch you? Do you know how I've lived these 6 years? Since you're going to be toyed with, I have no need to hold back. Today, not only do I want to touch you, but I also want my brothers to have their turn too. In an instant, Liang Qiaoyu was stunned. I had planned to entrust my life to you. 6 years of feelings. Is this how you treat me in the end? I thought Lin Feng was a beast, and Zhou Kaihua, I sold my house and land to save you. You are worse than a beast. Zhou Kaihua, I was truly blind. I followed you for 6 years. How could I not see you are such scum? I nearly got toyed with to save your life. I sold my house and spent all my savings to buy a burn ointment to save your life. And this is how you treat me. Just as Zhou Kaihua was about to act, Liang Qiao's words jolted him awake. In an instant, Zhou Kaihua recalled their sweet past and restrained his impulse. You said you sold your house to get a burn ointment for me. Zhou Kaihua genuinely did not know about this. Liang Qiaoyu, fearing that the pressure on him would be too great, had not mentioned how the burn ointment came about. At that moment, Li Ying could no longer stand by. She rushed over. Grabbing Zhou Kaihua, she slapped Liang Qiaoyu across the face. This must not be allowed to reach Zhou Kaihua. Otherwise her position would be at risk. Liang Qiaoyu, get out of here. Don't think about ruining our relationship. Zhou Gu and I are true love. What are you? Liang Qiaoyu covered her stinging face, her expression filled with disbelief. I have given so much for you. In the end, I couldn't even keep my purity. You want to toy with me? And bring your brothers along. Fine. Zhou Kaihua, Li Ying, Shi Yuan. Liang Qiaoyu, tears streaming down her face, nodded, looking at the few people in front of her covering her tattered clothes as she retreated. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. I will take my revenge from dawn to dusk. Ying, what on earth is going on? Are you hiding something from me? Zhou Kaihua asked Li Ying while adjusting his trousers. Ever since that night, when their villa was raided for water and he had to use a gun to drive off the intruders, Zhou Kaihua realized that the world had changed. Zhou Kaihua decisively contacted friends from his escort team to explain the situation, not for any other reason, but because they all had guns. 3 friends agreed to follow Zhou Kaihua, instead of reporting to the authorities. However, the vast majority of the soldiers still in service decided to go along with the officials, as people like Zhou Kaihua were always in the minority. With 4 escort members and 4 guns, no one dared to touch their villa. Thus Zhou Kaihua and his team set their sights on seizing rescue supplies, planning for a big score. This is the last batch of rescue supplies. If we don't seize them now, there won't be any left. Brother Zhou, I let her go to help you. You've been together for 6 years. If you really do something to Sister Qiaoyu, I fear you will regret it for the rest of your life. One cannot deny Liang the White Lotus certainly knew how to play. With just a few words, Zhou Kaihua believed her. Ying, I was wrong, I was too impulsive. Qiu never let me touch her, but I felt jealous seeing others with her, and I lost control in the heat of the moment. Xiuan, you can mess with other women, but you can't touch Liang Qiu. Hurry up and move the supplies. Dawn is approaching. Understood, Captain. These are trivial matters. There are plenty of women around. What's the difference who you play with? Xiuan teased, pointing his gun at the dozens of women, scaring them into tears. Big brother, don't kill me. Just take the stuff. Spare my life. I was wrong. Just don't stab me. Anything else is fine. Upon hearing the words of a 50-year-old, overweight woman reeking from not having bathed for a long time, Xiuan was nearly enraged enough to execute her on the spot. Nevertheless, as bullets were limited, he decided to hold back his anger. You six, come out and move the stuff to the car. The 6 women singled out were relatively young and beautiful, the oldest being 30 and the youngest only 14. They already knew what awaited them next. If they obeyed and served them well, perhaps they'd have something to eat and live. But if they disobeyed, what would the result be? Seeing this scene, Xiao covered her mouth in disbelief. Is it really this bad now? Raiding for water and food was one thing, but now women were being taken as well. Lin Feng still had some humanity left, at least he was engaging in fair trade. If caught by this group, death would be a form of release. Xiao, do you understand? Think about it at home. I've already promised you to be the main wife, which is the best condition possible. As he spoke, Lin Feng hung up the live stream as he had other matters to attend to. The incident of raiding supplies at the Shishan Villa was not limited to Building 3, but once the gunfire erupted, almost everyone began to loot. Zhou Kaihua and his 3 companions armed themselves to raid the rescue supplies from Building 3, while Zheng Dehai's gang, taking advantage of their numbers, also began to loot. The Shishan 13 bodyguards did not show leniency and started emergency measures. Other buildings faced similar situations. Nearly everyone felt this was their last chance. Wang Guifan was even more ruthless. She brought her son and family and didn't even bother to distribute rescue supplies. Word spread that not only were supplies being looted from Building 3 at the Shishan Villa, but women were being taken as well. Any woman with even a bit of beauty was in a panic. Naturally, some shameless average women thought they might be spared. Like that overweight, foul-smelling woman. Things had completely spiraled out of control. From now on, the authorities would abandon useless, ordinary people. Only scientists, elites, leaders, and young men and women who complied with official management would qualify to enter the official shelters, waiting for the disaster to end and civilization to be rebuilt. As for the others, let them fend for themselves. The authorities truly felt powerless. Ding! Just then Lin Feng received a text message. Lin Feng glanced at it and wondered who sent this. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. This is the Disaster Command Center of Huaxia's Huanghai City. You have now been granted entry to the official disaster shelter in Huanghai City. Please arrive at the designated location within 3 days. After 3 days, entry will no longer be possible. This is your last chance for survival. Please consider carefully. Do not disclose or forward this information to anyone. This information is classified. If made public, the authorities will hold you accountable. Huaxia National Government, Huanghai City Disaster Command Center. It was an official text message complete with a location coordinate. Full. They just want to see if I possess that 10 billion worth of supplies. Am I insane enough to fall for this? Lin Feng directly clicked delete, completely dismissive. In his previous life, Lin Feng had never received such a message. Now he did. Why? Would Lin Feng not understand? I wondered how the authorities would suddenly act like saviors and distribute supplies. Are they trying to placate the ordinary citizens, giving them hope so that there won't be chaos before the elite leaders evacuate? Lin Feng then realized that the authorities were not purely altruistic. They had their own agenda. Meanwhile, elites from various fields were receiving official messages. Of course, these were all elite individuals meticulously selected by the authorities or extremely powerful big bosses from various sectors. No one who reached this tier was a fool. They would not disclose or announce this to ordinary people. The authorities understood that once the qualification for entering the shelter was lost, they would definitely have to pay the price. Do not underestimate the power of the authorities. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The authorities cannot control natural disasters. But managing people is still simple. You can choose not to come, but you cannot speak of it. At least for these 3 days, you cannot speak of it. Xiao had no idea about this. She was just a college student, an ordinary person with no power or influence. How could she possibly receive such information? Was it just because she was pretty? Lin Feng found the recycle bin, took a screenshot of the message, and sent it to Xiao. Don't share it. Oh, just read it and delete it. If you dare to forward it, I can't guarantee your safety. Xiao looked at the message and began to cry. If Lin Feng left, what would she do? What could she achieve with 20 million worth of supplies and a gun? Once the 200 bullets were gone, wouldn't she still be dead? Yover, will you leave me? Xiao was truly frightened, removing a bullet from the gun. If the day came when she could no longer hold out, that bullet would have to be saved for herself. Let's see how you behave. If you play with me and get jealous over jelly candy, why should I go to the shelter when I can live well at home? Looking at Lin Feng's message, Xiao's face flushed red. You're so annoying. You just know how to irritate me. Sooner or later, I will be driven to death by you. Xiao's heart relaxed a bit. Looking at Lin Feng, he didn't seem to want to go to the official shelter. Meanwhile, Lin Feng did not reply, allowing Qiao Qiao to see the situation for herself slowly, making her realize the gravity of the situation. Lin Feng, feeling bored, controlled the drone to fly to Building 3 and watch the live stream. The supplies had already been taken away by Zhou Kaihua and his group, and the bodies of the building's residents lay unclaimed, with every household's door tightly shut, too afraid to venture outside. The drone arrived at Unit 303 of Building 3. Haha, didn't expect me, Lin Feng, to come back again. Inside, Liang Qiuyu had locked the door tightly, despairingly drinking alcohol. Liang Qiuyu could never have imagined that the Zhou Kaihua she had sacrificed everything to save was actually planning to betray her. I absolutely cannot die. At least not before I take down you beasts. Liang Qi's heart had turned completely dark. Who could remain pure after such relentless blows? Gun. I want a gun. Who will give me a gun? Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Liang Qiuyu understood the importance of a gun. As a weak woman, she could never defeat Zhou Kaihua. Without one, even if he didn't use a gun, she still couldn't win. The bullet fired by an 8-year-old child is just as powerful as that fired by a soldier. Therefore, she must obtain a gun, no matter the cost. With tears streaming down her face, Liang Qiuyu took out her phone and unblocked those men she had previously blacklisted. She knew many soldiers and sent out a mass message after bringing them back. This is Liang Qiuyu. I need a gun right now. Who has one? I am willing to pay any price to get one. Many people received the message with disdain. Liang Qiuyu had just blacklisted them a few days ago, and now she remembered them when she was in trouble. It was the end of the world. Who would bother with her? Most were busy packing up for the official shelter. After all, going with the officials meant more work and rules, but if you obeyed, you could secure food and safety. Most of those with guns were official soldiers. If they lost their guns, how would they enter the official shelter? Only Lin Feng was smiling as he looked at his phone. He hadn't even sent Liang Qiuyu a message and didn't know he had been blacklisted. Are you really serious about making a deal? Do you know how much harm your sheer arrogance has caused my fragile heart? Liang Qiuyu was shocked to see that the scoundrel Lin Feng had replied. Anger boiled inside Liang Qiuyu. As soon as I get my hands on a gun, the first person I'll kill will be you, Lin Feng. You are a beast. But Zhou Kaihua is even worse. Men are all worthless. Do you have a gun? What do you want in return? Liang Qiuyu had been too distraught these past few days to pay attention to her phone and had no idea about Lin Feng's recent crazed actions. She had no idea she was making a deal with a demon. Spend a day with me, and I will give you a handgun and 200 rounds of ammunition. If you dare to act arrogantly again, don't blame me for tying you up against the wall as a target. Seeing Lin Feng's message only solidified Liang Qi's resolve to kill him. What do you men think about besides your filthy desires? All men must die. Once I have a gun, I will kill every man in the world. Show me a picture of the gun. After Liang Qiuyu feared being cheated. What if the deal ended and Lin Feng didn't honor it? Here, take a look. It's the latest Russian-made Makarov 2045 model with a magazine of 20 rounds. One shot can take out a target. As he spoke, Lin Feng fired 3 shots at a target on video. It must be said that the Russian pistol was durable and powerful. Liang Qiuyu watched the video feeling a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng did indeed have a handgun, and it was the most powerful latest model of the Russian pistol. Although she didn't know where he got it, as long as it could give her the means to blow Lin Feng's head off. I agree. Just give me the gun. I won't resist. Liang Qiuyu had resigned herself. She really wouldn't resist, but once she got the gun, she would surely kill Lin Feng. He'll wait for you at home. This is your last chance. Lin Feng had a bit of humanity, but not much. He had already decided that once Liang Qiuyu entered, he wouldn't be as gentle with her as with Qiao Qiao. This big arrogance needed to be avenged. I will give you a taste of blood and retribution. Liang Qi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She downed half a bottle of white liquor, then changed into clothes after tearing apart her previous outfit and applying sunscreen. It wasn't that Liang Qiuyu loved beauty. Before killing Lin Feng and Zhou Kaihua, she absolutely could not die. She could not be injured. Liang Qi's only purpose for living now was revenge. I will kill every man in the world. Liang Qiuyu stood up and went to find Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng picked up his phone, accepted Wang Qing's friend request, and replied to Feng Qian's message. Qian, I'm sorry I was injured and was in a coma for a day. I just woke up and saw your message. Feng Qian and Wang Qing were instantly delighted to see the message. So he was injured. No wonder he didn't answer all those calls. Feng Qian and Wang Qing knew what had happened during the supply distribution and were extremely anxious. Fortunately, they arrived early, otherwise they might not have received supplies and could have been captured as targets. Feng, don't worry, Wang Qing, and I will take care of you right now. How can you say you're injured and have no one to care for you? Upon seeing this address, Lin Feng felt nauseated. Feng, ugh, that's disgusting. You're just hungry. When you're desperate, you'll eat anything. Still calling me Feng. Do you really think you can take care of me? You just want to come in and mooch off me. Then Lin Feng pretended to care and sent a message. I'm injured and can't go out, so I can't pick you up. If I weren't injured, I would definitely go pick you up. It's so chaotic outside now. If anything happens to you, how would I live? Feng Qian's face was filled with disdainful mockery. Sure enough, Lin Feng was still the same old lovesick fool. A lovesick fool is still a lovesick fool. A scoundrel is a scoundrel. You want to lead me on and then backtrack. Lin Feng, once I get in there, you will know what cruelty is. Just write you're injured. I can take the chance to take you down. I will take your place and become the queen. Listening to Feng Qian's words, Wang Qing felt something was off. She wanted to message Lin Feng, but sensed it wasn't the right time. There was no choice. Feng Qian was right beside her. What if Feng Qian discovered it? It's okay. We'll take care of you right now. We'll arrive in half an hour, so be sure to open the door. Okay, I will open the door on time. With Lin Feng's reply, Feng Qian's face was filled with malice. The incident from yesterday, when he stood her up, was not over. Once I arrive, I will stab you when you're at your most vulnerable. It won't be in vain that you've been licking my boots for all these years. Saying this, Feng Qian found a metallic hairpin, sharpened it, and stuck it in her hair. At that moment, men are definitely the most off guard. As long as I stab in the right spot, it will be a one-shot kill. Looking at Feng Qian, Wang Qing swallowed hard. This woman is truly ruthless. After ensuring the pin was sharp enough for a deadly strike, Feng Qian finally dressed up, went downstairs, and headed to Lin Feng's safe house. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at his phone, letting you bask in the sun for another day. No rush, take your time. Liang Qi's home is relatively close, so Lin Feng doesn't have to worry about running into Feng Qian. Lin Feng drew the curtains and went to open the door for Liang Qiyu. Today you'll remember this lesson. It's not that I'm cruel, but you broke the rules and challenged me. That challenge caused great psychological harm to me at 21-year-old. I must inflict some psychological damage on you, as well, one that you'll remember for a lifetime. Holding a handgun, he opened the door. Don't move. He aimed the gun directly at Liang Qiyu to prevent her from turning around and challenging him again. A real gun. Is this for me? Liang Qiyu showed no fear, instead her eyes sparkled with joy. Once the deal is done, it will be yours. Come in. Eat this. It was the same old routine, the same old formula. After enduring a challenge, Lin Feng could not allow any mistakes in the transaction. After entering the house, Liang Qiyu took the liqueur chocolate, and without a second thought swallowed it whole. Not afraid to die? What else could I possibly fear? Even if it were rat poison, I would dare to eat it. The fifth door on the left. Go take a shower for half an hour. What's going on? How can a girl smell so bad? How much have you been drinking? Lin Feng waved his hand in front of his nose, surprised by how dirty Liang Qiyu was. She had been drinking every day for the past few days, so how could she not smell in this hot weather? Seeing the huge cooling block in Lin Feng's house and the comfortable cool temperature inside, Liang Qiyu was shocked. Is this what wealth can do? A single sausage outside could kill someone. You use this to cool down. I've never seen the world of the rich. What if I could take down Lin Feng? Living here, providing shelter for some women. Wouldn't this help avoid many tragedies? Thinking of this, Liang Qiyu shook her head. She would never forget Li Ying's incident, and she could no longer trust anyone. I could never take anyone in. Men are no good, and neither are women. There's no goodness to be found. After taking down Lin Feng, I would go after Zhou Kaihua and Li Ying, and after them, I would end my own life. Having sold my own first time, I would take my revenge and say goodbye to this world. The gaming experience has been so poor, there's no meaning in living anymore. Upon entering Lin Feng's bathroom, Liang Qiyu was stunned. Are the bathrooms of the wealthy really this extravagant? Outside, it's a struggle to get a drink, but here, there's even a hot spring. Bang! Lin Feng locked the steel door, took a drag of his cigarette, and returned to the sofa. Liang Qiyu didn't think much. She took off her clothes and slowly stepped into the water. To be able to die cleanly is worth it. Unlike Xiao Qiao, Liang Qiyu was very thin. It seemed she hadn't been eating well lately and looked quite gaunt. Liang Qiyu quietly washed her body with a bath towel, her eyes devoid of comfort or emotion. It seemed that the events of the past few days had hit her too hard. Her heart felt dead. After a long time having cleaned her body, Liang Qiyu felt something was off. As a doctor, she quickly realized why. Sure enough, all men must die. With my frail body, how could you still be defensive against me? Liang Qiu's gaze was unmoved, showing no signs of surprise. She had endured far worse. Isn't this just normal? Moreover, Liang Qiu had no intention of refusing Lin Feng's deal. She just wanted to get the gun quickly, willing to do whatever it took. Forget selling my body ID, even sell my soul for it. Lin Feng glanced at the clock and tossed the cigarette, but into the ashtray. It was about time. Entering the bathroom, he picked up Liang Qiu, who said nothing and didn't even seem angry. Her face was expressionless, her demeanor like ice. Liang Qiu was light, standing at 160 centimeters tall and weighing only about 40 kilograms. She was too thin. Gently placing Liang Qiu on the bed, Lin Feng sat on the edge, quietly smoking, without making any further moves. Although she had challenged him, it was clear she was resigned to her fate, unlike Xiao Qiao. If he were to act, wouldn't that just be further bullying? Lin Feng still had some humanity left. Looking at Liang Qiu's cold face, he found it hard to proceed. Clearly, Liang Qiu did not meet the qualifications to enter the safe house. Lin Feng no longer felt any desire for revenge against her for the challenge. She was already in enough pain. Oh, why continue to hurt her? Should I be a good person? Give her a gun. Let her go. Lin Feng was not a good person, but he was not purely evil either. He felt deep sympathy for what had happened to Liang Qiu. I said I would give you a gun. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, Liang Qiu suddenly stood up. She covered Lin Feng's mouth. Huh? What's going on? Did I take the wrong script? Lin Feng was momentarily baffled, but Liang Qiu's expression was cold as she took the initiative to attack. Aren't you guys always saying you like to take the initiative? Today I'll give it a try. I want you to be the one to take the initiative. For some reason, Liang Qiu felt very clear-headed and didn't feel drunk at all. Then Liang Qiu launched her attack. Just because you guys take advantage, I must take advantage of my first time too. In an instant, Lin Feng was dumbfounded, wondering what was going on in Liang Qiu's head. But given the situation, if there wasn't any normal resistance, wouldn't that mean I, Lin Feng, am no longer a man? Liang Qiuyu's frail body, weighing only 40 kilograms, was filled with energy. This time I want to take revenge on you. Lin Feng was worried he might accidentally break her little arms if he used too much strength. Liang Qiuyu was crazy, inflicting 1,000 wounds on myself to damage 800 on the enemy. Liang Qiu's expression was cold. She was intent on getting revenge on Lin Feng. Blood stained the rivers, mountains shattered. Mountains rose and fell, the sun and moon sped by. Liang Qiuyu seemed to have gone mad, pushing Lin Feng to the brink of death. 3 hours. Lin Feng had long wanted to end this transaction, but Liang Qiuyu was relentless. Damn it. I will never deal with someone who's ready to die again. Not only does she want to die, but she also wants to drag me down with her. Oh. Plus Liang Qiuyu was so thin. It was just bone against bone, hurting like hell. Haven't you always said you wanted to trade me? It's only been 4 hours, you can't keep up, can you? Liang Qiuyu coldly said to Lin Feng as she confirmed her method of attack. Lin Feng was extremely speechless. Was it wrong for me to not want to go against a woman's will? At this moment Liang Qiuyu was not in a much better situation. One could say that neither party had gained any advantage, both suffering heavy losses in this 4-hour-long battle. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. What do you mean it was only 4 hours? Do you think it's made of iron? Even the donkeys in the production team aren't treated so harshly. Men fear it most when women say they are inadequate. Yet this time Lin Feng truly felt incapable. Sister, I know you've been having a tough time lately. Sometimes it's better to live even if it's just barely. What are you risking your life for? Lin Feng clutched his old waist, vowing never to trade with such people again. They were truly insane. This was a huge loss. Give me the handgun. Oh, I'm leaving now. Liang Qiuyu stood up and reached for the handgun. Have you lost your mind? How come I see no reaction from you at all? Lin Feng took out chocolate and checked the alcohol content. No problem, it's chocolate with a liquor filling. Xiao Xiao ate one piece and was completely wasted. How come you seem unaffected? My grandfather is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He has been using herbal remedies to condition my body since I was a child. I was in poor health since birth and took too many medicines to condition myself, so I have built up a tolerance. Many medicines have little effect on me. Liang Qiuyu dressed calmly as if nothing had happened moments ago. Holy cow, is there such a saying? It seems I, the king of survival, Lin Feng, still underestimated everything. There was no other choice. This time Lin Feng had suffered greatly, feeling as if he might vomit blood. Handgun, please, I'm leaving right now. After getting dressed, Liang Qiuyu decided she wanted the gun. Once she had it in hand, she planned to take Lin Feng down first. Sister, considering your situation, do you think I would dare give you the gun? Your face looks as cold as if you're about to die, or if I give it to you, won't you just shoot me? For 4 hours, Liang Qiuyu didn't call out once. It was evident that she was cold by nature. Are you planning to breach the contract? That's not surprising. Someone like you wouldn't keep your word. I'm leaving. Liang Qiuyu said calmly, turning to walk away. In her eyes, nothing seemed worth getting angry over anymore, not even death. Here, let me apply some sunscreen for you. The gun will be given to you. Just wait at home by the window. Taking Lin Feng's sunscreen, Liang Qiuyu applied it to her face. Meanwhile, Lin Feng also began to get dressed, looking utterly speechless. What kind of situation is this? I'm going home now. I hope you can keep your word. After sending Liang Qiuyu off, Lin Feng took out a drone. He searched for the medicine to treat women in the space and decided to do a good deed. Let's treat her, otherwise what's the point of living anymore? Crushing the medicine, he added it to the milk tea. It should be tasteless. Then using the drone, he delivered a handgun, 200 rounds of ammunition, and a cup of iced milk tea to Liang Qiuyu. When Liang Qiuyu returned home and saw the drone, she finally understood how Lin Feng knew what had happened at her home. So it turns out it was all drone surveillance. Do you know you've invaded someone's privacy? Receiving the supplies, Liang Qiuyu took a sip of the milk tea. Surprisingly, it was still cold with ice. It was delicious, and after the 4-hour bloody battle, she felt quite exhausted. After all, for women, the longer the time the better. Liang Qiuyu was impressed that Lin Feng could last for 4 hours. This function really makes those so-called real men who can only last 3 seconds want to die. Thinking of everything that happened in those 4 hours, Liang Qiuyu felt her face flush with embarrassment. Liang Qiuyu was not cold-hearted. She was just stubborn, unwilling to lose. Why is it that you all say I should take the initiative? Why can't I take the initiative with you? In this transaction, Liang Qiuyu had gotten her revenge on Lin Feng, though she certainly didn't feel like she had lost. Liang Qiuyu was a doctor and knew well that such retaliation against Lin Feng would have consequences. Liang Qiuyu deliberately kept a satisfied expression off her face, remaining silent, making Lin Feng doubt his own abilities as revenge against him. One must admit Liang Qiu's revenge was ruthless. I might not be able to kill you, but I will make you doubt yourself. Men fear it most when women say they are inadequate. Yet today, Liang Qiuyu told Lin Feng. Thinking of those experiences, she had never had Liang Qiu's face flushed bright red. This is the art of wounding the enemy 800 while injuring oneself 1,000. Then she took out her phone and messaged Lin Feng. So you've been secretly watching me all along. Do you like me? Why did you send me milk tea? Liang Qiuyu sipped her milk tea, wanting to ask Lin Feng what he truly meant. I like beautiful women. Here's your milk tea. If you want to drink it, just order one every morning and evening, and I'll deliver it. Lin Feng held his old waist, looking at the instructions for the medicine for cold nature. This condition should be treatable right. Happiness is a two-person affair. Both of us are unhappy this time. How can that be right? I made a huge loss in this deal today. Lin Feng still didn't know that Liang Qiuyu was pretending not to be happy. Only Lin Feng was truly unhappy. Liang Qiuyu looked at Lin Feng's message, her broken heart, feeling a bit of warmth. Even in the apocalypse, someone can still send her milk tea. Lin Feng still had a bit of humanity, at least he kept his promises, and even when he was being unreasonable, he did not lose his temper. If it were any other man, they would have refused or slapped her by now, but Lin Feng did not. Thank you for the milk tea, it's very good. Liang Qiuyu sent a picture of herself drinking the milk tea to Lin Feng. She was only 160 centimeters tall, weighing 80 jin, while Lin Feng was 185 centimeters and weighed 160 jin. If it came to a fight, she knew she would definitely be dead, but Lin Feng did not attack. Lin Feng looked at Liang Qiuyu's delicate face and shook his head vigorously. He was still too soft-hearted. How could he not be more ruthless? Just live well. If you encounter difficulties, contact me. Next time, let's shorten the transaction to 1 hour. Wouldn't that make us both happy? Looking at Lin Feng's message, Liang Qiuyu's face turned even redder. She was also a normal woman, pretending to be cold and genuinely lacking feelings were two different things. Liang Qiuyu was very sensitive, but she could not let Lin Feng know. This was her form of revenge. Although Lin Feng was rude and lacked humanity, he never violated a woman's will, which was much better than Zhou Kaihua and the others. Seeing you clutching your waist in discomfort, do you dare provoke me again next time? You brag every day, yet when it comes to real combat, you're nothing. Can you even manage? You little dog. Liang Qiuyu replied to Lin Feng one last time, which infuriated him. How dare you call me a little dog? You're sick, you need treatment. Is it my fault for not violating a woman's will? Lin Feng was furious. But I'm hanging up, no more talking. I'm a doctor, and I know whether I'm sick or not. Saying this, Liang Qiuyu stopped replying. Lin Feng suddenly felt that he might not be cruel enough. Next time you will pay the price. It seems I, Lin Feng, am still not ruthless enough. Should I drag her back right now and use her as a human shield? Lin Feng fumed. Why did he always come out second best against this stubborn Liang Qiuyu? Forget it. This woman is dead set on dying, and she's armed. If I approach, she'll surely shoot me. Though I'm wearing a bulletproof vest and helmet. Even if my body could absorb the impact, a grazed wound might become infected. And if I die, then what? And the ever-prudent Lin Feng would never risk his life for Liang Qiuyu. Not now. He'd wait for a better opportunity. 4 hours. Impressive, honey. You're quite the stamina champion. Guess I'll have to step up next time. And just then Xiao Qiao sent him a message. Lin Feng knew exactly what was going on. Had Xiao Qiao been secretly watching him again at home? And she was easier to tease after all. And now she even called him husband. How about it? Come try for yourself. My younger brother reigns supreme. He's never lost a single match. Lin Feng sent a string of mischievous emojis, leaving Xiao Qiao flustered. Was his younger brother truly forged from iron? Xiao Qiao dared not reply. For hours. And last time 1 hour left her sore, even now. In 4 hours, wouldn't she fall apart entirely? And she had no idea that only the first time was painful. Afterward it grew easier. She remained, after all, an innocent young woman. Where's my dinner? Didn't you say calling you husband guarantees good food? So, Xiao Qiao quickly changed the subject. She dared not keep bantering with Lin Feng. You behaved well today. No tantrums, no protests, no threats of suicide. You may place your order. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, savoring the moment. This was precisely the effect he wanted. As more women entered his life, obedience would be non-negotiable. I want spicy hot pot. Extra numbing, extra spicy, drenched in vinegar. Do you have it? Xiao Qiao hadn't expected Lin Feng would actually allow her to order. That was simply too good to be true. Open the window and wait. Lin Feng retrieved a steaming bowl of spicy hot pot and 3 ice pops, and dispatched them via drone. 1 bowl of spicy hot pot equals 13 times. I've got it logged. With that, Lin Feng pulled out a small notebook and made an entry. On the final day of month and year, Xiao Qiao consumed 1 bowl of spicy hot pot, owing me 13 times. Xiao Qiao opened her window and accepted the bag, 3 ice pops, and a fragrant steaming bowl of spicy hot pot. Fresh from the pot. She hurriedly grabbed her chopsticks, lifted the lid, and took a bite. The noodles hadn't even clumped together. How could it possibly be ready so fast? How had Lin Feng done it? You're truly wonderful husband. Clutching the hot pot blissfully, Xiao Qiao sent him a message. Obey and you'll eat whatever you desire. Disobey and you'll live on bread and sausage alone. Lin Feng was thoroughly satisfied with Xiao Qiao's current state. This wild filly had finally been tamed by reality. Xiao Qiao ate her hot pot with puffed cheeks, her sharp mind already sensing the truth. Resistance was futile. Lin Feng was enigmatic. Ever since their first meeting, he had orchestrated everything. Xiao Qiao was intelligent. When she couldn't change her environment, she would adapt herself. Survival demanded flexibility. Besides, Lin Feng had promised her the status of first wife. Surely she wouldn't fare poorly. Husband, those 2 women came looking for you again today. Who exactly are they? They come every day, and you won't even let them in. Reading Xiao Qiao's message, Lin Feng glanced at his call log. And sure enough, Feng Qian had over 99 missed calls. He didn't bother checking them. I'll break you completely. And this is only the beginning. Just enjoy your spicy hot pot. 1 bowl equals 13 times. Don't cry when the reckoning comes. Xiao Qiao popped a fish ball into her mouth and frowned. Was Lin Feng teasing her again? She opened her browser and searched. What is one bowl of spicy hot pot equals 13 times mean, and instantly the hot pot in her hands lost all its aroma. You're awful. I hate you. And Xiao Qiao was gradually growing accustomed to him. Though flirtatious and somewhat unfaithful, he treated her genuinely well. He wasn't violent or perverse, just talkative yet harmless in practice. And without Lin Feng, Xiao Qiao would have died, countless times over. In a world reduced to ashes who needed a chivalrous, eternally devoted lover. As long as she was fed, sheltered, and spared abduction, or worse, what more could anyone reasonably ask for? They chatted until nightfall. At home, Xiao Qiao felt listless. No one to speak with, her brother's fate unknown. Lin Feng had become her sole anchor. Lin Feng spent the day in high spirits, but Fang Qian was seething with rage. Is this even food fit for humans? You could kill someone by throwing this at their head. Fang Qian gnawed on government-issued compressed biscuits, her lungs threatening to burst. Lin Feng had stood her up, twice. Do you even want to remain my lapdog, eh? Eat up, Qian. Given the circumstances, just receiving emergency rations is a blessing. Wang Qing had faced reality. Fang Qian was no longer reliable. Lin Feng must already know her secrets, and was deliberately toying with her. That accursed Lin Feng. Hundreds of messages, and not a single reply. Once I enter the safe house, I'll tear his ear off. Otherwise, how else could she vent her fury? Fang Qian chewed her biscuit, while gulping down rust-tainted tap water, grinding her teeth in helpless rage. Wang Qing ate half a biscuit and retreated to her room. Relying on others was futile. Fang Qian was clearly useless. To secure comfort inside the safe house, she'd have to trade her body. Unfortunately, Wang Qing remained a virgin, and believed herself attractive enough to win over one man. Lin Feng, are you there? Wang Qing sent a carefully posed selfie. Surely Lin Feng would see it. Half an hour passed, still no response. I'm Wang Qing, Fang Qian's best friend. You may not know me, but I know you've seen my message, and I know you're deliberately humiliating her. I hold many of Fang Qian's secrets. Would you like to hear them? In reading this, Lin Feng realized the fragile bond between these two so-called sisters had shattered. He'd stoke the fire further. You're clever indeed. I am toying with her, but I already know everything about her. Why tell me? State your demand. Seeing this, Wang Qing's heart leapt. She'd guessed correctly. Lin Feng was exacting revenge on Fang Qian. Fang Qian was a fool, believing no one knew she'd been fishing for wealthy men. Lin Feng commanded a fortune worth billions. With such resources, what secret could remain hidden? Lin Feng. I'm 162 centimeters tall, weigh 49 kilograms, and remain a virgin. I can cook, clean, do laundry, and keep you warm at night. May I enter your safe house? I'll slip in quietly once Fang Qian is asleep. I don't eat much, just instant noodles and sausages per meal. Wang Qing possessed self-awareness, but Lin Feng held no interest in this calculating second-tier green tea. Here's your task, pull out one of Fang Qian's fingernails. I'll give you a crate of instant noodles. 20 crates total, including toenails. That's enough to last you half a year. Wang Qing froze. Were billionaires truly this ruthlessly indifferent to human suffering? Pulling a nail in this sweltering heat could prove fatal. 20 nails, wasn't that tantamount to murder? That's far too cruel. I can't even pluck a chicken's claw, let alone a living person's. Wang Qing spoke truthfully. She was no monster. This is a long-term assignment. You may complete it any time. Send me photographic proof upon completion, and until then do not disturb me again. Staring at Lin Feng's reply, Wang Qing wanted to protest, but dared not. If she angered him, how would she ever gain entry to the safe house? After some thought, she slipped into her most alluring outfit, snapped selfies, edited them meticulously, and posted them to her social feed, visible to Lin Feng alone. I'll post more each day. You'll surely notice eventually. Are you alone at home? The long night stretches endlessly. Loneliness deepens. What if, just perhaps, you find yourself drawn to me? Does anyone have extra food? We in Building 3 haven't received any relief supplies and have run out of food. I can trade something. I still have a Jinhua ham weighing 8 jin, and I want to exchange it for 20 jin of rice or flour. I have a box of flying fairy mitai produced in 2000, now 50 years old, containing 6 bottles. Its market price is around 20 million. I only need 20 jin of food in return. Rice, millet, or corn, anything will do. I am not picky. I have a Tang Sankai bowl undamaged with a certification, and I will exchange it for just 10 jin of food. Come trade with me quickly. Once this village passes, there won't be this store anymore. In the owners' group, desperate owners began to shout for help. Official relief supplies have been largely taken, with only a few receiving them, and many families can no longer afford to cook. The owners living in upscale communities and villas have many families that are still quite wealthy. It's normal to have some good items. Many people are seeking help, but there are hardly any responses. Lin Feng looked at his phone, browsing, like shopping on Taobao, selecting the items he wanted. Since he was idle anyway, he directly added friends and placed orders for those items he desired. He would let them report their addresses, hang the items on drones, and after confirming their authenticity, he would send the food over. Lin Feng selected a few, and he placed an order for that box of 50-year-old flying fairy mitai. Most of what he had stocked were foreign wines, which Lin Feng did not like to drink. Moreover, 50-year-old ones are indeed rare. Even the winery where he bought his 0 yuan wine only had a maximum of 10 years of aging. The seller of the mitai wanted to transact face-to-face. After all, what if the item was taken without completing the trade on the drone? Where would he find them? Lin Feng simply said if it can be hung then do so, if not find someone else. There was no choice but to hang it. Drinking wouldn't satisfy hunger, life was more important. The most crucial thing was hunger. Lin Feng opened a bottle, took a sip to confirm it was genuine, and directly sent back 20 jin of rice. Lin Feng's trade was fair, he would never cheat others over such trivial matters, that would be too unprincipled. Upon receiving the rice the family was overjoyed and in tears. Finally they had something to eat, and they thanked Lin Feng for being a sincere businessman, which was rare these days. Lin Feng wasn't just after anything, he dismissed what he didn't find valuable. Mainly he looked for aged matai, wuliangye red wines, white wines, and grape wines. With such a small quantity of these items, there was no need to go around robbing them one by one. That would be exhausting. Robbing every house was like opening blind boxes, laborious without reward. Trading with them was quite cost-effective, saving both effort and worry. As for the Jinhua ham, that was just zombie meat tasting like mummy's leg. Lin Feng had had enough, he might as well keep it for himself. Honey, how much food have you hoarded? Why are you trading for alcohol? That stuff can't be eaten. Recently Xiao Xiao has become increasingly obedient, no longer jealous or making a fuss. She often messages Lin Feng resembling a clingy little girlfriend. As long as there's enough for us, besides I do business, when have I ever lost? Do you want to learn it? Lin Feng had already noticed that whatever he did Xiao Xiao would follow suit. It seemed this time was no exception. I have some instant food that's starting to spoil in this hot weather, and I can't eat it all by myself. I also want to exchange for something useful, but am afraid of being discovered, so I don't dare to trade. Xiao Xiao still has her guard up, but seeing the perfectly fine items begin to spoil, she feels distressed. They'll give you 2 drones, you can trade for whatever you want, just remember to use a secondary account, and don't let anyone find out who you are. Seeing Lin Feng's message made Xiao Xiao very happy. She could get rid of some food that was about to spoil while trading for what she wanted, and she felt quite satisfied. Xiao Xiao is not like Lin Feng, she doesn't have space, and in this hot weather some foods can't be stored long term. Thank you honey, love you. Before long Xiao Xiao received 2 drones along with a few spare batteries and a charger. This made her even happier. With limited power supply, she wouldn't have to worry about running out of battery while flying. Lin Feng, how come you always do things flawlessly? It seems that being with you no matter when the apocalypse ends I can live well for the rest of my life. Thinking of Lin Feng's good qualities, Xiao Xiao began to accept her identity as Lin Feng's main wife. As long as she obediently listened, Lin Feng would not treat her poorly. Xiao Xiao is a smart girl who enjoys doing business. She values the worth of items, thinking what if the apocalypse, she could also earn a fortune, right? So Xiao Xiao chose Jinhua ham, which has a long shelf life, and becomes more valuable with age. Antiques, calligraphy, and painting some famous wines. Honey, I'm trading for these, do you think you'll lose out? Xiao Xiao no longer dared to make decisions on her own, and quickly consulted Lin Feng. Still learning from Lin Feng could reduce the chances of making mistakes. For items like ham and wine that can be eaten or drunk, just negotiate a fair price and trade normally. Just make sure to push down the price for things that can't be eaten or drunk. Trade for what you like and don't trade for what you don't like. Afterward, they would just be decorations with no use. Okay, honey. Xiao Xiao obediently nodded, starting her orders, specifically choosing items she liked at first sight. After some haggling, Xiao Xiao traded 2 spoiled chicken legs for a Tang Sankai bowl. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with Xiao Xiao, though he let her play at home. As long as his wife was happy, it didn't matter if the spoiled chicken legs were something he wouldn't eat, not even Abe would touch them. With Lin Feng's wealth, wouldn't he allow his wife to buy what she liked? Then what was the use of hoarding so many items? Xiao Xiao was no longer bored at home, but she had managed to deal with many spoiled cooked foods. Looking at the good things in her house, Xiao Xiao felt even happier. Indeed, following Lin Feng was always the right choice. Those who received supplies were deeply grateful. Even if it was just 2 bags of spoiled chicken legs, it was a lifesaver now. Some people in the group said that someone was using drones to exchange food, and they had already received grains. After such publicity, more people began to showcase their valuable items at home, stating their prices, and with hope some added them looking to exchange for food. It must be said, no matter when, there are always those who harm others for personal gain. Some who had drones began to imitate others, adding friends to ask for items. In the end, the drone took the items away without delivering any food. When they inquired about the situation, they were informed that they were on the blacklist. This made the group members furious. They were almost starving to death. How dare someone cheat them? Who could tolerate this? Finally, after a group member revealed the scammer's address. Shishan Villa is not that big. Someone always recognizes you. How could you escape? Asking you to add from your real account. Directly confronted by furious group members. Straight to the ICU. Their house was cleaned out. They licked the toilet until not a drop of water was left. Broken arms and legs. Lying at home, they could only wait to die. You deserve it for scamming. Look at me like this. You still dare to cheat me. Killing you wouldn't even be excessive. Later, group members confirmed that only the accounts Big Chow Little Chow, in exchange for safety, could trade, though everyone else who added was a scammer. After the wrath of the furious netizens, the scammers received their due punishment. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao's trades became much smoother, and everyone got what they wanted. Of course, some items were fake. Lin Feng and Xiao Xiao confiscated them, and no one said anything. They were indeed not in the right. January 10th, 2050, 10 days into the apocalyptic calamity. As the saying goes, without comparison there is no harm. In the Huaxia nation, aside from the severely affected areas of Huanghai City and Kyoto, as well as parts of the southern region, other places are faring relatively well. In the beautiful country, everyone carries a gun. As night falls, gunfire echoes throughout the nation. The people of the beautiful country do not save money. Prices are skyrocketing. The vast majority cannot afford it at all. They are on the brink of dying from thirst and hunger. Who indulges you in such foul habits? Freedom in America. Gunfire every day. The northeastern states surrounding Washington are the most severely affected. After all, thanks to Lin Feng, these states have been stripped bare, just like Huanghai City and Huaxia, directly becoming disaster zones. Indeed, wherever Lin Feng has been, there is bound to be trouble. Within the beautiful country, shops, supermarkets, logistics, gun stores, as long as it is useful, anything edible or drinkable. Every night a group of people armed with guns and bombs come to rob. Pu Chuan has completely given up. Seeing this situation, the beautiful country is beyond saving. Compared to the current situation, losing an aircraft carrier and the Statue of Liberty is already a small matter. He has no mood to care about the small thief stealing an aircraft carrier. In the end, Pu Chuan also went a bit mad, launching the last satellite that has long been manufactured into the sky, informing every survivor in the world about the destruction of the ozone layer. If I cannot live well, I want you all to suffer too. Once all the survivors in the world know what has happened to Earth, as long as everyone wants to survive, it will definitely cause chaos. The beautiful country is struggling, and at this very moment Russian President Jinpu is grinning from ear to ear. Heaven assists my Russia. Due to the commotion caused by that mysterious person, the Russian people have amassed a large amount of supplies in anticipation of war. There have been no large-scale riots yet. In the Siberian region, the highest temperature during the day is only 40 degrees. My Russia is vast and sparsely populated. Resources are plentiful. Now is the time to gather strength. The best time to unify the earth. Jinpu looked at the map of Russia, his face beaming with joy. Losing 3 missile bases is no big deal. Lake Baikal, through on-site surveys, still has 400 meters of water remaining, enough to supply all of Russia with drinking water for 100 years. Lin Feng left more than 300 meters, but the melting glaciers have increased the water volume, and some flows in. This water is indeed enough for the Russians to drink. Lin Feng also did not want to leave it, but Lake Baikal is too vast, and Lin Feng doesn't have the time to find and take away the deepest parts. Report to the president. The Arctic glaciers have completely melted. The average daytime temperature in the Arctic Circle is around 35 degrees. Very suitable for human survival. The Arctic shipping route has opened. The northern coast of Russia is now filled with excellent ice-free ports. Freshwater resources are abundant. The project for planting ultraviolet-resistant greenhouses is progressing very smoothly. The people are very supportive. All of Russia can sustain at least 500 million people. Upon hearing this news, Russian President Jinpu was even more delighted. Compared to the 3 missile bases, this is truly a blessing for Russia. The current population of Russia is only 150 million. What does this concept mean? The whole world is lacking food and water. But Russia not only has enough, but is also affluent. Good, good, good. I have already received secret reports. The beautiful country is in chaos. The previously overwhelming situation has been completely shattered. Moreover, the beautiful country is about to launch a satellite. This is simply making a wedding dress for my Russia. Notify all Russians. Move entirely to the shores of Lake Baikal and within the Arctic Circle. The sooner the better. The ozone layer has been destroyed, and it cannot be repaired in just a few years. From now on, my Russia will be the strongest in the world. This is heaven's assistance for me. Ha ha, ha ha ha. President Jinpu's directive spread throughout Russia. All Russians hearing the news, although they felt the heat, thought of other countries, and felt very lucky. At least we have not been killed. The journey is quite far, but the Russian people still set off lightly towards their destination. As for those cold-resistant materials, they were simply discarded. Now Siberia is already at 40 degrees. Those cotton jackets will no longer be worn by even dogs. The ozone layer has been destroyed, and the high temperatures will last at least 100 years. Oh, what use are they? Ding. At this moment, a message from the beautiful country arrived on the phones of all survivors. The survivors opened the translation software and quickly understood the information within. All survivors, hello. On January 1st, 2050, the magnetic storm caused by solar flares destroyed the Earth's ozone layer, and ultraviolet rays are now lethal to all life on Earth. Global temperatures are rising, and the severe ultraviolet radiation will not return to normal for hundreds or even thousands of years. In other words, by the time you see this message, the apocalypse has already been 10 days in. Currently, no official government can protect you. Many governments are unable to maintain themselves. The developed nations and those near the equator have already perished. Survivors, if you want to live, you can only trust yourselves. Everyone is equal. The official beautiful country has the right to inform every survivor about the apocalypse. To survive, you must firmly believe in your own strength. Go and strive to live for freedom and democracy. Official announcement from the beautiful country, January 10th, 2050. Lin Feng looked at the text message on his phone and smiled slightly. This news actually came so early. It seems that because of my rebirth hoarding supplies, many causalities have changed. No worries. Everything is under control. The beautiful country has gunfire every day and cannot be controlled. He just wants everyone to be like the beautiful country. The beautiful country remains as self-destructive as ever. This time, the whole world will be thrown into chaos. Lin Feng is not the slightest bit worried. Regardless of the beautiful country's advanced progress, everything is under control. Ding. At this moment, Lin Feng's phone received another message. Honey, was that message true just now? Is it really the end of the world? Can we still survive? The sender of the message is Chow Chow, and it seems she is quite panicked. But Lin Feng is not worried at all. Do you have gold bricks? Lin Feng asked, as it won't be long before Russia's survival base will globally recruit people. They want nothing but gold bricks. Lin Feng did not save gold bricks because he never intended to go to Russia. Now Lake Baikal is mine, and if I go I'll have to move. Who wouldn't find it troublesome? Yes, a lot of people have been trading gold bricks for inflated chicken legs these days. Oh, 1 pound of gold brick for 1 inflated chicken leg. Honey, why are you asking about this? Lin Feng, looking at the photos of gold bricks sent by Chow Chow, Lin Feng felt very speechless. Chow Chow, aren't you just looking for trouble? Why are you trading for this useless thing? At this moment, another hacker message from Russia spread to all survivors around the world. Hello, survivors. You must have already realized the apocalypse has arrived, right? Russia has now become the most suitable land for human habitation in the world, and Russia has launched ultraviolet-resistant greenhouse projects. The land in Siberia and the Arctic Circle is enough to sustain 500 million people. The average daytime temperature in the Arctic Circle is only 35 degrees. The current water volume in Lake Baikal is more than enough to supply 500 million people for over 100 years. Now each person only needs to pay 10 pounds of gold bricks. Come to the Lake Baikal survival base by yourselves. You can permanently acquire Russian citizenship. Live forever in the Russian survival base. Hurry up, head north. Russia welcomes you. A message exploded throughout the world. Smack, smack, smack. A corrupt official in the West Mountain Villa was frantically slapping himself in the face while staring at the messages on his phone. Why am I so greedy? I've hoarded money my entire life, and now I've exchanged 20 kilograms of gold bricks for 20 pathetic drumsticks, just because I'm hungry. This is actually 2 spots at the Russian survival base. I'm utterly shocked. I've never done anything this foolish, and looking at the messages on his phone, suddenly the drumstick in his hand didn't seem so appealing anymore. The West Mountain Villa wasn't the only one. Countless others began to slap themselves in disbelief. Are the drumsticks really that delicious? How could I not resist? I exchanged my family's gold for these drumsticks. What a foolish thing to do. Why did this happen to me? Boss, I don't want to exchange anymore. Can you give me back my gold? I exchanged 40 kilograms of gold. If I find him, I'll offer 20 kilograms as a reward. That's 2 spots at Lake Baikal's survival base. But him from building 2. I saw the drone flying out from building 1, or Lin Feng's villa. If you want the gold bricks, hurry. If they've run to Russia, it will be too late. I'll fight these bastards. I wondered why they were so generous to exchange my gold bricks. It turns out they already knew how valuable they were. What a heartless thing to do. Even in this situation, they used the drumsticks to deceive me. Is this a test for the officials? Which official can withstand such a test? They still have supplies. I guess they're in that building materials warehouse in building 1. Because I saw many trucks with supplies going into that warehouse at the end of December. At that time I thought it was building materials. But now that I think about it, it must have been food supplies. I don't want gold bricks. I don't want to go to Siberia. Just give me a case of instant noodles. Seeing the messages in the group, Chow Chow was dumbfounded. She was just trying to take advantage of the situation. There were too many drumsticks and chicken feet to finish. She originally thought swapping 1 inflated drumstick for a kilogram of gold would be a fair deal, but who could have imagined it would turn out like this? Hasn't this turned into a collective blame? Honey, I didn't know exchanging a bit of gold would lead to this. What should we do now? Lin Feng, seeing Chow Chow's message, remained unfazed, taking out a cigarette to light it. This is just a small matter, I can handle it. I can afford to let a bit of water go, but I won't do so unless absolutely necessary. With so many gold bricks, do you want to go to Lake Baikal? After all, from now on that will be the most suitable base for human survival. You could easily keep 10 kilograms of gold bricks, have 20 days of food, and hire someone to drive you to Lake Baikal to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Looking at Lin Feng's message and glancing at the gold bricks, Chow Chow furrowed her brows. The choice now lay with Chow Chow. She could take the gold bricks and head north straight to the survival base at Lake Baikal. With those gold bricks, she could buy her survival quota and live without worries. However, Chow Chow shook her head, feeling that it couldn't be that simple. If exchanging gold bricks were effective, Lin Feng would have done so himself, or would it really come to me? Chow Chow was still self-aware. Having battled wits with Lin Feng for so long, she had never gained an advantage and was now thoroughly convinced by Lin Feng's crafty moves. Honey, I'm not leaving. If you go, I'll go. If you don't go, I won't either. Wherever you are, I will be there. If you don't abandon me, I will surely stay with you in life and death. One must admit Chow Chow was too clever, holding so many gold bricks without a hint of arrogance. Even at this stage, she still acted as Lin Feng did. Lin Feng, despite having the ability to go, chose not to. If I go, wouldn't that make me Chow Chow brainless? Although I don't know where the problem lies, there is definitely a problem. Lin Feng looked at Chow Chow's message, nodding in satisfaction. This is the last test I, Lin Feng, give you. You pass. Truly, she is the first woman of mine, Lin Feng. You are not foolish, not overly sentimental, and know how to learn. You understand how to adapt to your environment. You deserve to live to the end with me. Stay home and guard it well. I'll keep watch from here. Just take care of the house. Seeing Lin Feng's message, Chow Chow felt much more at ease. Although Lin Feng was cold-hearted, he was not so heartless as to leave her to die. At that moment outside Building 1, Lin Feng's villa was surrounded by people. They had already received the news. The drone exchanging goods had flown out from here. Whether it was supplies or gold bricks, they had to seize everything. Those who could recklessly use supplies to exchange for things must have an endless supply at home, at least worth billions. People inside listen. Hand over all supplies. Hand over all gold bricks. I will spare your lives. A few people shouted loudly into Building 1 and Lin Feng's villa with a loudspeaker. Today is their last chance. The heavens have fallen. Yellow heavens shall rise. Even if they can't seize gold bricks, they must grab supplies. For Lake Baikal. Attack. Then a group of people surged forward like a tide of corpses covering the mountains and plains boundless. Lin Feng smiled, donned a steel helmet, put on a bulletproof vest, and shouldered an RPG-66. This weapon can take down planes from above and tanks from below, and if aimed well can even hit an aircraft carrier. Especially the latest model, the Russian RPG-66. With infrared night vision, electronic guidance, and long-range positioning. Forget about hitting things a few dozen meters away. Even within 3,000 meters, it's a piece of cake. Huff. Lin Feng took a puff from his cigarette and moved to the shooting port of the shelter. Although he knew the intruders had almost no heat weapons, he was still reluctant to take risks. Lin Feng opened the shooting hole, targeted the area with the most people, and fired a shot. Zoom. A bright flash cut through the darkness, then hit the ground and exploded. Boom. Everyone within a 30-meter radius was cleared out. The massive shockwave sent those within 100 meters. What the hell? Lin Feng has cannons at home. In an instant, those who witnessed this were stunned, gripping their little kitchen knives, wondering how to fight against a cannon. What the hell? Is this how you play? This is Huaxia. I can understand if you have a gun, but where did you get a cannon? This is impossible to deal with. Lin Feng is already heartless, but now he even has a cannon. Retreat. A group of people quickly turned and ran, not looking back. Who needs gold bricks now? It's good enough to stay alive. One shot cleared the frontline soldiers, and Lin Feng opened the door to unleash his doomsday vehicle. Closing the door, he got in the car and hit the gas. Lin Feng charged into the crowd, accelerating into the densest areas, crashing through them like a bowling ball, sending them flying. In an instant, blood splattered like a rainstorm on the windshield, obscuring Lin Feng's sight. He remained unfazed, activated the windshield wipers, and continued to crash through. Even if he hit a wall, it wouldn't matter. His car was built to withstand impacts. What the hell? Is this really a car? 10 wheels. How much horsepower does this thing have? This is terrifying. A group of people ran while cursing, having witnessed the aftermath of that vehicle's path, as if it were a lawnmower. Whoever it hit would die. If it ran over you, did you expect to survive? Don't say no one can save you when the apocalypse comes. Even if the apocalypse hasn't arrived, you'd probably be doomed before reaching the hospital. Lin Feng's apocalyptic war vehicle was already stained red with blood, and everyone was terrified. This was a massacre. Don't panic. I'm a staff member. I have a gun. At that moment, an official staff member stood in front of the vehicle. He aimed at Lin Feng's head inside the car. Lin Feng, stop the vehicle immediately. Otherwise I'll kill you. Seeing this, the cautious Lin Feng complied. He couldn't take any risks. With the car stopped, everyone sighed in relief, but indeed guns still held power in this era. Piling up people was just sending them to their deaths. Lin Feng, put your hands on your head. Get out of the car. Otherwise I'll shoot you. The staff member also sighed in relief, seeing Lin Feng stop. It seemed that justice would not be delayed. However, Lin Feng merely pulled out the most powerful Russian-made handgun, turned around, and shot at the side window. The bullet ricocheted off the seat, and Lin Feng touched the spot where it had hit. The glass was merely scratched, nothing. Zhao Jun's car is pretty good. Add a drumstick to it. No fear here. Lin Feng floored the accelerator and charged him, shooting. The staff member was startled and began shooting wildly. Bang, 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 bang. For shots in quick succession. The bullets hit the front of the car, the tires, and the glass. As expected, none of them were effective. They all bounced off. You have a gun. Just because you have a gun, you think you're impressive. I've got missiles too. Lin Feng charged forward, directly knocking the staff member several meters away, leaving his fate uncertain. I'm losing my mind. I can't provoke them. I can't provoke them. They dare to run over staff members. I'm out of here. You all enjoy yourselves. Next time you want to kill Lin Feng, don't call me. Just consider me dead. Don't bother with me. A group of people fled in panic. In disarray, they scattered like leaves in the wind. Lin Feng lost interest in pursuing them. He still had to save his beloved wife, so he stepped on the gas and headed towards Xiao Xiao's place. At this moment, Liang rushed out from the corner. Pride opened the bloodstained hand and took the gun. Her eyes, fixed on the departing Lin Feng, were filled with murderous intent. Xiao Xiao, how could you kick me out when you clearly hoarded so much food for both of us to last a lifetime? Lin Feng, with so much money, you still need my first 8 million. You all truly deserve to die. Then Liang rummaged through his pockets and found the spare bullets, putting them away. She vanished back into the darkness. Lin Feng, Xiao Xiao, you are doomed. 1, 2, 3. Charge. Push harder. We have so many people. We can't break open a warehouse door. This door is really tough. Is it welded to the wall? At the foot of Xiao Xiao's house, there were easily tens of thousands of people. This was crucial for the entry quota to the Golden Brick and Russian survival base. If we don't fight hard now, everyone will die. Get back. I'm shooting. Bang. Xiao Xiao fired into the crowd. Instantly, one person fell dead. Don't be afraid. She's just one person with a gun. There are tens of thousands of us here. The chance of being hit is only 1 in 10,000. Exactly. Charge in waves. How many bullets can she possibly have? Go. The officials have already run away. If we don't go to Russia, we will all die sooner or later. Dying from exposure, thirst, or hunger is too painful. It's better to be shot. It's much quicker this way. Clearly this group of people had gone mad. Even if Chow Chow fired, it couldn't stop them. Don't charge. You've taken my supplies, how can I survive? Chow Chow no longer cared about anything. Bullets poured out. Each shot randomly took 1 or 2 lucky spectators. But Chow Chow was just one person with one gun. Faced with this scene resembling a zombie apocalypse, it was clear that her firepower was insufficient. Chow Chow ran out of bullets from 199 shots in no time. This firepower couldn't suppress the crazed crowd at all. Chow Chow checked her pockets and found only one last bullet left. If the iron door was breached, this bullet could only be for herself. Indeed, Lin Feng was right. If I don't show some ruthlessness, I will only invite others' ruthlessness towards me. Tears streaming down her face, Chow Chow chambered the bullet already prepared to die. A man like Lin Feng who is so cautious would never come to save me. He wouldn't take such a big risk to save a woman when he can have many women. With tears in her eyes and a heart full of despair, if someone could save her now, she would marry him. Ping ping pong pong. Ding ding clang clang. At that moment, a blood-soaked war vehicle charged through like it was a chick, directly creating a bloody path. At this the tens of thousands of people were also dumbfounded. What kind of vehicle is this? Is it really that absurd? Does it have that much horsepower? Can it really push through? Quickly retreat. This flesh and blood body can't withstand such pressure. It's too brutal. Everyone stepped back while Chow Chow saw a glimmer of hope. This was Lin Feng's car. He actually came to save me all alone. Lin Feng, I love you. You're my hero. I want to marry you. Chow Chow shouted excitedly from below. At this moment, her heart was completely devoted to Lin Feng. It turns out that getting on the car first and paying later is also a good option. Da-da-da-da-da. Lin Feng, with a cigarette in his mouth, wearing a bulletproof vest and an army helmet, stepped out of the car and began to shoot into the crowd. What the hell? He has an automatic rifle. Where did Lin Feng get so many weapons? Is this even humanely possible? Lin Feng, you have no humanity. We didn't rob your house. What does it have to do with you? The crowd began to retreat in panic as Lin Feng's indiscriminate shooting directly suppressed them with firepower. Compared to the 1 in 10,000 chance. Now whoever stands in front dies. Who wouldn't run? Many were using women beside them as shields to block bullets. This improved AK-47 from the Russian army in 2048 fires 1,200 rounds per minute. This firepower suppressed a crowd of flesh and blood bodies without bulletproof vests. That's not simple at all. Aren't you all just piling up bodies? If you're capable, continue piling up. Seeing them frightened and fleeing under the suppression of firepower, Lin Feng picked up the megaphone and shouted to them, I didn't come here to kill today. I'm just here to take my wife home. Give me 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you can do whatever you want. Upon hearing Lin Feng say this, the survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Although over 1,000 had died in just 1 minute, what could Lin Feng possibly take in 5 minutes? Aren't the rest all ours? Wifey, open the door. With me here, no one dares to touch you. Lin Feng's words moved Chow Chow to tears. Being Lin Feng's wife seemed like a very good choice as well. At that moment, Chow Chow completely stopped caring about how many wives Lin Feng had. As long as you don't forget me in crucial moments, I'm already satisfied. Husband, you're so handsome. Chow Chow opened the door and directly gave Lin Feng a big hug. Can you use this? Get in the car and wait for me. Keep an eye on the door. If anyone comes, just shoot them. Lin Feng held a cigarette in his mouth while handing the AK-47 to Chow Chow. I can use it, it's not too difficult. But what about my supplies, husband? With so many people, can we hold our ground? We can't take... Chow Chow still felt sorry for her supplies. With so much stuff, it was enough to last a lifetime. If we can't take it, being alive is already good enough. There's enough food at home. This can be used to help the disaster victims. Lin Feng pinched Chow Chow's small face. Noticing her eyes were red, he knew he had come at the right time. If he had come too early, Chow Chow wouldn't have appreciated it. If he had come too late, she might have already been lost. Now was just right. All right, but aren't you coming with me? I'm a bit scared. Chow Chow nodded obediently, but she also knew Lin Feng was right. I need to use the bathroom. As Lin Feng said this, he looked at Chow Chow's grain storage, which made her blush instantly. You naughty. Hurry up. Chow Chow didn't dare to stay behind. Besides, what was there to see in the bathroom? Chow Chow left and Lin Feng directly entered the house, activating the space to collect everything without leaving a single item behind. Upon entering Chow Chow's room, the floor was empty, revealing a hidden hole. Lin Feng jumped down, and sure enough, this little lady had 20 million in supplies. But from now on, they belonged to Lin Feng. He collected everything and then took out some items from the space to leave a few for them. After all, they had come all this way, it was only courteous to leave something behind. Is that reasonable? Climbing back to the second floor, passing by the door, Lin Feng even took back his steel door since it was still intact. Why not keep it for future use? Wherever Lin Feng went, there was absolutely nothing left behind. Not a single needle nor thread. He even took away the surveillance cameras. I wonder how you will check the footage now. He was quick. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Feng was out. Seeing Lin Feng, a tense Chow Chow finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Lin Feng was like seeing hope. Indeed, when in danger, Lin Feng was the most reliable support. However, Xiao Xiao didn't know another truth. When there was no danger, Lin Feng was the greatest threat. Entering Lin Feng's safe house. Wouldn't that be a matter of life and death? I'm leaving. I Lin Feng keep my word. Once I finish picking someone up, I'm gone. Lin Feng threw the cigarette, but on the ground got in the car and stepped on the gas, heading straight back to the safe house. The remaining 9,000 plus people saw that Lin Feng was really leaving and relaxed. Lin Feng took nothing but his gun, or it seemed he didn't want the supplies in the warehouse. Moreover, Lin Feng went to the second floor, not the first. Charge. For Lake Baikal. Let's go, brothers. For instant noodles. For survival. Charge. This time there was no danger at all. A group of people rushed forward like they were on adrenaline. Gathered together. They crazily slammed against the door. When the hearts of the people unite, they can move mountains. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noise echoed one after another. One wave after another of people replaced. With so many people working together, let alone if your door was welded to the wall, we could even bring this whole building down. Finally, after a loud crash, the door was directly smashed into the warehouse. It's open. Hurry and grab it. Let me in. Don't push from behind. Whoever doesn't push is a fool. First come, first served. Keep grabbing until it's all gone. A group of people crazily squeezed in, afraid that if they didn't squeeze and they wouldn't get anything. They looked just like elderly people scrambling to get into a supermarket's 0 yuan purchase. Suddenly a thin line was snapped by the crowd. Then all of them saw the sun. Boom. A huge explosion sound. Everyone shot up into the sky. Then, the massive explosion directly broke a load-bearing beam of one building. One building collapsed onto the second building and the nearby crowd. In an instant, the second building swayed precariously. The residents behind the wall that was struck were directly doomed to meet their end. The second building was damaged by a quarter. Moreover, over half of the 9,000 plus people were killed instantly. Only a few lucky ones on the periphery survived. Art is nothing but an explosion. Watching the explosion and collapse of the building, the survivors were left in a daze for a long time. Is this even possible? My God. Lin Feng, how did one building explode? Did you do something? Will I never be able to dig out my 20 million in supplies again? Hearing the explosion, Xiao Xiao turned back to look. She truly felt heartbroken for her 20 million in supplies. With such a big explosion, how could I possibly have that ability? I guess they must have broken the gas pipeline. Lin Feng calmly drove, refusing to admit that this was his doing. Before leaving, Lin Feng had simply tied a bomb meant to kill him to a grenade with fine wire and added a small amount of explosive. As long as you don't go and nothing will happen. If you step on the fine wire, then we all ascend together. The gas pipeline exploded. Has the gas not stopped yet? Xiao Xiao scratched her head. She really didn't know if the gas had stopped. She only ate instant food and didn't need gas at all. Let's go, and I need to take a shower. Haven't showered in days. I'm all stinky. Lin Feng didn't answer. The gas had long stopped. He got out of the car, opened the door, and let Xiao Xiao go take a shower. Just mentioning the shower made Xiao Xiao's face flush. You can take a shower, but you can't film anymore. Hurry up, the surveillance has long been off. Isn't that wasting electricity? Even if it's solar power, it shouldn't be wasted. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Xiao nodded. Alright, I'll trust you this once. The moment Xiao Xiao stepped inside, she felt extremely cool. Refreshed. The temperature of 20 degrees was just right. Who knew being cool could be this comfortable? Meanwhile, Lin Feng took out his phone and turned on the bathroom camera. Trust Lin Feng's words. You might as well trust that Abe won't eat shit. He collected his battle vehicle and then closed the door. From now on, this long night would no longer be lonely. This little wild horse had finally been tamed. It would no longer think about harming itself. Lin Feng went to the bathroom door, directly taking off his steel helmet, bulletproof vest, and all his clothes. After going out this time, he was covered in stinky sweat and needed a wash.